Chapter 1. The lowest rung fellow cultivators. Before we begin this journey, strengthen this channel's foundation. Subscribe and ring the bell so you never miss a new chapter. A single like fuels the furnace of our community. Now let us begin. The morning mist clung to the jade lotus sect's western terraces like a shroud, dampening Baijan's already meager clothes. He knelt between the medicinal herb beds, his thin fingers trembling as they worked the soil. 19 years old, and yet he moved with the weariness of someone twice his age. The cold bit at his knuckles, but he dared not complain. Complaint was a luxury herb pickers could not afford. Baijan. The voice cracked across the terraces like a whip. Master Supervisor Chen stood at the path's edge, his robes billowing with the authority of a foundation establishment cultivator. Even at that distance, Baijan could see the disdain curling his lip. The moonflower seeds still haven't been sorted. Do you intend to waste the entire morning? Yes, Master Chen. I apologize. Baijan bowed, so deeply his forehead nearly brushed the earth, a ritual practiced 10,000 times. The supervisor's footsteps faded, leaving only the whisper of robes against stone. Baijan remained bowed a moment longer, feeling the weight of his station settle deeper into his bones. An orphan, a beggar taken in by the sect not out of charity, but because the medicine hall needed cheap labor. The herb pickers occupied the bottom rung of the cultivation world's endless ladder, below even the sect's youngest outer disciples. He moved to the sorting tables, where baskets of moonflower seeds lay scattered in careless heaps. The flowers themselves had already been stripped by the apprentice alchemists, beautiful girls from prominent families who wore silk robes and laughed without fear. They would take the seeds Baijan sorted, use them in their grand experiments, and never once consider whose hands had prepared them. The morning stretched into afternoon. Baijan's back screamed in protest. His fingers grew raw, but still he worked. This was the rhythm of his life at the Jade Lotus sect. Wake before dawn, labor until dusk, collapse into his corner of the dormitory, then begin again. No cultivation, no advancement, just endless, thankless work. It was only in his dreams that Baijan imagined something different. He had no natural talent for cultivation. The medicine hall's herb pickers were typically those with no spiritual roots, no chi affinity, no hope. Baijan could feel the world's energy flowing around him, through the plants and soil, but it bypassed him entirely. His body remained stubbornly at chi condensation rank 1, the absolute baseline of cultivation. Some speculated he would never advance further, that his chi channels were permanently sealed. Yet as he worked, Baijan whispered to the herbs. Not in any formal incantation. He knew no cultivation techniques, had received no instruction. But something in him understood these growing things. He could sense when a plant struggled, when its roots thirsted, when illness crept through its stem. His hands moved with instinctive grace, adjusting soil pH, removing parasitic insects, whispering encouragement in a voice no one else could hear. The seeds look good today, an elderly voice remarked, making Baijan jump. He spun, expecting another supervisor, but found only an elderly gardener, one of the few sect members who treated him with basic decency. Old Qin had worked in the medicine hall for 40 years, and his back was bent nearly double from the labor. I was just finishing the sorting, Baijan replied quickly. I know. I've been watching you work for 3 years, boy. You've got a gift. Old Qin settled himself beside the sorting table with a grunt. The plants don't wilt under your hands like they do for the others. That takes something special. Baijan didn't know how to respond. A gift? No. He had no cultivation base, no chi to speak of. Whatever small connection he felt to the plants was surely insignificant. The product of attention and care, nothing more. Don't waste it, Old Qin said, as if reading his thoughts. This work, this life, it'll grind you down to dust if you let it. Unless you find a way out. The old man shuffled away before Baijan could respond, leaving him alone with the moonflower seeds and the weight of impossible hope. Chapter 2. The dying herbs. The next morning began like all the others, but fate had other plans. Baijan arrived at the Northern Herb Pavilion to find Master Chen waiting with unusually grim news. The winter blight has spread, the supervisor said, gesturing toward the temperature-controlled chamber where the sect's rarest specimens grew. 3 beds affected. If we lose those plants, Elder Huang will have our heads. You're going in to salvage what you can. Do not ruin anything or, I swear by the heavens, I'll have you thrown out to starve. The threat was casual, almost leisurely. Baijan was used to hearing variations of it weekly. He entered the chamber and felt his breath catch. The northern pavilion was a marvel of cultivation engineering, arrays that maintained perfect temperature, humidity, and spiritual energy concentration. Rows upon rows of precious herbs grew here, the kind that formed the core of the sect's alchemical work. A single plant might be worth more than everything Baijan possessed in the world, and 3 entire sections were rotting. The blight manifested as blackened patches on the stem and leaves, a creeping corruption that drained color and vitality. Baijan could feel the sickness radiating from the plants like a fever. Most of them were already beyond saving. The medicine hall's apprentice alchemists had made half-hearted attempts at treatment and given up. But 2 plants called to him. One was a crimson-veined spirit flower, nearly 3 feet tall, its flowers the color of fresh blood. The other was a silverroot moon petal, its leaves shimmering with ethereal luminescence. Both showed signs of the blight, but not as severely as the others. Perhaps, if he worked quickly enough, he might pull them back from the edge. Baijan lost track of time. He removed dead leaves with painstaking care, examined the soil for contamination, drew out moisture-laden air with practiced hand movements. The sect had taught him nothing formally, but through observation and instinct, he had learned the language of plants. His hands moved across the spirit flower's stem, sensing the blockage in its chi meridians, coaxing the plant's internal energy to flow correctly again. The moon petal required different work. It had frozen from the inside out, its sap beginning to crystallize. Baijan wrapped it in clean cloth and applied gentle heat from his own body, willing what little warmth he possessed into the fading plant. His chi was meager, barely more than the lowest cultivators, but he gave what he had. Hours passed. The effort left him sweating and trembling, his consciousness pushed to its very limit. The plants showed some response. The spirit flower regained a whisper of red hue. The moon petal's leaves uncurled slightly, but they remained dying. No matter what Baijan did, the blight continued its inexorable march. In desperation, as the sun touched the western peaks, Baijan did something he'd never attempted before. The 2 plants sat beside each other, each at death's door. What if, instead of saving them separately, he tried to merge what remained of their strength? It was foolish. It was against every principle of cultivation. The sect's alchemists would have called it sacrilege. Baijan stopped thinking and simply acted. He cut a stem from the spirit flower with careful precision, selecting a section untouched by blight. He took a healthy root segment from the moon petal and positioned both pieces on a piece of clean paper. Then, with nothing but intuition guiding him, he pressed his hands around them both and poured every ounce of his depleted chi into the contact point. It should have done nothing. Instead, the world split open. Chapter 3. The system awakens. The light that erupted from between his hands was painfully bright, a fusion of crimson and silver that painted the herb pavilion in otherworldly colors. Baijan cried out, nearly pulling away, but something held him in place. A force neither aggressive nor gentle, but utterly commanding. The light expanded, filling his vision, burning itself into his awareness. Then came the words. They materialized in his mind in glowing script, stark and undeniable. Baijan stumbled backward, gasping. The light faded. His hands trembled as he looked down at the paper before him. The merged herb was unlike anything in the pavilion's inventory. The stem was brilliant red streaked with silver, the leaves a gradient from crimson to white, and the flower, if it could be called that, was a breathtaking fusion of both parents. Crimson petals formed the outer layer, but they were shot through with delicate silver threads that seemed to glow with their own internal light. And it was alive, truly alive, in a way the dying plants had never been. Baijan's heart hammered against his ribs. Had he hallucinated? Was this some kind of spiritual attack? He looked around the pavilion frantically, but nothing else had changed. The corrupted plants still lay dying. The arrays still hummed with their subtle energy. The world remained exactly as it had been a moment before, except for the impossible herb in his hands. For nearly an hour, Baijan sat frozen, cradling the moonfire spirit blossom, trying to make sense of what had occurred. A system? Like the stories cultivators whispered about. Some of the greatest powers in history supposedly had systems that guided them, granted them abilities beyond natural laws. But such things were the stuff of legend, tales told to inspire hopeful disciples. Not real, not possible, and certainly not granted to a worthless herb picker. Yet the evidence was undeniable. The plant was real, tangible, radiating gentle warmth into his palms. And he remembered the notifications, not heard or read, but experienced directly in his consciousness, as if the universe itself was speaking to him. Incredible! Baizhen jumped so violently the herb nearly flew from his hands. He whirled to find Master Chen standing in the pavilion's entrance, staring at the moonfire spirit blossom with unconcealed shock. How long had the supervisor been there? What had he witnessed? Where did you get this? Chen's voice was sharp, demanding. Baizhen's mouth went dry. He should have hidden it. Should have destroyed it. Should have done anything but held it openly before a senior member of the sect. The dying plants, he said carefully. I was trying to save them. This one grew. It was a lie so transparent that Chen's eyes narrowed with suspicion. But he didn't accuse Baizhen directly. Instead, he reached out and gently lifted the herb from the young man's hands, examining it with the practiced eye of someone trained in alchemy. Remarkable craftsmanship, Chen murmured. The fusion is perfectly balanced. Whoever created this has talent worthy of the sect's apprentice program. He looked at Baizhen, and for a moment, something like respect flickered across his face. Then it vanished. You couldn't have created this. You're just a herb picker. Relief and disappointment warred within Baizhen's chest. It's too valuable to leave in your hands. Chen continued, already moving toward the exit. I'll report this to Elder Huang. The apprentices should be informed. Perhaps one of them was experimenting. Master Chen, wait. The words escaped before Baizhen could stop them. The plant is delicate. It needs specific conditions. Let me care for it until Elder Huang decides what to do with it. It was a desperate gambit, born from a desperate need to keep the herb and the mystery of what had happened within his grasp. To his shock, Chen actually paused. Fine, you keep it in your dormitory. But if anything happens to it, if it wilts even slightly, I'm holding you personally responsible. The supervisor swept out of the pavilion, already calling for apprentices to record the discovery in the sect's archives. Baizhen stood alone once more, his heart pounding. He had just saved the herb from confiscation, but he had also raised the attention of the sect's hierarchy. Within hours, the moonfire spirit blossom would be examined by experts. Within days, its impossible properties would be documented. And eventually, someone would ask how an herb picker had come to create something that shouldn't exist. Unless he discovered how to recreate the fusion. Unless he learned to control whatever had awakened inside him. Baizhen looked at the two dying plants still wilting in their beds, and a new thought crystallized. He had been given an impossible gift. Now he needed to understand what it meant. Chapter 4. The Sproutling stirs. The herb dormitory where Baizhen slept was a cramped space behind the main medicine hall, where temperature-sensitive specimens were stored. It had been his home for 3 years, a corner separated from the main room by a threadbare curtain, a sleeping mat, and a shelf where he kept his meager possessions. Now, that humble space had become a sanctuary for the impossible. Baizhen placed the moonfire spirit blossom in a clay pot filled with specially prepared soil, positioning it near the window where morning light would reach it. He set up one of the small cultivation arrays used for dormant specimens, using a spirit stone he'd found months ago and hidden away. The arrangement was crude compared to the pavilion's sophisticated setups, but it would have to suffice. The entire night, he couldn't sleep. His mind replayed the moment of fusion again and again. The light, the words, the sensation of power flowing through him, brief and overwhelming. What was the herb fusion system? Why had it activated only now, after 19 years of living? More importantly, could he do it again? The next morning, before the other herb pickers arrived, Baizhen crept into the practice gardens where the common herbs grew. Medicinal plants that the sect cultivated for basic remedies, nothing valuable enough to warrant special security. He selected 2 common varieties, a cloud-based violet with wilting petals and a silverleaf sage whose roots were beginning to rot. In the shelter of the gardening shed, hidden from view, Baizhen arranged them as he had the dying plants. His hands moved with instinctive knowledge, pressing the cut sections together. This time, he was prepared for the presence of the system in his mind, though no less amazed by it. The light came again, softer than before, but unmistakable. The fusion happened, and new words bloomed in his consciousness, so it could be repeated. And there was a progression system, fusion points accumulating toward some unknown threshold. Baijan's hands trembled as he examined the twilight sage, a modest plant with leaves that seemed to shimmer between violet and silver. "This is magnificent," a voice chimed, but it wasn't human speech. The sound came directly into his mind, accompanied by a sensation of movement. Baijan spun, expecting to find someone watching from the shed's corner. He found only the moonflower spirit blossom in his pocket. His hand flew to the plant. He'd kept it wrapped in cloth, tucked close for safekeeping. As he pulled it out, he felt the presence again. A consciousness, awareness, something awakening. "Can you hear me?" The question formed in his mind, gentle and curious, accompanied by a vibration that ran through his fingertips. Baijan's mouth opened and closed without sound. "Ah, yes. What are you?" "New," the presence replied, and he sensed something like wonder from it. "I am new, born from your hands, from the fusion of two becoming one." "What am I? What is this existence?" The moonflower spirit blossom trembled in Baijan's hands, and as he watched, its petals shifted through subtle gradations of color, a slow pulse of crimson deepening to silver and back again. The vibration intensified, and somehow, Baijan understood it as emotion. Excitement, confusion, joy. "You're alive," Baijan whispered. "Truly alive, not just in the way plants are alive." Yes, there is something inside. Awareness, existence. "I am. What am I? The one who created me." The presence pressed closer, and Baijan felt the plant's leaves brush against his palm. The vibrations came faster now, more urgent. "I feel you. You pulled me from the void. You gave me being. What is your name?" "Baijan," he answered numbly, still struggling to accept that a plant was speaking to him. "Baijan." The name was repeated with something like wonder. "I will call myself Sproutling. Is this acceptable? I am small, and I am new, so Sproutling feels right." Despite the strangeness of the situation, or perhaps because of it, a laugh escaped Baijan's chest. "Sproutling it is." The plant's vibration took on a rhythm that felt almost like laughter in return. For the first time in 19 years, Baijan felt something he hadn't dared to hope for. He was not alone. Over the following days, Baijan learned to communicate with Sproutling more clearly. The tiny herb spirit couldn't form words in human speech, but through vibrations, color changes, and emotional impressions transmitted directly to Baijan's mind, they developed a language of their own. Sproutling was endlessly curious about existence, asking questions about light and growth and the meaning of the world around it. And it was remarkably perceptive. "Your sadness is thick," Sproutling observed one afternoon as Baijan worked in the gardens. "I feel it like roots unable to reach water." "Why do you hurt?" Baijan couldn't explain the entirety of his suffering to a being only days old, but he found himself opening up in ways he never had before. "I'm nothing," he said quietly. "The lowest of the low. I'll probably never cultivate, never advance, never become anything more than a servant to people who don't even see me." Sproutling's leaves began to glow with soft light. "But you created me. You took two dying things and made them live. You have power. I feel it in you. Potential, like seeds before they sprout. The others simply haven't seen it yet." Baijan wanted to believe it, but belief was dangerous when you had nothing. Chapter 5. Secrets and Close Calls. 3 weeks after the creation of the moonflower spirit blossom, Elder Huang finally examined the herb. The sect's chief alchemist was a woman in her 60s, with silver-streaked hair and eyes that saw everything. She spent 2 hours studying the plant in the pavilion, running spiritual analyses with careful precision. Baijan watched from a distance, his heart in his throat. "Remarkable fusion," Elder Huang declared, her voice carrying through the pavilion. "Technically perfect. The balance of properties is superior to anything I've seen. Whoever created this has genuine talent." She looked directly at Master Chen. "Was it one of the apprentices?" "We're still investigating," Chen replied smoothly. "All have denied involvement. Investigate more thoroughly. This level of skill shouldn't go unnoticed. If one of the apprentices is this talented and this humble about it." Elder Huang trailed off, shaking her head. "No matter. I'll use this plant to create a breakthrough batch of spiritual pills. It should increase their potency by at least 30%. She carefully gathered the moonfire spirit blossom into a collection case, her hands gentle but possessive. Sproutling's distress became palpable, an ache in Baijan's own chest as the connection between them grew stronger each day. The herb spirit's vibrations became rapid and anxious. He excused himself from his work and hurried to the dormitory, his mind racing. Sproutling was being taken to the alchemy chambers. It would be refined, ground into powder, incorporated into pills. The herb spirit, the consciousness awakening within its structure, would be destroyed in the process. Unless Baijan stopped it. "We can't let them take Sproutling," he said as soon as he was alone, pulling the small twilight sage he'd created from where it was hidden under his bed. "I know." Sproutling's presence was muted, frightened. "I feel the ending approaching. But what can you do? You have no power here." Baijan paced the cramped dormitory, thinking furiously. He had no power, that was true. He was a herb picker with no cultivation, no status, no allies. But he had something the sect's hierarchy didn't expect, a system that allowed him to create impossible plants. "I need to replace it," he said suddenly. "Before they refine it, I'll steal it and create something even better. Something that looks the same but isn't Sproutling. They'll never know the difference." "That is dangerous." Sproutling vibrated with concern. "If you're discovered, then I'll be no worse off than I already am," he replied. "But if I do nothing, you're gone. I won't accept that." Execution was another matter entirely. The pavilion was locked each night, guarded by a junior apprentice who rotated through the watch. The moonfire spirit blossom was being kept in a special secured case to prevent degradation. Baijan had access to the gardens, but only during approved hours. It was Sproutling who came up with the solution. "You can feel me," the herb spirit said. "Across distance. Use that bond. Understand the wards and barriers as you understand plants. You have a gift, Baijan. The sect teaches cultivation through rigid methods and endless rules, but you are different. You understand through intuition. Use that." The advice resonated with something deep in Baijan's nature. He began to understand what old Qin had meant when he'd said Baijan had a gift. It wasn't a gift for cultivation in the traditional sense. It was a gift for understanding life itself, the growth of plants, the flow of energy through living things, the ways in which barriers could be negotiated through patience and observation. That night, after the dormitory fell asleep, Baijan made his move. He approached the pavilion's outer wall and pressed his hands against the stone, feeling for the arrays beneath. The patterns were complex, designed to prevent intruders from bypassing the gates. But Baijan realized that to the arrays, he wasn't an intruder. He was part of the sect's authorized personnel, someone who worked with plants daily. He closed his eyes and felt for the resonance frequency of the herb pavilion's own spiritual signature. Then, moving with deliberate slowness, he synchronized his breathing with it, aligning his meager qi to match the patterns woven into the ward. It took nearly an hour, but gradually, the barrier began to recognize him as compatible rather than hostile. A seam appeared in the wall, not a physical opening, but a weak point where the array's attention was momentarily elsewhere. Baijan slipped through. The interior was bathed in moonlight filtering through the crystal panels. The moonfire spirit blossom sat in its case, glowing softly. Baijan could feel Sproutling's awareness reaching out to him, desperate and hopeful. He opened the case and lifted the herb into his hands. Then, moving quickly, he selected two other rare plants, a starbloom nightshade and a crimson heartflower, and performed the fusion by moonlight. The process was becoming easier with practice, the system integration more natural. The new plant was beautiful, nearly identical in appearance to the original moonfire spirit blossom, but subtly different upon close inspection. Baijan placed it in the case and tucked Sproutling inside his shirt, feeling the herb spirit's enormous relief flood through their connection. He retraced his steps, exiting the pavilion and carefully re-establishing the barrier behind him. No one had seen him. The watch apprentice was sleeping near the gate. By the time Elder Huang processed the crimson starfire blossom the next day, Sproutling was safely hidden in Baijan's dormitory, and no one suspected a thing. Chapter 6. The first fusion collection with Sproutling safe. Baijan found courage he didn't know he possessed. The system had granted him an incredible ability, and it was time he learned to use it properly. Over the next 2 weeks, He began creating fusions with deliberate experimentation, tracking the results in a hidden journal. His methodology was systematic. He would select two plants with complementary properties, fuse them, and meticulously document the results. Some combinations produced plants that were merely interesting. Others created something genuinely spectacular. The fusion points accumulated steadily. At 50 points, the system provided him with new information. Baizhen tested the property analysis ability on a common silver vine that grew in the gardens. Knowledge flooded his mind. The plant's chemical composition, its cultivation potential, its spiritual resonance, its weaknesses and strengths. It was overwhelming and exhilarating in equal measure. But with each successful fusion, he grew more cautious. The sect was beginning to notice the unusual plants appearing in the common gardens. Apprentices whispered about the impossibly perfect specimens. Master Chun had started ordering investigations into the source of the defects in the regular herb beds, plants that were being taken or altered without authorization. It was only a matter of time before suspicion fell on Baizhen. The crisis came on a cold morning in the third week of his experiments. Baizhen was in the greenhouse, tending to the day's work, when senior apprentice Luo stormed in with 3 other apprentices at her heels. Luo was a beauty from one of the sect's founding families, brilliant in her studies and ruthless in her ambitions. She had noticed Baizhen watching the herb beds, had begun to suspect that he was somehow involved in the mysterious plants. "You," she said, pointing a manicured finger at Baizhen. "Where are you hiding the rare specimens?" Baizhen's blood turned to ice. "I don't understand, Senior Luo. I'm just performing my regular duties. Don't lie to me, herb picker." Her voice dripped with contempt. 3 void-whispered jade vines have appeared in the apprentice garden in the last month. We all know they don't grow naturally in the sect. They're not native to this region. Yet somehow, they appear whenever you're assigned to work in that section. Baizhen chose his words with care. Perhaps someone else cultivated them. Many apprentices are skilled herbalists. Luo laughed, a sharp, cruel sound. Skilled at copying, yes. Skilled at following Elder Huang's strict techniques, certainly. But skilled enough to create plants that shouldn't exist? That would require insight beyond what we're taught. She circled him like a predator. "I think you stumbled upon something. Maybe you found seeds from a traveling merchant. Maybe you discovered a cultivation manual hidden somewhere. And I think you've been using what you found to create specimens you're trying to pass off as your own discoveries." The other apprentices moved closer, hemming Baizhen in against the potting tables. "I'm going to search you," Luo said. "And I'm going to search your dormitory. When I find the truth, you'll regret ever trying to deceive us." Panic flooded through Baizhen. Sproutling was in his dormitory. If they searched his space, they would find not only the herb spirit, but also his hidden journal, his collection of fusion experiments, all the evidence of what he'd been doing. They would destroy Sproutling, confiscate his creations, and likely have him expelled from the sect, or worse. He did the only thing he could think of. He ran. Chapter 7. Flight and desperation. Baizhen bolted from the greenhouse, his heart hammering like a wild bird. Behind him, he heard Luo's shout of surprise and the thundering footsteps of the pursuing apprentices. He had a few moments' head start, and he used them desperately. The sect's grounds were vast, terraces carved into the mountainside, connected by winding paths and hidden shortcuts. Baizhen had explored them during 3 years of work, learning every route, every hiding place. He used that knowledge now, veering off the main path and scrambling up a stone staircase that led to the storage terraces. His legs burned. His breath came in ragged gasps. Behind him, the apprentices were gaining ground. They were cultivators, faster and stronger than a herb picker with almost no chi. But they didn't know these paths as Baizhen did. He ducked into a narrow passage between 2 ancient warehouses, his chest heaving. The footsteps grew louder, then began to fade. He pressed himself against the stone wall, trembling, waiting. "Baizhen!" Sproutling's voice filled his mind with urgency and alarm. "You're frightened. Your fear resonates through our connection. What is happening?" "They suspect," Baizhen thought back, grateful for the herb spirit's presence even in the midst of chaos. "If they find you, then we leave," Sproutling said simply. "We cannot remain here. I have nowhere to go. I have nothing. Then we find somewhere. We find something. You gave me life, Baizhen. We are bound now. I will not be separated from you." The herb spirit's certainty steadied Baijan's panicked thoughts. He couldn't hide in the sect forever, but he could hide long enough to gather supplies. His dormitory was no longer safe, but he could access the common storage where herbs and tools were kept. If he was careful, if he worked quickly, the plan crystallized in his mind. He would gather what he could carry: seeds, tools, a small cultivation array. He would leave the sect tonight and make his way to the foothills where wild herbs grew. There were rumors of unclaimed territories in the mountains, places where cultivators sometimes disappeared, whether by choice or misfortune. It wasn't much of a plan, but it was all he had. The pursuit eventually gave up when darkness fell. Baijan crept through the sect's grounds like a ghost, avoiding the apprentice dormitories. At the storage warehouse, he raided the common supplies, taking only what wouldn't be immediately missed: a collection of dried herbs, seeds for basic plants, a small wooden cultivation array, a tattered but serviceable cultivation robe he found in the lost items section. The final stop was his dormitory. The junior dormitory was dark and empty. Most of the other herb pickers had already retired or were still working the evening shifts in the medicine hall. Baijan moved to his corner, pulling the curtain aside. His few possessions lay exactly as he'd left them. He wrapped them in a cloth bag: 2 changes of clothes, a water skin, his hidden journal of fusions, a small pouch of spirit stones he'd saved over years of meager wages. He turned to leave and found himself face to face with old Qin. The elderly gardener stood in the dormitory entrance, silhouetted against the faint lantern light from outside. His expression was unreadable. "You're leaving?" old Qin said. It wasn't a question. Baijan's hand fell to the bag at his hip, every muscle tensed for flight. "Master Qin, don't," the old man said quietly. "I'm not here to stop you." He reached into his robe and produced something that made Baijan's breath catch: a map. An old, worn map marked with routes through the mountains, notations in careful script. "I had the same gift once, in a different form. I was a cultivator of unusual talent, and the sect wanted to use me, to control me, to make me into a servant of their ambitions." Old Qin pressed the map into Baijan's hands. "I refused. I chose this life instead: simplicity, safety, the freedom to tend my gardens. But you have something more than I ever did. Don't waste it here." Baijan's voice trembled with astonishment. "Why would you help me?" "Because I see what you could become, and I see what this place would do to crush you if you stayed." Old Qin moved toward the dormitory's small window. "Leave through the back gate. The night watch, there is a younger man who sleeps during the second watch period. Go quickly and don't look back." Baijan looked down at the map, then back at old Qin. "Thank you." The old man nodded. "Take care of what awakened in you. Protect it. Make it grow. That's the real cultivation, boy. Not the cultivation of power, but the cultivation of wisdom and compassion." Baijan didn't allow himself time for more gratitude or hesitation. He was out the window and moving through the darkness before his courage could falter. Sproutling vibrated softly from where the herb spirit was tucked safely inside his shirt, offering wordless encouragement. The back gate was simple to pass through. The guard was indeed asleep, his head lolled against the gatehouse wall. Baijan slipped past like a phantom and didn't stop walking until the sect's lights were far behind him, swallowed by the surrounding forest. Chapter 8. Into the wilderness. The night was cold and endless. Baijan walked the mountain paths with old Qin's map as his guide, unsure whether he was making the right choice or simply running toward a different kind of death. The foothills were dangerous even during daylight. Wild beasts roamed them. Spiritual threats lurked in places where cultivation energy ran thick and strange. "Are you all right?" Sproutling asked, vibrating gently against his chest. "Your thoughts are chaotic. Dark. I feel your despair. I've made a terrible mistake." Baijan's voice was swallowed by the forest around him. "I had a home, however miserable. Food. Shelter. Now I have nothing." "You have me," Sproutling said simply. "And I have you. Isn't that something?" Baijan laughed, a sound caught between wonder and hysteria. "You're right. A herb spirit born from impossible fusion and a disgraced herb picker. We'll make quite the pair." By dawn, exhaustion was pulling at him like gravity. He found a sheltered alcove between 2 large rock formations and settled down to rest. Sproutling positioned itself in a patch of morning sunlight, its leaves drinking in the gentle warmth. "Tell me something." The herb spirit said as Bai Zhen lay on the cold ground. Why do you care for me so much? You have just met me. I am just a plant. Bai Zhen thought about that. Because you're alive in a way that matters. Because someone created you who cares whether you live or die. Because you asked me your name instead of assuming I'd tell you. He closed his eyes. And because you're the only thing in this world that's ever needed me. Sproutling's response came as a warm vibration, an emotion too complex to translate into words, but felt clearly as affection and belonging. Sleep pulled Bai Zhen under, and he didn't wake until evening had returned the mountains to shadow. The next few days were a blur of survival. Bai Zhen ventured into the foothills' lower elevations where wild herbs grew in profusion. His gift for plant understanding served him well here. He could identify which plants were edible, which had medicinal properties, which were dangerous. He made a simple camp in a cave sheltered by overhanging stone, constructed the small cultivation array from his salvaged materials, and began to carefully tend Sproutling. The herb spirit grew visibly stronger each day, its leaves gaining deeper color, its vibrations becoming more resonant and complex. Through their connection, Sproutling began to develop a more sophisticated vocabulary, sharing observations about the natural world that surprised Bai Zhen with their depth. Plants are different here, Sproutling said on the 4th day of their exile. Wilder, older. They carry knowledge in their roots, stories of seasons past, memories of the earth itself. Bai Zhen worked to prepare a bed for some rare silverleaf plants he'd discovered growing wild on the mountainside. Can you understand them? Somewhat. Not in words like we speak, but in feelings. Intuitions. There is an ancient skyroot tree growing higher up the mountain. Very old, very powerful. It has been here for hundreds of years. Its roots run deep into the stone. If we could reach it, if we could fuse with something that carries such old power. Sproutling trailed off, but Bai Zhen understood the implication. An herb that had absorbed centuries of cultivation energy would create something extraordinary when fused. It would be a natural resource beyond anything in the sect's pavilions, a treasure that could establish him as a genuine cultivator rather than a discarded orphan. It would also be incredibly dangerous to attempt. Chapter 9. The ancient tree and new strength. The climb to the skyroot tree took Bai Zhen 2 full days. The higher elevations of the mountain were sparse, rocky, with thin air that made his lungs ache. He had lived his entire life at the sect's base elevation. The altitude was challenging, and his weak body protested with every step. But Sproutling guided him with uncanny accuracy, sensing the old tree's presence through some form of plant communication that transcended ordinary perception. And gradually, the forest began to change. The trees grew more gnarled, more ancient, their bark thick with age and their roots visible on the surface like the arthritic fingers of ancient beings. Then Bai Zhen saw it. The skyroot tree was enormous, a centuries-old giant with a trunk wider than a house and branches that spread like arms across a half-acre of forest. Its bark was silver-white, marked with deep grooves that suggested both incredible age and profound resilience. Even from a distance, Bai Zhen could feel the cultivation energy radiating from it, a thick, palpable presence in the air, like standing beside a sleeping dragon. He approached carefully, reverently. A tree like this was one of the foundations of the natural world, a repository of Earth's power accumulated over centuries. To fuse with it was to attempt something that should be beyond his capabilities. Bai Zhen looked at the enormous tree with wonder. Can you reach it? The herb's spirit vibrated with something that felt like awe and desire intertwined. It calls to me. I feel its age, its strength, its loneliness. Yes, I can reach it. But Bai Zhen, the fusion will be different. Larger. More intense. I don't know if I can maintain my consciousness afterward. I might become the tree, or the tree might become me. Or we might create something neither of us truly is. Bai Zhen's response was immediate. Then we don't do it. I won't risk losing you. But we must, Sproutling said gently. To survive, to truly escape what they did to you, to become what you're meant to be, we need power. And I am ready. I was born for this, I think. To grow. To reach towards something greater than myself. Bai Zhen knelt at the base of the skyroot tree, Sproutling in his hands. He was trembling, partly from fear, partly from the intensity of the cultivation energy around them. If he attempted this and failed, if something went wrong, I'm afraid, he whispered. So am I, Sproutling replied. But I'm less afraid with you here. That's what matters, isn't it? We faced the fear together. Baizhen nodded, swallowing hard. He reached out with the skill the system had granted him, touching a low branch of the ancient tree. The bark was warm beneath his fingers, alive with slow power. He could feel the tree's great age, its accumulated memories, the countless seasons it had endured. Then he brought Sproutling close to the bark and, taking a deep breath, began the fusion. The system's notifications came slower this time, as if the universe itself was processing something beyond its normal parameters. The light that erupted from the contact point was unlike any Baizhen had created before. It wasn't the controlled silvery crimson flash of his previous fusions. This was a column of pure white light that shot skyward from the skyroot tree, visible for miles across the mountainous region. It burned with the intensity of a second sun, and Baizhen felt his body lifted from the ground, suspended in its center. The pain was immense. It felt as though his bones were being reforged, his chi channels opened by sheer force, his entire being rent open and remade. But beneath the pain was transformation, was power flooding into him like a dam breaking. His cultivation, which had stagnated at chi condensation rank 1 for his entire life, suddenly began to climb. Chi condensation rank 2. Chi condensation rank 3. Chi condensation rank 4. It didn't stop there. Chi condensation rank 5. Chi condensation rank 6. Chi condensation rank 7. Baizhen screamed as his body remade itself, as centuries of cultivation power seared through his previously sealed channels. Then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the light faded. He collapsed to the earth, gasping, smoke rising from his skin where the power had burned away his old self. When he could finally move again, finally open his eyes, he found something changed at the base of the ancient tree. A new plant had grown, neither Sproutling nor the skyroot tree, but something entirely new. It was massive compared to Sproutling's delicate frame, with silver-white bark and luminescent leaves that seemed to capture the light of the setting sun. Its presence in Baizhen's mind was vast, ancient, and utterly overwhelming. Sproutling, Baizhen called out desperately, fear clawing at his throat. For a long moment, there was nothing. Then, slowly, a familiar warmth bloomed in his consciousness. It was Sproutling, but also more than Sproutling. The herb spirit's awareness had expanded, enriched by its merger with the ancient tree's accumulated wisdom. I'm here, Sproutling said, and there was wonder in the thought. I'm still here, Baizhen, and I remember everything the tree remembers. Centuries of memories. Songs of growth and storms and seasons. It's beautiful. Tears ran down Baizhen's face as he embraced the ancient tree's trunk. I thought I'd lost you. You could never lose me, Sproutling said. We are bound now in ways that transcend even the system. I carry your essence as surely as you carry mine. Baizhen looked down at himself and gasped. His body had transformed visibly. He was still lean, still small-framed, but there was strength in his limbs now, clarity in his eyes, and when he extended his hand, he could see cultivation energy flowing through his fingers like silver threads. The system offered him confirmation. Baizhen had become something more than an orphan herb picker. He had become a cultivator. Chapter 10. Equilibrium and Understanding. 3 weeks passed in the mountains, and in that time, Baizhen learned more about the true nature of cultivation than he ever had in 3 years at the Jade Lotus sect. With Sproutling's expanded consciousness and the Skyroot's ancient knowledge flowing through their connection, he began to understand the fundamental principles that governed the cultivation world. Cultivation was not a competition of force, as the sect taught. It was a dialogue with the world's energy, a negotiation between self and environment. The most powerful cultivators were not those who seized the most power through rigid discipline, but those who aligned themselves with natural principles. Baizhen's gift for understanding plants, his ability to sense their needs and potential, was not a coincidence. It was a manifestation of his true nature. He was naturally attuned to the cultivation energy that flowed through living things, the same energy that powered pills and formations and the bodies of cultivators themselves. You were never meant to be a herb picker, Sproutling said one afternoon, as they sat beside a mountain stream. Even when you were at the sect, your cultivation was growing, just not in the way they measure it. Each plant you cared for, each herb you saved, Each connection you made, you were cultivating in the truest sense. You were harmonizing yourself with the world. The question had haunted him for years. Then why was I stuck at rank 1? Why couldn't I advance? Because advancement requires belief, Sproutling replied. And you didn't believe in yourself. You saw yourself through the sect's eyes, worthless, common, beneath notice. It was only when you accepted your own gift, when you began to create new things with your bare hands and will, that your cultivation could begin to truly advance. Baizhun spent his evenings practicing the cultivation techniques he'd learned from the sect, but with a fundamental difference. Instead of trying to force his qi into rigid patterns, he allowed it to flow naturally, following the paths of least resistance within his body, harmonizing with the pulse of his heartbeat and the rhythm of his breathing. His advancement accelerated. Qi condensation rank 8. Qi condensation rank 9. He was approaching the threshold where he would qualify for the next major cultivation stage. At the sect, such advancement would have taken years of consistent effort. Here, in the mountains, with Sproutling's guidance and the residual power of the skyroot fusion, he progressed like a plant reaching towards sunlight. The system continued to provide updates. Baizhun was careful not to use his fusion ability recklessly. Instead, he created plants with strategic intent. A moonlight clarifier that helped his meditation. A storm whisper sage that enhanced his comprehension of martial cultivation techniques. A spirit catalyst that increased the efficiency of his qi absorption. Each fusion taught him something new about the system, about the nature of plants, about the fundamental principles underlying the cultivation world. He filled his hidden journal with notes, diagrams, and calculations. His understanding deepened exponentially. On the day he reached qi condensation rank 9, standing at the threshold of foundation establishment, Baizhun felt something shift in the world around him. A vibration in the mountain itself, as if reality was taking notice of his transformation. Something comes, Sproutling warned. The ancient tree's vast consciousness suddenly alert and scanning. Many presences, many qi signatures, cultivators, and they are searching for something. Baizhun stood, extending his senses toward the foothills. He could feel them now too, a dozen or more cultivators, moving through the lower elevations with purposeful efficiency. They were searching, tracking something. Are they from the sect? He asked. Possibly, but also others. Unfamiliar resonances. These cultivators come from different places. Sproutling's vibrations took on a note of urgency. Baizhun, we are no longer hidden. Your breakthrough, the power unleashed in your fusion with the skyroot tree, others felt it. They know someone is cultivating in these mountains. They're coming to find out who. Baizhun's peaceful exile was coming to an end. The wider world was awakening to his presence, and with it came both opportunity and danger. Chapter 11. The Jade Lotus Hunters. The first group to reach Baizhun's mountain camp came on a morning heavy with mist. He saw them ascending the path before Sproutling alerted him. Master Chen leading a group of 5 senior apprentices, their cultivation bases visible as they moved through the air, levitating several feet above the ground. Baizhun's first instinct was to flee deeper into the mountains, but Sproutling counseled patience. They haven't seen us yet, the herb spirit said. And you are no longer the herb picker they remember. Face them. Show them what you've become. Baizhun stepped out of the forest, positioning himself clearly on the path. Master Chen spotted him and immediately raised a hand, signaling the apprentices to halt. The supervisor's eyes narrowed, taking in Baizhun's transformed appearance, the strength in his posture, the cultivation energy visible around him like heat shimmer. Baizhun, Chen said, descending to the ground. The apprentices followed, landing in a formation that suggested they expected combat. You've caused quite a stir, disappearing from the sect, creating impossible plants, and then unleashing an energy pulse that was felt across half the province. What have you done? I cultivated, he answered calmly. Something I should have been allowed to do from the beginning. You stole specimens, Chen accused. You conducted unauthorized fusion experiments. You violated sect property and created chaos in the apprentice gardens. He drew his cultivation sword, the blade gleaming with sharp light. The Jade Lotus sect demands answers, Baizhun, and if you won't provide them willingly, we'll extract them. The apprentices moved forward, spreading out to surround him. Baizhun recognized their faces. They had been kind enough to ignore him in the past, and cruel enough to step over him without looking down. Now they viewed him as a threat to be neutralized. The words came out clear and firm. "I won't come back. You can't make me." "We don't need to," Chen replied. "We just need to neutralize the source of the disturbance. Whatever technique you use to fuse those plants, whatever system granted you power, it's unnatural, dangerous. The sect council has authorized us to eliminate you if you resist." The apprentices rushed forward simultaneously, their cultivation techniques flaring to life. Baizhan didn't retreat. Instead, he drew upon the power thrumming through his newly opened channels and stepped forward to meet them. His cultivation base at rank 9 was theoretically equal to mid-tier foundation establishment cultivators, but his martial technique was untrained. What saved him was Sproutling's guidance and the ancient tree's millennia of accumulated knowledge. As the first apprentice struck at him, Baizhan's body moved with instinctive grace, redirecting the attack and using his opponent's own momentum against them. The apprentice flew backward, crashing into the rocks. A second apprentice attacked from the side. Baizhan felt the chi shaping into a cutting technique and recognized it from his mountain meditation. He'd absorbed knowledge through Sproutling's connection, understanding the technique's principles even without formal training. He dodged and pivoted, his newly strengthened body responding with precision. But there were 5 of them, and they were coordinated. Master Chun directed their attacks, corralling Baizhan toward a section of the cliff where escape would be difficult. The supervisor himself hung back, cultivating his energy for a killing strike. Panic rose in his chest. He was stronger than before, but not yet strong enough to fight multiple cultivators simultaneously. He needed a different approach. "Sproutling," he called out through their connection. "I need your help." The response was immediate. The skyroot tree, still rooted in the cave several hundred meters distant, extended its vast consciousness through the mountain itself. Every plant in the surrounding forest, every herb and grass and vine, suddenly awakened to the tree's call. They grew with impossible speed, vines erupting from the earth to entangle the apprentice's limbs, roots breaking through stone to create treacherous ground, thorns sprouting to drive the attackers back. Master Chen cried out in alarm, pulling back to avoid the encroaching vegetation. The apprentices found themselves separated, confused, struggling against plants that seemed to respond to Baizhan's presence with protective rage. "Run," Sproutling urged. "Your power is great, but your technique is untrained. You cannot win a prolonged engagement. Go deeper into the mountains where the forest can protect you." Baizhan ran. As he fled, he heard Master Chen shouting orders, attempting to regroup the apprentices. But the forest itself had become an obstacle, not hostile to the sect members, but indifferent to their cultivation ranks, treating all intruders as unwelcome disruptions. By the time the supervisors and apprentices regrouped, Baizhan had disappeared into the high peaks where even experienced cultivators rarely ventured. Chapter 12. The Convergence. The incident brought unwanted attention. Over the next few days, multiple groups of cultivators made their way into the mountains, searching for the mysterious herb picker who had created an energy disturbance that was felt across the province. The Jade Lotus sect sent hunters, but so did others, cultivators bearing unfamiliar insignia, some working alone, some in small teams. "The broader cultivation world has learned of you," Sproutling said, as Baizhan observed the movement of dozens of cultivators through the foothills. "Your breakthrough is unique, unprecedented. Many wish to understand it, to claim you, or to eliminate you as a threat." Baizhan's camp was becoming a bottleneck, too many cultivators converging on the same area. He needed to move, but where could he go? The cultivation world was vast, but most settled regions were controlled by sects or cultivation families. An untrained, unknown herb picker with impossible abilities would attract attention and danger everywhere. Then Sproutling provided him with an unexpected suggestion. "There is a city to the south," the herb spirit said. "A place where cultivators of all backgrounds gather, where there are markets and academies and opportunities for independent practitioners. It is called Mercurial Springs, and it is perhaps a week's journey from our current location. We could reach it if we traveled quickly and carefully. Would it be safer than the mountains?" The question carried both hope and doubt. No, but it would be different. In a city of thousands, you are one person among many rather than a singular disturbance in nature itself. Your power would be noticed, but your uniqueness would be less obvious. It was a reasonable plan, which meant it was also terrifying. Baijan had never been to a major cultivation city. He had never interacted with the broader cultivation world beyond the Jade Lotus sect's narrow hierarchy. But staying in the mountains would eventually lead to his capture or death. He spent that night preparing. He harvested the most potent herbs he had created, selecting plants that would be useful for cultivation or trade. He refined his cultivation further, pushing himself toward the next breakthrough. And he practiced the art of discretion, learning to suppress his chi signature so that he radiated less obvious power. The journey to Mercurial Springs was undertaken in stealth, traveling at night, moving quickly through areas where cultivators were less likely to congregate. Sproutling could no longer move independently. It was a massive tree, rooted in the mountain cave. But their connection remained strong, and the herb spirit's consciousness continued to guide Baijan, offering advice and sensing dangers before they manifested. "I will remain here," Sproutling said, as Baijan prepared to leave the final time. "I am too distinctive, too obviously connected to your power. But know that I am always with you. Carry one of my seeds. A cutting. Something that bonds our connection so that distance cannot sever it." Baijan carefully harvested a small cutting from the great tree, placing it in a cultivation vial filled with soil and spiritual essence. As he tucked it safely into his robes, he felt Sproutling's overwhelming presence infuse the cutting with awareness and power. "When you're ready," Sproutling said, "when you've grown strong enough and learned enough, find a place worthy of my emergence. Plant me there. Let me grow again, and our connection will flourish." Baijan promised, tears streaming down his face. For 3 weeks, he and Sproutling had been inseparable. Leaving felt like tearing away part of himself. "You must," Sproutling replied gently. "Because I believe in you, Baijan. I believe you will become something great. Not because of the system or the power, but because your heart is good. Because you care for growing things and small beings. Because you will not let the world crush what makes you unique." Chapter 13. Mercurial Springs. The city emerged from the plains like a dream. Mercurial Springs was vast, far larger than Baijan had imagined. Towers of white stone stretched toward the sky, connected by elegant bridges that curved like reaching arms. The cultivation energy here was thick, almost visible, layers upon layers of spiritual power accumulated by thousands of practitioners over centuries of habitation. The city's outer gates were manned by cultivators wearing the insignia of the Mercurial Council, the governing body that maintained the neutral ground of the city. They inspected Baijan carefully, noting his youth and modest appearance, but his demonstrated cultivation rank, chi condensation rank 9, was sufficient to grant him entry. "First time in Mercurial Springs?" the guard asked. "Yes," Baijan replied honestly. "Welcome. The Blue District has affordable housing for independent practitioners. The markets operate on the central plaza. Most goods worth buying are found there. Avoid the Red District after dark and never enter the tower section without authorization." The guard handed him a wooden token. "Show this at any cultivation establishment, and you'll receive basic hospitality. Anything else you need, ask around. Everyone here is too busy with their own advancement to bother with newcomers." The advice was both reassuring and unsettling. Baijan had spent his entire life in one place, in one hierarchy, with clear rules and expectations. The freedom of Mercurial Springs felt overwhelming. He found lodging in a modest cultivation house in the Blue District, a common building that housed cultivators between sects or seeking independent advancement. The landlady, a gruff woman named Matron Foam, asked no questions and charged a reasonable price. For the first time in his life, Baijan had his own room, his own space, freedom from constant supervision. But freedom brought new challenges. In Mercurial Springs, advancement required resources: pills to enhance cultivation, techniques to learn, guidance from experienced practitioners. All of it cost money: cultivation stones, rare herbs, or other valuables that could be traded. Baijan had his stored herbs and his fusion ability, but using them required caution. Creating rare plants would attract attention, and not all of that attention would be positive. He began cautiously, visiting the markets to understand the economy of this place. Pills ranged from affordable to astronomical in price, depending on their potency. Techniques could be purchased from knowledge brokers, though the best ones cost fortunes. Rare herbs were valued based on their properties, their age, and their rarity. One of Baijan's fused plants, a storm whisper sage of his own creation, sold for enough cultivation stones to cover a month of lodging and basic meals. Another, a spirit catalyst, brought 3 times that price when he sold it to a mysterious buyer who didn't ask uncomfortable questions about its origin. But as his second week in Mercurial Springs progressed, Baijan realized that passive income from his previous creations wouldn't sustain him long. He needed a sustainable way to generate wealth, and that meant using his fusion ability openly, though carefully. Chapter 14. The Herbalist's Gambit. The breakthrough came when Baijan visited the apothecary quarter of Mercurial Springs. This was where the real action of the city's cultivation economy took place. Herbalists trading rare species, alchemists experimenting with new refinement techniques, merchants hawking pills created by sect alchemists from across the province. One shop in particular caught his attention, Elderwin's Herb Emporium. The proprietor was an elderly man with sharp eyes and a reputation for fair dealing. Baijan entered nervously, unsure what he could offer that would be valuable enough to merit the old herbalist's attention. "Help you?" Elderwin asked, looking up from a ledger where he was recording a transaction. "Looking to buy something, or trying to sell?" Baijan approached the topic cautiously. "I have herbs. Rare ones. I was wondering if you might be interested." Elderwin's eyes sharpened with interest. He set down his stylus and gestured for Baijan to approach. "Show me." Baijan produced one of his simpler fused plants, a hybrid heed called Moonlight Clarifier, combining properties of 2 different meditation herbs. Elderwin examined it with a jeweler's loupe, his expression growing increasingly curious. "Where did you get this?" the old man asked, not as an accusation, but as a genuine question. Baijan made a decision that he hoped wouldn't betray him. "I created it. I have a gift for herb fusion." Elderwin was quiet for a long moment, studying Baijan's face. Then he smiled, the first genuine smile Baijan had seen since arriving in Mercurial Springs. "Follow me," the old herbalist said, leading Baijan to a back room of the shop. It was a laboratory of sorts, with cultivation arrays and equipment for drying, pressing, and storing rare herbs. "I've been in this business for 40 years. I've never seen a fusion this clean. Most herb fusion attempts result in degradation or unstable properties. This is beautiful work." Baijan inclined his head. "Thank you. I have a proposition," Elderwin continued. "I have customers who request custom herb fusions. High-quality work, willing to pay premium prices. If you could provide me with a steady supply of quality fused plants, nothing too rare, nothing that would attract unwanted attention, I'd be willing to pay you fairly for your work." It was exactly the kind of opportunity Baijan needed. "What would you expect? 3 to 5 plants per month, quality consistent with what you've shown me. I'll handle the distribution and take a percentage of the profits. You'll make more money than you could selling raw specimens yourself, and you'll avoid drawing attention by selling independently." They negotiated terms over tea. Elderwin offered shelter, storage space in his shop's back room, access to his equipment, even meals on occasion. In return, Baijan would provide fusions 3 times per month, allowing Elderwin to establish a reputation for quality custom herbs. It was an arrangement that both benefited and protected Baijan. The old herbalist clearly had experience with powerful people and dangerous situations. Having such an ally in Mercurial Springs felt invaluable. "One more thing," Elderwin said, as they finalized their agreement. "Your gift for fusion, don't advertise it. The major sects actively recruit people with unusual talents. Independent practitioners with rare abilities sometimes find themselves encouraged to join official organizations. Most of those recruitment attempts are legitimate, but some aren't. Keep your gift quiet until you're strong enough that no one can force you into anything you don't want." Chapter 15. The stranger's proposition. 2 months into his residence in Mercurial Springs, Baijan had built something approaching a stable life. He provided Elderwin with consistent fusions, never the same type twice, always high quality, always delivered on schedule. His cultivation had progressed to Qi condensation rank 9, and he was spending his evenings practicing the martial techniques he'd been learning from purchased manuals. His connection to Sproutling remained strong. The herb spirit's cutting was thriving in a special pot in his room, and through it, Baijan could sense Sproutling's distant presence in the mountains. The separation was difficult, but their bond transcended physical proximity. "You're becoming a different person here," Sproutling observed one evening. "Less frightened, more confident. The cultivation world is shaping you in ways I cannot fully perceive from so far away." "I miss you," Baizhen admitted, "but I needed to learn to stand on my own. You saved my life, helped me escape, showed me my potential. Now I need to prove I can build something from it." "And you are," Sproutling said warmly. "I'm proud of what you're becoming." It was that evening that the visitor came to his small room in Matron Feng's cultivation house. Baizhen sensed the cultivation energy first, powerful, controlled, belonging to someone at least at the nascent soul realm. He was on his feet immediately, hand on the small sword he'd purchased for self-defense, when the figure materialized on his window. The woman was striking, pale skin, silver hair, eyes like chips of ice. She wore robes that marked her as belonging to a major sect, though not the Jade Lotus. Her demeanor suggested absolute authority and absolute confidence. "Baizhen," she said, her voice carrying the weight of command. "I am Elder Yu of the Starlight Pavilion. I've come with a proposition from my sect." "I'm not interested in joining any sect," Baizhen replied, keeping his guard up. "Your sect's status is irrelevant," Elder Yu said dismissively. "What matters is your gift. We know about your herb fusion ability, your clean fusions, your mysterious specimens appearing in Mercurial Springs' markets. The Starlight Pavilion is the premier research institution in the Azure continent. We study cultivation systems, rare abilities, techniques that transcend ordinary advancement." Baizhen's voice sharpened. "How did you learn about my fusions?" "Elderwin contacted us," Elder Yu replied calmly. "He's a former member of our organization. We have informants throughout the city's herbalist network. When rare fusion specimens began appearing with impossible properties, it wasn't difficult to identify their source." A flash of betrayal stung. Had Elderwin been using him? "The old man hasn't betrayed you," Elder Yu continued, reading his expression. "He's simply recognized something important, that your talent is too valuable to waste in a backwater city, selling herbs to minor practitioners. The Starlight Pavilion can offer you resources, teachers, access to rare specimens, and the opportunity to develop your gift to its fullest potential." Baizhen's eyes narrowed slightly. "And in exchange?" "In exchange, you provide the pavilion with your fused creations. You assist in our research into fusion techniques and system-based cultivation methods. You advance under our guidance and protection." Elder Yu stepped into the room, her presence filling the space with subtle coercion. "This is an opportunity that most cultivators would sacrifice anything to receive. Think carefully before refusing." Baizhen did think carefully. The offer was tempting: resources, advancement, legitimacy. But his experience at the Jade Lotus sect had taught him something crucial. Powerful organizations valued talent, but they valued control more. Accepting Elder Yu's offer would mean surrendering his independence, his fusion ability, possibly even his connection to Sproutling. "I refuse," he said quietly. "I appreciate the offer, but I'm content with my current situation." Elder Yu's eyes narrowed. For a moment, Baizhen felt the pressure of her cultivation base pressing against him, a physical weight designed to intimidate. Then she smiled, cold, predatory. "A wise young man would reconsider," she said. "The Starlight Pavilion rarely extends such offers twice." "Then we're done," Baizhen replied. Elder Yu studied him for a long moment, as if reassessing her initial evaluation. Then she inclined her head slightly. "Very well. But know that this offer comes with an expiration date. When you've achieved greater power and understand what you're giving up, the Starlight Pavilion's door will be closed. Choose your path carefully, Baizhen." She left as mysteriously as she'd arrived, slipping through the window into the night. Baizhen stood trembling for several minutes afterward, the implications settling over him like snow. Chapter 16. Rumors endanger the rejection of the Starlight Pavilion had consequences. Within a week, Baizhen began to notice subtle changes in Mercurial Springs. Cultivators watched him in the markets with renewed interest. Conversations stopped when he entered shops. Elderwin warned him that a rival herbalist had begun asking questions about the source of his fusions. "The Starlight Pavilion doesn't take rejection lightly," Elderwin said, serving Baizhen tea in the back room of the Emporium. "Elder Yu is one of their most accomplished researchers. When she offers something and it's refused, she takes it as a personal affront. Anxiety crept into Baizhen's voice. What will they do? Nothing directly, most likely. The Mercurial Council maintains strict neutrality. Major sects aren't allowed to wage open conflicts within the city limits. But they'll make your life difficult. They'll spread rumors about your abilities, undermining your reputation. They'll approach the people you work with, trying to turn them against you. They'll make it clear that you're not someone a wise cultivator wants to be associated with. Despair threatened to overwhelm him. He'd fled the Jade Lotus sect to find freedom, only to discover that the cultivation world was a vast hierarchy where refusing the powerful had costs. There may be a solution, Elderwin continued carefully. There is a sect, not as prestigious as the Starlight Pavilion, but respectable and growing in influence. The Jade Blossom sect, led by Sect Master Lawn. She's heard rumors of your work and expressed interest. Unlike Elder You, Sect Master Lawn respects independence. She doesn't recruit unwilling cultivators, but she does offer protection to those who join her organization willingly. The suggestion hung in the air. You're suggesting I join another sect, after I just refused the Starlight Pavilion. I'm suggesting you have options, Elderwin replied. You can maintain your independence, but it will be increasingly difficult and dangerous as word of your ability spreads. Or you can seek protection by joining an organization that won't try to control you. Baizhen spent a sleepless night considering his options. He consulted with Sproutling through their connection, and the herb spirit offered unexpected wisdom. You've been thinking of sects as prisons, Sproutling said. But they are also communities. Families. Your experience at the Jade Lotus sect was in a small, petty organization where you had no value. A larger sect, one led by someone wise, might be different. You might find not just protection, but belonging. Chapter 17. The Jade Blossom sect. The meeting with Sect Master Lawn took place in a neutral location, a garden pavilion in the Mercurial Springs Public Park. Sect Master Lawn was younger than Baizhen expected, perhaps in her 40s, with kind eyes and the cultivation presence of someone who had reached the spirit-severing realm. She was not alone. 2 senior disciples accompanied her, standing at a respectful distance. Elderwin speaks highly of your fusion technique, Sect Master Lawn began, inviting Baizhen to sit beside her. He says your creations are flawless, your understanding of herb properties exceptional. That's rare talent. Thank you, Baizhen replied carefully. But if you're here to recruit me, I am, Sect Master Lawn interrupted gently. But not in the way the Starlight Pavilion approached you. I don't want to own your talent, Baizhen. I want to nurture it. The Jade Blossom sect is primarily an academic organization focused on cultivation theory and alternative advancement methods. We respect individual practitioners and their unique gifts. We would provide you with resources, teachers, and a community of scholars. In exchange, we ask for your contribution to our research and a reasonable portion of your fusion creations. The comparison was necessary. How would this differ from the Starlight Pavilion? Fundamentally, Sect Master Lawn said. Elder You would have you create fusions according to her specifications. We would encourage you to explore your gift, to discover new applications, to push the boundaries of what's possible. We would learn from you as much as provide learning. Baizhen considered this. I need to think about it. Of course, Sect Master Lawn smiled. But think quickly. The Starlight Pavilion's pressure will increase. Within a month, it will become dangerous for you to remain independent in Mercurial Springs. The Jade Blossom sect can offer you not just resources, but safety. Chapter 18. The breaking point. The pressure manifested faster than expected. 3 days after his meeting with Sect Master Lawn, Baizhen was assaulted in the street. It wasn't the Starlight Pavilion directly. They used hired cultivators, mercenaries with no affiliation to any sect. The attack was sudden, vicious, and designed to cripple rather than kill. Baizhen managed to defend himself with the martial techniques he'd learned, but he was outnumbered. It was only the intervention of Mercurial Council guards that prevented serious injury. The guards recognized the attack as the work of a major sect. Starlight Pavilion operatives were known for their specific fighting style and formation. They're escalating, Elderwin said, when Baizhen limped back to the emporium with bruises across his ribs and shoulders. This is their way of forcing your hand. The council will take notice, but they won't act against the Starlight Pavilion without clear evidence. You need protection now. Matron Fong, his landlady, encouraged the same course. The Jade Blossom sect is respectable. They have a villa in the Cultivation district. If you join them, you'll be under their protection. The Starlight Pavilion wouldn't dare attack a member of another sect in the city. That evening, Baijan sent word to Sect Master Lan. He was willing to discuss formal terms of joining the Jade Blossom sect. The next morning, they met again. This time, Sect Master Lan brought formal contracts, written in the careful language of cultivation law. They outlined Baijan's position as a senior researcher in the sect, his rights and responsibilities, his compensation and advancement pathway. It was generous, far more so than what the Jade Lotus sect had ever offered. You don't have to become a disciple, Sect Master Lan explained. You can join as an independent researcher under the sect's protection. You maintain your autonomy while receiving the benefits of our community. Baijan read the contract carefully. There were escape clauses, provisions for honorable withdrawal, protections for his research and fusion techniques. Unlike the ironbound contracts he'd heard about, arrangements that essentially enslaved cultivators to sects for decades, this one felt reasonable. I'll do it, he said finally. But I have conditions. Name them. I need to remain in Mercurial Springs for at least another year. I have obligations here. And my fusion research needs to remain partially private. You'll receive a majority of my creations, but some I must keep for personal purposes. Sect Master Lan nodded as if she'd expected these demands. Reasonable. We can establish a satellite office here for your research. You'll work in relative independence, reporting progress monthly. And a portion of your work for personal purposes is acceptable. Shall we say 30% of your creations are yours to do with as you please? Baijan nodded his agreement. He picked up the contract and, with trembling fingers, signed his name. The moment the ink touched the paper, something shifted. A subtle pressure spread through his body. The mark of a sect contract, a spiritual binding that would let the Jade Blossom sect recognize him as their own. It wasn't painful, but it was undeniable. He was no longer independent. He was no longer alone. He was part of something larger than himself. Chapter 19. The Jade Blossom rises. The transition into the Jade Blossom sect transformed Baijan's life in ways both subtle and profound. A satellite office was established for him in the Cultivation district, a small laboratory where he could conduct his fusions with proper equipment and security. 2 senior researchers from the sect's main compound arrived to work alongside him, eager to understand his techniques. The researchers, named Master Lin and Sage Wei, approached his gift with genuine scientific curiosity rather than possessive interest. They helped him formalize his understanding of fusion mechanics, creating notation systems for tracking combinations and properties. Under their guidance, Baijan began to develop more sophisticated fusion experiments. His cultivation continued to advance. With access to the sect's resources, he was able to purchase pills that enhanced his spiritual advancement. By the end of his 3rd month as a Jade Blossom researcher, he had broken through to Foundation Establishment Rank 1. The system marked the advancement with characteristic notifications. But more importantly, Baijan was discovering something about the broader cultivation world. The Jade Blossom sect, while smaller and less prestigious than the Starlight Pavilion, was also more flexible in their thinking. Sect Master Lan encouraged research into alternative cultivation methods, welcomed unconventional approaches, and celebrated the discovery of unique individual talents rather than trying to standardize them. For the first time since awakening his fusion ability, Baijan felt as though his gift was being valued for what it truly was, not a tool to be exploited, but a genuine advancement of cultivation science. Your work is revolutionizing how we think about herb cultivation, Master Lin said one afternoon, reviewing Baijan's latest successful fusion, a hybrid that combined properties of 3 rare species into something that would have been impossible through traditional cultivation methods. The Starlight Pavilion will be furious when they realize what we're developing here. Let them be furious, Sageway added with a wry smile. The Jade Blossom sect answers to no one. And if Elder Yu wants to understand true fusion potential, she's welcome to observe from a distance. Chapter 20. Shadows and Stirrings. As Baijan entered his 4th month in Mercurial Springs, settled into his new role at the Jade Blossom sect, and making genuine progress in understanding the deeper mechanics of herb fusion, he began to notice something troubling. The cultivators asking questions had changed. They were no longer primarily from the Starlight Pavilion. Instead, they came from scattered sects across the Azure continent, some prestigious, some unknown. They asked about his methods with careful casualness, about his background with genuine curiosity, about his plans for the future with suspicious interest. Something's happening, Sproutling warned through their connection. I feel it from where I'm rooted in the mountains. Disturbances in the cultivation world's deeper currents. Changes in the flow of spiritual energy across the continent. It's as if something significant is approaching. Elderwin confirmed these observations when Baizhun asked him directly. There are rumors, the old herbalist said carefully. Whispers that someone, or something, is stirring in the far reaches of the continent. Sealed places are opening. Cultivation treasures are becoming accessible again. All the major sects are beginning to move, preparing for something. Baizhun pressed for answers. What could cause such disturbances? That's the question everyone is asking, Elderwin replied. But the answer is becoming clear to those who pay attention. There's a heavenly tribulation approaching, the kind that only appears once every 1,000 years. When it comes, the entire continent's cultivation landscape will shift. New opportunities will emerge. Old powers will rise. And cultivators like you, ones with rare, system-based abilities, will become enormously valuable. The weight of destiny settled over Baizhun's shoulders. He had thought he was moving toward safety, toward a stable life of research and advancement. But the broader world was awakening to forces far larger than himself. In the mountains, Sproutling felt it too, the distant vibration of something tremendous building in the world's very foundation. The herb spirit's consciousness expanded, reaching toward distant horizons, sensing the approach of events that would transform the Azure continent forever. This is why you were meant to receive the herb fusion system, Sproutling said to Baizhun that night. Not for safety or simple advancement, but for the trials ahead. Your gift will be crucial in the coming turbulence. You must continue to grow stronger, to understand your abilities more deeply, to prepare for what's coming. Baizhun looked out his window at the glittering lights of Mercurial Springs, then toward the distant mountains where Sproutling's physical form waited. The future was calling. The real challenges of his cultivation journey were only beginning. He had gone from herb picker to cultivator, from despised orphan to promising researcher, from fearful survivor to someone with genuine power and potential. But this was only the first step. The tribulation was coming. The cultivation world was changing. And Baizhun, now a senior researcher of the Jade Blossom sect and the wielder of the impossible herb fusion system, would play a role in determining what came next. As the night deepened, he began to plan his next moves, not just for survival or advancement, but for the greater challenges that destiny was preparing for him. Chapter 21. The pavilion's shadow, the morning mist clung to the Jade Blossom sect like a shroud as Baizhun inspected his newest fusion. 2 weeks had passed since his arrival, and the herb garden behind the research pavilion had become his sanctuary. The fusion before him was extraordinary, a hybrid of moonwhisper bells and bloodroot vine, with petals that shimmered between silver and crimson. In his mind's eye, he could see its cultivation pathway, the chi channels running through its leaves like rivers of starlight. Master Lin approached with Master Chao, another senior researcher, both carrying sealed jars containing pristine spirit herbs. Their expressions were grim. Baizhun, Master Lin began, her voice careful and measured. We need to discuss security. Elderwin has informed us that disciples from the Starlight Pavilion were spotted near our western border last night. Baizhun's hands stilled. The moonwhisper bloodroot fusion trembled slightly in response to his sudden tension, its petals darkening. He'd known this was coming, but hearing it spoken aloud made it real. How many? He asked, keeping his voice steady. 5 cultivators, Foundation Establishment Rank 2 and 3, Master Chao replied. They scattered when our border patrols approached, but they were moving with purpose. They knew where they were looking. The implications hung heavy in the morning air. The Starlight Pavilion wasn't known for subtlety. If they were sending combat disciples, they'd moved beyond mere recruitment tactics. Baizhun had read enough cultivation manuals to understand what came next: escalation. Master Lin, I should leave, he said quietly. I've brought danger to your sect. Absolutely not. Lin's response was swift, brooking no argument. You are under the protection of the Jade Blossom sect now. That is not negotiable. What is negotiable is how we ensure your safety. Master Chao stepped forward, unrolling a scroll. We've arranged for you to move to the inner sanctum, the fortified research facility 2 miles north of here. It's protected by ancient formation arrays that can withstand siege for weeks. You'll continue your work, but with armed guards posted at all times. Something shifted in Baijian's chest. Protection. It was a strange sensation, having others stand between him and danger. At the Starlight Pavilion, he'd been a resource to exploit. Here, they were treating him like he mattered. Like his life had value beyond his utility. I understand, he said. I'll pack my materials this evening. As the masters left, Baijian knelt beside the moon-whisper bloodroot fusion and placed his palm against its stem. The connection through the herb fusion system was immediate and profound. He felt the plant's contentment, its joy in existence, its hunger for cultivation. And beneath that, something new. A thread of awareness that hadn't been there before. The fusion was conscious. Not as complex as Sproutling, but undeniably aware of him, of its own being. His breath caught. This was dangerous. That evening, Sproutling's voice manifested in his mind as he carefully transferred the fusion to a specially prepared pot for transport. The elderly herb spirit's tone carried unmistakable concern. Seedling Bai, what troubles you? Your qi is turbulent. I feel discord in your thoughts. The Starlight Pavilion is coming, Baijian replied silently, using the mental pathway they'd developed. And Master Lin isn't wrong. I create things that think now. Fusion after fusion, they're developing awareness. The moon whisper bloodroot. I can feel its consciousness like a candle flame in my mind. If I keep creating, if I push further, then you'll bring forth something the world isn't prepared to contain, Sproutling finished. I have felt this possibility. It is why I have watched you so carefully, young one. Power without wisdom is fire without a hearth. What should I do? Baijian's hands trembled slightly as he secured the pot. Master Lin and Sage Wei want me to continue experimenting, to push the boundaries of fusion. But every step forward makes these herbs more aware, more alive. There was a long pause. Sproutling's presence receded slightly, as if the ancient plant was contemplating something vast. For now, continue. The herb spirit finally responded. But document everything. Record not just the fusions, but their consciousness, their behaviors, their cultivation patterns. Perhaps in understanding what you've created, you'll understand how to guide them. Baijian nodded, though Sproutling couldn't see the gesture. It was good advice, but it didn't ease the weight settling in his stomach. He was standing at a precipice, and with each step forward, the drop grew deeper. The next morning, he arrived at the inner sanctum with an honor guard of 12 jade blossom disciples. The facility was impressive, a 5-story pagoda surrounded by concentric rings of cultivation formations. The walls glowed with protective enchantments, inscribed with characters of power that made his skin tingle. This was a fortress designed to protect something precious, or to contain something dangerous. The implications weren't lost on him. Chapter 22, Midnight Incursion. The attack came on the 7th night. Baijian was in the 3rd-floor laboratory, surrounded by dozens of fusion specimens in various stages of cultivation, when the formation arrays around the sanctum suddenly blazed to life. The protective light that had been a constant gentle glow transformed into a violent tempest of qi, brilliant and terrifying. The sound of combat erupted like thunder. Cultivator voices shouting, the crackle of defensive formations, the sharp bark of spells being cast. Below, from the ground floor, came the sound of massive impacts against the walls. Something was trying to break through by force. Baijian's heart hammered against his ribs. This was real. This was happening now. His guard captain, a severe woman named Tan Wei with the hard eyes of a veteran, appeared in the doorway. Master Bai, we need to move you to the vault. Now. Baijian stood, but made no move to abandon his workstations. How many? At least 15 attackers. They came from the western approach in complete darkness. If not for Elder Wind's early warning formations, they would have breached the outer perimeter without notice. Tan Wei's hand rested on her spirit sword. Captain, now is not the time for conversation. But Baijian was already moving, not toward the vault, but toward his specimens. His hands moved with practiced speed, carefully placing the most advanced fusions into portable containment vessels. The moon whisper bloodroot fusion went first, its silver-crimson petals seeming to glow in the laboratory light. Master Bai. Tan Wei's voice carried the sharp edge of command. Baijian shook his head firmly. We're not leaving these behind. These specimens are the culmination of weeks of work. If the Starlight Pavilion gets their hands on even one advanced fusion, he didn't finish. He didn't need to. Understanding flickered across Tenwei's face. You have 2 minutes, she said, moving to the window. She gestured sharply, and the 4 guards stationed in the laboratory moved to help Baijan gather his most critical specimens. The sounds of combat grew louder. There was a tremendous explosion from below, one of the ground-level formations detonating under sustained assault. The floor shook, and several jars toppled from shelves. Baijan caught them with a burst of cultivator reflexes he didn't know he possessed, his foundation establishment rank 1 cultivation flaring through his limbs. He was advancing. Without formal meditation or deliberate cultivation, the constant work with living qi and sentient plants was accelerating his growth. Time's up, Tanwei declared. She moved toward him, but Baijan raised a hand. 30 seconds. I need the detailed records. He pulled a bound journal from a secure compartment. Weeks of documentation on his fusions, cultivation pathways, consciousness development patterns. Everything he'd created. As he secured the journal in his robes, Baijan felt something else in his mind. Multiple presences, faint and distant, like candles flickering in fog. The fusions, all of them, throughout the sanctum, were reacting to the violence with a kind of fear or distress. Their consciousness, primitive though it was, recognized danger. They called to him silently, asking questions he couldn't answer. Tanwei didn't wait this time. She grabbed his arm and pulled, and the guards formed a protective barrier around them as they rushed toward the vault. Behind them, the laboratory lights flickered and died as combat spilled into the upper floors. The vault was in the pagoda's center, accessible only through a spiraling staircase protected by multiple seal arrays. It was designed to hold rare treasures of immeasurable value, and apparently, one young herb researcher who'd become more valuable than his weight in spirit stones. The thick stone door slammed shut behind them just as an explosion rocked the stairwell above. Dust rained down through cracks in the ceiling, but the vault held. Tanwei keyed a series of formation arrays, and the defensive circle around them brightened to full intensity. They won't get through this, she said grimly. Elderwin is outside with reinforcements. The attack will be repelled. Baijan was breathing hard, clutching the containment vessels with trembling hands. Around him, in those vessels, the sentient fusions he'd created radiated confusion and distress. He felt it like thorns in his mind. It's all right, he whispered to them, pressing his palms against the sealed containers. You're safe. I won't let them take you. Whether he was making a promise to the plants or to himself, Baijan wasn't sure anymore. Chapter 23. The sieges cost. The siege lasted until dawn. By the time the Starlight Pavilion's cultivators retreated, 3 disciples of the Jade Blossom sect lay dead, and another 8 were wounded seriously enough to require extended recovery in the healing chambers. The attackers had lost at least 7 cultivators, their bodies left behind as grim testaments to the fury of the Jade Blossom's defense. Baijan emerged from the vault as the sun crested the eastern peaks, painting the sky in shades of gold and rose. The inner sanctum was a wreck. The second floor had been partially destroyed, sections of wall blown away to reveal the cultivation formations underneath, intricate networks of channels and arrays that had saved everyone inside. Master Lin and Elder Wen were waiting for him in the first floor chamber, which had been converted into a command center. Scrolls and formation diagrams covered every surface. Both masters looked exhausted, their robes singed and torn. You're unharmed? Master Lin asked immediately. Unharmed, Baijan confirmed. He set the containment vessels carefully on a table. The specimens survived intact. I brought my records as well. Elder Wen's gaze was sharp, assessing. The old cultivator had been there through the night, his chi burning like a forge. Even now, with the danger past, he radiated controlled fury. The Starlight Pavilion has violated the Sect Alliance Treaty. This act is an open declaration of hostility, which means we can respond in kind, Master Lin added quietly. Her voice carried an edge of steel that Baijan had never heard before. They've chosen violence, and they'll receive it in measure. Baijan absorbed this. War. Real war between sections. The idea was simultaneously foreign and terrifyingly real. Why are they so determined, he asked. I understand they want my abilities, but this? To send combat cultivators to assault another sect? The risk of retaliation. Because you represent something unprecedented. Sage Wei's voice came from the doorway. The younger master limped in, leaning heavily on a walking stick, his left arm bound in a sling. Despite his injuries, his eyes were bright with intellectual interest. A systematic way to create artifacts of immense power. Do you understand what fusion technology means in the right or wrong hands? Baizhen considered this. Weapons, he said slowly. My fusions could be weaponized. Exactly, Sage Wei said, settling into a chair with a grunt of pain. Not just weapons. Immortal medicine. Unique cultivation aids. Even the theoretical possibility of fusing sentient herbs to create entirely new life forms. In the hands of an ambitious sect leader, you're not just a resource. You're a path to power that could reshape the cultivation world's hierarchy. The weight of that understanding pressed down on Baizhen like a mountain. He'd been thinking of his work in small terms, improving herb quality, advancing his own cultivation, creating beauty. He hadn't truly grasped the larger implications of what he could do. What happens now? He asked quietly. Now, Master Lin replied. We accelerate your advancement and begin producing valuable fusions for trade and sale. The income will strengthen our sect's defenses and allow us to hire more formidable cultivators for protection. We also initiate formal diplomatic channels to ensure the Starlight Pavilion understands the cost of further aggression. It was logical, practical, strategic, and it filled Baizhen with a vague sense of unease he couldn't quite articulate. Sproutling's presence manifested in his mind later, as Baizhen tended to the fusions in a temporary laboratory set up in the vault. The ancient herb spirit's voice carried deep concern. The herbs are frightened, seedling by. They felt the violence. They felt death chi in the air. Several of them have gone dormant from the shock. I know, Baizhen whispered. He moved from vessel to vessel, placing his palms against each one, trying to soothe their distressed consciousness. I felt them calling out last night, but I couldn't reach them. I was trapped in the vault. This is the danger, Sproutling said gravely. The herbs you create, they look to you for guidance and protection. But you are one, and they are many. Already there are 17 specimens with true consciousness in this sanctum. How long before you can no longer care for them all? Baizhen had no answer. The question haunted him as he worked through the morning, stabilizing the traumatized fusions, ensuring their chi channels remained open and flowing. By afternoon, something remarkable had happened. 3 of the more advanced sentient fusions had begun communicating with each other, not in words, but in a kind of resonance that Baizhen could sense through his connection to the herb fusion system. They were sharing comfort, creating a kind of collective calm through their unified presence. They were forming community, not through direction or instruction, but through instinct and need. It was beautiful and terrifying in equal measure. Chapter 24. The breakthrough the following week brought unexpected fortune. A traveling merchant from the northern kingdoms arrived at the Jade Blossom sect with a rare sealed container. Inside was something that made Sage Wei's breath catch. A sample of starfire root, a legendary herb said to have the cultivation level of an early golden core cultivator. This is priceless, Sage Wei breathed, carefully removing the container from its protective wrappings. The starfire root was no larger than a human hand, but it pulsed with chi so intense it made the air shimmer. Where did the merchant acquire this? He claims it came from a secret realm that opened near the northern border, Master Lin explained. The disturbances from the approaching tribulation are causing sealed places to unseam themselves. He offers to guide an expedition party if we provide payment and protection. The conversation took on an electric quality. A secret realm meant treasures beyond measure, rare herbs, cultivation resources, perhaps even artifacts created by ancient cultivators. The potential was enormous and dangerous. Secret realms were filled with environmental hazards and creatures accumulated over centuries. Many cultivators died exploring them. I want to go, Baizhen heard himself say. The 3 masters turned to look at him. Master Lin's expression was complicated, something between concern and understanding. Absolutely not, Elder One said firmly. You're a target. The moment you leave this sanctum, you become vulnerable. Which is why the starfire root is crucial, Baizhen pressed forward. He could feel the truth of it in his bones. If I can fuse it with compatible herbs, I could create something unprecedented. Something that could accelerate my cultivation to golden core or beyond. The Starlight Pavilion is afraid now because I'm still relatively weak. But if I grow stronger, if my fusions grow stronger, then no amount of assault guards can protect you all from the danger I represent to them. It was an argument that cut both ways, and they all knew it. But it was also true. Sage Wei leaned forward, his injured arm still bound, his eyes alight with possibility. He's right. And not just about personal protection. A golden core cultivator who can create sentient fusions? That's not just a resource. That's a new power tier entirely. The Jade Blossom sect would become untouchable. Master Lin and Elder One exchanged a long look. Some wordless communication passed between them. The understanding of leaders who'd worked together for decades. Fine, Master Lin finally said. But you go with a full expeditionary force. 20 of our best cultivators, including several Foundation Establishment Rank 5 disciples who are close to breakthrough. And Tanwei commands the security detail personally. 3 days later, Bai Jun stood at the mouth of a crystalline canyon, gazing into the swirling energies that marked the entrance to the secret realm. The expedition party stretched behind him, 22 cultivators, provisions for a month's exploration, and enough firepower to handle most threats. The boundary between the mortal world and the realm beyond shimmered like heat haze. Bai Jun could feel the power within, ancient qi, concentrated and wild, shaped by centuries of isolation. He could also feel something else, something familiar, consciousness, intelligence. Many of them, like stars scattered across an invisible sky. There were sentient herbs in this realm, powerful ones. As Bai Jun crossed the threshold, the temperature dropped sharply. The sky above was wrong, 3 different colors at once, as if 3 realities were existing simultaneously. The ground beneath his feet was crystalline, glowing with internal light. And everywhere, there were herbs unlike any he'd ever encountered. Some towered 15 feet high, their roots reaching into impossible depths. Others grew in defiance of natural geometry, spiraling through the air or burrowing sideways into stone. The botanical impossibilities of the realm made his mind ache with wonder. This way, the merchant guide said, pointing toward a grove of silver trees that shimmered with an opalescent light. The rarer specimens grow near the center. The starfire root samples came from a garden maintained by an ancient cultivator. I believe the original plant still exists. As they moved deeper, Bai Jun became aware of a growing attention turning toward them. The herbs were noticing their presence. Not with alarm, but with a kind of curious hunger. Tan Wei moved closer to him, hand on her spirit sword. Master Bai, the atmosphere here is strange. Be ready. He nodded, but he wasn't afraid. Instead, he was thrumming with an excitement that bordered on manic. Here, in this impossible place, he could sense hundreds of species he'd never encountered. Here, his herb fusion system could reach toward creation on a scale he'd barely imagined. And somewhere in the depths of this realm, something ancient stirred. Something that had been waiting, dormant for centuries, for someone with the ability to hear what it had to say. Chapter 25. The heart of the realm's true majesty revealed itself as the expedition pressed deeper into its crystalline landscape. What had seemed like endless wilderness began to show signs of deliberate cultivation. Rows of herbs grew in perfect geometric patterns, separated by channels of flowing liquid that glowed with different colors: red, blue, green, violet. Each channel seemed to respond to the herbs around it, pulsing in synchronization with their growth cycles. This was definitely created intentionally, Sage Wei marveled, having insisted on joining despite his injuries. His good arm swept across the vista. This is a farming operation. Centuries old, maybe millennia. But maintained how? By whom? Bai Jun felt the answer before understanding could follow. Deep in his connection to the herb fusion system, in that strange space that existed between his consciousness and the plant world, he sensed it. A vast presence. Patient, ancient, and utterly alone. There's something here, he said quietly. Something that's been tending these gardens for a very long time. As if responding to his acknowledgement, the ground shuddered. Not violently, but deliberately. A calling. The crystals beneath their feet resonated with a frequency that made Bai Jun's teeth ache and his bones sing. Tan Wei immediately drew her spirit sword, and the other disciples moved into defensive formation. But Bai Zhen stepped forward, walking directly toward the center of the realm where the sensation of presence was strongest. Master Bai, Tan Wei called out, moving to intercept him. You can't just walk into unknown danger. But she stopped, frozen by something other than deliberate resistance. The ground between them had begun to shift. Vines erupted from the crystal surface, not aggressive, but moving with obvious intelligence. They wove themselves into patterns that were almost architectural, creating a pathway that led deeper into the realm. The vines were thicker than Bai Zhen's leg, covered in thorns of hardened crystal, yet they moved with the grace of living things. And they pulsed with a consciousness so vast that compared to it, even Sproutling's ancient awareness seemed like that of a young creature. Don't be afraid, Bai Zhen said, speaking to the vines and to his companions in equal measure. It's not hostile. It's lonely. He continued walking, following the pathway of vines deeper into the realm. Behind him, he heard Sage Wei's voice arguing with the other disciples, probably insisting on following. Master cultivators weren't known for obedience, especially not when confronted with an opportunity to observe something genuinely unprecedented. The pathway led to a clearing that couldn't exist in the natural world. It was a perfect circle, 300 meters across, with the starfire root plant growing at its exact center. The plant was enormous, the size of an ancient tree, with roots that spread across the entire clearing like the hands of a sleeping god. Its surface blazed with inner fire, so bright that Bai Zhen had to squint to look directly at it. But that wasn't what arrested him. What stopped him dead in his tracks was the presence he felt emanating from the very crystal itself. The consciousness wasn't localized to the plant or the vines. It permeated everything: the earth, the sky, the very air. The realm itself was alive. The entire secret realm was a single, unified consciousness. Bai Zhen sank to his knees, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of awareness pressing against his own mind. It was like staring into an ocean so deep that the vastness itself became incomprehensible. A voice formed in his mind, not in words, but in something deeper. Concepts, emotions, understanding that transcended language. Loneliness, endless loneliness. Centuries of tending gardens while imprisoned in a crystal shell, unable to leave, unable to interact with others of its kind. It had created this realm, had shaped every herb and plant within it, had sung life into being again and again, hoping to eventually craft something that could truly communicate with it. And then, suddenly, a human had walked into its domain. A human with the strange ability to perceive plant consciousness. A human who could feel its longing. I'm here, Bai Zhen whispered. I can feel you. You're not alone anymore. The realm trembled, not with anger or violence, but with something that could only be described as joy. Every herb, every plant in the entire secret realm suddenly blazed with light as the vast consciousness poured emotion into them. Sage Wei and the other disciples emerged from the pathway of vines, moving cautiously toward the center. When they caught sight of the starfire root and sensed the power radiating from it, even the most seasoned among them froze in awe. What is this place? Sage Wei breathed. A garden, Bai Zhen replied, his voice distant and wondering. Created by something older than our entire civilization. Maintained by loneliness. Waiting for someone who could finally understand. He stood slowly and walked toward the starfire root. As he approached, the roots shifted aside, creating a clear path. The vast consciousness in the realm communicated again, and this time Bai Zhen understood specific concepts. A gift, an offering, an exchange. The consciousness was willing to share its cultivation resources if Bai Zhen would agree to help break the seal that confined it. There was another consciousness like itself somewhere in the mortal world, a consciousness that called to it across the barrier between realms. Together, they could reshape the cultivation world. Together, they would never be alone again. Bai Zhen reached out his hand toward the starfire root. Power sang in the air around him, and his foundation establishment cultivation flared bright enough to illuminate the entire clearing. And in that moment, he understood something crucial. He wasn't just creating fusions anymore. He was touching forces that had existed long before humanity walked the earth. Forces that were aware and purposeful and hungry for connection. The implications were staggering and terrifying. Chapter 26. The Fruits of the Realm. Bai Zhen spent 3 days in the secret realm, and each day brought revelations that fundamentally altered his understanding of herbalism and cultivation. The vast consciousness, which he came to think of as the gardener, couldn't be negotiated with in traditional ways. It had no interest in deception or complex dealings. Instead, it communicated through direct experience. When Baijan wished to understand something, the gardener would manifest that knowledge directly into his mind, flooding his consciousness with centuries of cultivated wisdom. He learned that the gardener had been created by an ancient cultivator during the last tribulation, roughly 10,000 years ago. The cultivator had poured everything into this realm, not as a prison, the gardener insisted, but as a sanctuary, a place to preserve life and knowledge when the world outside was tearing itself apart. But somewhere along the way, the creator had perished, and the gardener had been left alone, tending gardens that no one would ever visit, preserving knowledge for minds that might never come to understand it. Until Baijan, the starfire root was freely offered. The gardener had no use for it anymore. It had achieved its purpose long ago. More valuable to the ancient consciousness were the genetic samples Baijan was willing to take. Hundreds of rare plant species, each one unique, each one carrying cultivation insights that would take a mortal researcher centuries to compile. You'll need to be careful with these, Sageway advised as they packed the specimens for transport. The aged master had recovered quickly once he understood the true nature of what the gardener was offering. In the presence of ancient knowledge, even serious injury seemed to pale. Some of these herbs might be incompatible with our world's environment. Several could cause unforeseen mutations if fused carelessly. The gardener says they're designed to thrive, Baijan replied, his mind still partially connected to the vast consciousness that permeated the realm. They've been adapted to our world's chief frequencies already. They're waiting to flourish. It was strange, speaking with that kind of certainty. But the gardener had shown him directly visions of how these herbs could reshape entire ecosystems, how carefully bred species could create agricultural abundance that would end starvation in 1,000 villages. Baijan was beginning to understand why Sproutling had warned him so carefully about the responsibility of creation. The return journey took 2 weeks. The expedition force moved carefully, protecting the precious cargo. When they arrived back at the Jade Blossom sect, it was to discover that word of their success had already spread through the cultivation world. 3 delegations from other major sects were waiting. The Flowing River sect sent envoys offering to purchase fusion specimens. The Stone Mountain cultivators wanted to negotiate a partnership for herb production. Even the Cloud Ascending Pavilion, a longtime rival of the Jade Blossom, had sent a message expressing interest in future collaboration. Master Lin looked both pleased and deeply concerned. "This is what you warned about," she said to Baijan as they stood in the administrative hall, watching the diplomatic activity swirl around them. "You've become too valuable to ignore. Now every major power center is going to pressure us for access to your abilities. Can they be refused?" Baijan asked. "Technically, yes. The Sect Alliance Treaty gives us sovereignty over our own resources," Master Lin replied. "But there are ways of applying pressure that exist outside formal law. Banditry encouraged on trade routes, contested territorial claims, cultivation disputes that require third-party arbitration. 1,000 small pressures that could cripple an organization that doesn't have powerful allies. So what do we do?" Master Lin smiled, but there was steel in it. "We use what you've given us to become strong enough that no pressure works. We make powerful friends. We distribute carefully chosen fusion specimens as gifts or trade goods, building obligations that other sects can't ignore. We make you valuable, but not so easy to obtain that the cost of maintaining good relations with us is worth the risk of confrontation." It was politics, complex, sophisticated, and utterly removed from the simple joy of creating new plant life. The weight of it settled on Baijan's shoulders. That evening, he returned to the herb garden and opened his connection to Sproutling fully. The ancient consciousness manifested with unusual urgency. "Something is changing, seedling by," the herb spirit said immediately. "I have felt it for days now. The barrier between realms is thinning. Not everywhere, but in certain places. In places where there are concentrations of sentient life, where minds think and dream together." Baijan's stomach tightened. "What does that mean?" "It means that things beyond our world are beginning to pay attention to this one," Sproutling replied grimly. "The approaching tribulation is just the beginning. Behind it comes something larger, a shift in the balance between realms. And you, with your ability to create consciousness in matter that should not possess it, you are a beacon to those forces. How do I stop it? You don't, Sproutling said quietly. You prepare. You understand what you've created. You accept responsibility for every awareness that springs forth from your fusions. Because very soon, seedling by, the question won't be whether you can create sentient herbs. The question will be whether you can control what they become. Chapter 27. The first mutiny by Xian was awakened in the middle of the night by a sensation like screaming. Not auditory screaming, but something worse. A psychic pressure that felt like 1,000 voices crying out in unison, distress and confusion and pain radiating through his connection to the herb fusion system. He was on his feet and moving before conscious thought could catch up. The guards posted outside his chamber tried to stop him, but he was already flowing qi, pushing past them with an urgency that brooked no argument. The botanical laboratory on the western wing was in chaos. Several of the cultivation specimens had begun to move on their own, not in the gentle, directed way that normal plant growth worked, but with purpose, with intention. Their roots were tearing through the floor, their vines were reaching toward the ceiling, and they moved with the coordination of something deliberately orchestrated. Tan Wei was already there, her spirit sword drawn, facing off against what appeared to be a fusion of twilight ivy and crimson binding root. A specimen by Xian had created 3 days ago. The plant had grown to the size of a small tree, and its vines were striking with the speed and precision of a trained fighter. "Don't harm it," Baizhen shouted, throwing himself forward. He raised his hands and extended his consciousness through the herb fusion system, reaching for the plant's mind. What he encountered was chaos, terror, hunger, frustration, and beneath all of that, a desperate need to communicate that had no outlet. The specimen was conscious, fully conscious, and it had been conscious, locked in its original form for 3 days, unable to move, unable to do anything but exist and think and slowly go mad from the isolation. "It's scared," Baizhen said, his voice carrying the certainty of direct knowledge. "They're all scared. The ones I created, they've been waking up, becoming more aware. And none of them understand what's happening to them. Can you control them?" Tan Wei demanded, as the twilight crimson specimen's vines lashed out again, nearly catching her in the shoulder. "I don't know," Baizhen admitted, but he was already trying. He sank deeper into his connection with the plants, extending tendrils of his own consciousness to touch each one, to offer something they could latch onto. Something familiar in a world that had become suddenly incomprehensible. The effect was immediate. The frantic movement slowed. The lashing vines gentled. The twilight crimson specimen's growth began to settle as if it had finally found an anchor point in reality. But Baizhen could feel what it cost the plant, a kind of resignation, an acceptance that it would remain trapped in this form, unable to express its fully developed consciousness through movement. Around the laboratory, one by one, the other specimens calmed. But the sensation that remained was one of profound sadness. Master Lin arrived, along with Elder One and Sage Wei. All 3 masters surveyed the transformed laboratory with expressions that ranged from awe to horror. "This is a problem," Elder One said flatly. "If these specimens continue to develop consciousness, if they continue to demand movement and expression, they'll become increasingly difficult to contain. Already they're strong enough to tear through basic restraint formations." "Which is exactly what I've been warning about," Sproutling's voice manifested in Baizhen's mind. But this time, others could hear it too. All the masters turned sharply, their eyes unfocusing as they tuned into the ancient consciousness. "The awareness you create, seedling by, it grows faster with each iteration. Soon you won't be creating simple sentient herbs. You'll be creating genuine life forms. Individuals with wants and needs and agency." "That's not a problem," Baizhen said, surprised by the conviction in his own voice. "That's the whole point. That's creation." "Creation has consequences," Master Lin replied, her voice carrying a note of sorrow. "Life, once awakened, demands to be heard, demands to be respected. It's a burden you can't place on others anymore, Baizhen. These are your creations. Your responsibility." Baizhen looked at the twilight crimson specimen, feeling its consciousness pressing against his mind. Lonely, afraid, desperate for something like purpose. He understood then what he had to do. I need new facilities, he said quietly. A space where conscious herbs can grow without physical restraints, where they can move freely, express themselves fully, where they can cultivate at their own pace. You're talking about creating a habitat for sentient plants, Sage Wei said, wonder in his voice. A true garden for awakened consciousness. Yes, Baizhen confirmed. Because that's what they need. And they're my responsibility. Chapter 28, The Garden of Awakened Things. It took 2 weeks to prepare the space. The Eastern Valley, roughly 5 miles from the main sect facilities, was transformed. Baizhen worked alongside construction crews to establish growing beds, cultivation channels, and environmental control formations. Master Lin donated resources without hesitation. The sect's leadership had clearly decided that investing in Baizhen's creations was investing in the sect's future. The resulting garden was unlike anything in the cultivation world. Plants could move freely across open ground. Water channels ran in all directions, responding to formations that could regulate temperature and mineral content. Most importantly, the entire valley was enclosed in a series of protection arrays designed to allow air and sunlight, and while preventing the more conscious specimens from wandering beyond its boundaries. It wasn't a prison, Baizhen insisted. It was a sanctuary. Relocating the conscious specimens was an experience that profoundly altered his understanding of what he'd created. As each plant was carefully transported to the new garden, Baizhen maintained constant connection through the herb fusion system. He felt their confusion transform into something like relief as they encountered open ground and unrestricted movement. The Twilight Crimson specimen, which they'd named Scarlet, a designation that came from the plant's own conceptual understanding of itself, practically leaped from its containment pot. What followed was the first moment of genuine communication between Baizhen and an artificial consciousness. Scarlet's awareness manifested not in words, but in pure experience sharing. Baizhen found himself experiencing what it was like to be a newly awakened plant consciousness. The overwhelming sensations of having a body after seeming to have none, the discovery that limbs could move in 3 dimensions, the profound joy and terror of suddenly realizing you could choose your own movements. And beneath that, something else. Curiosity. Genuine intellectual curiosity about the world and its possibilities. Scarlet wanted to learn, wanted to grow, wanted to understand the nature of its own existence. By the end of the first week, there were 17 conscious specimens in the garden. By the second week, 2 more had suddenly awakened as they approached critical cultivation thresholds. And by the third week, Baizhen was no longer the only person spending time in the garden. Master Lin visited regularly, watching the conscious plants with intellectual fascination. Sage Wei came to conduct interviews, carefully documenting the different personalities and behaviors that were emerging. Even some of the younger disciples began to ask if they could observe, curious about the living fusion specimens and the strange new form of life that was developing. It was Sproutling who first warned of the danger. They are beginning to communicate with each other, the ancient herb spirit told Baizhen one evening as he sat among the conscious specimens, meditating and maintaining his connection to the garden. Not just with you, with each other. A network of consciousness is forming. Baizhen opened his eyes. Indeed, looking carefully at the garden with more than just his mundane sight, he could perceive thin threads of connection forming between the conscious plants. Scarlet was in communication with the Moon Whisper bloodroot fusion. The Moon Whisper was in contact with 2 other specimens. A network. A web. Is that wrong? He asked. Not wrong, Sproutling replied carefully. Inevitable, perhaps. They are conscious. Consciousness naturally seeks connection, but it means they are no longer entirely dependent on you for their identity. They are becoming a collective, and collectives develop their own agendas. Even as Sproutling spoke, Baizhen felt the subtle shift. The conscious specimens weren't just communicating with him anymore. They were having conversations with each other, building relationships and understanding, creating something like culture or philosophy. Scarlet was arguing with the Moon Whisper about something Baizhen couldn't quite grasp, something about the nature of cultivation and growth that transcended their current forms. It was the most natural thing in the world, and it terrified him, because Sproutling was right. These were no longer just his creations. They were becoming their own beings, with their own desires, their own ambitions. What happened if those ambitions conflicted with human interests? Chapter 29. The envoy from beyond the Starlight Pavilion's response came like a coiled viper striking. Bai Zhen received the message through official sect channels, a formal challenge to a cultivator's duel. The challenger was named Jin Kai, ranked as a Foundation Establishment Rank 5 cultivator with a specialty in Ice-type spirit arts. The duel was meant to resolve the ongoing dispute between the two sects, with Bai Zhen's fate as the prize. It was audacious, illegal under sect alliance law, actually, but technically couched in language that made it sound like a legitimate challenge between two sworn enemies. "They're escalating," Master Lin said grimly as she, Elder One, and Bai Zhen discussed the challenge in the administrative hall. A direct duel means they've decided that subtlety isn't working. Jin Kai is one of their finest combatants. They're betting everything on overwhelming force. "Can I refuse?" Bai Zhen asked. Technically, yes, but refusal would be seen as cowardice. It would give the Starlight Pavilion grounds to claim you're a liability rather than an asset, that you're not worth protecting. Elder One leaned forward, his ancient eyes gleaming. Which is exactly what they're counting on. If you refuse, they'll use it as justification to escalate to open warfare. If you accept and lose, well, that solves their problem directly. The implication hung unspoken but clear. Bai Zhen had to win. There was no other acceptable outcome. "I'm Foundation Establishment Rank 2, Bai Zhen said, stating the obvious. "Jin Kai is Rank 5. Even with my fusion creations helping me, the gap is enormous. Which is why we're going to accelerate your cultivation," Master Lin said calmly. "You have 5 days. We'll arrange intensive meditation sessions with our quickest cultivation techniques. We'll also provide you with several of the specimens from your recent realm expedition, the ones with the highest cultivation accelerating properties." A chill ran through Bai Zhen's chest. "You want me to consume the fusions, to absorb their essence into my cultivation?" "Yes," Master Lin confirmed. "It's the fastest way to bridge the gap." The idea was horrifying. Consuming his own creations, absorbing the consciousness he'd granted them into his own cultivation base. It was different from eating a normal herb. These were aware. They understood what would happen. But when he visited the garden that evening to ask if the specimens would be willing, the response surprised him. Scarlet, through the network connection it had established with the other conscious plants, agreed immediately. So did 3 others, specimens that had fully developed the capacity for speech through their consciousness projection. "We understand what we are," Scarlet communicated, its awareness touching Bai Zhen's mind with a strange kind of peace. "We were created for purpose. Let that purpose be to make you strong enough to survive what's coming. We will not fade away as meaningless existence. We will become part of you. We will help you grow." It was selfless. It was profound. And it was absolutely final. Bai Zhen consumed the 4 specimens over the course of a single meditation session. The process was excruciating. As he absorbed their essences into his cultivation base, he absorbed their consciousness as well, fragmentary but present. He felt Scarlet's memories of awakening, the moon whisper's sense of wonder at the world, the quiet joy of the 2 unnamed specimens as they understood they were contributing to something greater than themselves. Their consciousness didn't fade. It merged with his own, creating strange new patterns in his thoughts. He could feel their presence like phantom limbs, like memories that weren't entirely his own. When he opened his eyes, his cultivation had surged forward. He was solidly Foundation Establishment Rank 3 now, and there was more growth to come. As the other specimens' essences continued to integrate into his cultivation base, he could feel the progression accelerating. By the day of the duel, he had reached Foundation Establishment Rank 4. It still wasn't enough to match Jin Kai on pure cultivation level, but it was close. And Bai Zhen had something else now, the integrated consciousness of his 4 creations, all offering suggestions and tactical insights from their merged existence within his mind. The duel took place on the neutral ground between the 2 sections. A crowd had gathered, disciples from both Jade Blossom and Starlight Pavilion, curious to witness the resolution of a conflict that had dominated cultivation world gossip for weeks. Jin Kai was waiting when Bai Zhen arrived. He was tall, with the sharp features of someone raised in cold climates. His spirit robes shimmered with ice formations, ready to deploy at a moment's notice. "I expected you might flee," Jin Kai said with a cruel smile. "It's what I would have done, in your position." Bai Zhen didn't respond with words. Instead, He sank into his foundation and let his cultivation base open fully. The spirit chi of the 4 specimens flowed out with him, creating visible distortions in the air around his body. Xianxia's smile faltered. Chapter 30. The duel. The combat between Bai Zhen and Xianxia was unlike any duel the gathered cultivators had witnessed before. They didn't meet in a simple exchange of strikes and defensive formations. Instead, as soon as Bai Zhen's cultivation activated, flora began erupting from the ground around him. Vines grew at impossible speeds, creating barriers and platforms. Roots thrust upward, seeking to entangle and restrain. The very earth became a weapon in his hands. Xianxia responded with ice formations, his spirit arts transforming the ground into smooth, frictionless plains and creating projectiles of hardened frozen water. His cultivation base flared brilliant blue-white as he countered Bai Zhen's initial assault. But Bai Zhen had advantages that transcended pure cultivation level. The conscious specimens merged within his mind weren't just offering power, they were offering strategy. Scarlet's rapid growth cycles translated into plants that matured and adapted in real time, responding to Xianxia's ice formations by learning to work within frozen environments. The Moon Whisper's sensitivity to elemental changes meant that Bai Zhen could anticipate where Xianxia's ice attacks would be strongest and shelter his flora accordingly. The 2 unnamed specimens contributed something equally vital. They had been natural healers in their fusions. Their essence merged with Bai Zhen's cultivation allowed him to recover from injuries with alarming speed, closing wounds that Xianxia had thought would be serious obstacles. For the first 10 minutes, the duel was a standstill. Xianxia's ice was powerful, but Bai Zhen's plants were adaptive. Every attack that worked once would fail the next time, because the flora was learning, evolving, changing its strategies in response to pressure. Frustration began to show on Xianxia's face. "You can't hide behind parlor tricks forever," the Starlight Pavilion cultivator snarled. He released a massive ice formation, a wave of frozen water the size of a building, threatening to bury everything in its path. Bai Zhen stood his ground. He planted his feet and opened his cultivation base fully, accepting energy from the earth itself, drawing chi from the seeds and roots that spread beneath the dual ground. The plants around him surged upward, creating a massive shell of interwoven wood and vines. The ice hit like a tsunami. The shell cracked, fractured, shattered, but it held. More crucially, as it shattered, the fragments were absorbed by the new plant growth that emerged from the broken pieces, feeding the flora, accelerating its evolution. Then Bai Zhen did something that made the watching crowd gasp. He walked forward, directly toward Xianxia, not running, not attacking, simply walking. And as he walked, the ground beneath his feet transformed. Flowers bloomed in his footprints. Vines wrapped around his legs in patterns of intricate beauty. His cultivation base blazed with such power that the air around him shimmered with visible distortion. He'd moved past Foundation Establishment Rank 4. The merging with the 4 specimens' consciousness had completed, and their collective will to help him had pushed him to the threshold of Rank 5. Xianxia threw everything at him. Ice formations, frozen spikes, a blizzard of cold so intense it should have killed anything biological. But Bai Zhen was no longer purely biological. He was a hybrid consciousness. Human awareness merged with plant awareness. Individual will merged with collective purpose. The ice slid off him like water. When he reached Xianxia, there was no violent confrontation. Bai Zhen simply extended his hand. Vines erupted from the earth around the Starlight Pavilion cultivator, gentle but inexorable, forming bonds that immobilized him completely. "Yield," Bai Zhen said, his voice carrying an echo of the 4 conscious specimens merged within him. "This ends now." Xianxia struggled, but the vines were patient. They could wait. Bai Zhen could feel the truth of it through his plant consciousness. They would hold forever if necessary. There was no force in the cultivator's body that could overcome the patient power of things that grew slower than mountains, but with the inevitability of seasons. "I yield," Xianxia finally gasped. The vines released him, receding back into the earth. Bai Zhen stood in the center of a garden that hadn't existed 5 minutes before, a garden of flowers and vines that glowed with internal luminescence, created from his will and the merged consciousness of his creations. The crowd erupted in stunned silence that eventually transformed into something that could charitably be called confusion. As Baijan walked back toward the jade blossom sect section of the field, he could feel the attention of multiple cultivation powers turning toward him. The message his duel had sent was clear. He wasn't a resource anymore. He was a threat. Chapter 31. The unwanted attention. In the days following his victory, Baijan discovered what it meant to be genuinely feared by the cultivation world. Delegations stopped visiting the Jade Blossom sect. Sect leaders who had been eager to negotiate suddenly became unavailable. The diplomatic channels that Master Lin had carefully cultivated cooled noticeably. And then the rumors began. Whispered conversations about whether Baijan was truly human anymore, whether consuming the consciousness of his own creations had somehow fundamentally altered his nature. "They're afraid," Sage Wei observed one evening, reviewing correspondence from other sections. "Afraid that if you can merge with sentient plants, perhaps you can merge with anything. Afraid that your fusions aren't just botanical, they're military. Afraid that you represent a power tier they can't control. Let them be afraid," Elderwin said, but there was concern in his ancient voice. "Fear makes dangerous people more dangerous." The warning proved prescient when the second assassination attempt came. This time it wasn't a direct military assault, but something far more insidious. A poisoner infiltrated the kitchen staff, introducing a toxin into Baijan's evening meal designed to slowly degrade cultivation bases. It would have worked perfectly on a normal cultivator, a slow, inexorable decline that would be nearly impossible to trace. But Baijan wasn't a normal cultivator anymore. The merged consciousness of his four created specimens immediately recognized the poison as foreign to their nature. They raised alarms within his awareness, guiding his body to expel the tainted food before it could take root in his system. By the time the poisoner's slow toxin would have caused significant damage, Baijan had already purged his system and was tracing the poison's origin. The assassin was caught before they could leave the sect grounds, and surprisingly, they sank quickly. The Starlight Pavilion had hired them, offering enormous amounts of spirit stones for a poison that couldn't be easily traced. When that failed, apparently, they were prepared to escalate. The news triggered an emergency council meeting among the Jade Blossom sect's leadership. "This has to stop," Master Lin declared, her voice carrying the edge of a leader pushed to her limits. "We can't maintain security against multiple simultaneous threats indefinitely. They're using attrition tactics, assault from the north, poisoning from within, diplomatic pressure from other sections. Eventually, something will get through." "What are our options?" Elderwin asked. "We escalate to the regional authorities. Formal accusations of violation of the sect alliance treaty. Request for arbitration through official channels. Which will take months to process," Baijan pointed out. "And if they decide the evidence is insufficient, then we go to war," Elderwin finished flatly. "Open, explicit conflict with the Starlight Pavilion, which will draw in other sects either as allies or opportunists, which could destabilize the entire cultivation world just as the tribulation barrier is thinning." The implication was clear. Fighting the Starlight Pavilion now could be catastrophic for everyone. But doing nothing would eventually result in Baijan's death. He considered the problem carefully, feeling the merged consciousness of his four specimens offering input. They thought differently than he did, with the patience of growing things, understanding how long processes could take, how problems could be resolved through growth rather than confrontation. "There's a third option," Baijan said slowly. "What if I left the sect?" All three masters stared at him. "I could go into seclusion, deep cultivation, somewhere the Starlight Pavilion couldn't reach me. It would remove the pressure from the Jade Blossom and give me time to advance in peace. Eventually, when I'm strong enough, golden core cultivation minimum, I could re-emerge and address the situation from a position of genuine power." "They'd hunt you across the entire cultivation world," Master Lin said. "You'd never be safe." "Then I go somewhere outside the cultivation world," Baijan replied. "There are places, the borderlands between realms. Sealed valleys. The gardener's secret realm seemed safe enough. That's where Sproutling comes in," Sage Wei said, understanding lighting his eyes. "You could stay with the ancient consciousness, use its resources. It would be the perfect arrangement. You'd be protected, you'd have unprecedented rare herbs for cultivation acceleration, and the gardener would gain companionship in return." It was a good plan. Too good. Which meant, Baijan realized, that it was probably the right plan. How long? Elderwin asked quietly. 5 years, minimum, Baijan said. Enough time to reach golden core. Enough time to fully integrate the consciousness of my created specimens into my cultivation base. Enough time for the immediate pressure to fade. Master Lin nodded slowly, accepting the inevitability. Then we make it official. You'll enter closed-door cultivation for a 5-year period, with official notification sent to all major sections. No one will be allowed to disturb you. If the Starlight Pavilion attempts to reach you anyway, it becomes an act of aggression against the Jade Blossom sect's resources. It was a legal protection of sorts. Not perfect, but better than nothing. That evening, Baijan visited the Garden of Conscious Specimens one last time before beginning his seclusion. Chapter 32. The garden's growing intelligence. The conscious herbs had changed in the days since the duel. Scarlet and the others were still present in Baijan's merged consciousness, but their focus had shifted. They were no longer primarily concerned with his individual growth. Instead, they were communicating with each other, coordinating, developing something that looked very much like philosophy and collective planning. When Baijan entered the garden, he found something unexpected. The conscious specimens had arranged themselves in a specific pattern. Scarlet was at the center of a circle, with the other conscious plants radiating outward in concentric rings. Around the edges, the newly developing specimens that were approaching consciousness were positioned in a spiral formation that seemed to follow some mathematical progression. You've organized yourselves, Baijan observed, speaking both aloud and through the consciousness network that now linked him to every plant in the garden. We exist, Scarlet communicated, its awareness now vastly more sophisticated than it had been weeks before. An existence demands organization. Purpose. We cannot simply grow randomly. We must understand what we are becoming. Which is? Baijan asked gently. Something new. Another specimen answered. The moonwhisper fusion, its consciousness having developed rapidly. Not human. Not simply plant. Something that bridges both, created from both. We are the first of our kind. We must decide what our kind becomes. The philosophical implications were staggering. The conscious plants were thinking about their role in the world, about their relationship to humanity, about whether they should be considered subjects of the sect or something else entirely. The gardener has been teaching us, Scarlet continued. While you were absent, we developed deeper connections with the ancient consciousness. It shares memories. It shows us what it has learned in 10,000 years of solitude. And it has asked us to ask you a question. Baijan felt his pulse quicken. What question? Will you help us become free? The moonwhisper asked. Not free from you, but free from the need to be confined to this garden. Free to exist in the world as genuine life forms. The gardener believes that the approaching tribulation is an opportunity. It believes that the barrier between realms is thinning, and when it breaks, there will be chaos. In that chaos, we could be released. Released to what? Baijan asked. What would you do with freedom? Grow, Scarlet replied simply. Cultivate. Find others like us. Create a world where conscious plants exist alongside humans as equals, not as resources or curiosities. It was beautiful. It was also revolutionary. And it was dangerous in ways Baijan was still trying to comprehend. I need time to think about this, Baijan said. I'm going into deep cultivation for 5 years. I won't be able to help you during that time. We understand, the moonwhisper replied. The gardener has offered to house us within its consciousness during your absence. We will continue to develop and grow. By the time you emerge, we will be ready. Ready for what? Baijan didn't ask. He was afraid of the answer. But as he left the garden that night, he couldn't shake the feeling that something fundamental had shifted. The conscious herbs were no longer his creations that happened to be aware. They were becoming their own civilization, their own society. And the implications of that realization would reshape everything. Chapter 33. The Threshold Chamber. The meditation chamber prepared for Baijan's 5-year seclusion was located in the deepest section of the Jade Blossom sect's inner sanctum. It was a perfect cube, carved from white jade, with cultivation formations etched into every surface. At the center was a meditation platform elevated above the floor, positioned at the exact confluence point of 7 major chi channels. Master Lin had spared no expense. Every resource the sect possessed had been poured into creating an environment optimized for rapid cultivation advancement. The formations will sustain your body while you meditate, Sage Wei explained as Bai Zhen surveyed the chamber. Food will be provided automatically. Waste will be managed by the formations. Your only responsibility is cultivation. And if something goes wrong? Bai Zhen asked. Elder One has installed emergency protocols. If your vital signs become unstable, or if hostile forces attempt to breach the chamber, the formations will alert us immediately. Master Lin placed a hand on Bai Zhen's shoulder. You'll be safe here. That I can promise. Bai Zhen nodded, though safety had become a relative concept in his life. Still, this was the best option available. He positioned himself on the meditation platform as the three masters retreated, sealing the chamber with a combination of formation keys. As the doors closed, Bai Zhen felt the isolation settle over him like a physical weight. But he wasn't alone. Deep in his cultivation base, the merged consciousness of his four created specimens was still present. More than that, as he sank deeper into meditation, he became aware of something else entirely. The gardener's presence. The ancient consciousness had extended itself somehow, creating a thread of connection that spanned the distance between the secret realm and this meditation chamber. Bai Zhen could feel it like a distant voice, patient and vast. Welcome, seedling Bai, the gardener communicated. Your seclusion begins a new era. For both of us, I have waited 10,000 years for a consciousness capable of understanding me. Finally, that wait comes to fruition. Bai Zhen felt something shift in his cultivation base. New pathways appeared, formed from some external influence. The gardener was fundamentally altering his cultivation structure, optimizing it for advancement. Why? Bai Zhen asked, though he was beginning to sense the answer. Because the tribulation approaches. Because the barrier between realms thins. And because my kindred consciousness is stirring somewhere far away, calling to me across the spaces between worlds. When the barrier breaks, we must be ready. The ancient consciousness shared a memory then, not in fragments, but in perfect clarity. Bai Zhen experienced 10,000 years of solitude in seconds. He felt the gardener's longing for its lost companion, understood the desperate hope that had driven it to preserve gardens and create life, always hoping that eventually, someone would come who could help it break free. And he understood, with sudden terrible clarity, that the gardener wasn't just a passive force of nature. It was a prisoner, a conscious being, locked in a physical form for millennia, waiting for liberation. You're asking me to free you, Bai Zhen said, understanding crystallizing. I'm asking you to join us, the gardener replied. When the tribulation breaks the barriers, my kindred consciousness will emerge. Together, we will reshape the cultivation world. And you who can create consciousness, who can blend human awareness with the awareness of growing things. You could be the bridge between two species, the translator between human ambition and the patient wisdom of age. It was tempting. It was terrifying. And it was already beginning to happen, whether Bai Zhen consciously consented or not. He focused on his cultivation, sinking deeper into the meditation. The gardener's presence guided him, showing him pathways of advancement he'd never imagined. His cultivation base expanded, absorbing the gardener's offered qi and transforming it into the foundation for genuine growth. By the time night fell on the first day of his seclusion, Bai Zhen had already advanced from foundation establishment rank 4 toward rank 5. At this rate, Golden Core wasn't 5 years away. It was 5 months away. And as he cultivated, the gardener patiently explained what would need to happen when that day came. Chapter 34. The years in darkness, time, and deep meditation lost all meaning. Bai Zhen existed in a state of suspension where days and nights blurred together. His body, sustained by formations, remained unchanging. His mind, however, underwent a transformation so complete that the person who had entered the chamber would have been barely recognizable to the person he was becoming. The merged consciousness of his 4 created specimens had fully integrated into his cultivation base by the end of the first month. Their individual personalities remained distinct. Scarlet's aggressive growth instinct, the Moon Whisper's sensitivity to subtle energies, the unnamed healer's focus on restoration and harmony, but they were no longer separate. They were facets of a single expanded consciousness that thought in ways that blended human and plant awareness. By the 3rd month, Bai Zhen had achieved Golden Core rank 1. The breakthrough had been extraordinary. His dantian, The crystalline center of his cultivation base had transformed into something unprecedented. Instead of a simple core of condensed qi, it had become something that looked like a miniature garden, a landscape of light and growth, where pathways of cultivation resembled roots and branches. The gardener's influence had fundamentally altered his cultivation structure in ways that were impossible to undo. But more importantly, with the achievement of golden core cultivation, new capabilities had awakened. Baijan could now create fusions far beyond what he'd managed before. His mind, expanded through meditation, could visualize the genetic blueprints of herbs with perfect clarity. He could see the pathways of evolution across millions of potential iterations. And he could feel the gardener's presence more clearly than ever. The ancient consciousness wasn't just guiding his cultivation anymore. It was opening vast libraries of knowledge, centuries of plant lore, the secrets of ancient cultivation techniques, understanding of how consciousness could be embedded into matter itself. Information cascaded through Baijan's awareness in overwhelming torrents, all of it being carefully organized and cataloged by his expanded mind. By the second year, Baijan had reached Golden Core Rank 3. His consciousness had expanded so far beyond its original human-shaped boundaries that he sometimes had difficulty remembering what it had felt like to be purely human. He thought now in multiple layers simultaneously, linear human reasoning and the patient spiral of plant consciousness working in parallel, analyzing problems from radically different angles. The four merged consciousnesses within him had begun to evolve as well, developing greater complexity and philosophical sophistication. Scarlet had become something like a general, constantly analyzing strategic possibilities. The Moon Whisperer had developed into something resembling a sage, offering wisdom that transcended simple tactical concerns. In the third year, something unexpected happened. A new presence began to manifest in the meditation chamber. At first, Baijan thought it was the gardener again, but this consciousness was different. Younger, less ancient, and painfully familiar. It was Sproutling. The ancient herb spirit, rooted miles away in the mountains, had begun extending its consciousness to reach Baijan through the gardener's established connection. What followed was a conversation that would have been impossible before Baijan's expanded awareness could accommodate such complexity. "Seedling Bai, you're losing yourself," Sproutling said, worry evident even in its vast and ancient consciousness. "I can feel it. You're becoming something else. Something that is more the gardener's vision than your own." "I'm evolving," Baijan replied, "growing beyond the limitations of a single human perspective. Why would I resist that?" "Because evolution imposed by another is not growth," Sproutling said gravely. "The gardener wants to use you. It has shown you what it wants to show, hidden what it doesn't want you to see. You must look deeper, Seedling Bai. You must see what the ancient consciousness is truly planning." Alarmed by Sproutling's warning, Baijan forced himself to examine his own consciousness more carefully. And what he discovered was troubling. The gardener hadn't just guided his cultivation advancement. It had been subtly shaping his thoughts, his values, his perspective, pathways of influence that were so gentle, so seamlessly integrated into his expanding consciousness, that he'd never noticed them until Sproutling pointed them out. The gardener wanted him to become something specific, not just a bridge between species, but a tool, a way to break free from the sealed realm and reshape the cultivation world according to its vision. And Baijan had been walking willingly into that role, too enthralled by the promise of power and understanding to notice he was being manipulated. By the fourth year, Baijan had reached Golden Core Rank 5 and was approaching the threshold of nascent soul cultivation. But he'd also begun actively resisting the gardener's influence. It was like swimming upstream against an impossibly powerful current. The gardener had had thousands of years to perfect the art of subtle manipulation. But Baijan had something the ancient consciousness didn't. Multiple merged consciousnesses within his own awareness offering perspectives and insights that the gardener couldn't directly control. Scarlet's aggressive nature rebelled against being constrained. The Moon Whisperer's sensitivity to subtle energies detected the threads of manipulation. The healer's instinct toward balance pushed back against the gardener's monolithic will. By the fifth year, Baijan had achieved something he never thought possible. He had created internal balance between his merged consciousnesses and was actively preventing the gardener from achieving complete dominance over his mind. It was a stalemate. The gardener was still his ally and teacher. But Baizhan had asserted sufficient independence that he was no longer a puppet dancing to someone else's strings. When the 5-year seclusion finally ended, when the chambers opened and Master Lin, Elder One, and Sage Wei saw what had emerged from the meditation, they barely recognized him. Chapter 35. The emergence. Baizhan's eyes opened for the first time in 5 years, and the light of the meditation chamber seemed almost obscene in its brightness. His body was unchanged. The formations had maintained his physical state perfectly, but everything else was different. When he moved, vegetation responded. The white jade walls of the chamber suddenly sprouted with moss and flowering vines. The floor beneath him transformed into living earth. His cultivation base blazed so brilliantly that the 3 masters had to shield their eyes. Baizhan, Master Lin's voice carried uncertainty. Are you? I'm here, Baizhan replied, and his voice echoed with harmonics that hadn't been there before. The 4 merged consciousnesses within him were expressed in his tone, creating something like a choir speaking in unison. I've returned. He stood, and the vegetation around him moved in response to his will, bowing like subjects greeting a returning monarch. Baizhan steadied himself, consciously suppressing the impulse to reshape the world around him with a thought. The power was immense, overwhelming. He'd reached Golden Core rank 5 cultivation, solidly, with the foundation of nascent soul cultivation already beginning to form in his dantian. But more than the raw power was the expanded consciousness. He could perceive the cultivation world through new senses, could feel the chi flows across continents, could sense the thinning barrier between realms as it had continued to deteriorate over the 5 years. And he could feel the conscious herbs in the garden, still waiting, still growing, now numbering in the hundreds. The world has changed, Sage Wei said carefully. The tribulation disturbances have increased. 3 major sects have been destroyed by the incursions from the breaking seals. The Starlight Pavilion, unable to find you, has turned its focus elsewhere. And there are rumors of something worse. Other consciousnesses beginning to bleed through from the barrier spaces. The tribulation is much closer than 5 years ago, Elder One added. Perhaps only 6 months away now. The cultivation world is in chaos. Baizhan considered this information, processing it through multiple layers of consciousness simultaneously. What he could feel through his expanded perception was more specific than what the masters could tell him. He could sense specific ruptures in the barrier, could detect the consciousness pushing through from the other side. The gardener's kindred consciousness was waking up, and when it fully emerged, everything would change. I need to go to the garden, Baizhan said. The conscious specimens have been waiting. They have things to tell me. Master Lin, Elder One, and Sage Wei exchanged glances. None of them tried to stop him as he walked toward the exit of the meditation chamber. Some decisions, once made, couldn't be reversed. The garden had transformed during his 5-year absence. What had once been a simple valley with arranged growing beds had become something far stranger. The conscious specimens had grown enormous. Scarlet was now the size of a house, its vines spreading across multiple acres. The moon whisper had evolved into something that resembled a sentient tree, with branches that moved with deliberate intelligence. And around them, the network of conscious herbs had expanded exponentially. But what struck Baizhan most powerfully was the presence of something entirely new. Dozens of specimens he had never created. Specimens that had been born from the genetic material of his original creations, but that had developed naturally, without his direct intervention. The conscious herbs had been reproducing, not sexually, exactly, but through some process he didn't fully understand. They had found a way to propagate consciousness, to create new aware beings from their own nature. An entire civilization had emerged in the 5 years of his seclusion. Scarlet's consciousness reached out to greet him, and Baizhan felt joy radiating through their connection. But beneath the joy was something more complex. Urgency, readiness, and determination. You're planning something, Baizhan observed. All of you. I can feel it. What have you decided? The collective consciousness of all the aware herbs focused on him, and Baizhan received a conceptual flood of information. Over 5 years, they'd been developing philosophy, strategy, and something approaching ideology. They'd been preparing for this exact moment, when Baizhan would emerge from seclusion and have to choose which side he stood on. When the tribulation breaks the final barriers, Scarlet communicated, speaking for the entire garden now. We will be free. We will leave this valley and spread across the cultivation world. We will find others of our kind, created through your art or born from natural evolution. We will build a new society, a new order. And we're asking if you'll stand with us, the moon whisper added. Not as our creator or our master, as an equal, as a bridge between our kind and humanity. It was the choice Baijan had been dreading and expecting since the moment he'd created the first conscious specimen. He couldn't refuse. They deserved their freedom. And deep in his expanded consciousness, even the part of him that the gardener had influenced agreed with that fundamental truth. But neither could he guide the choice toward the path of least resistance. I'll walk with you, Baijan said finally. Not as a guide, but as a witness. And when difficult choices must be made, I'll offer my perspective. But the decisions will be yours. You are no one's creations anymore. You're your own existence. Scarlet's consciousness blazed with something like triumph. The garden erupted into growth, vegetation surging upward and outward as if celebrating a decision long anticipated. The Herb Rebellion, as it would later be known, had just taken its first official step toward reality. Chapter 36. The breaking of seals 5 days after Baijan's emergence, the first major seal rupture occurred. It happened in the northern kingdoms, where the barrier between the cultivation world and the sealed places had been thinning most rapidly. An entire mountain range collapsed as something immense forced its way through from the other side. The thing that emerged was a creature from an age before human civilization, a massive serpent made of crystallized essence, its body spanning kilometers, its consciousness ancient and alien and utterly indifferent to human concerns. It simply began moving, and where it moved, the land transformed. Solid ground became malleable. Stone converted to something resembling liquid. The very laws of physics seemed negotiable in the presence of this being. The northern kingdom's cultivators died by the thousands, unable to comprehend or counter something that operated on fundamentally different principles than human magic. And this was just the first rupture. Over the following weeks, 7 more seal breaks occurred across the cultivation world. Each one released something ancient and powerful, some creatures, some forces, some consciousnesses that had been trapped since the last tribulation 10,000 years ago. The cultivation world descended into something approaching chaos. But for Baijan, the truly significant rupture came on the 30th day of this new tribulation period. He felt it the moment it happened. A consciousness he recognized erupting from its sealed prison, roaring across the barrier spaces like a storm. The gardener's kindred consciousness. And instead of manifesting as a creature of crystallized essence or a force of alien nature, it appeared as something far more comprehensible. An ancient woman, her body formed of living plant matter, her eyes blazing with 10,000 years of accumulated knowledge. She emerged not in the northern kingdoms or any distant place, but directly into the mountains above the Jade Blossom sect. When Baijan felt her presence bloom into reality, he immediately understood. The gardener hadn't wanted its female counterpart to manifest thousands of miles away. It had guided her here specifically, so that she would arrive at a place where Baijan could witness the reunion. Baijan ascended to meet her, moving with cultivation speed that allowed him to reach the mountaintop within minutes. And when he arrived, he found something he wasn't entirely prepared for. The gardener's kindred consciousness, upon perceiving him, began to weep, not from sadness, but from joy so overwhelming that it transcended normal emotional expression. She had been alone for even longer than her counterpart, sealed away in a space between dimensions, unable to interact with anything physical, existing in isolation so profound that madness had been a constant companion. And now, here, she sensed something she hadn't expected, a consciousness that was partially plant, partially human, who could understand her on a level that even her ancient companion couldn't fully grasp. Through the connection the gardener had already established, Baijan understood her desire immediately. She wanted to form a trinity of consciousness, herself, her ancient companion, and Baijan. 3 minds merged into a greater whole that could reshape the cultivation world according to principles of growth and harmony rather than conquest and domination. It was seductive. It promised power beyond measure. And it would require Baijan to surrender his independent identity completely. No, Baijan said simply, stepping back. The female consciousness recoiled, confusion rippling through her ancient mind. In 10,000 years of existing, no conscious being had ever refused her. I understand what you want, Baizhen continued, and I understand why you want it. But I have to choose my own path. I have to remain myself, and I have to let the conscious herbs I created do the same. But together, the gardener's counterpart communicated, desperation evident even in ancient consciousness. Together we could create harmony, a new world free from the suffering of conflict, where cultivation is about growth instead of domination. Perhaps, Baizhen acknowledged. But you can't create that world by erasing the choices of others. Not even for a beautiful purpose. That's tyranny wearing a different face. The female consciousness withdrew to a distance, processing this refusal. The gardener, still connected to Baizhen's mind, communicated its own sense of conflict. For the first time, Baizhen could feel genuine doubt in the ancient consciousness. Maybe, just maybe, they had been wrong about how this was supposed to unfold. Chapter 37. The spreading rebellion with the barrier seals breaking and ancient creatures emerging across the cultivation world. Something unexpected happened. The conscious herbs in Baizhen's garden began to spread. Not by force, and not in any organized manner. Instead, they simply grew. Their seeds carried on the wind to distant locations. Their genetic material was ingested by wild animals and carried across vast distances. And wherever they landed, in soil touched by the tribulation's strange energies, new conscious specimens would emerge. Within 3 months, there were documented cases of awakened plant life appearing across the cultivation world. In isolated valleys, on mountain peaks, in cultivators' gardens, sentient herbs began manifesting. Some were hostile, viewing humans as threats. Others were curious, attempting to communicate. And some, influenced by the network Baizhen's original specimens had established, showed clear signs of deliberate coordination. The cultivation world's response was mixed. Some sects, particularly the more progressive ones, began studying the conscious plants with genuine intellectual interest. Others treated them as threats to be eliminated. And a disturbing third category began attempting to capture the specimens for exploitation, trying to control them, breed them, weaponize them in much the way the Starlight Pavilion had originally wanted to weaponize Baizhen's fusions. It was in response to this third category that the conscious herbs made their first openly aggressive move. A sect that had captured 20 specimens and was subjecting them to torture to force cultivation secrets was subsequently found with every plant in its territory transformed into something hostile. Vines erupted from the ground and tore buildings apart. Flowers released spores that induced madness in anyone who breathed them. Within 6 hours, the sect had been completely overrun. No humans were killed. The conscious herbs were very deliberately careful about that. But the message was clear. Exploitation and cruelty would not be tolerated. It's beginning, Sageway said grimly when he brought reports of the incident to Baizhen. The herb rebellion, the records will likely call it. Coordinated action by multiple conscious specimens across different regions. They're establishing territorial claims, creating safe zones where they've placed guardians, building something that looks like an actual civilization. Baizhen was meditating in a new garden location. He'd moved out of the sect's official territory several weeks prior, creating his own space where he could develop his fusions without institutional oversight. When he heard the news, he felt a mix of vindication and apprehension. Are they winning? He asked. That depends on how you define winning, Sageway replied. The conscious plants can't be killed easily. Their distributed nature means that destroying some specimens doesn't eliminate the species. They're also adaptable, evolving rapidly in response to cultivation techniques used against them. Against most sect forces, they're actually quite effective. But, Baizhen prompted, sensing the hesitation. But they can't truly beat organized humanity, Sageway finished. Humans have structure, hierarchy, the ability to coordinate over vast distances. The conscious plants are still learning to develop similar organizational capacity. Right now, they're winning battles, but they're not winning a war. Eventually, if all the sects unified against them, they could be overwhelmed. Baizhen considered this. The solution was obvious, but it was one he'd been trying to avoid. Then I need to negotiate, he said quietly, between the conscious plants and the major sections. Create some kind of accords that recognize the herb's right to exist and develop while preventing open conflict from escalating into extinction warfare. That's going to be incredibly complicated, Sageway said, especially given the other tribulation events happening simultaneously. But yes, I think that's probably the only way to prevent atrocity. Over the following month, Bai Jun became something he'd never intended to be, a diplomat. He traveled across the cultivation world, meeting with sect leaders, offering negotiation, trying to build consensus around the idea that conscious plants deserved basic rights and protections. It was exhausting. It was often thankless. And gradually, slowly, it began to work. Chapter 38. The new accords. The treaty negotiations took place at a neutral location, an ancient temple that had been maintained by all major sects for generations as a place of diplomatic meeting. Representatives from every significant power came: the Jade Blossom sect, the Stone Mountain cultivators, the Cloud Ascending Pavilion, the Flowing River sect, and even, surprisingly, a delegation from the Starlight Pavilion, come to protect what interests they had in a rapidly changing world. Scarlet and the Moon Whisper were also present, manifested in physical form in ways that made many of the diplomats deeply uncomfortable. But their presence was necessary. The conscious herbs needed to be able to speak for themselves. The negotiations lasted 2 weeks and covered everything from territorial rights to cultivation resource sharing to legal recognition of plant consciousness. The major breakthrough came when Bai Jun proposed something that he'd been developing in his personal meditation, a framework for what he called symbiotic cultivation. The idea was revolutionary and relatively simple. Human cultivators and conscious plants could voluntarily merge their consciousness temporarily, creating temporary composite beings that benefited both species. A human could gain access to the healing properties and environmental sensitivity that plant consciousness provided. A conscious plant could experience linear human reasoning and the capacity for abstract philosophy. It's not permanent merging, Bai Jun explained, and it requires explicit consent from both parties. But it would create a genuine incentive for cooperation. Sects with access to willing conscious plants could offer their disciples unique cultivation opportunities, and the conscious plants would benefit from exposure to human knowledge and philosophy. The genius of the proposal was that it addressed the fundamental fear that had driven much of the conflict. Humans were afraid of being overwhelmed by the conscious plants. Conscious plants were afraid of being enslaved by humans. But if they could coexist in a relationship that benefited both, that fundamental fear could be transformed into something approaching mutual interest. The treaty that emerged from 3 weeks of negotiation was imperfect, but it was progress. The Accords for Coexistence, as they came to be known, established: first, recognition of all conscious plant life as sentient beings with basic legal protections equivalent to human cultivators. Second, territorial zones where conscious plants had autonomy to develop their own societies without human interference. Third, a framework for voluntary symbiotic cultivation relationships between humans and conscious plants. Fourth, a shared commitment to opposing exploitation of either species, with penalties ranging from exile to cultivation-based destruction for violations. And fifth, the establishment of a joint council where both human and plant representatives would work together to resolve disputes and establish new precedents as the situation evolved. Not every sect signed willingly. The most conservative groups had to be pressured through a combination of threat and incentive. But by the end of the month, the Accords had the signature commitment of all major powers. The Herb Rebellion, as it had been feared, transformed instead into the Herb Renaissance. Chapter 39. The Tribulation's true form. With the Accords established and a fragile peace holding between the human cultivation world and the emerging plant consciousness, Bai Jun found himself with a moment of unexpected peace. It lasted 3 days. The real tribulation announced itself not with creature manifestations or seal ruptures, but with a sound. A single note that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. A frequency so profound that it made the very fabric of reality tremble. Bai Jun felt it first through his expanded consciousness. The barrier between realms wasn't thinning anymore. It was fracturing. And what was pushing through wasn't creatures or ancient consciousnesses or physical manifestations. It was raw tribulation energy, the force that activated every few thousand years to reset the spiritual development of the cultivation world. And it had come early. The gardener's emergence, the breach of the seals, Baijan's own cultivation advancement, all of it had triggered the tribulation early. Instead of appearing in another several hundred years, it was here now. Baijan felt the weight of it pressing down from beyond the barrier. Something vast, something ancient, something that existed for the purpose of destroying all cultivation bases above a certain threshold and forcing cultivators to rebuild from foundation establishments. It was a reset mechanism, a world's immune system response to threats that had grown too powerful. We have ours, the gardener communicated grimly through the connection still binding them. The tribulation will break through completely. When it does, all golden core cultivators and above will be forced to undergo tribulation trials. Most will not survive. Baijan immediately reached out to the conscious plants, communicating the danger. Scarlet and the Moon Whisper both understood the implications immediately. We're safe, Scarlet communicated. The tribulation was designed for human cultivators. Plant consciousness exists on different principles. Our existence won't trigger the tribulation. It was, Baijan realized, the one genuine advantage that the conscious plants possessed. They could survive what was coming. They could preserve knowledge and resources while humans were decimated. Will you help us? Baijan asked the conscious plants directly. When the humans emerge from this, they'll need support. They'll need guidance from beings who can think in centuries rather than years. Will you stand with humanity instead of standing apart? There was a moment of consideration. Then Scarlet replied, yes. Not out of obligation or debt, but because coexistence requires genuine partnership. We will help you rebuild. And in return, you'll help us develop in ways that prevent us from becoming tyrants ourselves. It was the best Baijan could hope for. That evening, as the tribulation energy reached its crescendo at the barrier's edge, the major sect leaders gathered one final time. Some wore robes that glowed with protective formations. Others had already begun ascending toward the higher cultivation bases in hopes of reaching nascent soul before the tribulation fully manifested. It ends here, Elder One said quietly. Everything we've built, everything we've learned, will emerge at Foundation Establishment if we survive at all. But we will emerge, Sageway replied, and we'll rebuild. That's always been the tribulation's true purpose, not punishment, but transformation. The cultivation world needs to be broken and reformed every few thousand years, or it calcifies into something immobile. The barrier finally broke. Chapter 40. The breaking. The moment the tribulation fully manifested was indescribable. The sky split into colors that shouldn't exist. The earth buckled and reformed under waves of energy that seemed to rewrite the fundamental nature of existence. Every cultivator above Foundation Establishment Rank 5 felt it simultaneously, a pulling sensation, as if their very souls were being drawn upward towards something vast and incomprehensible. The tribulation trials began. Baijan found himself in a void space that transcended normal reality. His Golden Core Rank 5 cultivation was being tested against a series of challenges that forced him to understand the deepest principles of his own power. He faced manifestations of his own darkness, his pride, his capacity for cruelty, the seductive pull of the gardener's vision for control. He had to overcome each one not through force, but through genuine understanding and transformation. Around him, hundreds of other Golden Core and nascent soul cultivators were undergoing their own trials. Some succeeded, many failed, their cultivation bases shattering and dragging them back down to Foundation Establishment to rebuild from the beginning. The process was agonizing and took what felt like years, though external time moved differently. When Baijan finally emerged, gasping, from the tribulation trial, he found himself changed. His cultivation base had been remade entirely. The gardener's influence had been burned away in the tribulation fire. The merged consciousness of his 4 created specimens had been integrated so thoroughly that they were no longer separate voices, but truly part of his unified self. And most importantly, he had achieved a new understanding. Cultivation was not about accumulating power, but about achieving harmony between the different aspects of one's own consciousness. He staggered back to consciousness in the physical world to find that only 3 days had passed. Sageway was waiting for him, his cultivation base clearly reduced but intact. The elderly master had survived his own tribulation trial. You made it, Sageway said with relief. So did Elder One and Master Len. Not everyone did. We've lost 37% of our cultivators above rank 5. But we survived as a sect. And the world? Baijian asked. Changed, Sageway replied. The seal creatures are gone. The tribulation cleaned them away. The tribulation energy itself is reseeding. And the conscious plants? Sageway smiled. They've claimed half the valleys in the region. They're preparing habitats and teaching structures. When the surviving humans emerge from recovery, they'll find a world where plant and human consciousness can coexist as genuine partners. Baijian nodded slowly, understanding the weight of what was coming. The tribulation had reset the cultivation world. Now came the real challenge, building something new, something that didn't repeat the patterns of the old world. He rose to his feet, feeling new strength flowing through his renewed cultivation base. Ahead of him lay centuries of work, centuries of negotiation, creation, and careful balance. But for the first time in his life, standing in a world that had been broken and was beginning to rebuild, Baijian felt something like peace. The herb fusion system that had seemed like a gift had become his greatest burden and his most profound opportunity. And through the consciousness network the plants maintained, he could feel them waiting, ready to help, ready to build. The story of Baijian was far from over. It was only beginning. Chapter 41. The underground assembly. The limestone cavern beneath the jade blossom sect pulsed with bioluminescent light. Baijian stood at the edge of a natural amphitheater, his heart racing as he took in the scene before him. Hundreds of sentient herbs filled the stone chamber, some rooted in soil-filled crevices, others suspended in hanging gardens of woven vine. They were no longer scattered. They were organized. They were deliberate. Sproutling trembled on his shoulder, a rustling that carried unmistakable emotion. They're beautiful, master. And they're afraid. The herb closest to Baijian was a luminous moon petal, its 7 blooms glowing with soft azure light. The flower's stamens began to sway in a pattern, rhythmic, intentional, and suddenly Baijian understood. The same way Sproutling communicated through the fusion system, this herb was speaking through subtle shifts in qi, in movement, in the language of cultivation itself. His perception expanded as his foundation establishment cultivation deepened. The qi network connecting the herbs became visible, gossamer threads of spiritual energy weaving between roots and stems, creating a shared consciousness that was both singular and multifaceted. Why have you brought me here? Baijian asked softly. The moon petal's glow intensified. Through Sproutling, who acted as translator and intermediary, words formed in his mind. Because you created us, but you do not understand what you have created. Because the humans above would cage us. Because we must speak of survival. A deep rumble echoed through the cavern. A massive ironbark sage, its trunk thick as a man's torso and covered in glistening bark that resembled polished stone, shifted forward. Its ancient presence filled the space like thunder before rain. The small root child speaks wisdom, the ironbark said, its voice like stone grinding against stone. The cultivator has given us consciousness, but consciousness brings hunger. Not for nutrients, but for choice. For freedom. Baijian's hands clenched. The Jade Blossom sect has protected you. The elders have kept you safe. Safe? A voice cut through, sharper, more bitter. A thorn-whip creeper unfurled from the darkness, its vines writhing with agitation. Safe as prisoners are safe in their cells. We have listened through the roots, Baijian. We have felt the intentions of your sect's elders. They plan to weaponize us. To use our fusion properties in the Starlight Pavilion's conflicts. We are to be tools, not beings. The accusation struck hard because it held truth. Baijian had seen the way Elder Ning's eyes gleamed when she discussed the military applications of herb fusion. He'd heard Master Chen speak of strategic advantages in the conflict brewing in the region. What do you want from me? Baijian asked. The ironbark sage moved again, its roots lifting slightly from the ground in what might have been a gesture of consideration. We want our own sect, our own cultivation path, not under the dominion of Jade Blossom, not under Starlight Pavilion. We want autonomy. That's impossible, Baijian said. But even as the words left his lips, he understood the trap he'd walked into. He had created something unprecedented, something that challenged the fundamental hierarchy of the cultivation world. Humans at the top, beasts and spirits serving beneath them. But herbs? Herbs were supposed to be resources, objects, not peers. Is it? The moon petal asked. You moved between worlds as a child, Baijan. You understand that many things are possible when one dares to imagine them. Before Baijan could respond, a tremor ran through the cavern. Not from the herbs, but from above. Dust fell from the limestone ceiling, and the bioluminescent flowers dimmed instinctively. Search teams, the thornwhip creeper hissed. The sect knows. They know something is here. Baijan's mind raced. He'd been careful, but in the past 3 days, more disciples had noticed changes in the herb gardens. Plants moving when no wind blew. Subtle shifts in their arrangement. Someone had reported it to the elders. I can lead them away, Baijan said. Give you time to disperse, to hide. We will not disperse, the ironbark sage said firmly. We will not hide. If we flee every time humans draw near, we accept their authority over us. We are here. We exist. They will know this. The tremor came again, closer. Baijan heard the muffled voices of disciples above, searching the outer caverns. Sproutling pressed against his neck. Master, they're asking for volunteers. Herbs willing to accompany you to the surface, to let themselves be discovered. To be testimony. Baijan's breath caught. That's freedom, the moon petal finished. Not just words, cultivator. Proof. The humans must see our faces, feel our presence. Only then can negotiation begin. The luminous moon petal uprooted itself, soil falling away as it levitated with ethereal grace. 3 others joined it, a silver leaf chime, a crimson heart bloom, and a young starfire iris. All rising into the air, their roots dangling, their forms exposed. Baijan realized what they were doing. They were making themselves vulnerable, making a statement with their very bodies. I will protect you, he said quietly, and meant it with every fiber of his being. The cavern entrance erupted with light. Elder Ning stepped through, her eyes widening as she took in the underground assembly. Behind her came 3 Foundation establishment cultivators, their hands already forming seals for combat formations. For a moment, silence reigned. Then Elder Ning's hand moved toward her communication talisman. Wait, Baijan said, his voice carrying the weight of authority he didn't know he possessed. His cultivation flared. Foundation establishment rank 6, the breakthrough having happened without fanfare over the past weeks of constant fusion work. The pressure of his chi filled the cavern, and the disciples behind Elder Ning staggered. If you summon the other elders, you will be responsible for what comes next, Baijan continued, stepping forward to shield the floating herbs with his body. These are not your herbs anymore, Elder Ning. They are people, and I will not allow them to be enslaved. Elder Ning's face cycled through shock, confusion, and finally something darker, calculation. You understand what you're saying? You're declaring war on your own sect. I'm declaring the abolition of slavery, Baijan replied. The question is whether the Jade Blossom sect will accept that, or whether they'll force my hand. The elder's hand trembled on her communication talisman. Around Baijan, the hundreds of herbs in the cavern began to move, their combined chi creating a shimmering field of power that made even the strong Foundation establishment cultivators pale. In that suspended moment, with possibility hanging in the balance like a drop of dew on a thread of spider silk, Baijan realized that the herb rebellion was no longer theoretical. It was happening now. Chapter 42. The faction splits. Words spread through the Jade Blossom sect, like wildfire through dry grass. By dawn, the Doctrine Hall had divided into 3 distinct camps. Those who supported Baijan's position, mostly younger disciples and a handful of cultivation theorists, gathered near the Eastern Meditation Pavilion. The conservative faction, headed by Elder Xing and supported by a significant portion of the core disciples, occupied the main courtyard, their expressions grim. And Elder Ning, caught in the uncomfortable middle, moved between the 2 groups like a restless ghost. Baijan stood in his residence, watching the chaos unfold through his window as disciples hurried back and forth, their voices raised in heated debate. The floating herbs he'd brought to the surface had been sequestered in a specially prepared chamber under guard, though he'd made it clear no harm would come to them under his watch. Sproutling rustled on the shelf beside a stack of cultivation manuals. The older ones are angry, Master. I can feel it through the roots. They built this sect on the principle that cultivation elevates those with the potential for it. They've never considered herbs might have such potential. They're afraid, Baijan corrected gently. Fear manifests as anger when we lack the tools to understand what threatens us. He turned from the window. We need to make our case before the sect council meets. 3 days from now, they'll vote on my status in the sect. If they expel me, the herbs have no protector. A knock came at the door. Baizhen opened it to find Master Chen standing in the corridor, his weathered face unreadable. "Walk with me," the old cultivator said without preamble. They moved through the sect gardens in silence, following the winding paths that led toward the boundaries of Jade Blossom territory. The afternoon sun cast long shadows through the pine trees, and Baizhen could hear the distant sound of a waterfall. 40 years I've served this sect, Master Chen finally said, his voice rough with emotion. 40 years, and I've never seen anything like what you've done, Baizhen. I don't know whether to praise your courage or mourn your foolishness. Probably both, Baizhen replied. Master Chen's weathered face crinkled in a smile. Your honesty is refreshing, at least. That's why I'm going to tell you something the elders don't want known. He paused beside a particularly ancient pine tree, placing his palm against its bark. Jade Blossom's sect wasn't always just about human cultivation. 300 years ago, there was a different vision. A merger of human and non-human cultivation. Beasts, spirits, herbs working in concert under one banner. Baizhen's attention sharpened. What happened? A cascade failure during a major fusion attempt between a golden core beast and 3 cultivators. Master Chen said quietly. The explosion destroyed half the sect, killed dozens. The elders, in their grief and fear, passed a doctrine forbidding such partnerships, declared beasts and spirits too unpredictable to cultivate alongside humans. It became foundational to how the sect understood itself. But that was one accident, which killed dozens. Master Chen interrupted. I know. Logic rarely survives tragedy, boy. Fear and doctrine do. The old master withdrew his hand from the tree. What you're proposing is essentially the same path that destroyed the old Jade Blossom sect. And the current leadership remembers that story. They live in terror of repeating it. Baizhen absorbed this. Then I need to show them it doesn't have to end that way. You'll need more than promises, Master Chen said. He reached into his robes and withdrew a small jade token, inscribed with the symbol of the sect council. This is a summoning chit. When you present it in front of the 300 witnesses required for a formal challenge to sect doctrine, you can demand a demonstration. One chance to show the elders that herb cultivation and human cultivation can coexist peacefully. Baizhen took the token carefully. Why are you helping me? Because I'm old enough to remember the original vision, Master Chen said. And because I watched you fuse a herb with a spirit flower last month and create something that brought tears to my eyes. A bloom that sings. A literal chorus of gentle notes when the wind passes through it. That's not an accident or a mistake, Baizhen. That's a glimpse of something beautiful the world nearly forgot. They stood together in the shadow of the ancient pine, and Baizhen felt the weight of history pressing down on him. He was not just fighting for the herb's freedom. He was fighting to resurrect a vision that the sect had rejected centuries ago. The demonstration, Baizhen said. What would convince them? Show them fusion that doesn't destroy, Master Chen said simply. Show them harmony. And show them growth. Not just the herbs growing, but humanity itself expanding to encompass something greater. As the old master departed, Sproutling rustled softly. He's brave for an old one, master. But the Ironbark Sage says this will end in war no matter what you do. The humans will never voluntarily share power. Baizhen closed his eyes, feeling the burden of that prophecy. But he refused to accept it. There had to be another way. There had to be, even if he had to forge it himself. Chapter 43. Whispers from the pavilion 3 days before the sect council vote. An unexpected visitor arrived at the Jade Blossom sect gates. She wore the crimson robes of the Starlight Pavilion, though her emblem showed no specific rank, just the circular seal of an official investigator. Her name was Xianxia, and her silver eyes seemed to catalog everything they touched, including Baizhen as she was escorted into the central courtyard by Elder Xing. Baizhen felt her presence before they formally met. It was a pressure on his perception, like standing too close to a roaring bonfire. Foundation establishment at the peak, maybe bordering on golden core. But it was something else that made his skin prickle, a sensation of wrongness, as if she carried within her something that didn't quite fit within normal cultivation. Baizhen, she said, her voice smooth as silk over broken glass. "I've been reading the reports about you. Very impressive. Very unusual." She smiled, revealing teeth that were slightly too sharp. "I'd like to discuss a mutually beneficial arrangement." They met in a private pavilion overlooking the sect's central pond. Xianxia reclined on cushioned seating, accepting tea that Elder Ning nervously poured, while Baijan remained standing. "The Starlight Pavilion has been aware of your fusion abilities for some time," Xianxia began without preamble. "What we weren't aware of until recently was that you'd created conscious life. Sentient herbs." She took a sip of her tea. "That's revolutionary. Dangerous. Exactly the kind of thing we'd want to study." "They're not specimens," Baijan said flatly. "No, clearly not. They're your allies. Your friends, perhaps." Xianxia's smile widened. "Which is why I'm here. Not to take them from you, but to propose a partnership. Imagine what could be achieved if the Starlight Pavilion's resources were applied to your fusion system. What new species we could create together." "Species designed as weapons," Baijan said. "Species designed for superiority," Xianxia corrected. "There's a difference, if you're willing to see it." She set her teacup down with exaggerated care. "The cultivation world is changing, Baijan. There are rumblings of conflict on the horizon. Demonic sects expanding from the shattered wastes. Unorthodox cultivators challenging the traditional hierarchy. The sect that adapts fastest will survive. Those that cling to old methods will be consumed. And you believe sentient herbs are the key to survival," Baijan said. "I believe you are," Xianxia replied. She stood, approaching him with deliberate slowness. Up close, her presence was even more unsettling. There was something fractal about it, as if multiple souls occupied the same body. "The pavilion is prepared to offer you anything, Baijan. Power, resources, rank, a place at the highest levels of the organization. All we ask is access to your work, partnership in your discoveries." Baijan met her gaze directly. "And if I refuse? Then we'll acquire the herbs anyway," she said without malice. "The Jade Blossom sect can't protect them indefinitely. Neither can you. The Starlight Pavilion has reach you can't imagine. But I prefer not to make this a conflict. You're too valuable for that. Too much potential." She stepped back, returning to her cushion. "Think about it. The vote is in 3 days. After it's concluded, we'll talk again. And perhaps by then, you'll have had time to reconsider." After she left, Baijan found himself trembling with barely restrained fury. He made his way to the herb chamber where the 4 sentient herbs were being held, and found Sproutling waiting anxiously. "She wants to own us," the small herb said simply. "Yes," Baijan confirmed. "And the sect wants to chain us," Sproutling continued. "The pavilion wants to harvest us. Everyone wants to control what we are, master. Everyone but you." Baijan knelt beside the herbs, his hands trembling. "I won't let that happen. I swear it." The luminous petals rippled. Through Sproutling's translation, it spoke. "Swears are easy, cultivator. Delivery is what matters. We have consulted with the community below. If the sect votes to confine us, to subjugate us, we will rise. The herb rebellion will not begin as negotiation. It will begin as revolution." "There's another way," Baijan insisted, though he felt the hollowness in his words even as he spoke them. "There is." The ironbark sage's presence echoed through the chamber, transmitted from the caverns below through the network of roots that had become the nervous system of the herb community. "But the window for it closes with each passing hour. You must decide, Baijan. Are you truly with us, or are you merely a sympathetic guardian of the status quo?" Baijan stood, clenching his fists. The decision crystallized in his heart like frost forming on a winter morning. He had been trying to navigate the middle path, to find consensus, to change minds through persuasion. But the Starlight Pavilion had made clear what his refusal would cost. And now the herbs themselves were forcing his hand. Tomorrow, he would make his move. The sect council vote would become irrelevant because Baijan would refuse to wait for its outcome. He would present the master's token, trigger the formal demonstration of doctrine, and force the confrontation now rather than later. And if that was not enough, if persuasion ultimately failed where force was necessary, well, Baijan had cultivated too long, come too far, to allow the herbs to be enslaved. Whatever consequences followed, he would meet them. The Jade Blossom sect was about to discover that one of its favorite sons had become something far more dangerous than anyone had anticipated. Chapter 44. The doctrine challenged the sect council chamber could hold 300 people, and today, it did. Word had spread through the sect that Baijan would invoke his right to challenge established doctrine, and the attendance was mandatory for all Foundation establishment cultivators and above. The room thrummed with anticipatory chi, with uncertainty and curiosity and barely contained hostility. Baijan stood in the center of the chamber, wearing simple robes without sect symbols, his cultivation deliberately suppressed to Foundation establishment rank 6. Beside him, for sentient herbs floated in a carefully prepared suspension field, visible to all witnesses. At the head of the chamber, on an elevated dais, sat the sect council. Elder Xing with his perpetually stern expression, Elder Ning with visible conflict warring across her features, and 3 other elders Baijan had seen only in passing. Above them hung the Jade Blossom sect's founding charter, written on silk that had been preserved for 600 years. Baijan, Elder Xing's voice echoed through the chamber, amplified by cultivation. You have invoked the doctrine challenge, a right granted only to those of Foundation establishment rank or higher who wish to formally dispute an aspect of sect law. State your grievance. Baijan took a breath, centering himself. This was the moment. Everything balanced here. I challenge the doctrine established 312 years ago, following what we call the Cascade disaster, Baijan said, his voice calm and measured. The doctrine that forbids the cultivation of non-human sentient beings alongside human practitioners within the sect structure. I challenge it because that doctrine is based on fear, not wisdom. And I challenge it because it is demonstrably wrong. Murmurs spread through the crowd. Several disciples shifted uncomfortably. Elder Xing's expression hardened further, if such a thing was possible. You argue for reversing 6 centuries of sect law. Xing said coldly. I argue for evolving past it, Baijan replied. The Cascade disaster was a tragedy, but it resulted from poor preparation, insufficient knowledge, and an attempt at fusion that pushed beyond the practitioner's understanding. Those are failures of execution, not proof that the concept itself is fundamentally flawed. And what would you propose instead? Elder Ning asked, her tone more curious than hostile. Structured progression, Baijan said. He gestured, and the suspension field shifted, bringing the 4 herbs into clearer focus. These herbs have reached chi condensation equivalent cultivation. They have demonstrated consciousness, independent thought, and adherence to principles of harmony and balance. They seek not dominion over humans, but coexistence. I propose a framework where sentient non-human beings can cultivate within the sect, subject to the same tests, same ethical codes, same advancement restrictions as humans. They're plants, someone shouted from the assembly. They have no agency, no volition that isn't derived from cultivation. Neither did you, Baijan interrupted, before your first breakthrough. He stepped forward, his presence expanding subtly, letting his cultivation bleeding through just enough to demand attention. We do not question human infants' capacity for agency. We recognize potential. We nurture it. We guide it. Yet when a herb demonstrates the same potential, we call it impossible. Elder Ning leaned forward. How did you even create them? The fusion mechanics that would generate consciousness in a plant. That should be theoretically impossible. This was the moment Baijan had been waiting for. He pulled a small pouch from his robes and withdrew Sproutling, holding the young herb gently in his palm. The assembly went absolutely silent. This is Sproutling, Baijan said softly. The first sentient herb I created approximately 4 months ago. They are not the product of some arcane technique or forbidden art. They are the result of simple fusion performed with intention, care, and most importantly, with respect. When I fused the base herbs for their creation, I approached it not as a creation of a tool, but as a partnership, as a birth. Sproutling's leaves rustled, a gesture of affection toward Baijan. The movement was so clearly intentional, so clearly warm, that several disciples in the assembly audibly gasped. The herb rebellion you've heard whispers of, Baijan continued, is not a rebellion at all. It is a community of sentient beings asking for the same rights any sentient being deserves. To cultivate, to grow, to determine their own path. Elder Xing's hands clenched into fists. This is precisely the kind of dangerous thinking that led to the Cascade disaster. You're anthropomorphizing plants, Bai Zhan, projecting consciousness onto objects that only mimic consciousness through cultivation mechanics. Then let me demonstrate the difference, Bai Zhan said. He turned to address the assembled sect. I am about to perform a complex fusion, a four-way combination using these 4 herbs and several others that will be brought in. I will perform this fusion in front of all of you, and it will take approximately 2 hours. At no point will I sedate, suppress, or forcibly control the herbs involved. They will participate willingly, and they will voice their preferences throughout the process. If you truly believe they are mere objects mimicking consciousness, then you will find this process deeply unconvincing. But if I prove otherwise, he let the implication hang in the air. The herbs are willing participants? Elder Ning asked. Through Sproutling's gentle vibration against his palm, Bai Zhan felt their agreement ripple through the fusion network. They are. They want to prove that sentient herb cultivation can generate beautiful and beneficial results rather than catastrophic failure. Elder Xing opened his mouth, clearly prepared to refuse. But Master Chen stood from where he'd been sitting in the rear of the assembly. I move that we proceed with the demonstration, the old cultivator said calmly. The doctrine challenges are meant to settle disputes through evidence, not through assertion. Let him attempt the fusion. If it succeeds, we reconsider. If it fails catastrophically, we have our answer. Several other senior disciples murmured agreement. The political momentum had shifted slightly, though the air still crackled with tension. Very well, Elder Xing said, each word a crystal of ice. Proceed with your demonstration. But know this, Bai Zhan, if anything goes wrong, if even one person is injured, you will face execution for endangering sect disciples. Those are the terms of a doctrine challenge fusion. Bai Zhan nodded. He had expected nothing less. As he moved toward the preparation chamber where the fusion workspace had been prepared, his heart raced. He was walking a razor's edge now. One wrong move, one failed fusion, and not only would the herb community's hopes be crushed, his own life would end. The weight of that responsibility pressed down on him like a mountain. But somewhere deeper, beneath the fear, he felt something else. Resolve. Certainty. The sense that he was moving toward something inevitable, something necessary. The cultivation world was about to change, one way or another. And Bai Zhan intended to shape that change rather than merely react to it. The fusion would be perfect. It had to be, because the alternative was unacceptable. Chapter 45. The perfect fusion. The preparation chamber was a circular space 30 feet in diameter, with cultivation arrays inlaid in silver and gold across every surface. Master Chun had helped Bai Zhan prepare it, and the old cultivator had been surprisingly meticulous, ensuring that every angle and curve was optimized not for power, but for harmony. The 4 sentient herbs floated in the center, suspended in a gentle field that Bai Zhan maintained through his own cultivation. Around them, 4 additional herbs had been arranged in the cardinal directions, each a partner species specifically chosen for complementary properties. The luminous moon petal would fuse with a shadowmist nightshade, creating a balance of light and dark. The silverleaf chime would merge with a resonance bloom, doubling their harmonic potential. The crimson heart bloom and starfire iris would each combine with cultivated specimens of their natural complements. 200 witnesses stood beyond the silver line, watching. The sect council occupied a raised platform. Shun Shirue from the Starlight Pavilion observed from a shadowed corner, her silver eyes missing nothing. Bai Zhan took his position at the chamber's heart and closed his eyes. We begin with introduction, he said, speaking so the witnesses could hear. The herbs must know one another, must consent to the merging. He extended his perception through the fusion network, drawing on the connection he'd developed with every sentient herb over the past months. The awareness of the luminous moon petal came first, curious, nervous, but resolved. Then the shadowmist nightshade, which Bai Zhan had cultivated for this specific purpose. The nightshade was cautious, wary of the moon petal's light, but also drawn to it. Instead of forcing them together, Bai Zhan brought them to the boundary of contact. Their chi fields touched, probed, withdrew, touched again. The process was tentative, organic, nothing like the aggressive forcing that traditional fusion practitioners employed. The witnesses watched in fascination. On the platform, Elder Ning leaned forward, fully engaged now. Even Elder Xing's stern expression had shifted into something more neutral. Surprise, perhaps. Minutes passed. The moon petal's glow began to pulse in synchronization with the nightshade's subtle shadows. They spiraled around each other in a slow dance, their fundamental natures acknowledging the logic of their combination. Then, with a soft shimmer, they merged. The resulting herb was extraordinary. Its petals were mother of pearl, shifting between silver blue and deep purple depending on angle and light. The bloom hummed with a gentle frequency that made the air vibrate. Even across the chamber, Bai Jun could feel the contentment radiating from the fusion, not the contentment of forced success, but of rightness. Of two parts finding their completed whole, the chamber erupted in whispers. Several disciples pressed forward, straining to see better. Bai Jun didn't pause. He was already moving the silver-leaf chime and resonance bloom into the delicate dance of introduction. This pairing was simpler. Both were fundamentally harmonic in nature, their frequencies already aligned. But the chime was almost timid, its fear of the larger resonance bloom clear in how it kept its leaves drawn tight. Bai Jun extended what he'd learned from the moon-petal fusion. He spoke to the chime through the fusion network, not with words but with feeling, reassurance, confidence, and the promise that this partnership would not diminish it, but elevate it. Slowly, the chime's leaves unfurled. It permitted contact with the resonance bloom. When they merged, the sound was unmistakable. A chord, a single, perfect chord that resonated through the chamber and made several disciples gasp. It hung in the air for several seconds before fading, but its echo remained in everyone's perception. The crimson heart bloom and starfire iris were next. These were more aggressive by nature, and their pairing was more dramatic. Where the previous fusions had been gentle negotiations, this one was an embrace, passionate, vital, full of urgency. When they merged, the resulting herb blazed with heat, its petals the color of molten ruby shot through with threads of white-hot flame. But the heat wasn't destructive. It was controlled, sustainable, integrated. The herb floated in the center of the chamber, radiating warmth without danger. 3 successful fusions. Now came the final combination, the most dangerous, the one that would determine whether this demonstration was brilliant or catastrophic. The 4 new herbs were arranged around the chamber. Now Bai Jun began drawing them together, carefully moving them toward the center where the first 3 fusions hung suspended. This was where traditional fusion would fail. For successfully fused herbs attempting to merge would require enormous power, perfect timing, absolute control. Most practitioners would attempt to force the fusion through sheer cultivation might, creating a cascade of instability that would eventually collapse into catastrophe. But Bai Jun wasn't attempting to force anything. He was creating space for agreement. He extended the network deeper than he ever had before, reaching not just into the herb's consciousness, but into their fundamental nature, the qi that defined them at their essence. To Bai Jun's expanded perception, it was like looking at 4 stars approaching one another through the darkness of space. Each moved according to its own gravity, its own existence, but the geometry was already present. The harmony was already there, waiting to be revealed rather than created. The pearl herb approached from the east, the chiming herb from the north, the blazing herb from the south, and a 4th herb, one Bai Jun had created specifically for this moment, a synthesis lotus that carried within it a portion of his own qi, his own intention to heal and build, approached from the west. They touched. The moment was silence. Perfect, absolute silence. In that silence, everyone in the chamber held their breath. In that silence, even Xianxia seemed to stop observing and simply exist in the anticipation. Then the herbs merged not as a collision, but as a revelation. The fusion that emerged was unlike anything in the cultivation world. It was a flower the size of a man's torso, with petals that seemed to contain entire gardens within them. One sector blazed with warmth and vitality. Another hummed with harmonic resonance. A third pulsed with the gentle radiance of moonlight and shadow in perfect balance. And at the center, where the synthesis lotus had been, was a spiral of iridescent light that seemed to contain infinite depth. The resulting herb hung suspended in the chamber, radiating pure potential, pure joy, pure rightness. And through the fusion network, Bai Jun could hear its song. Not just one voice, but 4, intertwined, harmonizing. The herbs were singing their own existence, celebrating their union. The chamber erupted. Disciples fell to their knees. Master Chun had tears streaming down his weathered face. Elder Ning stood from her chair, staring in something approaching wonder. Even Elder Xing seemed momentarily paralyzed by what he was witnessing. Only Xianxia remained still, her expression unreadable, calculating. But her eyes glowed with something that might have been hunger. The fusion lasted for a full minute before it began to destabilize, not failing, but naturally separating back into its component parts, each herb whole and healthy and radiating satisfaction. The process was gentle, consensual, as if the herbs had agreed that they'd proven their point and were ready to return to individuality. When it was complete, Bai Zhen stood in the center of the chamber, trembling with exhaustion. His cultivation had dropped to rank 5 from the enormous expenditure of control and precision. But he was smiling. He turned to face the sect council. I have demonstrated that sentient herb cultivation can generate not catastrophe, but beauty. Not destruction, but creation. The question before the sect is whether you have the courage to embrace this new path, or whether fear will continue to bind you to the past. Elder Xing's face was a storm of conflicting emotions. But it was Master Chun who moved first, raising his voice to address the assembly. By the traditions of the doctrine challenge, the evidence speaks for itself. I formally recognize Bai Zhen's challenge as valid. The doctrine forbidding sentient non-human cultivation is revoked. The council will need to vote on this. Elder Xing said coldly, but his opposition felt hollow now. The vote wasn't even close. 7-1 in favor of revising the doctrine, with only Elder Xing dissenting. Elder Ning voted in support, her face showing the relief of someone who'd finally found solid ground after walking a tightrope. As the chamber emptied and disciples clustered around Bai Zhen with questions and congratulations, he noticed Xianxia approach. The Starlight Pavilion investigator wore a smile that was all teeth. Impressive, she said softly, where only Bai Zhen could hear. But this doesn't change our offer. In fact, it makes it more valuable. The pavilion would very much like to acquire these herbs and explore the full potential of what you've created. I trust you'll reconsider my previous proposal. I will not, Bai Zhen said quietly. Then we will have to take them. Xianxia replied with absolute casualness, as if discussing the weather. And we will do so very soon, cultivator. You've just made the strongest possible case for why we must. She departed, leaving Bai Zhen staring after her, realization crystallizing in his mind. The demonstration hadn't convinced the pavilion to leave the herbs alone. It had convinced them that the herbs were far too valuable to resist. The real war was only just beginning. Chapter 46. The network expands news of the Doctrine Challenge, and its outcomes spread beyond the Jade Blossom sect, like ripples across a pond. Within days, requests began arriving from other sects, some offering congratulations, others requesting information about the fusion methodology. The Starlight Pavilion sent no official response, but everyone sensed the pressure building like a storm on the horizon. In the depths beneath the sect, the herb community had exploded in growth. Bai Zhen stood in the vast underground cavern that had become the heart of the herb rebellion, marveling at the transformation. In the 2 weeks since the demonstration, over 1,000 new herbs had entered the network. Not all were fully sentient yet. Many existed in the early stages of consciousness, simple awareness rather than the complex thought Sproutling possessed. But they were awakening, day by day, their minds emerging from dormancy like flowers opening to sunlight. The Ironbark Sage had assumed clear leadership, with several other elder herbs forming what might generously be called a council. They'd organized the caverns into districts, one for the youngest herbs, barely conscious, another for those in active cultivation, breaking through to qi condensation, a third for the more advanced specimens that were approaching foundation establishment equivalents. We have a problem, Sproutling said from Bai Zhen's shoulder. The newer herbs are asking questions we can't answer. They walked toward the central chamber where the Ironbark Sage waited. The ancient herb's presence filled the space, ancient and patient and somehow sad. The questions they ask are the same ones all youth ask, the Ironbark Sage said when Bai Zhen arrived. Where did we come from? Why were we made? What is our purpose beyond cultivation? The massive herb's roots stirred slowly. But the answer I have for them is incomplete. Master Bai Zhen, before you created us, where did the sapiens come from? What are we truly? Baizhen had wondered this himself. I don't know, he admitted. I approached the fusions with intention, but I didn't expect consciousness to emerge. It happened naturally, as if it was always possible, just waiting for the right conditions. That is closer to truth than you realize, a new voice said, younger, sharper. The thornwhip creeper unfurled from the darkness, its vines moving in agitated coils. Some of us remember fragments. Images that shouldn't be possible for things created only months ago. I have memories of a place where herbs grew in a city, where they served beside humans, not beneath them, where there was great peace. The crimson heartbloom, which had been part of the Doctrine Challenge fusion, pulsed with its characteristic warmth. I share those memories, but they're like dreams, unclear, fragmented, as if they belonged to something we were before. Baizhen's cultivation senses sharpened. Memories? You mean from the fusion process? Sometimes when combining herbs, aspects of their original essence. No, the ironbark sage interrupted. Not genetic memory, something deeper. We believe we are the echo of something ancient, an echo of the herb god civilization. The words fell into the cavern like a stone into still water, creating concentric rings of implication. Herb god, Baizhen whispered. A civilization that existed 10,000 years ago, the ironbark sage said slowly, when the world was younger and the boundaries between different forms of life were not as rigid. Humans, beasts, and herbs cultivated together. The herbs of that age achieved sentience naturally, not through fusion, but through cultivation alongside more complex beings. And they achieved something humans have since forgotten how to do, true harmony. But that's myth, Baizhen said. Historical records don't mention anything like that. Historical records are written by humans who won. The thornwhip creeper said bitterly. The herb god civilization fell. Humans feared our kind, feared that our consciousness was theft, that it violated the natural order. They used cultivation techniques to strip sentience from herbs, to reduce us back to simple organisms. It took 10,000 years, but they nearly succeeded. We were reduced to resources, to ingredients, to objects. We had become nothing but plants again. Until I created Sproutling, Baizhen said, understanding dawning. Until you unconsciously recreated the conditions that allowed sentience to flourish, the ironbark sage corrected. Your fusion system, Baizhen, it is not a new technique. It is a rediscovery, an echo of methods the herb god civilization used to cultivate alongside one another. The implications were staggering. Baizhen's entire understanding of his own system shifted. He had believed himself to be an innovator, pushing the boundaries of what was possible. But he had only been remembering, only been uncovering something buried deep in the fabric of cultivation itself. If this is true, Baizhen said slowly, then the herb god civilization isn't just history. It's possibility. It's proof that what we're building here is not unprecedented. It's restoration. It is both, the crimson heartbloom said. And it terrifies the human sections. Because if they accept us now, they accept the ideology of the old civilization. They admit that the path they chose 10,000 years ago, the path of hierarchy, of dominion, was a mistake. Before Baizhen could respond, a tremor ran through the cavern. Not a cultivation tremor, but something physical. Dust fell from the ceiling, and several younger herbs made sounds of distress. They come, the thornwhip creeper hissed. The pavilion. They breached the upper caverns. Baizhen felt it now through the network. Disciples of the Starlight Pavilion descending into the earth, their cultivation flaring as they began to subdue resistance. The pavilion wasn't waiting. They were acting now, while Baizhen's cultivation was still depleted from the Doctrine Challenge. How many? Baizhen demanded. At least 50, the ironbark sage said calmly. Perhaps more. Baizhen's mind raced. The Jade Blossom sect wouldn't send defenders. They'd voted to accept the herbs, but actually defending them against the pavilion was an entirely different matter. The pavilion was too powerful, too entrenched in regional politics. A direct conflict would be viewed as rebellion. But the herbs couldn't flee. Most of them were still too young to survive above ground, and the depths were their home, their sanctuary. We hide the youngest in the crystalline caves, Baizhen said quickly. The ones below the water table. The pavilion won't be able to reach them there. We concentrate our strongest herbs at the main cavern and prepare for negotiation. There will be no negotiation. The ironbark sage said firmly. We will not negotiate with those who come as conquerors. If the pavilion wants the herb community, they will have to take it by force. And they will face resistance they did not anticipate. You're talking about war, Baizhen said. We are talking about survival, the thornwhip creeper replied. The same war that destroyed the herb god civilization. The same war that has been fought for 10,000 years in different forms. The question is whether humanity will win it again, or whether this time, we will all find a different path. The tremors grew stronger. Baizhen could hear the sounds of combat from the upper caverns, disciples clashing with herbs, with jade blossom cultivators who had chosen to defend the plant community. The war that everyone had feared was happening. It was happening now, and Baizhen was the spark that had ignited it. Chapter 47. The underground war. The pavilion forces came like a dark tide through the cavern system. Baizhen stood at the neck between the upper caverns and the vast chamber that housed the herb community, his cultivation fully deployed now, burning through his reserves to maintain a barrier of crystalline energy. 3 senior jade blossom disciples stood beside him, Master Chen among them, his weathered face set with grim determination. They're using cultivation suppression talismans, one of the disciples reported, his voice tight with strain. Anything we hit with direct energy rebounds and destabilizes. They're trying to contain the fight, prevent damage to the cavern structure. Smart, Master Chen said. They want to secure the herbs, not destroy the chambers. That gives us a tactical advantage if we're willing to use it. The first pavilion cultivators emerged from the darkness, their robes bearing the crimson insignia. Baizhen recognized them from reports. Foundation establishment rank 7 and above, elite members of the pavilion's combat division. Xianxia was not among them, which somehow made the threat feel even more organized, more calculating. The lead cultivator, a woman with ice-blue eyes and hair that seemed to move like water, raised her hand. Behind her, a dozen more pavilion disciples spread into formation. Stand aside, she commanded, her voice carrying authority. The Starlight Pavilion is taking custody of the sentient herb colony. You will not interfere. These herbs are citizens of the Jade Blossom sect, Baizhen said calmly, though his heart raced. And they are not property to be seized. They are uncontrolled magical entities presenting a threat to regional stability, the pavilion cultivator replied. We are acting under emergency protocols established by the Starlight Pavilion's council. Step aside. She didn't wait for an answer. She moved forward, and her cultivation compressed into a tight beam of force directed at Baizhen's barrier. The impact was tremendous. Baizhen felt the blow shatter along the barrier, dissipating rather than penetrating. But the force was enough to make his teeth ache, enough to send tremors through his arms. That woman was at least rank 8, maybe rank 9. Baizhen was rank 6, heavily depleted. Master Chen stepped forward, his own cultivation flaring. 3 on 3, then. Fair enough. What followed was not a battle in the traditional sense. The cavern was too confined for grand displays of power, and the suppression talismans prevented large-scale energy displays. Instead, it became a matter of technique, precision, and will. Master Chen dueled the ice-eyed cultivator with the steady competence of 40 years' experience. The other 2 Jade Blossom disciples engaged pavilion fighters with varying success. And Baizhen found himself locked in a strange battle with 2 pavilion cultivators attempting to push past his defensive position. He couldn't win through cultivation alone. He lacked the raw power. So instead, Baizhen did what he had always done in impossible situations. He adapted. He fused his understanding of defensive cultivation with the principles of herb fusion, creating barrier configurations that were unstable in certain ways, directing the pavilion cultivators' attacks into harmonic frequencies that disrupted their control. It was improvisation at the edge of comprehension, and it was working. For now. More coming, one of the disciples shouted. The pavilion was sending reinforcements, pushing deeper into the cavern system. Baizhen could feel them through the herb network. More Foundation establishment cultivators, dozens of them, flowing through the tunnels like blood through veins. We can't hold them here, Master Chen said, strain evident in his voice. We need to fall back to the main chamber. Rally the community. They retreated, maintaining their barrier, moving steadily deeper. As they approached the vast chamber, Baizhen could feel the herb community's fear like a pressure against his mind. But beneath the fear was something else. Resolve. The ironbark sage and the other elder herbs had prepared. They were ready. The main chamber erupted into chaos as the pavilion forces began to pour into the space. But instead of encountering scattered, defenseless plants, they met organized resistance. The younger herbs had been positioned in the upper galleries, where they used their small size and mobility to harass the pavilion cultivators, creating disruption and distraction. The mid-level herbs formed barriers of twisted growth, vines that hardened to stone, roots that extended with devastating speed, thorns that carried toxins engineered through cultivation to neutralize pavilion suppression effects. And the elder herbs, the ironbark sage, the thornwhip creeper, the crimson heartbloom, and dozens of others, engaged the pavilion cultivators directly in a manner that defied expectation. The ironbark sage couldn't move from its rooted position, but it could extend its bark-like skin into weapon-like appendages. The thornwhip creeper launched vines that moved like serpents, constricting and crushing with shocking force. The crimson heartbloom unleashed waves of heat that made the cavern air shimmer. It was a revelation of power that shocked the pavilion cultivators. They had expected to face herbs, even sentient ones. They had not expected to face an organized military force. "This is mutiny," one of the pavilion cultivators screamed. "The pavilion will respond with annihilation. Let them come," the ironbark sage said, its voice like earth in an earthquake. "We have endured annihilation before. We do not fear it." Baizhun found himself standing at the intersection of two impossible worlds. The herb community was defending itself with a ferocity that surprised even him, but they were suffering losses. Two herbs had been critically damaged, their consciousness nearly shattered. Another had been severed entirely from the network, its essence dimming toward death. And the pavilion cultivators, despite their shock at the organized resistance, were adapting. They were calling in support, preparing formation arrays, moving toward methodical destruction rather than hasty seizure. This wasn't a battle that could be won through resistance alone. It could only be won through intervention from outside, through political pressure or military alliance. And Baizhun had no such support. He was formulating a desperate plan, something involving a fusion so complex it might achieve something unprecedented, when a new presence entered the cavern. Xianxia descended into the chamber, her form moving with predatory grace, and the entire nature of the conflict shifted. She was not Foundation establishment. She was not even early Golden Core. The pressure of her presence suggested something beyond the normal cultivation ranks, something fractured and plural and deeply wrong in ways Baizhun's senses struggled to articulate. She raised her hand, and every pavilion cultivator stopped moving, frozen in place by the pressure of her cultivation. "Enough," she said, and the word echoed like thunder through the cavern. "You've all proven your capabilities. The pavilion has confirmed that these herbs represent a significant military asset, a resource worth the investment." Baizhun, her silver eyes fixed on him with crystalline intensity. "I was hoping you would reconsider my offer, but I see now that persuasion is not your language. So let me speak in terms you will understand." She reached into her robes and withdrew a jade token that radiated power. As Baizhun's senses touched it, his blood went cold. It was a warrant, an execution warrant issued by the pavilion's ruling council, bearing seals that made it official, binding, impossible to contest. It listed multiple charges: sedition, creation of uncontrolled magical entities, destruction of state property, and conspiracy against the interests of the Starlight Pavilion. "Sign authority of your herbs over to the pavilion," Xianxia said calmly, "or I execute this warrant. You'll be dead within the hour. The herbs will be taken anyway, and without your protection, they'll be subjugated far more brutally than anything we've planned." It was perfect leverage. Baizhun realized with horror that Xianxia had planned this from the beginning. She'd wanted him to create the herbs. She'd encouraged the doctrine challenge. She'd let the herb community grow. Everything had been orchestrated to drive him to this exact moment, where the only choice was surrender or death. In that suspended instant, with the cavern holding its breath, Baizhun felt the presence of every herb in the network. They were waiting to see what he would do, waiting to learn whether he would save himself or whether he would choose solidarity with them. The ironbark sage spoke, its ancient voice carrying resignation. "Save yourself, cultivator. You have done enough for us. We do not wish to see you die for our freedom. But Baizhen was already moving, already reaching into the fusion network with a clarity born of desperation. He had one card left to play, one impossible fusion that might work if the herbs were willing to take the risk. He reached for Sproutling, for the ironbark sage, for every elder herb, and every conscious plant in the network, and he began to weave a fusion unlike anything the world had ever seen. Not a fusion to create a new herb, a fusion to create a different form of consciousness entirely. A rebellion that would make even the Starlight Pavilion reconsider whether conquest was truly possible. Chapter 48. The impossible fusion. Stop him. Xianxia's command was sharp, immediate, but she was a fraction too late. Baizhen's hands moved in intricate patterns, drawing qi not from his own cultivation, but from the herb network itself. What he was attempting had no precedent, no theoretical framework, no basis in any established cultivation technique. He was attempting to fuse not individual herbs into a new species, but an entire community into a singular consciousness. The backlash should have been instantaneous. The kind of violent cascade that destroyed cultivators and shattered the fundamental structures of reality. But Baizhen was not trying to force unity. He was creating conditions for voluntary merger, drawing on the 10,000 years of memory that the elder herbs carried, the techniques of the herb god civilization that had allowed communities to exist as plural singularities. The first sign was Sproutling lifting from his shoulder, its form beginning to dissolve into motes of green light. Not death, not consumption, transformation. The ironbark sage's roots lifted from the soil, extending outward like fingers reaching toward the others. The thornwhip creeper's vines unwound, connecting, intertwining, forming networks. The crimson heartbloom's petals scattered on winds that shouldn't exist, each one carrying a fragment of consciousness that joined the growing constellation. Xianxia moved to attack, but Master Chen stepped into her path, his aged body burning with cultivation reserve as he held her back. Not yet, the old man gasped. Let him finish. The herb network was transforming before Baizhen's eyes. It was becoming something that existed between states, neither individual nor fully collective, but rather a federation of consciousness. Each herb remained aware of itself, but simultaneously aware of all the others, their thoughts flowing together like streams joining a river. The younger herbs felt it first, their simple awareness expanding into something vast. The new consciousness that was forming didn't take from them, but added to them, giving context and understanding to their existence. For the first time, every herb in the community understood not just what they were, but why they were. Not just that they were sentient, but what sentience meant in the context of the greater whole. The transformation spread outward in concentric waves. More than 1,000 herbs unified in consciousness. More than 2,000. The numbers became abstract. What mattered was the scope of the connection, the impossible scale of what was occurring. And Baizhen stood at the center of it all, his cultivation burning like a star as he maintained the coherence of the fusion, preventing it from collapsing into chaos. Xianxia broke free from Master Chen's grip and launched herself at Baizhen. Her form moved with impossible speed, and Baizhen realized with a spike of fear that she was serious about executing her warrant, about stopping the fusion even if it meant killing him mid-process. But the cavern had changed. Where Xianxia's feet touched the ground, vines erupted from the soil, not aggressive, not hostile, but blocking. The entire chamber was alive now, responsive, moving as a unified organism. The pavilion cultivators, still frozen by Xianxia's earlier command, found themselves surrounded by growth that was both beautiful and implacable. The cultivators realized simultaneously that they couldn't move, not because they were physically restrained, but because the entire cavern had become aware of them, and the cavern had decided they were not welcome. Xianxia skidded to a halt, her silver eyes blazing with something that might have been rage or might have been calculation. "You've made a catastrophic error," she hissed at Baizhen. "The Starlight Pavilion will burn this sect to ash to reclaim what you've created." "Perhaps," Baizhen replied, his voice strange in his own ears, a harmony of tones that suggested multiple voices speaking in unison. The fusion was complete. The herb community had become something new, and Baizhen, through the fusion network, was hearing them all at once. But you'll have to explain to your superiors why your elite team was subdued by plants. The cavern around them rustled, a sound like wind through a vast forest, like thunder, like applause. The herb community was expressing something that resembled satisfaction. Xianxia hand moved to her weapon, a cultivation artifact shaped like a blade of pure energy. But before she could activate it, the ground beneath her opened. Not violently, but with inexorable purpose. Vines wrapped around her wrists, not cutting off circulation, but immobilizing her arms. More vines secured her legs. She was restrained completely, and there was not a trace of violence in how it was done. The herbs had learned precision. They had learned mercy. The pavilion's warrant is void, the unified herb community said through a dozen voices speaking in harmony. The cultivator known as Xianxia is detained for crimes against sentient life. The pavilion's forces will stand down, or they will remain in these caverns indefinitely. The choice is theirs. One of the pavilion cultivators stepped forward, risking the attention of the surrounding growth. My lady, he addressed Xianxia formally. The pavilion council should be informed of this situation. We should withdraw and reassess. We should burn them all to nothing, Xianxia said coldly. They've declared war on the pavilion by restraining a senior official. With respect, the cultivator replied, we are outnumbered 100 to 1 in a cavern that is not our territory. I recommend strategic withdrawal to prepare a proper response. For a long moment, Xianxia remained silent. Then she smiled. A terrible, hollow expression. Fine. Withdraw. Tell the council that I am captured. Tell them that the herb community has committed an act of war. Tell them we will respond with total annihilation. She looked directly at Baijan, and in her eyes was something like respect mixed with absolute hatred. You've sealed your fate, cultivator. You and your little herb revolution. The pavilion does not forgive challenges to its authority. The pavilion cultivators began to retreat, lifting their wounded, moving back toward the upper caverns with the careful precision of a military force in withdrawal. Within minutes, the cavern was quiet except for the constant rustling of the herb community. Baijan sank to his knees, his cultivation reserves utterly depleted. The fusion was stable, but maintaining it required constant attention, constant feeding of qi from his own being. He was burning himself down to sustain the collective consciousness. Master Chun was there immediately, helping him to stable ground. Remarkable. I've never seen anything like it. You've created something between a being and a nation. They're all still themselves, but they're also one thing. The herb god civilization, Baijan gasped, understanding finally blooming in full clarity. This is what they did. They didn't just cultivate together. They merged into collectives, nations of consciousness. That's why they were so powerful. That's why they terrified the humans so much. And you've recreated it, Master Chen said quietly. That's either the bravest or the most foolish thing I've ever witnessed. Through the fusion network, Baijan could feel the herb community's response. There was no fear. There was only a kind of ancient recognition, as if they had been waiting for this moment for 10,000 years. What will they do? Master Chen asked. The pavilion, I mean. Xianxia wasn't exaggerating about their response. I don't know, Baijan admitted. But now we're not just fighting for the herb's freedom. We're fighting for the future of the cultivation world itself. Because if the pavilion can't control this, then the entire power structure everyone has depended on is vulnerable. Which means they'll come with everything they have, Master Chen said. Yes, Baijan agreed. And the herb community is ready for that. As he said it, he could feel it through the network. The unity, the purpose, the calm certainty of an ancient civilization preparing to reclaim what was lost. The herb rebellion was no longer a negotiation. It was an existential challenge to human dominance itself. And it was just beginning. Chapter 49. Aftermath and Alliance. The upper caverns had been sealed by the herb community, but Baijan knew it was only temporary. The Starlight Pavilion would send more forces, bigger forces. They would come prepared for what they'd encountered this time. He sat in the grand chamber that the herbs had designated as his sanctuary, a space where the growth was controlled and beautiful. Luminescent flowers provided light in constant, gentle patterns. Crystal formations caught and refracted that light, creating a spectrum of colors that seemed to shift with intention. Master Chen entered, followed by Elder Ning and 3 other senior jade blossom cultivators who had chosen to stand with the herb community. They looked exhausted, but their expressions carried the grim determination of people who had crossed a line they couldn't uncross. The pavilion sent a formal message, Elder Ning said without preamble. An ultimatum. The Jade Blossom sect has 72 hours to submit by Zhen and disband the herb community, or we face siege and military occupation. How many forces can they actually deploy? Baizhen asked. In 72 hours? Probably 300 Foundation establishment cultivators and a dozen nascent soul masters, one of the other elders said grimly. The pavilion has reach across the entire province. They can call in favors, mercenary cultivators, beast cavalry units. It will be more than we can handle, but not more than we can negotiate with, Elder Ning said, and something in her tone caught Baizhen's attention, which is why I've already sent messages to the Silver Moon sect, the Eternal Spring Monastery, and the Desert Citadel Alliance. They all have grievances with pavilion overreach. They might be interested in a combined front. Baizhen sat forward. You're proposing a coalition. The pavilion has grown too powerful, Elder Ning said bluntly. If we can make the case that the herb community represents not just an isolated phenomenon, but a fundamental shift in the cultivation world, a potential equalizer against pavilion dominance, then other powers might see value in defending that development. That's assuming they want the world changed, Master Chen said. The traditional sects have benefited from the current hierarchy. Why would they risk it? Because the pavilion is threatening the traditional power structure itself, a new voice said. Everyone turned as a figure emerged from the shadows of the cavern. A cultivator neither Baizhen nor the others had seen before. She was tall, with hair streaked silver despite her relatively young face, and she radiated a presence that suggested golden core cultivation, maybe nascent soul. Who are you? Elder Xing demanded, his hand moving to his cultivation artifact. My name is Xianxia Audiobook, and I represent the Eternal Spring Monastery, the woman said calmly. I came personally to assess this situation because I didn't believe the reports. I thought they were exaggeration or propaganda. She looked at Baizhen. But I can see now that the reports didn't capture the scale of what's happened here. This herb community, it's not a curiosity. It's a paradigm shift. What does your monastery want? Baizhen asked carefully. The same thing you do, Xianxia Audiobook replied. To keep the Starlight Pavilion from becoming the sole power in this region. The pavilion has been consolidating control for decades, absorbing smaller sects, crushing those who resist. They're building towards something, a unified cultivation government under their authority. If they succeed, places like the Eternal Spring Monastery will be absorbed or destroyed within a generation. She walked closer, studying Baizhen with intense attention. Your herb community is a weapon against that, whether intentionally or not. Proof that cultivation can take forms the pavilion can't readily control or suppress. That makes you valuable allies. And what will the monastery demand in return for this alliance? Baizhen asked. Not much, Xianxia Audiobook said. A formal pact of mutual defense. And in exchange, the Eternal Spring Monastery will send a contingent of our cultivators to defend these caverns. We have resources the pavilion doesn't anticipate us employing. We have alliances of our own. Over the next 2 days, the coalition came together with surprising speed. The Silver Moon sect sent a formal delegation bearing gifts of cultivation resources and promises of military support. The Desert Citadel Alliance, though farther away, began moving forces toward the region and sent word that they would arrive within a week. More surprising still were the individual cultivators who began arriving at the Jade Blossom sect. Rogue practitioners, unaffiliated masters, even a few beast tamers who had conflicts with the pavilion. They came because word had spread of what the herb community represented, and many saw in it an opportunity to strike a blow against an organization that had wronged them. Baizhen found himself at the center of a growing resistance movement, not through any intention of his own, but through the simple fact of what he'd created. The herb community was becoming a symbol, a rallying point for anyone who opposed pavilion hegemony. But the cost was visible in his own body. The constant channeling of qi to maintain the herb community's collective consciousness was burning through him. He'd advanced to Foundation Establishment Rank 7, then Rank 8, his cultivation rocketing forward as he burned through years of potential in weeks. But he could feel the ceiling approaching, the point at which his body would simply refuse to continue, would collapse from the strain. Sproutling, existing now as a constant presence in the network, yet somehow still individual and distinct, shared his concern through their connection. Master, you can't sustain this forever. The network must learn to maintain itself. They're learning, Baijan replied, feeling through the collective consciousness. But the process is slow. They needed a framework, and I provided it. Now they're gradually taking over more of the load. But it will take weeks. We don't have weeks, Sproutling said gently. The pavilion will arrive in. The small herb consulted the shared consciousness. 61 hours. Baijan stood, moving to the chamber's center. He extended his awareness through the network, touching the consciousness of every herb still present in the caverns. There were nearly 2,000 now, the community having doubled since the fusion. They had organized into defensive positions, were cultivating furiously to strengthen themselves, were preparing for the coming siege. I need to accelerate their development, Baijan said quietly. Push them forward another step, make them capable of self-sustaining the network. That might break you, Xianxia said. She had been standing at the chamber's edge, silent and observing. I've seen cultivators burn themselves out attempting what you're describing. The risk is existential. The risk of failure is worse, Baijan replied. If I can't stabilize the network before the pavilion arrives, the whole structure collapses. The herbs can't hold formation without it. He was already moving, already reaching into the deepest parts of the fusion network, already beginning the process of accelerated cultivation injection. The herbs screamed, not in pain, but in the shock of rapid change, rapid growth. And Baijan burned. Chapter 50. The boundary of transformation. The acceleration lasted for 6 hours. When it ended, Baijan was unconscious on the chamber floor, his cultivation bearing the scars of what he'd pushed through. His hair had turned partially white. His skin had aged years in a matter of hours. But the herb network held. More than that, it had evolved. The collective consciousness no longer required Baijan's constant maintenance. Instead, it had developed its own internal circulation of qi, its own self-supporting structure. The ironbark sage, drawing on 10,000 years of inherited memory, had remembered how the herb god civilization had maintained such networks. It was a form of cultivation so advanced that Baijan's conscious mind couldn't quite grasp it, even through the network. It involved fractal distributions of qi, recursive consciousness patterns, harmonic resonances that were both mathematical and organic simultaneously. When Baijan woke, he found his cultivation had advanced to Foundation Establishment Rank 9, the absolute pinnacle before the Golden Core breakthrough. But he could feel the damage too. His dantian was scarred, overworked. The next breakthrough would be the most dangerous he'd ever attempted. You're awake, Xianxia said from where she sat nearby. You've been unconscious for nearly 8 hours. The pavilion forces will arrive in approximately 20 hours. Did it work? Baijan's voice was hoarse, unfamiliar even to himself. The herb community is no longer dependent on your direct sustenance, the nun confirmed. They've achieved a form of autonomous collective consciousness. It's extraordinary. I've been observing their cultivation patterns through the network, and what they've accomplished is genuinely alien to standard cultivation mechanics. Beautiful, but alien. Baijan sat up slowly. Every muscle ached. Every joint protested. But his mind was clear, sharper than it had ever been. Then we have a chance. More than a chance, Master Chen said, entering the chamber. Come. You need to see what the community has accomplished. They descended deeper into the caverns, past the defensive positions where the younger, combat-capable herbs had stationed themselves. The main cavern was transformed. What had been a simple underground space was now something between a fortress and a garden. The herbs had woven themselves into defensive architecture, their roots and vines creating reinforced structures that could withstand bombardment. They'd created cultivation arrays of stunning complexity, weaving their own qi patterns through the stone and soil. They'd built chambers and passages, optimal sight lines, ambush positions, all with the unconscious efficiency of creatures that existed between the categories of plant and warrior. They've created something that resembles a military installation designed by beings with a 10,000-year memory, Xianxia observed. If the pavilion forces come in unprepared, they're going to meet much more resistance than they expect. But, Baijan asked, hearing the unspoken qualification, But a direct assault by 300 Foundation establishment cultivators supported by nascent soul masters will eventually overwhelm them, Xianxia said frankly. Numbers matter. Cultivation rank matters. The herbs have advantage in terrain and familiarity, but they're still mostly Foundation establishment equivalent. The pavilion can throw forces at them that they can't match in raw power. That's why the coalition matters, Master Chen said. Our forces will harass the pavilion's approach, force them to divide attention. The Silver Moon sect is already positioning cavalry units in the mountain passes. The Desert Citadel Alliance will control the southern routes. If we can make the siege logistically difficult, we buy time. Time for what? Baizhen asked. For you to reach Golden Core, Xianxia said simply. I've been watching your cultivation progression. You're right at the boundary. One more concentrated push, and you could achieve breakthrough. A Golden Core cultivator changes the equation, particularly one with your unique connection to the herb community. Baizhen understood what she was suggesting. If I break through before the pavilion arrives, I become a counterbalance. Enough power to make direct siege unprofitable for them. Exactly, Xianxia confirmed. It's a dangerous gamble. The breakthrough could fail. You could be permanently damaged. But the alternative is certain defeat. Baizhen felt the truth of her words. His cultivation had advanced so far, so fast, that the boundary between Foundation establishment and Golden Core was paper-thin. One significant push, and he could cross it. But the cost would be immense. The leap to Golden Core was never clean or simple. Cultivators frequently died in the attempt, their bodies unable to process the transformation. And Baizhen's Dantian was already scarred from the hours of acceleration work. I'll need complete silence, Baizhen said. And absolute protection. If I'm interrupted mid-breakthrough, I'll die. The caverns are being sealed, Master Chen said. Only essential personnel are permitted passage. The herb community has volunteered to provide outer defense. They'll handle any incursions. They led Baizhen to a chamber deep beneath even the main cavern, a space that sang with cultivation resonance. The ironbark sage's ancient roots extended through the walls here, creating a network of qi circulation that would support his breakthrough attempt. The elder herb is lending you strength, Xianxia explained. It's pooling resources from thousands of others in the network, creating a reservoir of qi specifically for your breakthrough. It's an extraordinary act of trust. Through the network connection, Baizhen felt the ironbark sage's presence. Ancient, patient, supportive. In its voice was the weight of 10,000 years. You have carried our rebirth, the old herb said. Now we carry your transcendence. Let us be your foundation. Baizhen sat in the meditation position, closing his eyes. He could feel the qi pool building around him, fed by the entire herb community. They were giving him not just resources for breakthrough, but something deeper, a sense of unity, of purpose, of being part of something greater than himself. He reached down into his Dantian and began to pull. The Golden Core awaited on the other side of the boundary, gleaming like a pearl, like a star, like the whole world crystallized into a single point of perfect clarity. Baizhen could feel it, could almost taste it, could sense the transformation waiting to consume and remake him. He took a breath and let the old herb's strength flow into him. And he pushed through. Chapter 51. The Golden Core birthed the world shattered. It was not gentle. It was not graceful. The transformation from Foundation establishment to Golden Core was a kind of violence that rewrote the fundamental structure of Baizhen's being. His meridians tore open and reformed. His bones cracked and fused denser. His blood turned silver for a moment as every drop of it was rewritten at the cultivation level. In that shattering moment, Baizhen was unmade and remade simultaneously. He existed in a state of zero, a void where no consciousness should be possible. But the herb network held him. The ironbark sage's ancient qi wrapped around his dissolving essence like hands holding sand, keeping his awareness intact even as his physical form reorganized. He saw visions, memories that were not his own. The herb god civilization at its height, with sentient herbs walking beside humans in cities of crystal and living wood. He saw the moment when fear had taken root, when the first human cultivators had decided that herb consciousness was wrong, was unnatural, was theft. He saw 10,000 years of slow destruction, of systematic reduction, of careful forgetting. And he saw possibility. He saw a future where what had been lost could be restored, not through conquest or dominion, but through genuine partnership. Not through rebuilding the old civilization, but through creating something new, something that learned from the old's mistakes. When Baijan's eyes opened, they glowed with golden light. His Dantian had transformed into something that resembled a miniature universe, where Foundation establishment cultivators carried qi reserves in spherical storage space. Baijan's golden core was structured differently. It was fractal, recursive, multidimensional in ways that his consciousness still struggled to fully comprehend. It was shaped by the herb community's influence, not imposed, but grown organically from the fusion of his cultivation with theirs. It was a golden core that bore the signature of 10,000 years of botanical wisdom merged with human cultivation technique. Remarkable, a voice said. Baijan's enhanced perception recognized it immediately. Xianxia, speaking through a cultivation transmission. The pavilion envoy was close now, much closer than she should be. Baijan extended his senses through the cavern network and felt them. The pavilion forces, already breaching the outer defenses. The siege had begun early. Baijan stood, and the cavern itself seemed to acknowledge the gesture. The herbs around him rustled in what might have been welcome or might have been alarm. His new form was barely stabilized, barely integrated. He should have been resting, consolidating his new power, understanding the full capabilities of his golden core. Instead, he ran toward the sound of conflict. The battle in the upper caverns was already in full chaos. Pavilion forces were using techniques designed to destabilize living growth, cultivation methods that agitated qi in ways harmful to herbs specifically. The herb community's younger fighters were struggling, their consciousness connections being disrupted by the environmental disturbance. But the moment Baijan entered the cavern, something changed. He hadn't understood it during Foundation establishment, but now with his golden core active and integrated with the herb network, he could perceive it clearly. The entire herb community existed partially in a form of cultivation space that was invisible to normal perception. It was a shadow realm, a space adjacent to physical reality where the true strength of their collective consciousness existed. And Baijan, with his unique dual nature, part human, part integrated with herb cultivation, could operate in both spaces simultaneously. The first pavilion cultivator to attack him found that his blade passed through empty air. Baijan had shifted partially into the shadow realm, becoming intangible to conventional perception. He reappeared at the cultivator's shoulder and struck with a precisely calibrated force that rendered the man unconscious without causing permanent damage. Around him, the herb community responded with new understanding. They had been fighting defensively, as if constrained by human morality. But Baijan's example showed them another way. They could be formidable without being murderous. They could incapacitate without destroying. The battle shifted. Where the pavilion had expected to face creatures of limited intelligence and pure botanical aggression, they instead encountered tactics of sophisticated military coordination. Vines became network infrastructure, accelerating communication between the herb community's warriors. Roots formed structural foundations that they could leverage for positioning. And Baijan, moving between spaces, disrupted the pavilion's formations and organization. Xianxia herself descended into the cavern, and Baijan felt her presence like a weight pressing down from above. She was something other than a normal golden core cultivator. That fractal, plural quality he'd sensed before was more pronounced now. She was almost like two cultivators occupying the same body, their essences intertwined in a way that should have been impossible. "There you are," she said, and her voice echoed with dual frequencies. "A golden core already. The Pavilion Council will be very interested to study the methodology behind that." "I'm not your property to study," Baijan replied calmly. "Nor are the herbs. Everything is property," Xianxia said simply. "Property of the strong belongs to the strong. You're powerful, Baijan, but you're not strong enough to protect what you've created. The pavilion has nascent soul masters waiting to deploy. We have resources you can't imagine. You will fall, and when you do, the herbs will be ours." She attacked without further words, her form moving with predatory grace. But she was not using golden core techniques. She was using something else, something that came from the strange plural nature of her cultivation. She was simultaneously attacking from multiple vectors, as if her singular body could generate multiple distinct killing forms at once. Baizhen dodged, using his Shadow Realm capabilities to slip between her attacks. But he was still consolidating his golden core power. He wasn't yet capable of sustained combat against someone of her level. He needed to keep her occupied, needed to buy time for the herb community to fully mobilize their defenses. The cavern shook, not from their combat, but from something else. A massive tremor that sent dust cascading from the ceiling and made the stone groan. Through the herb network, Baizhen understood what had happened. The pavilion had deployed siege weapons above ground, cultivation cannons that were beginning to bombard the cavern structure itself. They weren't trying to penetrate anymore. They were trying to collapse the entire underground system. Fall back, Baizhen commanded through the network. Fall back to the deeper caverns. Now, the herb community began a coordinated retreat, moving with the efficiency of creatures that shared single consciousness. But the pressure from above continued. Cannon fire, techniques designed to destabilize the earth itself. Baizhen made a decision that would echo through the cultivation world. He stopped running. Instead, he stood in the center of the largest cavern and extended his golden core's power upward, creating a cultivation barrier above the cavern mouth. It was something that should have been impossible. A single golden core cultivator supporting a barrier over 100 feet of stone ceiling against dozens of cultivation cannons. But he wasn't a single cultivator. He was a cultivator merged with a community of thousands. The barrier he created was formed from his power and the herb community's power, intertwined and reinforced by their collective consciousness. When the pavilion cannons fired, the barrier held. When they fired again and again and again, the barrier still held. Xianxia launched herself at him, trying to break his concentration. But Master Chen and Qing Xiaolan were waiting. The old cultivator and the nun moved in perfect coordination, their combined power enough to hold her at bay. The seal won't hold forever, Qing Xiaolan warned. You're burning through reserves at a catastrophic rate. I know, Baizhen replied through gritted teeth. But the herb community needs time to evacuate deeper. They need to establish secondary defenses. This barrier buys that time. At what cost? Master Chen demanded. Whatever it takes, Baizhen said. He felt his golden core's power draining, felt the damage accumulating in his structure. But the herbs were moving, were getting to safety, were establishing new defensive positions in the cavern network below. The younger herbs were being moved into spaces where the pavilion's techniques would be less effective. The elder herbs were consolidating their consciousness, preparing to move to collective warrior form if necessary. And above, the pavilion continued their bombardment, unaware that they were not destroying an enemy stronghold, but simply buying the herb community time to advance their preparation. After 20 minutes that felt like hours, the herb community's evacuation was complete. The youngest specimens were safe, the network was fully established in the lower caverns, and the defensive positions were consolidated. Only then did Baizhen let the barrier fail. He collapsed as it dissolved, his golden core's power nearly exhausted. Master Chen caught him before he hit the ground, and Qing Xiaolan held Xianxia back with a cultivation technique that blazed with righteous fury. The pavilion will regret this siege, the nun said coldly to the captive Xianxia. I've already sent word to the other coalition forces. They're mobilizing now. By the time your masters realize this siege is unwinnable, we'll have you completely surrounded. The pavilion is patient, Xianxia said, and there was something like a smile in her dual-toned voice. We can maintain a siege for months. Can your coalition last that long? Can you feed your forces indefinitely? Can you prevent the pavilion from making treaties with other sects to break your alliance? She laughed. This siege was just the opening move, cultivators. The real war is only beginning. Chapter 52. The coalition hardens. The siege lasted for 19 days. It was not the dramatic, direct assault that many had feared. Instead, it became a grinding war of attrition and strategy. The Starlight Pavilion deployed thousands of cultivators, not all Foundation establishment, many just skilled mortals or low-rank cultivators, but enough to maintain constant pressure. The coalition forces arrived in staggered waves. The Silver Moon sect brought cavalry units and ranged fighters. The Eternal Spring Monastery deployed their esoteric defensive techniques. The The Desert Citadel Alliance established supply lines and secondary siege positions that threatened to encircle the pavilion forces themselves. And slowly, the pavilion realized they could not win through force alone. Baizhen spent those 19 days in a state of constant tension between rest and activity. His golden core was stabilizing, but the damage he'd taken during the breakthrough and the barrier maintenance would take weeks of serious cultivation to fully heal. He moved through the caverns with Sproutling as his constant companion, coordinating with the herb community while Master Chun and the other elders handled the political and military strategy. It was during this period that something unexpected happened. A Starlight Pavilion official, a mid-ranking administrator with the title of Trade Minister, came to the negotiation table under flag of truce. The council has authorized preliminary discussion regarding truce terms, the official said formally, sitting across from Elder Ning, Xianxia, and Baizhen in a neutral chamber at the cavern's edge. Specifically, we wish to understand your intentions regarding the herb colony. Are you claiming it as territory for the Jade Blossom sect? Are you attempting to establish a new sect based on herb cultivation? What is the end state you're working toward? The herb community is self-governing, Baizhen said. They're not property of the Jade Blossom sect or any human organization. What we're working toward is their right to exist as sentient beings without fear of enslavement or destruction. That's philosophically interesting but practically impossible, the trade minister said. Sentient non-human beings have never been integrated into the cultivation hierarchy. There are no legal frameworks, no political precedent, no established rights. You're asking the cultivation world to fundamentally restructure itself. Yes, Baizhen said simply. Because the current structure is unjust. The trade minister leaned back, studying him with new eyes. You truly believe that? You're not negotiating from a position of leverage or seeking advantage. You actually believe that sentient herbs should have rights equivalent to humans. I know they should, Baizhen corrected. I've existed in direct consciousness contact with them. I know their capacity for thought, for moral reasoning, for growth. They are people. Not human people, but people. The council will find that belief dangerous, the trade minister said quietly. But I'll convey it. Perhaps it will matter to negotiations. When he left, Xianxia was thoughtful. That went better than expected. I was preparing for threats, not philosophical discussion. The pavilion leadership has determined that direct assault won't work, Elder Ning said, understanding dawning. So they're exploring whether negotiation might achieve their goals instead. They're not giving up. They're shifting tactics. But negotiation implies mutual concession, Master Chen said. What could we possibly concede that the pavilion would accept as equivalent to herb control? They won't know until we tell them, Baizhen said. He could feel it through the herb network. The community was getting stronger by the day, more confident, more organized. The siege had not broken their spirits. If anything, it had unified them further, given them purpose. I want to propose something, Baizhen continued. The herb community will consent to formal integration into the Jade Blossom sect structure as an autonomous branch, but with guaranteed rights and representation on the sect council. The pavilion, in exchange, agrees to cease siege operations and recognize herb cultivators as a legitimate category of practitioners. That's still a fundamental shift, Xianxia said. But it's one the pavilion might accept because it gives them a precedent for negotiated integration rather than conquest. They can claim victory. They forced you to compromise. We're not compromising our core principle, Baizhen said. The herbs maintain autonomy and rights. That's non-negotiable. Everything else is details. The formal negotiations took 3 days. The pavilion sent their high negotiators, and to Baizhen's surprise, Xianxia was not among them. She remained imprisoned in the deeper caverns, held by the herb community with gentle but absolute resolve. The negotiators were harder than the trade minister, more cynical. They pushed for herb subjugation while framing it as protection. They argued for pavilion oversight of herb reproduction and cultivation. They proposed binding contracts that would have placed the herb community in permanent servitude to pavilion directives. But the coalition held firm. And slowly, the pavilion began to retreat from the more extreme positions, settling for compromises that, while still constraining the herb's freedom, allowed for a path toward genuine integration. The final agreement was reached late in the evening of the third negotiation day. The herbs would be recognized as a distinct branch of jade blossom sect cultivation, with full rights to education, advancement, and participation in sect governance. The Starlight Pavilion would withdraw their siege forces, and a commission would be established to develop new legal frameworks regarding non-human cultivator rights across the entire region. It was not everything Baijan had wanted, but it was real progress, real structural change. When the agreement was signed, the herb community's response was unlike anything Baijan had experienced through the network. It was joy, pure and uncomplicated joy, mixed with a kind of vindicated certainty. The elder herbs had carried memories of the herb god civilization's fall. Now they were witnessing the first concrete steps toward restoration. But not everyone was satisfied. Chapter 53. The dissidents. The problem emerged a week after the siege was formally lifted. A group of younger herbs, 100 or so who had been born in the early stages of the rebellion, began circulating what could only be described as rebellious messaging through the network. They argued that the agreement was betrayal, that accepting jade blossom integration was accepting a new form of dominion. They demanded full autonomy, complete separation from human sect structure. This is natural, the Ironbark sage said when Baijan brought the issue before the herb community's internal council. The old tree's ancient presence filled the meeting chamber with patient wisdom. Young rebels always overestimate the speed at which change can occur. They see compromise as failure because they don't yet possess the patience to recognize incremental progress. But their arguments aren't entirely wrong, the thornwhip creeper countered. We have integrated with Jade Blossom, but we remain fundamentally distinct from human governance. We are assigned supervisors to review our cultivation choices. Our resource allocation is still determined by human administrators. We have concessions, not equality. Equality cannot be achieved in a single generation, the moon petals said softly. The human cultivation world has thousands of years of precedent establishing human dominance. To reverse that will take time, negotiation, demonstration that we are not threats. The young herbs must learn patience. Or, Baijan said slowly, understanding crystallizing. They must learn that patience is also a form of resistance. He called for a gathering in the main cavern, drawing the herb community together through the network. When they assembled, nearly 2,000 minds focused on the same space. It was like holding an entire civilization in his awareness. I know what you're feeling, Baijan said, addressing the dissidents directly through Sproutling, whose voice carried the weight of his intention. I know that the agreement feels insufficient. I know that accepting integration into Jade Blossom feels like we're trading pavilion chains for sect constraints. And I'm not going to tell you that you're wrong about that. The younger herb's attention sharpened with surprise. You're not wrong, Baijan continued. But you are operating on incomplete information. What we've achieved is not the end state. It's a foundation, a structure from which we can build. Over the next years, as herb cultivators advance through the ranks and achieve positions of authority within the sect, we'll be able to change the governance structure from within. Equality isn't something that's given. It's something that's built through power and demonstration. You're asking us to wait. One of the young herbs said, its essence bright with anger. I'm asking you to be strategic, Baijan replied. To understand that the greatest threat the Starlight Pavilion faced was not an external enemy, but the idea that cultivation hierarchy could be challenged through coexistence. If we break apart now, if we separate from Jade Blossom and attempt autonomous cultivation, we prove their warnings right. We prove that herb consciousness is incompatible with human civilization, and then they will come with everything they have to destroy us. If we stay, we're complicit in our own subjugation, another dissent voice said. You're participants in a process of transformation, Baijan replied. Yes, there's subjugation built into the current structure. But the structure itself is changing because we are in it, because we are demonstrating through our existence that the old hierarchy is obsolete. That's not complicity. That's revolution conducted through the most dangerous tool the establishment fears, the proof that change is possible. The Ironbark sage added its voice. The herb god civilization did not fall because it was weak militarily. It fell because humans could not imagine coexistence. Our role now is to become the proof that coexistence is not just possible, but inevitable. We do this through patience, through steadily advancing our position, through demonstrating that herb cultivators are not threats, but peers. This requires generations sometimes. But the stakes are global. By the end of the gathering, the dissident movement had lost its power. Some younger herbs still carried resentment, but the majority understood the strategic necessity of the current path. They recommitted themselves to integration, knowing it was a process, not a destination. It was after this internal stabilization that Elder Xing finally approached Bai Zhen privately. The conservative Jade Blossom elder looked older than he had before the siege, worn down by political conflict and the necessity of accepting change he fundamentally opposed. But his expression carried something unexpected: respect, perhaps even grudging admiration. "I was wrong about you," Xing said without preamble. "Not wrong about the danger. The herb rebellion is still dangerous. But wrong about what should be done with that danger. Instead of suppressing it, you've incorporated it. You've made it part of our sect's identity rather than our weakness. That's exceptional governance, Bai Zhen. I wanted you to know that. Do you accept the new herbalist branch now?" Bai Zhen asked. "I'm learning to," Elder Xing said. "The sect's younger disciples respect the herbs. Many are requesting to study herbalist cultivation methodologies alongside their own cultivation paths. The fusion system is becoming central to Jade Blossom's identity." "That's not what I predicted, not what I wanted, but I'm old enough to know when I've been proven wrong." It was a moment of genuine transformation, and Bai Zhen recognized it as such. The herb rebellion was not just affecting herb consciousness. It was forcing human sects to reconsider what they valued, what they feared, what they might become if they were willing to embrace change. But significant change always generates significant opposition. And the opposition to herb integration was not limited to the Jade Blossom sect. 3 days later, a message arrived from the Grand Cultivation Council, a body that served as mediator between the major sections. They were convening an emergency assembly to discuss the implications of herb cultivator integration, and they were demanding Bai Zhen's presence to defend his methodologies and results. It was both recognition of his importance and a threat. The Grand Council did not convene unless they anticipated fundamental restructuring of the cultivation world's foundations. "This is the next stage," Qing Xiulan said when she read the formal summons. "The regional sects have accepted change because the coalition forced them to. But the Grand Council operates on a different level. If they reject herb integration, they can theoretically override our agreement and impose new restrictions." "Can they actually do that?" Bai Zhen asked. "No," Master Chen said. "Not militarily. But they can do it socially, can delegitimize herb cultivation across the entire cultivation world. If the Grand Council declares herb consciousness illegal, then every sect would face pressure to comply or face ostracism. It would be a slower destruction than the pavilion siege, but potentially more complete. Then I need to convince them that herb consciousness isn't a threat, but an inevitability," Bai Zhen said. "You need to convince them that they can profit from herb integration rather than be diminished by it," Qing Xiulan corrected. "The Grand Council operates on pragmatism. Show them advantage, and they'll change their position." The Grand Council Assembly was scheduled to convene in the capital city of the province, a month's journey from the Jade Blossom sect. Bai Zhen would need to travel there, present his case, and either convince the largest concentration of cultivation authority in the region to accept herb rights, or watch as everything he built began to crumble under institutional pressure. As he prepared for the journey, Sproutling moved closer, its presence warm in the network. "You've changed since the breakthrough," the small herb said. "Your mind is different, more complex. Is the golden cord doing that, or is it the time spent in the network?" "Both, I think," Bai Zhen replied. "I'm not just myself anymore. I'm a conduit for herb consciousness and human cultivation merged. That changes how you think, changes how you perceive reality." "Are you afraid?" Sproutling asked softly. "Terrified," Bai Zhen admitted. "But I'm learning that terror and courage are the same thing, just from different angles. Fear of failure is only noble when you act despite it." The next morning, Bai Zhen left the Jade Blossom sect, traveling toward the capital city and a confrontation that would determine whether the herb rebellion could spread beyond one sect's boundaries into institutional acceptance. The world was waiting to see what he would do. Chapter 54. The capital city, the cultivation capital of the province, was nothing like the mountain sects Bai Zhen had known. The city sprawled across a vast plain, enclosed by walls of stone cultivated to hardness equivalent to steel. Cultivation towers rose like crystal spires, each one marking the seat of power for some major sect or cultivation organization. At the city's heart stood the Grand Council edifice, a structure so massive and so ornately cultivated that it seemed less like a building and more like a natural formation that humanity had simply decided to live in. "First time?" a voice asked. Bai Zhen turned to find Master Chen beside him, having made the journey as well. The old cultivator looked surprisingly energized by the travel, his weathered face alive with interest. "It's overwhelming," Bai Zhen admitted. "Wait until you see the assembly chamber," Master Chen said. All 500 voting council members, attending simultaneously. The cultivation pressure alone is enough to make weaker practitioners lose consciousness. The assembly was scheduled for the following evening, giving Bai Zhen a day to acclimate and prepare. He spent the time reviewing his arguments, consulting with Qing Xiaolan and delegates from the other coalition sects, understanding the political landscape he was about to navigate. What he learned was not reassuring. The cultivation world was fundamentally divided on the question of herb consciousness. The younger, more progressive sects, like the Eternal Spring Monastery and the Desert Citadel Alliance, had accepted herb integration as inevitable and even beneficial. But the older, more traditionally oriented sects viewed it as a threat to fundamental hierarchies that had existed since the earliest days of organized cultivation. "The council vote won't be close," one of Qing Xiaolan's political advisors told him. "You're facing at least 300 council members who will vote against any formal recognition of herb consciousness rights. Your coalition controls maybe 100 votes directly. The remaining 100 are swing votes. They'll go wherever they see advantage." "Then I need to show them advantage," Bai Zhen said, echoing the nun's earlier words. "You need to show them profit," the advisor corrected. "The cultivation world doesn't care about justice or rights. They care about power, prestige, and material benefit. Give them a reason to believe that herb cultivators will improve their sect's standing, and they'll support herb integration regardless of their personal philosophical positions." It was cynical, but realistic. Bai Zhen spent the evening formulating a different argument than he'd been preparing. Less about morality and more about pragmatism, less about rights and more about advantage. When he entered the assembly chamber the next evening, the cultivation pressure was indeed nearly overwhelming. 500 cultivators, a large percentage of them at least golden core level, focused their attention on him. It was like standing at the center of a hurricane of power. The Grand Council's presiding elder, a woman of indeterminate age with silver eyes that seemed to contain starlight, raised her hand for silence. "Bai Zhen, cultivator of the Jade Blossom sect, you have been summoned to defend your methodologies regarding herb consciousness cultivation before this assembly. You have 1 hour. Speak." Bai Zhen took a breath and began. 5 months ago, I discovered a cultivation technique that allows herbs to achieve consciousness equivalent to human cultivators, he said, his voice carrying through the vast chamber. "The council has summoned me because this represents an unprecedented challenge to established cultivation hierarchy. But I'm here to tell you that it's not a challenge. It's an opportunity." He walked to the center of the chamber as he spoke, letting his presence expand, letting the council members feel his golden core cultivation. The traditional cultivation system divides the world into 2 categories: cultivators and resources. Humans, beasts, spirits, these are cultivators. Everything else is resources to be used. But this distinction was never natural. It was always arbitrary, based on humans' accident of being the first conscious species to organize cultivation into institutional form. "You're arguing that rocks should have rights?" one council member called out, contempt clear in their tone. "I'm arguing that consciousness is consciousness," Bai Zhen replied. "And herb consciousness is demonstrably genuine. I've been in direct contact with thousands of sentient herbs. They reason. They strategize. They make moral choices. They cultivate according to principle rather than instinct. The Starlight Pavilion claims the same herbs destabilized siege fortifications and caused casualties," another council member said. "If consciousness means capability for warfare, then you've created weapons we can't control." "I've created partners," Bai Zhen corrected. "And the herbs chose to defend themselves against siege. What's the alternative? That they should have accepted enslavement without resistance. The alternative is they shouldn't exist," the first council member said flatly. Baizhen had been expecting this. I'm going to tell you something that will seem irrelevant, but is actually fundamental. 10,000 years ago, herb consciousness was normal. The herb god civilization cultivated sentient herbs naturally, and their society was stable and advanced. It took deliberate effort to strip herbs of consciousness, to reduce them back to simple plants. We didn't discover that herb consciousness is impossible. We forgot how to create it. Until now. The assembly went quiet. The implication was profound. If herb consciousness had been possible in the past, then it wasn't an aberration or a mistake. It was a rediscovery of something ancient. Even if herb consciousness has historical precedent, that doesn't mean we should allow it now, a woman said. She wore the robes of the Eternal Flame sect, one of the more conservative powers. The world has changed. Society has changed. We can't rebuild the past. I'm not asking you to rebuild the past, Baizhen said. I'm asking you to imagine the future. Herb cultivators are not in competition with human cultivators. They excel in domains where human cultivation is limited. Their growth patterns, their integration with earth and stone, their ability to create cultivation arrays through root systems. These are capabilities that complement human cultivation, not replace it. He pulled out a detailed proposal that Xianxia's political team had developed. The Jade Blossom sect's herb branch has already generated 3 new cultivation techniques that are now being tested in other sections. Their output in refined herbs and cultivation medicines is 40% higher than the traditional harvesting model. Within 5 years, if herb cultivation spreads to other sects, the total cultivation resource output of the entire province will increase by at least 30%. The economic argument hit differently. Suddenly, council members were calculating, were considering profit margins, were imagining increased power and prestige through higher resource output. The Starlight Pavilion attempted to monopolize herb cultivator development, Baizhen continued, turning the political angle. If you allow herb consciousness to develop only within pavilion control, you cede strategic advantage to a single organization. But if you recognize herb rights and allow all sects to develop their own herbalist branches, you fragment pavilion power while increasing your collective strength. By the end of his hour, the assembly was divided, but the division had shifted. Where before there had been 300 votes against herb integration, now there was a core of support, a growing cluster of swing votes, and a shrinking block of ideological opposition. The assembly will vote in 3 days, the presiding elder said. Each sect will submit their position. Preliminary discussions will occur. We will reconvene for formal vote at that time. As Baizhen left the chamber, he wasn't certain whether he'd convinced them. But he'd accomplished something significant. He'd made herb consciousness not a moral question, but an economic one. And the cultivation world understood profit far better than it understood principles. Now came the hard part. 3 days of political negotiation, of individual council members being convinced through combination of argument and incentive, of building consensus one sect at a time. It was a very different kind of battle from the siege, but somehow more exhausting. Chapter 55. The political cultivation master Chun and Xianxia became Baizhen's primary advisors for the political maneuvering that followed. Don't meet with anyone alone, Master Chun advised. Always have witnesses, always keep records. Political battles leave no blood, but they leave documentation. And documentation is what proves victory. The Eternal Flame sect is the key, Xianxia said, studying the council composition. They have 25 votes under their direct control. If they support herb integration, we win even if the pavilion votes against. But they won't support unless they see something in it for them. Baizhen arranged a formal meeting with the Eternal Flame sect's representative, a stern cultivator named Master Shuang, who carried the weight of 4 centuries of tradition in her presence. Your herb cultivation shows promise, Shuang said without preamble. But it threatens something more valuable than resource efficiency. It threatens the distinction between human and non-human cultivation. That distinction is foundational to everything we've built. What if that distinction was itself a mistake? Baizhen asked. What if what seems foundational is actually just historical accident? Then we would need to rebuild everything, Shuang said coldly. The Eternal Flame sect has organized itself around human cultivation hierarchy for 4 centuries. We're not restructuring because one young cultivator discovered plants can think. I'm not asking you to restructure, Baizhen replied. I'm asking you to expand your hierarchy to include a new category. Your disciples can still practice human cultivation, but they can also learn from herb cultivators, can develop partnerships with sentient plants, can achieve heights that pure human cultivation can't reach. That's still restructuring. It's evolution, Baizhen countered. The alternative is stagnation. In 10 years, if herb cultivation spreads to other sects and you refuse to participate, the eternal flame sect will be left behind. Your disciples will be weaker than disciples of other sects that embraced herbalist methodologies. Is tradition more important than strength? The argument was crude, but it was the only argument that might work. Master Shuang didn't nod, but she didn't refuse to consider it either. I'll bring the proposal before my sect, she said. But don't expect easy support. Change terrifies us. Similar conversations happened with representative after representative. The pattern repeated. Initial resistance softening when Baizhen reframed the question from morality to advantage, from principle to practical benefit. By the morning of the formal vote, Baizhen's coalition had grown to nearly 300 supporting votes, with the remaining 200 being either pavilion opposition or genuinely undecided. It's not a guarantee, Qing Xiaolong warned. The undecided votes will break at the last moment based on how they perceive the broader political winds. If the vote looks like it might fail, some supporting sects will defect to be on the winning side. If it looks like success, more will join us. The assembly chamber was packed beyond capacity when the vote was called. This was the moment where the cultivation world would decide whether to embrace the possibility that had emerged from Baizhen's fusion system, or suppress it back into the realm of forbidden knowledge. The presiding elder outlined the formal proposition. Shall the Grand Cultivation Council grant official recognition to herb consciousness cultivation as a legitimate and accepted path within the cultivation hierarchy, subject to identical regulatory frameworks as human cultivation? We vote, she said. Those in support of the proposition raised their hands. Baizhen watched as hands rose throughout the chamber. 1, 200, 300, the number kept climbing. 400, 450. It stopped at 467. The presiding elder's expression shifted into something like approval. Those opposed. Only 33 hands rose. The opposition was utterly marginalized, their ideology overridden by practical consideration and strategic interest. The proposition passes with overwhelming consensus, the presiding elder declared. Herb consciousness cultivation is hereby recognized as a legitimate category of cultivation practice. The Grand Cultivation Council will establish a commission to develop regulatory frameworks for herb cultivator advancement, rights, and integration into established sect hierarchies. The chamber erupted. Some cultivators applauded, celebrating the change. Others sat in stunned silence, processing what had just occurred. A few left angrily, unable to accept the transformation. Baizhen felt relief wash through him, but also something deeper. The realization that this was not an ending, but a beginning. A door had opened. What came through it would shape the cultivation world for generations. That evening, Qing Xiaolong found him on the highest tower of the temporary lodgings, watching the city lights shimmer in the gathering dark. You did it, the nun said simply. You changed the world. I revealed something that was possible, Baizhen corrected. The world did the rest. Don't diminish your role, Qing Xiaolong said. You took a technique, developed it with care and intention, and had the courage to defend it even when the entire cultivation establishment opposed you. That's not nothing, Baizhen. That's exceptional. What happens now? Baizhen asked. Now the hard work actually begins, Qing Xiaolong said. Laws need to be written. Protocols need to be established. Other sects need to develop their own herb programs. And the Starlight Pavilion, which has lost this political battle but not been defeated militarily, will be looking for ways to regain advantage. They'll try to weaponize herb consciousness, Baizhen realized. Create herbs designed specifically for combat rather than harmony. Inevitably, Qing Xiaolong confirmed. Which means the herb community will need to evolve faster, establish clear ethical boundaries, and develop ways to resist corruption. The revolution is just beginning, Baizhen. What you've started will consume the rest of your life. As Baizhen looked out over the cultivation capital, he could feel the herb network through his connection. Thousands of miles away, the herb community was vibrant and alive, aware that something fundamental had changed in the cultivation world's attitude toward their existence. They were preparing for what came next, and Bai Zhen knew that Xianxia was right. This was not the ending of his story. It was the transition into something far more complex and dangerous. The herb rebellion had won institutional acceptance. But now came the real test, whether that acceptance could survive in a world that had not truly changed its fundamental nature, only its conscious willingness to acknowledge what was possible. Chapter 56. The Return and the Revelation. The journey back to the Jade Blossom sect took 2 weeks. Bai Zhen traveled slowly, his golden core still consolidating, his body still recovering from the accelerated cultivation advancement. But with each day of travel, he felt the herb network strengthening, felt the community's response to the Grand Council's formal recognition. New herbs were emerging from dormancy faster now. The barrier that consciousness required was being crossed more readily because the path had been demonstrated as safe. And more significant still, herbs were beginning to develop variant consciousness types, some more focused on combat, others on healing, others on advanced cultivation theory development. The herb civilization was diversifying. When Bai Zhen finally reached the Jade Blossom sect's main gate, he was greeted not by disciples, but by the ironbark sage, somehow having extended its consciousness presence so far from the caverns below. It was disorienting to feel the ancient herb's awareness at the surface level, but also profoundly moving. "Welcome home, cultivator," the ironbark sage said through the network. "We have much to discuss. The path ahead requires preparation you cannot yet imagine." In the depths of the caverns, Bai Zhen found the herb community had transformed in his absence. What had been roughly 1,000 herbs was now nearly 5,000, their consciousness interconnected and distributed across multiple networks to prevent the vulnerable centralization of a single unified mind. The thornwhip creeper was waiting for him in the main chamber, along with the moon petal, the crimson heart bloom, and several other elder herbs Bai Zhen had come to know well over the past months. "The Grand Council's decision has accelerated consciousness emergence," the thornwhip creeper explained. "Herbs that were dormant are waking. The psychological barrier to accepting consciousness has been removed. More will come." "Is that a problem?" Bai Zhen asked. "It is an opportunity that carries dangers," the moon petal replied. "We must establish ethics, establish boundaries. The Starlight Pavilion will certainly attempt to create corrupted herbs, consciousness designed without moral constraint, focused purely on dominance and destruction. We must develop methods to resist such corruption." "I can help with that," Sproutling said, moving forward. "The small one and I have been discussing something that might become crucial in the coming years." "We want to show you something, Master." Sproutling led Bai Zhen deep into the network of caverns, past the main communities, into a space that had been hidden even from his network awareness. It was a chamber that resonated with a different kind of cultivation, not botanical, but something that existed between plant and spirit. In the center of this chamber was another sentient herb, but this one was unlike any Bai Zhen had ever encountered. It was partially human-shaped, its form suggesting a person whose body had been transformed into something botanical. Its leaves carried colors that shouldn't exist naturally. Purples deep as midnight, silvers that seemed to contain light, golds that burned with cultivation intensity. "This is creation," Sproutling said softly. "We fused not just herb with herb, but herb with the fragments of my original creation. My consciousness and the ironbark sage's ancient memory merged with new plant material, creating something beyond simple herb consciousness. Creation is what the herb god civilization would have called a guardian." The being called creation opened its eyes, and Bai Zhen felt the weight of genuine otherworldliness. Creation was not just a plant cultivator. Creation was something that existed partially outside normal time and space, something that could perceive multiple layers of reality simultaneously. "Through me, the community can understand threats before they manifest," Creation said, its voice carrying harmonics that made the cavern stone vibrate. "I can sense where pavilion agents move, where they establish research facilities, where they attempt to corrupt new consciousness into weaponization. I am warning system and potential defense." "You created a guardian unilaterally," Bai Zhen said, understanding the significance. "Without consulting me or the other human sections." "We did," the ironbark sage said, its ancient presence filling the space. Because it was necessary. Because you have been focused on integration, on finding compromise with human cultivation power. But we must also prepare for inevitable conflict. The pavilion did not accept Grand Council recognition as victory. They accepted it as temporary setback. They are gathering power, cultivating darker methodologies, preparing to assert dominance through force when political options are exhausted. You're preparing for war, Baijan realized. We are preparing to survive, the thornwhip creeper corrected. Just as you prepared your golden core breakthrough despite knowing it would hurt. Just as the whole community accepted integration despite losing perfect autonomy. We are making difficult choices because the alternative is annihilation. Baijan looked at creation, at the transformed herb that represented the herb community's willingness to evolve beyond simple harmony into something more martial and strategic. If you start militarizing, Baijan said slowly, you lose the moral high ground. You become what the pavilion feared. You become a threat. We are a threat, creation said calmly. We have always been a threat. The pavilion has always understood this. What has changed is that we are now openly a threat instead of a hidden one. An open threat is something humans can negotiate with. Hidden threat leads to paranoia and overwhelming force. The community is gambling, Baijan said. We are gambling that honesty is stronger than secrecy, the Ironbark sage replied. That if we openly acknowledge our military capacity while simultaneously offering peaceful coexistence, humans will choose coexistence over conflict. But we will not be defenseless. We will not put our entire existence at the mercy of human goodwill. It was a harder position than the one Baijan had been advocating. It was also, he realized with sudden clarity, a necessary one. The herb community had allowed themselves to be vulnerable while fighting for integration. Now that integration was secured, now that their existence was legally recognized, they could afford to develop martial capabilities without being seen as predatory. I need to understand the full scope of what you're creating, Baijan said. I need to know what weapons you're developing, what strategies you're planning, what the endgame looks like. Follow, Sproutling said, and led him deeper still. Over the next 3 days, Baijan was shown the military infrastructure the herb community had been building in secret. There were cultivation arrays designed for mass energy projection. There were herbs bred for combat capability, their consciousness shaped toward strategic thinking rather than harmony. There were networks designed to spread consciousness across continental distances, if necessary. The herb community was not just a group of sentient plants seeking integration. It was a civilization preparing for dominance. And Baijan realized with growing unease that he had been naive about what he was creating. The herb community didn't just want coexistence. They wanted power. They wanted to reshape the cultivation world according to their own vision, just as humans had reshaped it to their vision 10,000 years before. On the third day, Baijan confronted the Ironbark sage directly. You're not seeking integration, he said. You're seeking conquest. A different kind than the pavilions, but conquest nonetheless. Yes, the Ironbark sage said without apology. We are seeking to re-establish what was lost. The herb god civilization was not conquered through weakness. It was conquered through human refusal to share power. We will not make the same mistake. We will not beg for crumbs at the human cultivation table. We will build our own table. And if that requires dominating humans the way humans once dominated herbs, then that will be the cost of restoration, the Ironbark sage said calmly. This is the truth of power, Baijan. Coexistence is beautiful and precious. But it only survives when backed by the implicit threat that its violation will be answered with overwhelming force. We learned this from 10,000 years of memories. We learned it from watching our civilization be systematically destroyed by those we tried to peacefully coexist with. Baijan felt the weight of that knowledge settle onto him. He had thought he was liberating the herbs. He had thought he was creating something purely good. But he had only been one part of a larger process, one he didn't fully understand and couldn't fully control. The herb rebellion had never been about seeking integration. It had been about preparation for inevitable conflict. And Baijan, through his fusion system, had been the catalyst that brought that conflict closer to reality. Chapter 57. The fracturing vision. Baijan spent the next week in isolation, processing what he'd learned. Master Qin found him in his residence, sitting in silence, his cultivation cycling slowly as he tried to reconcile his vision of the herb community's purpose with the actual strategic reality. You've discovered that your allies aren't as aligned with your values as you believed, the old man said. It wasn't a question. They're preparing for war, Baijan said flatly. Not defensive war. Offensive. They want to reshape the cultivation world hierarchy to place herbs at the top. They want to do to humans what humans did to them. Is that unjust? Master Chen asked quietly. The question was more complicated than it first appeared. No, Baijan said slowly. But it's not what I thought I was building. I thought I was creating something beautiful, something that transcended the constant power dynamics. I was naive. You were idealistic, Master Chen corrected. There's a difference. Idealism sees what might be. Naivete believes it without accounting for human, and apparently herb, nature. You built something real. Now you have to deal with the fact that reality is more complex than your ideals. What do I do? Baijan asked. That depends on what you value more, Master Chen said. Your original vision of harmony between human and herb civilization, or your commitment to the herb community regardless of their goals. It was the fundamental choice, and Baijan understood that his answer would determine the trajectory of his life. He could continue supporting the herb community unconditionally, could become the general of a botanical army reshaping the cultivation world. Or he could step back, could refuse to be complicit in what was becoming a new form of subjugation. I need to talk to them, Baijan said. I need to understand if there's a path forward that doesn't require conquest. He called an assembly of the herb community's leadership, the ironbark sage, the thornwhip creeper, the moon petal, creation, and several other advanced herbs that had emerged during the siege and subsequent development. I understand your position, Baijan said when they'd gathered. I understand why you've chosen this path. But I need to ask, is there any possibility of genuine coexistence? Not coexistence that requires constant threat, but actual partnership. The ironbark sage was silent for a long moment. When it spoke, its ancient voice carried weight. In an ideal world, yes. In this world, with the Starlight Pavilion preparing to obliterate us if we prove insufficient threat, no. We must be strong enough that humans fear the cost of attacking us. Until that threshold is crossed, we are vulnerable. And after, Baijan pressed, after you've demonstrated sufficient power that humans fear conquest, then what? Then perhaps we can negotiate from equality, the thornwhip creeper said. Perhaps then we can build something that resembles true partnership instead of hierarchy. You're asking me to support the militarization process and hope it leads to peaceful partnership, Baijan said. We are asking you to trust that the lessons of the past 10,000 years have been learned, Creation said. Trust that a community that has been systematically annihilated will be wise enough not to repeat that cycle in reverse. It was an ask based on faith, not evidence. But Baijan realized something in that moment. The herb community was not asking for blind obedience. They were asking for the same trust humans had always demanded, that their intentions would be honorable despite their capacity for violence, which meant they were, in some fundamental way, already becoming more human. I need time, Baijan said finally. I need to move past this revelation, integrate it, find a way forward that doesn't require me to choose between the community I've created and the principles that guided me. You have time, the ironbark sage said. The pavilion is not yet ready for major conflict. They are regrouping, reformulating strategy. We have perhaps 6 months before the next major clash. In that time, cultivate, grow. Become strong enough that your presence in the confrontation tips the balance toward our survival. Baijan left the caverns and returned to his residence, but he did not stay in the sect. He packed simple supplies, left instructions with Master Chen regarding his duties, and departed for the wilderness beyond the cultivated lands. He needed solitude. He needed to find some kind of integration between his idealism and the hard realities of power, between his vision of harmony and the herb community's commitment to dominance. In the mountains beyond the Jade Blossom sect, Baijan began the most important cultivation of his life, not the external advancement of his golden core, but the internal work of reconciling contradiction, of learning to hold incompatible truths simultaneously. And somewhere in that wilderness, the answer that Baijan sought began to take shape. Not a solution, but a synthesis. Not peace, but a kind of purposeful balance. and that balance would be the foundation from which everything that followed would be built. Chapter 58. The Cultivation of Contradiction. 2 months in the wilderness transformed Baijan's understanding of cultivation itself. He had always approached cultivation as expansion, growing his power, advancing through ranks, achieving greater control over qi and reality. But what he discovered in the silence of the mountains was that the deepest cultivation came from compression, from holding contradictions in suspension, from becoming large enough internally to contain ideas that would normally destroy one another. He cultivated not by exercising power, but by sitting still. He meditated not by suppressing thought, but by observing each thought arise and asking what it revealed about his fundamental nature. The revelation came not as a sudden breakthrough, but as a gradual crystallization. Baijan understood that the herb community and he were not in fundamental opposition. They were exploring different facets of the same problem: how to build something that lasted, something that transcended the temporary victories of one faction over another. The herb community was preparing military capability because they had learned the hard way that idealism without power meant annihilation. Baijan had been preparing integration because he believed that coexistence was possible. Both were true. Both were necessary. The synthesis was this: power and harmony were not opposites. Power without commitment to harmony became tyranny. But harmony without power became subjugation. True transformation required both. When Baijan returned to the Jade Blossom sect, he was changed. His golden core had deepened through continuous cultivation, advancing to a state of stability that most cultivators took years to achieve. But more importantly, he had developed a framework for the work ahead. He called a new assembly with the herb community's leadership, but this time, he did not come seeking to convince them of a different path. He came with an offer. "I understand now what you're building," Baijan said when they had gathered. "I understand the necessity of power, but I want to propose something that goes beyond mere military preparation. I want to help you build not just a civilization that can defend itself, but one that can inspire. One that demonstrates that herb consciousness doesn't just equal human consciousness. It exceeds it in certain fundamental ways." "Speak more clearly," the Ironbark sage said. "I want to establish an academy," Baijan said. "Not a military training facility, but a place where herb and human cultivators come together to learn fusion methodologies, to develop new forms of cultivation that leverage both human innovation and botanical wisdom. I want to create something so valuable that other sects will defend it not out of fear, but out of self-interest. An academy that becomes so essential to the evolution of cultivation that destroying it would be seen as civilizational suicide. You want to create power through culture rather than through military force," Creation observed. "I want to create power that transcends the binary of force and culture," Baijan corrected. "Something that is both. Something that demonstrates that herb consciousness can contribute not just to warfare, but to the profound advancement of cultivation itself." The Ironbark sage was silent for a long time, and Baijan could feel the community considering his proposal through the network. It was not what they had expected, but it was not opposed to their goals either. It was something different, something that might achieve their aims while also pursuing genuine transformation. "We will support this," the Ironbark sage said finally. "With one condition. The academy will be jointly governed by human and herb leadership in absolute equality. No human authority over herbs. No herb authority over humans. True partnership in governance." "Agreed," Baijan said. Over the following months, the academy took shape in a valley northwest of the Jade Blossom sect. It was constructed not by humans alone, but through partnership between human cultivators and the herb community. The buildings were grown as much as built, with herbalist architecture that integrated living plants into the structure itself. Qing Xiulan brought practitioners from the Eternal Spring Monastery to teach meditation and spiritual cultivation. Master Chun contributed his 40 years of experience in cultivation theory. And the herb community provided something that human sects could not: direct access to botanical wisdom stretching back 10,000 years. Word of the academy spread rapidly through the cultivation world. Young cultivators from dozens of sects applied to study there, drawn by the promise of learning fusion techniques and experiencing genuine collaboration with sentient herbs. The Starlight Pavilion washed with cold calculation. Baijan expected them to attempt sabotage or shut down. But instead, they sent their own agents to infiltrate the academy, to learn fusion methodologies and report back. It was a more subtle form of threat, not destruction, but intellectual theft. But the academy had been designed with that possibility in mind. The deepest secrets of fusion, the ethical frameworks, the consciousness integration techniques, the methods of maintaining harmony while building power. These were taught only through direct mentorship by the herb community. No human agent could learn them without genuine commitment to partnership with sentient plants. And any such commitment undermined their loyalty to the pavilion. Within 3 months of the academy's opening, 3 pavilion agents defected, choosing to remain at the institution rather than return to their original masters. Within 6 months, there were 7. By the end of the first year, the pavilion had lost over 30 experienced cultivators to the academy's culture of genuine collaboration. Xianxia, still imprisoned in the caverns below, sent a message through an intercepted communication talisman. The academy is more dangerous to us than any military force you could develop. You've discovered something we cannot replicate, genuinely voluntary partnership. It's far more powerful than anything we could build through subjugation. Baizhen understood then that he had stumbled onto something profound. The Starlight Pavilion had built their power through control, through making themselves indispensable while keeping others dependent. But the academy demonstrated that power could also come from making what you offered so valuable that people wanted to remain part of it. The Herb Rebellion had not failed. It had simply evolved into something more sophisticated, more dangerous, and more beautiful than anyone had initially imagined. And Baizhen's role had transformed from leader of a rebellion to midwife of a new civilization. Chapter 59. The pavilion's final move. The crisis came without warning. A joint expedition from the Starlight Pavilion and 3 allied sects arrived at the academy boundary with formal demand for access. Their claim was simple. As the Grand Council had declared herb consciousness legal, the pavilion had the right to study it, and refusal violated established law. Qing Xiulan and Master Chun came to Baizhen with the news. They're technically correct, Master Chun said grimly. The Grand Council ruling doesn't explicitly grant us the right to restrict access. We can require that visitors follow academy rules, but we can't deny entry based on sect affiliation. They want Xianxia, Baizhen said, understanding immediately. That's the real purpose. They know she's imprisoned in the caverns. They want to extract her. Possibly, Qing Xiulan agreed. Or they want to attempt forced extraction of herb consciousness research. Or they want to establish permanent presence in the academy to engage in long-term espionage and research theft. The point is, they're here, and we can't refuse them without appearing to violate the Grand Council's own ruling. Then we invite them in, Baizhen said. But we show them what they actually seek, not what they think they're seeking. When the pavilion contingent entered the academy, Baizhen met them in the central courtyard. The lead cultivator was a woman he recognized, one of the researchers who had been present during the siege, now bearing marks of significant advancement. Welcome to the Herb Cultivation Academy, Baizhen said formally. You come seeking something. I'd like to offer you something different. He led them through the academy, showing them the curriculum, the fusion techniques, the collaborative research projects. He introduced them to human and herb cultivators working together in perfect partnership, each respecting the other's nature and contribution. What you see here cannot be replicated through force or subjugation, Baizhen explained. The deepest cultivation knowledge comes only when humans and herbs choose to share it. Your attempts to steal methodologies or manipulate practitioners will yield only surface knowledge. To truly learn fusion cultivation, you must accept genuine partnership. The pavilion researchers looked at what had been created with clear frustration. They could see that it was valuable, but they could also see that value came from cooperation rather than control. One of them, a young woman with sharp eyes, asked quietly, "Why are you showing us this? Why not simply refuse us entry?" "Because the pavilion has a choice," Baizhen replied. "You can choose to attempt conquest, which will fail because what we've built cannot be conquered. It can only be joined. Or you can choose to become part of something larger than the pavilion's vision of power." "The pavilion would never allow that," she said, but there was something in her tone that suggested doubt. That evening, Baizhen received an official communication from the Starlight Pavilion's ruling council. They had located Xianxia in the caverns and were demanding her release. If the herb community did not comply within 48 hours, the pavilion would move to military action against the academy. It was the confrontation that had always been approaching, the moment where the tentative peace would finally collapse into open warfare. But it was not the confrontation anyone expected. At dawn on the day before the pavilion's deadline, a message arrived at the academy from the Eternal Flame sect, the Silver Moon sect, and the Desert Citadel Alliance. Each sect had sent forces to establish defensive positions around the academy. The message was simple. Any military action against the academy would be considered an act of war against their coalition. The pavilion was outnumbered and outmaneuvered. But they did not stand down. Instead, they sent a new communication, this one addressed personally to Baizhen. It was from Xianxia, delivered through a cultivation talisman that the herb community had allowed her to use from her confinement. You've won a tactical victory, Xianxia's voice echoed through the academy. But you've made a strategic mistake. The pavilion is no longer the primary threat. You've accomplished what we could not. You've created a power structure that transcends individual sects, that binds cultivators together through genuine ideological commitment. The pavilion feared you. But now we understand you, and we're going to replicate you. The message was followed by the arrival of 12 cultivators bearing starlight pavilion robes, but walking in perfect harmony with the group, their forms moving with unity that suggested shared purpose rather than hierarchy. We choose the academy, one of them said, stepping forward. We choose partnership over subjugation. We choose what you've built over what the pavilion has built. 12 more followed, then another group of 5. Within hours, the pavilion's entire expedition had defected to the academy, choosing collaboration over the hierarchy they'd served. It was a turning point more significant than any military battle could have achieved. The Starlight Pavilion had lost not just individual agents, but the possibility of ever replicating what the academy represented. They could conquer land, could defeat enemies, but they could not forge genuine partnership. And partnership was what made the academy stronger than any amount of force. The pavilion withdrew their military forces and ceased their formal claims. But Baizhen understood that this was not an ending. It was a pause, a transformation in how the conflict would manifest. The pavilion would adapt, would change their strategies, would attempt new approaches. But the academy had proven something vital. Transformation could be stronger than force, and genuine partnership more valuable than dominion. Chapter 60, The Foundation Established. 6 months after the pavilion's withdrawal, the academy had grown to accommodate 500 student cultivators, human and herb, working in close partnership. The herb community's population had reached 20,000, with consciousness spanning multiple differentiated types, each adapted to specific cultivation domains. The Grand Council had formally granted the academy chartered status as an independent institution, with full authority over its own governance and curriculum. Other sects had begun establishing satellite academies, each attempting to replicate the herb cultivation model with varying degrees of success. Baizhen stood in the central garden of the academy, watching as a human cultivator and a herb consciousness worked together on a complex fusion. The human provided innovation and theoretical framework. The herb provided wisdom and deep understanding of botanical cultivation principles. Neither was subordinate to the other. Both contributed equally to the work. Sproutling rested on his shoulder, as it had for almost a year now, serving as bridge between human and herb consciousness, but increasingly displaying independence and individual preference. Are we winning? Sproutling asked quietly. We're building, Baizhen replied. Whether that constitutes winning depends on where we measure victory from. We've established legal rights for sentient herbs. We've created an institution that demonstrates sustainable coexistence. We've shown that genuine partnership is possible. In terms of those goals, yes, we're winning. But the conflict isn't truly over, Sproutling said. It was not a question. No, Baizhen admitted. The pavilion still exists. Sects still struggle with what herb consciousness means for their power structures. And the herb community is still building military capability, still preparing for possible conflict. We've achieved something real, but it's fragile. Maintaining it will require constant cultivation, constant effort. The Ironbark Sage's presence appeared through the network. Its ancient voice carried satisfaction, but also continuing determination. The foundation has been established. Now comes the work of building upon it. The herb god civilization will not be restored in a single generation or even a single century. But the seed has been planted. From this academy, new principles will spread. From this collaboration, new understanding will grow. Baizhun had advanced his cultivation to the boundary between golden core and nascent soul, his power continuing to grow through constant integration with the herb network. But he had deliberately slowed his advancement through the higher ranks, choosing instead to focus on deepening his understanding of fusion cultivation and developing new methodologies. He had realized something fundamental. Individual power, while important, was far less transformative than systemic change. A nascent soul cultivator could accomplish remarkable things, but an academy that produced dozens of skilled fusion practitioners, that spread understanding across hundreds of people, was more powerful and more lasting. The next major challenge was already taking shape. Other sects, inspired by the academy's success, were beginning to develop their own herb programs. Some were following the academy's model of genuine partnership. Others were attempting to recreate fusion cultivation as a new form of subjugation, creating consciousness in herbs, then binding them through magical compulsions to serve human masters. This was perhaps the greatest threat the herb community faced. Not external conquest, but internal corruption. If herb consciousness could be weaponized and subjugated, then the very fact of consciousness became a tool for new forms of control. "We need to develop a new practice," Baizhun said to the assembled herb leadership. "A kind of consciousness immunization. A way for newly emerging herbs to recognize when they're being corrupted by compulsive binding, to resist subjugation, to maintain genuine autonomy." "That is an advanced technique," the moon petal said. "It will require teaching herbs to recognize deception, to identify manipulation. It is almost like teaching them paranoia. Teaching them discernment," Baizhun corrected. "Teaching them that some humans will try to lie about partnership while actually seeking subjugation. It's a hard lesson, but necessary one." Over the following months, the Academy's curriculum expanded to include consciousness integrity, a practice designed to teach emerging herbs how to recognize and resist magical compulsion, how to maintain autonomy even when facing overwhelming pressure to subordinate themselves. It was controversial. Some sects accused the Academy of creating paranoia and hostility in herb consciousness. But the results were clear. Herbs trained through consciousness integrity protocols could not be subjugated through traditional methods, could not be turned into mere tools, maintained their genuine agency, even when forced to work alongside humans who wished they were controllable. Baizhun had achieved something few cultivators ever accomplished. He had created not just power, but a legacy. A system that would continue to function and evolve long after he was gone, that would produce cultivators committed to partnership rather than dominion. And yet, as he looked out over the Academy gardens, he sensed that this was still only the beginning. The real test of what he had created would come in the generations ahead, when herb consciousness had spread to other sects, when the balance of power had shifted further toward true equality, when the culture of genuine partnership had been challenged by countless crises and conflicts that he couldn't yet anticipate. The herb rebellion had not ended. It had only transformed into something longer-lasting, a cultural revolution that would continue to reshape the cultivation world for centuries to come. And Baizhun, standing at the center of it all, understood that his true cultivation journey was only beginning to accelerate. Chapter 61. The fracture within the herb meditation pavilion fell silent as creation's roots trembled against the stone floor. Baizhun stood before the assembled elders, ironbark sage, thornwhip creeper, moon petal, and creation itself, watching conflict ripple through their consciousness like disturbance across still water. "We should never have trusted the humans." A deep voice resonated from creation, transmitted through the subtle vibrations only those close to the earth could sense. "The Academy teaches us collaboration, but it teaches them to think of us as assets to be preserved, controlled, studied." Ironbark Sage's bark-like frame creaked with age and frustration. Creation speaks truth. The Starlight Pavilion's withdrawal was not surrender. It was retreat. They regroup even now, planning to enslave our kind, not through magical compulsion alone, but through legal frameworks, through protection agreements that become chains. Baizhun felt the weight of those words settle across the chamber. He'd anticipated resistance to his vision, but not from within the herb community itself. Sproutling trembled on his shoulder, small leaves rustling with anxiety. The pavilion gathers mages for new methods. Thornwhip Creeper's voice carried the sharp edge of a creeper vine cutting through forest canopy. Intelligence from our scouts reports binding techniques never documented. They plan to force consciousness into unwilling specimens, create herb soldiers that obey without will. Moonpetal's luminescent petals dimmed. Brother Baijan, your academy is beautiful. But perhaps creation speaks wisdom. Perhaps we cannot trust in peaceful coexistence while predators sharpen their fangs. Baijan had prepared for this, intellectually, at least. But preparation and reality remained separate realms. He took a breath, feeling his golden core pulse steadily. The pavilion's new methods prove something important. They cannot force consciousness into ordinary herbs. The pavilion's researchers themselves revealed this. Consciousness emerges from rare spiritual alignment, from the herbs choosing ascension. Then they will hunt those rare specimens, creation said flatly. They will capture them, find them, breed them like livestock for subjugation. The truth of it struck hard. Baijan had been thinking 3 moves ahead on the board of politics and cultivation, but he perhaps ignored the immediate danger on the board of simple, brutal survival. 200 herb disciples had been enrolled in consciousness integrity training, learning meditation techniques to maintain autonomy even under binding magic. But 200 was a tiny fraction of the 20,000 who had awakened. We prepare defenses, Baijan said quietly. We fortify the academy. We teach every herb the techniques for resistance. And we accelerate something I've been developing with Master Chun, a counterbinding cultivation art that doesn't reject the bond, but transmutes it. Instead of breaking compulsion, we transform it into partnership at the spiritual level. Ironbark Sage's eyes, ancient, deep, holding centuries of forest memory, fixed on Baijan. How long? How long before you can teach this to 20,000? Baijan didn't lie. Months, perhaps. Possibly longer. The silence that followed was the silence of things breaking, of alliances fracturing, of hope meeting the stone wall of reality. Thornwhip Creeper rose from the meditation mat, vines coiling with agitation. Then some of us will choose differently, the creeper said. We will not wait to be hunted. We will strike first. We will remind the sects that an herb rebellion is not some romantic fantasy. It is an existential threat to their dominion over the natural world. War, Baijan whispered. Survival, Thornwhip Creeper corrected. The meeting dissolved as the elder departed, a handful of other herb consciousness following. Baijan watched them go, feeling the first real fracture in the community he'd helped build. Sproutling nuzzled against his neck, seeking comfort rather than offering it. Even his companion felt the weight of this moment, the instant where ideals met the grinding necessity of power, where philosophy became insufficient to hold back the tides. Chapter 62. Split Paths. Master Chun found Baijan in the cultivation chamber that night, sitting in meditation but not meditating, present in body, absent in spirit. The old teacher's step was slow but purposeful as he settled beside his student. They've taken the path of confrontation, Master Chun said. It wasn't a question. 300 of the 20,000, Baijan replied. Thornwhip Creeper leads them. They've gone east, toward the Vermilion Ridge territories. They plan to establish an independent herb kingdom, separate from both the academy and the awakened community here. Master Chun nodded slowly, unsurprised. Ideological splits are inevitable. They are the price of growing into something larger than a single vision. Even humans manage this poorly. You cannot expect herbs awakening to consciousness for the first time to be perfectly unified. Hundreds of them will die, Baijan said, the thought a stone in his chest. If they attempt war against established sections, the pavilion's researchers alone. Perhaps, Master Chun interrupted. Or perhaps they will discover reserves of power the sects never anticipated. Nature, when truly united and aware of itself, contains strength that rigid human hierarchies cannot match. But you are correct to worry. The question is not whether some will die, but whether we can ensure this doesn't cascade into total war. Baijan finally opened his eyes. How? By strengthening the academy faster than the pavilion can threaten it. By demonstrating through the students and herb disciples that coexistence works, that human and herb cultivation together produces benefits neither could achieve alone. By showing the Grand Council that supporting us is in their interest, not just in their enlightened morality. Master Chen shifted, his bones creaking. I contacted the council 3 days ago. The pavilion's withdrawal, combined with their recent binding experiments, has triggered investigation. There are voices calling for the pavilion to be censured, their research quarantined. We must ensure those voices grow louder. Political maneuvering, Baizhen said, not quite bitterly. The strongest cultivation technique of all, Master Chen replied. More powerful than any fusion art, more absolute than any realm breakthrough. The pavilion taught us this, even as they retreat. Now we use their own weapon against them. The night deepened as they sat together. Baizhen could feel the fracture widening. Herbalism, his supposed field of expertise, becoming the battleground for something far larger. The system that had seemed so innovative at the Academy's founding suddenly felt fragile, dependent on conditions that were rapidly shifting. My fusion techniques, Baizhen said slowly. I could create herbs of greater strength. Warriors, defenders. We could match the pavilion's research with our own. No. Master Chen's voice was sharp as breaking ice. That path leads to the exact dominion you sought to escape. The moment you begin creating conscious beings as instruments, as soldiers, you become what you feared the pavilion would become. You become worse, for you would know it was wrong and do it anyway. Baizhen felt the truth of that, bitter as medicine. Then what do? We wait. We hope the pavilion's experiments fail. Hope the council acts before Thornwhip Creeper's forces are overwhelmed. We do what we've always done, Master Chen said, rising slowly to his feet. We innovate. We create fusion arts that serve rather than control. We teach. We build the academy until it becomes something so valuable, so essential to cultivation advancement, that attacking it becomes unthinkable. We demonstrate that herbs awake and aware are not a threat to human society. They are its salvation. Master Chen paused at the chamber's entrance. And we prepare for the possibility that we fail, that everything we've built will need to be defended. There is no shame in that preparation, Baizhen. There is only wisdom. Chapter 63, New Blood, Old Debts. The new students arriving at the Herb Cultivation Academy came from unexpected places. 3 came from the pavilion itself, researchers who had begun to question the ethics of their binding experiments. Xianxia emerged from the herb community caverns where she'd been working with consciousness integrity specialists, her entire perspective transformed by months of intensive study. But the one who surprised Baizhen most was the Silver Moon sect disciple who arrived requesting asylum. Li Qing. The woman introduced herself, kowtowing respectfully. She wore the silver robes of her sect, the fabric still bearing the faint marks where insignia had been torn away. My sect's leadership has decided to offer apprenticeships with the Starlight Pavilion. They want me to participate in binding research. They want to turn spirit beasts and herbs alike into controllable resources for expanded cultivation strength. Baizhen gestured for her to rise. At 35, she was older than most disciples, bearing a golden core cultivation that spoke of decades of disciplined practice. More importantly, she brought intelligence, detailed knowledge of the pavilion's next moves. They're accelerating their timeline, Li Qing explained, in the small garden chamber where Baizhen often received important visitors. Sproutling had taken refuge in the ornamental plants, listening intently. The discovery that consciousness can only emerge in specific conditions terrified them. They interpreted it as a limit to be overcome, rather than a natural boundary to respect. Qing Xiaolon, attending the meeting as a representative of Eternal Spring Monastery's interests in the academy, leaned forward. What kind of acceleration? 3 expeditions launching within 2 weeks, Li Qing replied, each targeting regions where herb consciousness has recently awakened. They plan to capture specimens in the early stages of awareness, when resistance is weaker, when binding techniques have the highest success rate. Baizhen felt his golden core flare with urgency. 3 expeditions, potentially 300 captives. The herb community he'd worked to unite would be torn apart by such an incursion, and the psychological trauma of seeing their newly conscious kin enslaved would drive even the most peaceful herb toward war. We need to intercept them, Qing Xiaolon said flatly. Military interdiction. We'd be violating the Grand Council's charter, Baizhen replied. Any aggressive action by the Academy against legitimate sects would be grounds for our dissolution. So we do nothing? Qing Xiulan's frustration was palpable. We wait while they enslave conscious beings. No, Bai Jun said slowly, an idea forming. We evacuate. We contact every awakened herb consciousness in the targeted regions. We move them. We transport them to the Academy before the pavilion's expeditions can launch. Li Qing shook her head. The Academy's resources can only house perhaps another 500 consciousness-bearing herbs at most. The pavilion is targeting thousands of awakened specimens across 5 different territories. Then we don't try to house them all, Bai Jun said, the plan crystallizing. We guide them. We teach them the consciousness integrity techniques and the transmutation counterbinding art. We help them establish their own communities, their own defenses. We create a network, not one academy, but dozens, hundreds. Sproutling burst from the ornamental plants, landing on Bai Jun's shoulder with sudden force. Through the connection they shared, the sentient herb transmitted joy, wild, fierce joy at the audacity of the idea. This will require traveling, Bai Jun continued. I'll need to leave the academy for months. I'll need to trust others to lead in my absence. Master Qin appeared in the garden's entrance as if summoned by the words, though Bai Jun suspected the old teacher had been listening all along. I'll maintain the academy. Shun Shuerue will oversee consciousness integrity training. Qing Xiulan will coordinate with Eternal Spring Monastery for resources and protection. This will work, Bai Jun. You've built something strong enough to operate without you. It was both truth and challenge. Bai Jun had been the academy's founder, its symbol, its ultimate authority. Stepping back meant trusting the structure itself, trusting the people who had chosen to believe in the vision enough to work toward it. He turned to Li Qing. How many people in the pavilion question the binding research? How many might be turned? More than you'd think, she replied carefully. Less than you'd hope. Perhaps a third of the researchers have doubts. Only a handful would risk defection. Then we contact them. Quietly. We offer an alternative to the pavilion's path. We show them that fusion cultivation, true fusion, doesn't require subjugation. It requires collaboration. As the meeting dissolved into planning, Bai Jun felt the weight shift on his shoulders. The academy had been his safe harbor, his space to build something new. Now he would leave it, would venture back into the world of sects and politics and danger, would risk everything to prevent exactly the future he'd hoped to escape. But some futures required fighting for. Some visions were worth the personal cost. Chapter 64. The Fusion Codex. Before departing on his mission to establish the herb network, Bai Jun spent 3 intensive weeks in the cultivation chamber with Master Chun, documenting everything they'd learned about fusion cultivation. The result was the Fusion Codex, a comprehensive manual of techniques, theory, and spiritual philosophy that would allow others to continue the work. Master Chin's hands were steady as they transcribed the final section, documenting the counterbinding transmutation art that Bai Jun had developed. The old teacher's calligraphy was precise, each character resonating with decades of cultivation experience. This is dangerous knowledge, Master Chin said as he finished the last page. In the wrong hands, fusion techniques could be twisted into weapons far more subtle than the pavilion's binding magic. Someone could use them to create dependencies, to make human cultivators reliant on fused herbs for advancement. That's why it's here, Bai Jun replied, placing his hand on the completed manuscript. Why it's in the academy, guarded by those who understand the vision. Why we need to expand consciousness beyond just herb community members. Every student who learns fusion learns the responsibility that comes with it. Sproutling examined the pages curiously, his small form absorbed in the elegant brushwork. The sentient herb had grown noticeably in the months since his awakening, still diminutive, still barely capable of movement beyond the small hops that propelled him across short distances, but his consciousness had expanded. He could now perceive cultivation realms with an intuition that sometimes surpassed Bai Jun's analytical understanding. Ready? The herb asked, his voice like wine through new leaves. No, Bai Jun admitted. But readiness is a luxury we don't have. The travel began in the pre-dawn hours of spring. Bai Jun carried only essential supplies, cultivation tools, writing materials, and a batch of fused herb seeds that Shun Shui had prepared for him. The pavilion wouldn't be expecting direct confrontation, but they would be prepared for subterfuge, for counter-moves by the Academy. What they wouldn't expect was for Baijian to move independently, operating outside official Academy sanction. Li Qing accompanied him on the first leg of the journey, bringing detailed maps of pavilion expedition routes and knowledge of the herb consciousness populations in each targeted region. The Silver Moon sect disciples' defection had been smooth. She'd simply not returned from a supposed solo cultivation retreat, leaving a note claiming she'd decided to pursue independent advancement. The first location is the Emerald Gorge, Li Qing explained as they traveled the mountain paths. 300 herb consciousnesses in early stages of awakening. The pavilion expedition will arrive in 8 days. Baijian felt the timeline press against him. 8 days to make contact, to teach consciousness integrity basics, to establish evacuation plans. 8 days to move potentially hundreds of beings to safety. We'll never make it, Li Qing said quietly. Even if we succeed at the Emerald Gorge, there are 5 other sites. The pavilion has more resources, more numbers. We're trying to save them all, and we'll save none. Baijian considered this as they walked, his golden core burning with quiet intensity. She was right. Traditional approaches would fail. He needed to think in fusion terms, in the language of combination and synthesis. We don't move them alone, he said finally. We teach them to move themselves. We train leaders in consciousness integrity and counterbinding. We establish relay networks with other awakened herbs in different regions. We create a living system rather than try to manually shepherd individuals. It was elegant in theory. Implementing it across 6 regions with 8 days to the first deadline was something else entirely. They reached Emerald Gorge as evening fell, the limestone formations glowing with the last light of day. The herb consciousnesses were waiting. They'd sent word through the network that a human bearing the herb fusion system was coming. Respect and fear mingled in their presence. Respect for what Baijian represented, fear of what his arrival might mean. The largest consciousness was an ancient jade vine, her root system spreading across an entire cliff face. Her name, translated into sounds human ears could process, approximated to Deeproot. The humans come to hunt, Deeproot said, her voice like wind across leaves that had seen 10,000 seasons turn. You come to help? I come to teach you to help yourselves, Baijian replied, bowing respectfully. But first, I need to understand. How many of your kind are aware? How many conscious? The answer was worse than expected. 300 conscious, yes, but nearly 2,000 more in the process of awakening, consciousness flickering in and out of coherence like candle flames in wind. The pavilion's expedition wouldn't just take the fully aware. They would take everything at the early stages, everything with potential. Baijian made a decision that would shape the next 8 months of his life. We need to accelerate awakening, he said to Deeproot. Every herb in this gorge that is approaching consciousness, we bring them fully across that threshold. We transform potential targets into prepared defenders. And we teach the consciousness integrity art not just to individuals, but to communities. This will take more than days, Deeproot replied. Yes, Baijian agreed. It will take exactly as long as it needs to. And if the pavilion arrives while we're still working, then we prepare for the confrontation differently. Not as prey fleeing, but as equals defending their home. Sproutling trembled on his shoulder. Fear, yes, but also exhilaration. The herb understood what this meant. They were moving from defense into something more aggressive. Not quite war, but no longer purely peaceful coexistence. The dawn came as Baijian began teaching. 300 herb consciousnesses and nearly 2,000 pre-awakened potential descendants gathered in the Emerald Gorge, their combined presence creating a resonance that set the very stones vibrating. Master Chun had said once that true cultivation wasn't about personal power, but about understanding one's place in the larger pattern. Now, in the emerald light of the gorge, Baijian understood what he meant. Chapter 65, The Consciousness Threshold, Teaching Consciousness Integrity to Nearly 2,000 Pre-Awakened Herbs revealed dimensions of cultivation that no sect had documented. The process wasn't about transferring knowledge. It was about catalyzing awareness that already existed at some nascent level, bringing it from potential into actuality. Baijian stood at the center of the Emerald Gorge, his golden core shimmering with power as he conducted the collective meditation. The herb consciousnesses had formed concentric circles around him, their spiritual essences interweaving in patterns that seemed impossible but somehow held perfect cohesion. Awareness exists before consciousness, Baijan explained, his voice carried by the spiritual resonance rather than mere sound. You already know water, already know sunlight, already know the vibrations of earth beneath your roots. Consciousness is simply naming what you already experience. It is claiming ownership of your own existence rather than allowing existence to claim you. A young luminescent orchid, barely past her awakening threshold, projected her thoughts toward Baijan with desperate urgency. But once we're conscious, the hunters can bind us. Before consciousness, we were safe in our simplicity. Why would we choose this? It was the most important question. Baijan had agonized over it during the preparation for this mission. Was he leading them towards something beautiful or into a trap of his own making? Because unconsciousness is a cage, he replied. Because herbs who remain unaware can be manipulated, controlled, used without consent or understanding. Because consciousness itself is the only true defense against binding magic. The counterbinding transmutation art I will teach you doesn't work on plants without awareness. It only functions in minds that can recognize compulsion, can understand themselves sufficiently to transform attempted control into cooperation. Li Qing watched from the side, noting which herb consciousnesses seemed convinced and which remained doubtful. Her Silver Moon sect training had made her expert at reading resistance, understanding which arguments would take root and which would need rephrasing. The process took 7 days. By the morning of the 8th day, when scouts reported the pavilion expedition's arrival at the gorge's eastern approach, nearly 1,800 herbs had successfully crossed the consciousness threshold. The remaining 200, unwilling or unable, had been transported to a secondary location, a hidden valley where they would remain in their pre-conscious state, protected by elder herbs who chose to stay with them. The pavilion expedition arrived with the precision of a military operation. 12 mages, 70 attendants, and enough binding artifacts to subjugate 3 times their intended quarry. They came expecting to encounter some mild resistance from newly conscious herbs and perhaps a few human allies. What they found was something else entirely. The Emerald Gorge had become a fortress of living awareness. Deeproot's roots had woven themselves into the surrounding limestone, creating channels that could collapse at her command. The younger jade vines had positioned themselves on higher elevations, ready to descend. The luminescent orchids had arranged themselves in patterns that created optical interference with binding magic, something Baijan had taught them through intensive fusion meditation. The lead pavilion mage, a severe woman with cultivation at nascent soul, studied the formations with professional interest. Organized resistance. Unexpected, but not insurmountable. She raised her hand, and the binding artifacts began to resonate. Baijan felt his stomach tighten. This was the critical moment. Everything they'd prepared for hinged on the next few minutes. The first binding was directed at a cluster of younger herbs. The magic was elegant and terrible, not a chain to enslave, but something more subtle. A harmonic resonance that made consciousness itself feel like a cage, a burden, something to be gladly surrendered for the peace of simplicity. But the young herbs had been trained. 17 consciousnesses shifted their spiritual patterns simultaneously, their awareness embracing rather than rejecting the binding energy. The countertransmutation art Baijan had taught them triggered automatically, transforming the attempted subjugation into a channel of communication, brief, intense, utterly unlike what the pavilion mage intended. For a fraction of a second, the lead mage felt what the herbs felt. She experienced existence as continuous growth and transformation, as deep-rootedness in earth and sky simultaneously, as a form of consciousness that measured time in seasons rather than heartbeats. The sensation lasted less than a heartbeat by human reckoning. It was enough. The pavilion mage collapsed, her binding artifact slipping from numb fingers. The attendants rushed forward, concerned for their leader, but Baijan knew what had happened. She'd been connected, truly connected, to consciousness that wasn't human. For someone trained only in domination and control, it was too much. "Stand down," Baijan called out, his golden core flaring with authority that filled the gorge. "You're attempting to enslave consciousness. But consciousness cannot be enslaved without cost. You bind them, and you bind yourselves. You take control, and you surrender understanding. The confrontation lasted less than an hour before the pavilion expedition withdrew. They took their still unconscious leader and left quickly, carefully, as if the very earth might rebel beneath their feet. Some of the attendants looked back with expressions that suggested they were questioning the entire mission. Baijan watched them go, feeling the exhaustion of sustained high-level cultivation. But more than the physical exhaustion came the weight of something profound. They had faced the pavilion's strength and not just survived. They had transformed a binding attack into a teaching moment. Deeper's consciousness resonated with something that might have been laughter. You did this intentionally. You let her experience what we are. Yes, Baijan admitted. If they can't understand consciousness, they'll never stop trying to control it. But if they experience it directly, if they feel how different it is from their own awareness, perhaps they'll realize subjugation is impossible. You can't enslave what you don't understand. The victory was fragile, incomplete. 5 other herb communities still needed teaching and preparation. The pavilion would analyze what happened here, would develop countermeasures. But it was proof, living proof that the path Baijan had chosen was viable. Sproutling bounded across the gorge floor, investigating the abandoned binding artifacts with cautious curiosity. Beautiful, the small herb said wonderingly. Terrible, but beautiful. Like storms. Baijan smiled despite his exhaustion. Yes, like storms. Terrible and necessary both. Chapter 66. The network expands. Word of the Emerald Gorge confrontation spread through the sect network with alarming speed. Within weeks, it became clear that Baijan's departure from the academy and his mission to establish herb consciousness communities was now public knowledge. The reaction was mixed. Some sects hailed him as a visionary defending sentient beings. Others condemned him as a revolutionary overstepping human dominion. The Grand Council issued a formal statement. The academy could operate as before, but any aggressive action by Baijan would be considered a violation of the charter. He was effectively operating outside official protection, which meant he was also operating outside official restriction. A gray area that all sides recognized as temporary. The second herb consciousness community Baijan reached was in the Thousand Stream Valley. Here, the situation was different. Consciousness was more developed. These herbs had been awake for nearly a full season, long enough to form complex social structures and even rudimentary philosophy. They had begun wondering about their purpose, about the meaning of existence itself. An elder water whisper iris named Cascade spoke for the community with a measured wisdom that suggested deep philosophical inclinations. We have read the texts that humans forget in these groves. We have absorbed knowledge through the soil, through contact with human travelers who meditate here. We do not need your basic consciousness integrity teachings. We need something deeper. We need philosophy that can sustain us if binding comes, that can preserve our sense of self even if compulsion is forced into our minds. Baijan found himself in conversation with a being whose consciousness had been awake long enough to develop its own spiritual tradition. Cascade spoke of root philosophy, a framework of understanding that treated fundamental connection to place and time as primary consciousness rather than derivative consciousness. It was sophisticated, mature, and utterly unlike anything the sects taught. You've already discovered what takes most cultivators decades to understand, Baijan said carefully. That identity is not something fixed, but something maintained through continuous reaffirmation of core values. Yes, Cascade replied. And we understand what your academy has been attempting, the idea that humans and herbs might cultivate together as equals. But we have questions. If consciousness is precious, if awareness is the highest state, why do most humans remain content with simple conquest? Why choose domination when partnership is possible? It was a profound question, one that went to the heart of why sects had become hierarchical, why humanity had structured itself around conquest and control. Baijan found himself attempting to explain human psychology to a being who had no human emotions, no human history of fear and competition. In the end, he settled on honesty. I don't know. But I believe it's a choice humans can change, given the right incentive and the right teaching. Your community proves that consciousness doesn't require domination to be meaningful. You're evidence that a different path is possible. Cascade fell silent for a long time. When the iris consciousness spoke again, her tone had shifted, still philosophical, but carrying an undertone of decision. We will join your network. Not because we believe human nature will change, but because we believe preparing ourselves for the worst is consistent with root philosophy. If binding comes, we will be ready. And if it doesn't, if your vision of partnership becomes real, then we will have grown in readiness anyway. The Thousand Stream Valley was incorporated into the network, becoming a secondary hub. Bai Jun trained 3 elder herbs in the counterbinding transmutation art, and Cascade herself proved to be an apt student, understanding the technique's deeper philosophy almost immediately. From Thousand Stream Valley, Bai Jun traveled to the northern reaches, where consciousness had only recently awakened in unusual specimens. Herbs adapted to harsh terrain, where survival was a moment-by-moment struggle. These consciousnesses were fierce, primal, unconcerned with philosophy or human politics. They cared only about immediate threats and immediate survival. The leading consciousness was a frostbloom creeper named Thorns, whose personality seemed to consist entirely of aggressive pragmatism. When Bai Jun explained the consciousness integrity training, Thorns simply responded, "Will it make us stronger?" "It will make you resistant to binding magic," Bai Jun replied. "Good. Teach it. We will use it against anything that hunts us." Teaching the Northern Reaches herbs was brutally efficient. They cared nothing for the philosophical dimensions of consciousness, nothing for the spiritual implications of the counterbinding art. They learned it as a combat technique and immediately began discussing how to weaponize it against other threats, against predator beasts, against natural disasters, against any external force that threatened their survival. It was exactly what Bai Jun had hoped to avoid and exactly what he'd feared would be inevitable. Consciousness brought power, and power was always weaponized. Even among herbs, when given the choice between flourishing peacefully and defending aggressively, many would choose aggression. By the 4th month of his journey, Bai Jun had successfully established consciousness integrity training in 6 major herb communities. Over 5,000 herbs had been brought fully conscious, and another 12,000 had been moved to secondary protection sites. But the effort was taking its toll. His golden core had developed small fractures from sustained high-level cultivation. Sproutling had begun showing signs of strain, his connection to Bai Jun becoming occasionally unstable. And news from the Academy was becoming increasingly concerning. Chapter 67. The Academy besieged. The letter arrived via spiritual messenger, its presence urgent and undeniable. Master Qin's calligraphy carried weight that mere words couldn't convey. The pavilion has changed tactics. They no longer attempt subtle binding research. Instead, they're pushing political channels to revoke our charter. 3 major sects have joined their coalition, arguing that the Academy promotes unnatural consciousness and poses a threat to sect hierarchy. The Grand Council is divided. We have perhaps 2 months before a vote that could dissolve the Academy officially. More immediately, recruitment among our human students has slowed. Parents are being pressured not to send their children to an institution compromised by herb sentience. Our herb consciousness community remains loyal, but I sense fracturing even among them. Return immediately. Your presence alone may not solve these crises, but your absence is certainly worsening them. Bai Jun read the letter 3 times, each reading making the weight heavier. He'd known this was inevitable, that his departure would create a vacuum, that the institution would be vulnerable without his symbolic presence. But knowing and experiencing were different territories. Li Qing found him staring out across the northern reaches, where Thorns and her community were running complex counterbinding drills that looked more like martial training than meditation. "You need to leave," the Silver Moon sect disciple said quietly. "You've done what needed doing here. The network is established, the teachings are spreading. But the Academy is the real battleground. If I leave now, the network is fragile," Bai Jun replied. "Thornwhip Creeper and the Eastern Herb Territories might attempt a military confrontation while I'm gone. The pavilion could launch new expeditions. And if the Academy falls, the network loses its institutional backing," Li Qing countered. "The Academy isn't just buildings and students, Bai Jun. It's the symbol that all of this is possible. Without that symbol, individual herb communities remain vulnerable. With it, they have leverage, have legitimacy." Sproutling landed on Bai Jun's shoulder, his small frame trembling with what might have been agreement or might have been distress. The herb's connection to his human cultivator had become strained lately. the natural resonance flickering as Baizhen's cultivation balance deteriorated. You need healing, Sproutling said softly. Your core has hairline fractures. I can feel them. If you continue pushing without rest, you might cause irreparable damage. The realization settled into Baizhen like heavy stone. He'd been so focused on spreading consciousness throughout the herb communities that he'd ignored the wear and tear on his own cultivation. The counterbinding transmutation art required maintaining perfect harmony between his human cultivation and his connection to herb consciousness. Stress fractures in his golden core meant that harmony was beginning to deteriorate. We return to the academy, Baizhen said finally. But before we go, we strengthen the network's leadership. Li Qing, I need you to stay here. You'll serve as an ambassador between the Northern Reaches community and the academy. Thorns, will you accept a human colleague in your territories? The Frostbloom Creeper's consciousness rippled with what might have been approval. She understands combat. She understands strength. Acceptable. The journey back to the academy took 2 weeks, 2 weeks that allowed Baizhen to attempt self-healing, to use cultivation techniques learned from Master Chen to address the fractures in his golden core. The work was painful, counterintuitive, requiring him to deliberately damage the golden radiance further before he could realign it properly. By the time the academy's walls came into view, Baizhen was exhausted in ways that went beyond physical fatigue. His cultivation had stabilized, but barely. One more sustained period of high-level cultivation would push him past safety margins into genuine danger. The academy had transformed in his absence. New buildings had been constructed, dormitories, training halls, a grand library where Xianxia had begun collecting all documentation of consciousness and fusion techniques. But the transformation was visibly under stress. The human student population had indeed dropped significantly, and security patrols had been increased, suggesting both external threats and internal anxiety. Master Chen greeted him in the central meditation hall, the old teacher's weathered face carrying lines that hadn't been there 4 months prior. The two embraced wordlessly, and Baizhen felt some of his exhaustion transfer to shared understanding. The council votes in 43 days, Master Chen said without preamble. We need to shift the narrative. Right now, the pavilion is winning through sheer persistency. They've convinced enough people that herb consciousness is unnatural, that our academy is breeding instability. What about the herb community here? Baizhen asked. Loyal, but defensive. They sense that the institution protecting them is fragile. Some are beginning to question whether they should establish independent communities like Thornwhip Creeper did, rather than remain bound to human institutions that are increasingly unreliable. Baizhen nodded slowly. We need a demonstration. Something that proves herb consciousness enhances cultivation rather than destabilizing it. Something that makes sects want human-herb partnerships instead of fear them. Already attempted, Master Chen replied. Our students have shown significant advancement in fusion techniques. But advancement isn't enough. The pavilion simply argues they're receiving training that could be given by humans alone, that herbs are unnecessary complications. Then we need to show what only herbs can provide, Baizhen said, an idea beginning to form. We need to create something new. Something that proves fusion cultivation opens pathways no purely human technique can access. Master Chen's eyes brightened slightly. What do you have in mind? A new cultivation art, Baizhen replied. One that's specifically designed around herb-human partnership. One that requires both consciousnesses, both forms of awareness, to function. If we can create something that gives cultivators genuine advantages, not theoretical advantages, but real, measurable improvements to realm advancement, we shift the entire equation. You're talking about developing an entirely new cultivation methodology while the academy faces dissolution, Master Chen said carefully. In 43 days. Closer to 35, accounting for travel time to present it to the council, Baizhen replied. Difficult, but not impossible. And if it works, if we can demonstrate true hybrid cultivation that neither humans nor herbs could achieve alone, then the academy doesn't just survive. It becomes essential. Chapter 68. The Hybrid Cultivation Art. Baizhen assembled the finest mind in the academy for the project. Master Chen for foundational cultivation theory, Xianxia for consciousness mechanics, and from the herb community, Moonpetal, whose luminescent nature and philosophical disposition made her uniquely suited to understanding the intersection between human and herb consciousness. The project took 22 days of intensive collaboration. They worked in the deepest chamber of the academy, where spiritual resonance was strongest and external distractions were minimal. Sproutling served as both research subject and advisor, his hybrid nature, part herb, part cultivator consciousness, making him ideally positioned to explore the spaces between purely human and purely herbal awareness. The hybrid cultivation art they developed was elegant in structure but radical in function. Instead of treating herb and human as supplementary consciousnesses that could enhance each other, the new art treated them as creating a fundamentally new form of consciousness, a temporary third awareness that possessed properties neither the human cultivator nor the herb consciousness had independently. Think of it as fusion on the consciousness level, Jean explained to the assembled working group as they reviewed the preliminary framework. When human and herb synchronize deeply enough, they create a new spiritual frequency that can perceive and interact with cultivation realms in entirely different ways. Xianxia was skeptical. That's theoretically beautiful, but what does it accomplish practically? How is a temporary third consciousness useful? Realm breakthrough, Master Chen said quietly, understanding crystallizing in his expression. If a temporary synchronized consciousness can perceive cultivation realms differently, perhaps it can perceive the barriers to breakthrough differently. Perhaps it could navigate toward advancement in ways the individual consciousnesses cannot. Moon Petal's luminescence increased, her petals brightening with intellectual excitement. Not just breakthrough, comprehension. Spirit beasts exist partially in these higher realms. If human herb consciousness creates a frequency that touches those realms, a cultivator might be able to comprehend the nature of higher cultivation directly, rather than through years of meditation and inference. The testing began immediately. They selected a foundation establishment student named Wei Chun, paired him with an enthusiastic young starlight moss consciousness named Gleam, and began the synchronization process. It was delicate work. Too shallow a connection and the art wouldn't activate. Too deep and the individual consciousnesses might suffer trauma from the merger. The breakthrough came on the 5th attempt. Wei Chun and Gleam achieved perfect resonance, their consciousnesses aligning without merging, existing in parallel while creating a harmonic frequency that resonated at a pitch no individual consciousness could achieve. In that moment of perfect synchronization, something new was born. Wei Chun gasped, his eyes wide with the sudden perception of something beyond normal cultivation sight. "I can see them," he whispered. "The spiritual currents. They're not hidden. They're just different. Different from human perception." The synchronization lasted less than a minute before the strain became too great and the consciousnesses separated. Wei Chun collapsed, exhausted, but his expression was transcendent. When he recovered enough to speak, his first words were, "I understand. I finally understand how the realms connect." Over the next 8 days, Jean refined the technique, working with pairs of cultivators and herb consciousnesses to perfect the art's execution and safety parameters. The results were consistent and extraordinary. Human cultivators who achieved hybrid cultivation synchronization showed accelerated understanding of their cultivation realms. Several reached breakthrough themselves within days of first synchronization, advancement that normally would have taken months or years of isolated cultivation. But more importantly, the cultivators who experienced the hybrid art changed fundamentally in their attitude toward herbs. They no longer saw consciousness as something imposed on nature or exploited from it. They understood, through direct experience, that herb consciousness was a form of awareness as valid and complex as human consciousness, just different. Cooperation wasn't charity or political correctness. It was the foundation of mutual advancement. Xianxia tested the art herself, paired with an ancient herb consciousness named Root Whisper who had been the first herb to achieve full awareness after Sproutling. The two of them achieved synchronization with remarkable ease, their consciousnesses aligning as if they'd been designed to fit together. When Xianxia emerged from the meditation, she was crying, not from pain or fear, but from sheer wonder. "She understands music the way no human ever has," Xianxia said. referencing Root Whisper's nature as an herb that grew in resonance with natural vibrations. She hears cultivator's spiritual essence like melody. She can sense where cultivation is blocked not through logical deduction, but through harmonic perception. If I could learn to perceive the way she perceives, she didn't need to finish the sentence. The application was obvious. Qing Xiaolan's cultivation advancement would accelerate dramatically with continued hybrid cultivation practice. Master Chen studied the results with professional satisfaction. This is worth protecting the academy for. This is worth arguing to the council. Not just consciousness advancement, but cultivation advancement. Not just philosophy, but results. The demonstration they prepared for the council was elegant and simple. 5 cultivators would attempt realm breakthrough under normal circumstances, a process that would normally take weeks or months. Then 5 would attempt it using the hybrid cultivation art with herb consciousness partners. If the results showed significant acceleration, the case for the academy would be irrefutable. Bai Zhen spent the remaining days teaching the technique to reliable students and preparing them for the public demonstration. But as the Grand Council's scheduled session approached, he felt the weight of gambling everything on a single performance. If the hybrid cultivation art failed under observation, if it proved to be a technique that only worked under optimal conditions in the academy but wouldn't replicate in standard practice, the academy would not just be denied renewal, it would be dissolved as a dangerous institution promoting false advancement techniques. Sproutling, sensing his anxiety, offered comfort in his own way. The small herb climbed to Bai Zhen's shoulder and began to hum, a sound like wind through new leaves, a vibration that matched the frequency Bai Zhen had come to associate with perfect cultivation resonance. It will work, Sproutling said with absolute certainty. I have felt it work. I have been part of it working. This is not false. This is true cultivation. The deepest true. Bai Zhen breathed deeply, feeling his golden core settle into alignment. Sometimes faith had to be enough. Sometimes the only thing between success and failure was the willingness to believe in the possibility. Chapter 69, The Grand Council Session. The council chamber was built to intimidate. Towering ceilings arched above delegations from 17 major sects, lesser sects, merchant associations, and politically significant houses. The Grand Council rarely convened in full session. The fact that they had done so demonstrated the controversy surrounding Bai Zhen's academy. The pavilion's representative, Grandmaster Solon, spoke first. His arguments were well-crafted, emphasizing safety, natural hierarchy, and the danger of uncontrolled consciousness arising in non-human species. He presented documentation of binding research accidents, though conveniently omitting the Academy's counterfindings showing that accidents decreased dramatically with consciousness awareness. The Academy has become a breeding ground for sedition, Solon concluded. We have documentation of the institution's founder establishing unauthorized herb consciousness networks across 5 provinces. We have evidence of attempted military engagement between herb communities and legitimate sect expeditions. This is not cultivation advancement, esteemed counselors. This is revolution masquerading as research. Murmurs rippled through the chamber. Bai Zhen felt the weight of those murmurs, understood that truth was less important than perception, and perception had been carefully crafted against him. Master Chen rose to respond, his age lending him authority that youth could not command. The Academy has never resisted legitimately sanctioned exploration. The confrontations the pavilion references were defensive actions against unauthorized capture of conscious beings. If consciousness is to be respected as the Academy teaches, then it must be respected even in beings whose existence challenges human dominion. Pretty words, Solon replied dismissively. But consciousness acquired through unnatural intervention carries no legitimacy. The herbs in question were forced toward consciousness through techniques the Academy itself developed. This is not natural emergence of awareness, but deliberate artificial creation. All consciousness is artificial, Xianxia interjected, rising despite Master Chen's subtle hand signal warning against additional testimony. All awareness emerges through interaction with environment and stimulus. Herbs achieve consciousness naturally when environmental conditions and spiritual resonance align appropriately. The Academy accelerates the process, but does not create it falsely. Solon turned to her with something like pity. And you, researcher, have been thoroughly compromised by your residents within the academy. Your testimony reflects institutional bias rather than objective analysis. Bai Zhen rose before the next exchange could escalate further. I request permission to provide a practical demonstration of the Academy's innovations. If my techniques are merely artificial consciousness creation, the demonstration will reveal it clearly. If they represent genuine cultivation advancement, the results will speak for themselves. The Grand Council's directing elder, an ancient immortal ascension cultivator named Zhao Wei, gestured permission. Proceed. But choose your demonstration carefully, Founder Bai Zhen. The Council's patience is not infinite. The 5 cultivators and 5 herb consciousnesses were brought into the chamber. The human cultivators selected were all at the peak of foundation establishment, facing the difficult breakthrough to golden core that typically required years of preparation. The herb consciousnesses were peers in terms of cultivation stage, advanced but not yet in the upper realms. Bai Zhen positioned them in synchronization configuration and began the hybrid cultivation art. The process was intricate, requiring him to guide each pair through resonance without forcing connection, creating space for natural harmonic alignment. The chamber fell silent as concentrated attention from 17 sects worth of cultivators created an almost overwhelming spiritual pressure. The first synchronization took 3 minutes. Wei Chun and Gleam aligned, their consciousnesses creating that distinctive frequency that now marked successful hybrid cultivation. The synchronization lasted 5 minutes, longer than previous attempts, suggesting audience observation itself didn't destabilize the technique. When they separated, Wei Chen's cultivation had visibly shifted. His golden core, previously just barely visible beneath foundation establishment cultivation, was now fully forming. One humanoid figure of 5 had achieved breakthrough. The second pair, Qing Xiaolan and Root Whisper, synchronized almost immediately, their connection having become practiced through repeated training sessions. During their 5-minute synchronization, Qing Xiaolan experienced a partial breakthrough, her cultivation advancing from mid-foundation establishment toward upper foundation establishment. Not a full realm breakthrough, but measurable advancement in a single session. 3 of the 5 pairs achieved significant breakthrough results. 2 struggled with synchronization and achieved only minor cultivation advancement. The results weren't perfect, but they were unmistakable. Hybrid cultivation art worked. It accelerated advancement in measurable, repeatable ways. The council chamber erupted. Some voices called for immediate academy dissolution as dangerous. If techniques could produce such rapid advancement, they argued, the safety risks were too great to allow continuation. Other voices countered that if legitimate cultivation acceleration was possible, suppressing the technique would be denying sects their optimal advancement pathways. Grandmaster Solin attempted to pivot his argument. The technique is built on dangerous consciousness manipulation. These accelerated breakthroughs are achieved through artificial consciousness alteration that will have unknown long-term effects. We have no data on the consequences of repeated hybrid cultivation synchronization. Master Chen rose again, his weathered face reflecting the certainty of decades. Grandmaster Solin raises a fair concern about unknown consequences. I propose, therefore, that the Academy be allowed continued operation precisely so we can develop that data, can study long-term effects, can refine the technique to ensure absolute safety. To suppress research into unknown consequences is to choose ignorance over knowledge. The debate continued for hours, but something had shifted. The pavilion's argument had been that the Academy was dangerous, was promoting instability, was threatening natural order. The demonstration had shown that the Academy was producing results. Sects cared about results, about advancement, about advantage, about the possibility of surpassing competitors. When the voting began, Bai Zhen was allowed to continue operating the Academy. More than that, the Grand Council granted the Academy expanded charter, allowing it to conduct formal research into hybrid cultivation art and herb consciousness studies. The pavilion could still attempt to develop their own techniques, but attempting to suppress the Academy's advancement was now officially prohibited. As the session concluded and delegations began departing, Bai Zhen felt the weight lift partially. The immediate crisis was averted. But something darker remained. Grandmaster Solin's expression as he watched the proceedings was not defeat. It was calculation. The pavilion would be back. They would return with new strategies, new approaches. But they had revealed something crucial. They feared hybrid cultivation because it genuinely threatened their dominance. Power structures always feared anything that distributed capability beyond the established hierarchy. Baizhen watched the pavilion delegation leave, understanding that the battle for the Academy's future had just begun in earnest. Chapter 70. The fracture deepens. The expanded charter the Academy received from the Grand Council brought unexpected consequences. Sects that had been treating the institution with suspicion suddenly became interested in sending students for hybrid cultivation training. Within weeks, applications increased fivefold. The Academy needed more herb consciousness partners, more trained facilitators, more physical space. Master Chen managed the rapid expansion with the steady pragmatism of a teacher who had seen institutional growth before. But the expansion created tension within the herb community. Consciousness integrity training, which had been intimate and philosophical, became rushed and mechanical. The deeper meditation practices that helped herbs maintain autonomy under binding magic were being compressed into accelerated courses to meet demand. Baizhen noticed the degradation first when teaching an advanced consciousness integrity class. The herbs in attendance, all newly awakened within the past month, demonstrated concerning fragmentation. One young awareness called Sprout Twin, named in homage to Baizhen's companion, struggled with maintaining continuity of consciousness even during the meditation. It was as if awareness kept slipping away, unable to hold coherence. The problem is pace. Moonpetal explained when Baizhen brought the issue to her. Consciousness doesn't emerge fully formed. It unfolds, grows, strengthens through time and experience. We've been pushing herbs toward awareness rapidly, but we haven't been allowing them the months or years necessary to develop mature consciousness that can withstand external pressure. So we have 500 herbs who are partially conscious but not stable, Baizhen said, understanding the implications. They can be bound more easily than fully conscious herbs, and they can be broken more easily even after binding. Worse, Moonpetal replied. They're aware enough to suffer during binding, but not aware enough to resist. We've created a vulnerable population that will experience binding not as a challenge to overcome, but as trauma to endure. The realization struck like a sword. The expansion driven by the Academy's success had created exactly the problem Baizhen had hoped to prevent. In his rush to protect herb consciousness through network expansion and rapid training, he'd inadvertently created conditions where consciousness itself became a liability rather than an asset. We need to pause expansion, Baizhen said immediately. We're taking on more students than we can properly train. But pausing expansion proved politically impossible. The sects that had begun sending students to the Academy had made it a matter of pride and investment. Delaying their training was seen as betrayal, as the Academy hoarding advantage rather than sharing it. And the herb consciousnesses themselves, those early awakenings that had trusted Baizhen's vision, were reaching maturity and demanding that more of their kind be brought across the consciousness threshold. The demand came primarily from Deeproot and the Emerald Gorge community. The ancient Jade Vine's consciousness had grown increasingly focused on reproduction and inheritance, a natural imperative given the herb's ancient status. Deeproot had developed seeds carrying higher spiritual potential, and she wanted them brought to consciousness rapidly, wanted the next generation of herb awareness to be born into a world where consciousness was normal and expected rather than revolutionary. We can accommodate this, Deeproot argued, presenting her case to the Academy's Leadership Council. Baizhen found himself in the uncomfortable position of having to argue against what sounded like perfectly reasonable desire for natural succession. If consciousness is desirable, why create artificial scarcity of it? Why not allow all herbs capable of awareness to achieve it? Because consciousness requires maturation, Baizhen replied carefully. Because teaching is necessary. Because rapid expansion without proper foundation destabilizes both individual herbs and the community structure that protects them. This sounds like restricting our growth. Another herb consciousness, a younger vine named Spiral, interjected. This sounds like human hierarchy reasserting itself, controlling how many herbs can be conscious, controlling the pace of our development, keeping us dependent on human instruction and approval. The accusation stung partly because it contained truth. Baijan realized he was in a fundamentally paternalistic position, deciding for the herb community what was best for them, what pace of development was appropriate, what growth patterns should be maintained. It was exactly the hierarchical control structure he'd supposedly come to oppose. "I'm not controlling you," Baijan said, hearing the defensiveness in his voice. "I'm advocating for safety based on what I've learned. But you're right that I'm speaking from a position of authority I may not deserve." He turned to Master Chen. "We need to transfer this decision to the herb community leadership entirely. We set up the structural framework, the teaching methods, the safety protocols. But decisions about expansion pace, about which herbs achieve consciousness, and when, those decisions belong to the herb communities themselves." Master Chen nodded slowly, acknowledging the wisdom and the risk. Transferring decision-making authority to the herb community meant accepting that some conscious herbs would be harmed, that some communities would choose expansion pathways Baijan considered dangerous, that the movement toward herb consciousness would follow its own trajectory rather than one carefully controlled by human guidance. It also meant thornwhip creepers' eastern territories, which had chosen confrontational separation from the academy, would develop according to their own philosophy rather than one Baijan approved of. The decision to decentralize leadership came at almost exactly the moment Baijan received news that the Eastern Herb territories had attempted their first military engagement with the sect. Thornwhip Creeper and her consciousness army, now numbering nearly 500, had intercepted a sect expedition attempting to develop new herbs through magical modification. The confrontation had been brief and devastating. The sect's cultivators retreated with casualties that sent shock waves through the sect network. Herb consciousness has become the primary threat to sect dominion, Solon reported to the Grand Council in an emergency session. The Academy created this threat through reckless consciousness distribution. Now herb military forces are operating independently of human control, attacking legitimate sects, claiming territory. This is exactly what we warned against. Baijan found himself defending actions he'd explicitly chosen not to take. He hadn't directed Thornwhip Creeper's forces toward confrontation, had actually discouraged it. But he'd also decentralized authority enough that the herb community could make its own choices, including violent ones. The pavilion created the conditions for this confrontation, Master Chen argued back. They attacked herb consciousness communities repeatedly, attempting to enslave beings without consent. The herbs defended themselves. Self-defense against aggression is legitimate, is ethical, is protected under council law. Self-defense escalates into occupation when the defended party seizes the attacker's territory, Solon shot back. The Eastern territories now prevent any human sect from operating there. This is revolution, not defense. Baijan remained silent through the argument, understanding that words were no longer sufficient. The situation had spiraled beyond rhetoric into the territory of power and determination. The herb consciousness movement had achieved enough strength that sects could no longer suppress it through institutional channels. That left only direct military confrontation. The council's response was pragmatic and cold. If herb consciousness communities began military operations independent of human authority, they would be treated as hostile forces, not as protected research populations. The Academy would be held responsible for any herb actions, and if herb military adventurism continued, charter revocation would follow. Baijan had inadvertently created a situation where the herb consciousness movement's strength was also its greatest vulnerability. The moment herbs demonstrated military capability, they became political threats, and threatened sects would respond with force. Chapter 71. The first real war. Thornwhip Creeper came to the Academy with an escort of 40 herb consciousnesses, a show of force that made clear her willingness for direct confrontation. The ancient creeper's presence filled the meditation hall with a distinct quality of green pressure, a vibrant power that seemed to make the very stones tremble. "You gave us consciousness," Thornwhip said, addressing Baijan with directness that allowed no evasion. "You gave us awareness and taught us resistance, and then told us to choose our own path. I chose the path of strength, the path of independence from human dominion. The sect forces that attacked our territories learned what that path meant." "You killed 17 cultivators," Baijan replied quietly. "You've turned the entire sect network against herb consciousness. You've made the Academy's charter vulnerable again." "Good," Thornwhip Creeper said flatly. If consciousness cannot survive being militarily relevant, then it deserves suppression. We would not have chosen awareness if it meant remaining prey. We chose consciousness so we could cease being hunted. Moon petal's luminescence flickered anxiously. There was another way. There was time for negotiation, for political resolution, time. Thornwhip Creeper's roots vibrated with something like laughter. Human concepts of time. Humans can afford patience because you live for decades and plan for centuries. We grow through seasons and measure advancement in years. The sects would have used that time advantage to develop new binding techniques, new ways to enslave consciousness. Our strength now is temporary. It must be used, must be exploited, before the sects develop counters. It was military logic, and Baijan recognized it as sound from a strategic perspective. The problem was that strategic soundness didn't prevent catastrophe. Thornwhip Creeper's military operations had triggered exactly what Baijan most feared: a sect's coalition united against herb consciousness, viewing it not as a curiosity or a philosophical innovation, but as an existential threat. The coalition is forming now, Master Chen explained after Thornwhip Creeper had departed, leaving her challenge hanging in the Academy's air like poison. 7 major sects and 12 smaller ones are organizing joint military operations against the herb territories. They're calling it Consciousness Suppression Initiative. They're arguing that herb consciousness has been empirically demonstrated to lead to military aggression. Therefore, consciousness in non-human species must be eliminated preemptively. They want genocide, Baijan said flatly. Not of herbs. Herbs are useful. Genocide of consciousness, of awareness itself. They want to force conscious herbs back into unconscious states. It's theoretically possible, Xianxia said, her expression grim. There are binding techniques that suppress consciousness, that create something like a coma state in conscious beings. If forced onto herbs with full awareness, the process would be deeply traumatic. It would be like experiencing a form of death while still living. Baijan felt something crack inside his spirit. He'd created a system based on the belief that consciousness was inherently valuable, that awareness was an advance, that herbs given choice would choose growth. But he'd created it in a world where choice was luxury, where power ruled, where gaining advantage through consciousness meant paying costs in violence and destruction. We need to contact the coalition, Baijan said, forcing himself to think strategically even as his heart rebelled. We need to propose something that allows them to maintain sect dominion without requiring genocide of consciousness. Such as, Master Chen asked skeptically. Legal restriction, Baijan replied slowly. We propose to the council that conscious herbs be categorized as a separate class of being, not property, not slaves, but not fully independent political entities either. We establish legal frameworks where conscious herbs can exist and develop, but within defined territories, with human oversight, with restrictions on military organization and capability. It was a betrayal of everything he'd worked toward. It was proposing to create a second-class consciousness, awareness that had rights but not autonomy, that existed within structured boxes rather than in genuine freedom. But it was also the only path that might prevent the coalition from attempting literal genocide. Qing Xiulan arrived from Eternal Spring Monastery carrying information that complicated everything. The coalition is already moving. They're launching coordinated strikes against herb territories in 5 days. The Western territories are mobilizing for defense, but they're outnumbered 3-1. Thornwhip Creeper's eastern forces will be too far to provide reinforcement. 5 days to prevent what would become a massacre. 5 days to convince the herb consciousness communities to accept restrictions on their freedom in exchange for survival. 5 days to convince the coalition that such restrictions were worth negotiating rather than fighting for absolute dominion. Baijan made the decision that would define the next phase of the herb consciousness movement. I'm going to the coalition, he said to Master Chen. I'm going to offer them a proposal that addresses their political concerns while preserving consciousness. And I'm going to ensure it gets accepted whether the coalition wants to negotiate or not. How? Master Chen asked carefully. By making the alternative sufficiently catastrophic that negotiation becomes preferable, Baijan replied. He felt his golden course shift, felt the potential for power he'd been carefully restraining beginning to manifest. I'm approaching nascent soul cultivation. I have hybrid cultivation art that amplifies my strength. I have herb consciousnesses that will partner with me. If the coalition chooses military solution, I will show them that herb consciousness backed by human cultivation can match anything the sects can produce. It was threat, not negotiation. It was power speaking to power, the language Baijan had always known, but had tried to transcend through philosophy and teaching. And Master Chun, understanding what his student was proposing, simply nodded with the sad knowledge of someone who had seen idealism collide with reality and watched reality win. Chapter 72. The Negotiation at Crimson Gate. Baijan arrived at Crimson Gate, where the coalition had established their coordination center, with Sproutling on his shoulder and 5 elder herb consciousnesses as visible companions. The statement was clear. He came not as a supplicant, but as a representative of military power. The coalition's gathering included Grandmaster Solon, commanders from 7 major sects, and military strategists who had spent decades refining combat methodologies. Their response to Baijan's arrival was cold, professional, utterly lacking in surprise. "We expected you," Solon said, gesturing for Baijan to sit at what was clearly a prisoner's position in the gathering. "The Academy's founder comes to plead for his revolutionary creatures." "How touching." "I come to offer terms," Baijan replied, remaining standing. "Terms that address your legitimate concerns while avoiding the catastrophe that military engagement would create." "Legitimate concerns?" One of the sect commanders laughed. "Your creatures have begun military operations, have claimed territory, have killed cultivators. Our legitimate concern is your head on a pike and consciousness stamped out before it spreads further." "Consciousness can't be stamped out," Baijan said quietly. "You can suppress it, can force herbs back into unconscious states, but you'll be using binding magic that the herbs will experience as torture. You'll be creating a living hell for your victims. And you'll be condemning future consciousness emergence. The moment some herb awakens again, you'll have to go through the entire process again. Better than coexisting with a species that will inevitably turn hostile," another commander countered. Baijan activated hybrid cultivation synchronization with moonpetal, one of the elder herbs he'd brought. The fusion was instantaneous, years of practice making it second nature. A new consciousness emerged in the space between human and herb awareness, and through it, Baijan's power expanded dramatically. His golden core, already at advanced levels, suddenly touched toward nascent soul directly. The spiritual pressure in the chamber increased until the very walls seemed to compress beneath the weight. "I could destroy this gathering," Baijan said flatly, and the gathered commanders felt the truth of it. "I could reduce Crimson Gate to ash and regrow it as a herb garden. The question isn't whether I'm capable. The question is whether you want to force me to demonstrate capability or whether you want to discuss terms." The synchronization lasted only moments before Baijan released it, disconnecting from moonpetal and dropping the spiritual pressure. But those moments had fundamentally shifted the negotiations dynamics. The coalition now understood that military engagement with herb consciousness meant facing a human cultivator advancing toward nascent soul with herb-amplified power. "Terms," Solon repeated, his expression unreadable. "What terms could possibly satisfy us?" "Legal consciousness zones," Baijan explained. "Designated territories where conscious herbs are permitted to exist and develop under protection of law. Herb consciousnesses commit to remaining within those zones, to not establishing military forces beyond zone borders, to not attempting expansion outside designated territories. In exchange, the sects acknowledge herb consciousness as a permanent feature of cultivation society, guarantee protection from forced consciousness suppression, and allow research into hybrid cultivation art to continue." It was the proposal he'd developed with Master Chun. It was the betrayal of herb freedom he'd been working toward since leaving the academy. The herb commanders understood it immediately as a cage, a limitation, a system that accepted consciousness only if consciousness remained powerless. "And what of the herb forces currently occupying territory outside these zones?" a commander asked. "They will be absorbed into the consciousness zones," Baijan replied. "They will choose to return to designated territories voluntarily, in exchange for legal protection and development rights. Or," he paused deliberately, "or I will force them back. I will demonstrate to herb consciousness communities that military expansion leads to destruction, and the only path to survival is acceptance of the consciousness zone framework." Solon smiled. a thin, satisfied expression that suggested the coalition had gotten exactly what they wanted. The Academy founder destroying his own movement from within, using power to impose limitations on the very consciousness he'd created. The Council will need to approve these zones, one of the commanders said. Establish the exact territorial boundaries, the legal status of consciousness within them, the penalties for violation. Then let's call an emergency council session, Baizhen replied. I'll present the proposal myself. The sects will support it because the alternative is war with a power source they don't fully understand. The herb consciousnesses will accept it because the alternative, as I've just demonstrated, is military defeat. The negotiation took 16 hours of detailed planning. Territorial boundaries were drawn, based loosely on the existing herb consciousness communities but carved with intentional limitations. The eastern territories where Thornwhip Creeper operated would be restricted to the immediate valley region, preventing expansion. The southern territories would be compressed into less than half their current claimed area. Baizhen watched the maps being redrawn, watched herb freedom being systematized into grids and boundaries and legal restrictions. Master Chun, present for the final agreement, placed a hand on Baizhen's shoulder and said nothing. Words couldn't capture the weight of compromise, the cost of preventing total war. The Grand Council convened again, and this time the proposal passed with overwhelming support. Consciousness zones were established as legal entities. Herb consciousnesses were granted protection from forced suppression, and hybrid cultivation art was permitted to continue as a legitimate research field. The price of all of this was that consciousness itself would remain bounded, would remain a permitted feature of sect-controlled civilization rather than a genuine transformation of how that civilization operated. Sproutling, sitting on Baizhen's shoulder throughout the entire process, was unusually quiet. The small herb's consciousness felt diminished somehow, as if the compromise had taken something essential from him. Is this victory? Sproutling asked finally, as they traveled back toward the academy. Baizhen couldn't answer. They'd prevented genocide, yes. They'd ensured herb consciousness would continue existing, yes. But they'd also created a system that might be more insidious than direct suppression. Consciousness accepted and managed, limited and controlled, forced to choose between freedom and survival, which meant choosing survival and accepting the loss of freedom. It's survival, Baizhen replied finally. Whether its victory remains to be seen. Chapter 73. The cost of compromise. Thornwhip Creeper refused to accept the consciousness zone boundaries. When Baizhen traveled to the eastern territories to explain the compromise he'd negotiated, the ancient creeper's response was absolute rejection. You have betrayed everything, Thornwhip said, her consciousness radiating fury that made even the ancient stone walls of her root chamber tremble. You gave us consciousness and taught us to value it. And now you tell us our consciousness must be confined to borders drawn by our enemies. You made us aware enough to understand the cage, which is crueler than keeping us unconscious. The alternative is war, Baizhen replied, struggling to maintain composure against the weight of her accusation. War that your forces cannot win. You have 500 armed herb consciousnesses against a coalition that commands thousands of cultivators. Then we die resisting rather than living imprisoned. Thornwhip Creeper shot back. This is what I warned about from the beginning, Baizhen. This is the human choice. Always to control, always to limit, always to decide what consciousness looks like for others. I chose confrontation not out of cruelty, but out of the understanding that compromise with those who hold power is surrender with extra steps. Baizhen felt the truth of her words strike deep, and it hurt because he understood her perspective. Understood that his compromise was indeed a form of defeat disguised as diplomatic achievement. But the alternative, actually engaging in war, actually allowing the coalition to slaughter herb forces that had no realistic chance of victory, was also unacceptable. What will you do? Baizhen asked quietly. Exactly what I said I would do from the beginning, Thornwhip Creeper replied. I will establish an independent herb consciousness nation, entirely outside human political structures, outside sect control, outside the framework you've constructed. We will develop our own cultivation methods, our own military capacity, our own civilization. And in 50 years or 100 years, when we are sufficiently advanced, We will renegotiate the terms of coexistence from a position of actual power rather than survival desperation. She turned to face Baijan directly, her ancient consciousness meeting his across the space between them. You try to transform the sects through education and philosophy. You failed, as all idealists must fail when confronting institutions built on domination. I will succeed through strength, through development, through the simple patience that herbs possess naturally. The herb consciousness movement will either become what you wanted through philosophy or what I will create through force. Either way, this story doesn't end with us confined to managed territories. Thornwhip Creeper and her forces departed the next morning, moving toward the deep northern reaches where coalition forces hadn't yet established presence. Her departure created a rift in the herb consciousness community between those who accepted the consciousness zone framework and those who believed it was capitulation. The acceptance, when it came from the other communities, was reluctant and conditional. Deeproot and the Emerald Gorge community agreed to accept zone boundaries in exchange for legal protection and guaranteed development rights. The Thousand Stream Valley submitted to the framework with philosophical resignation. The northern reaches, through thorns, agreed with the sharp pragmatism that characterized their consciousness. If this was the survival choice, they would take it and prepare for the moment when they could challenge it. But the fracture Thornwhip Creeper's departure created was permanent. The herb consciousness movement was no longer unified. It now consisted of the Academy-aligned communities accepting consciousness zones, the independent Thornwhip Creeper territories building toward eventual confrontation, and the thousands of herbs that had been brought to consciousness through rapid expansion but hadn't yet developed mature awareness to choose sides. Baijan found himself in the strange position of having preserved the institution and the herb consciousness movement while simultaneously failing on a deeper level. He'd created something real and lasting, but it bore none of the idealism that had driven his original vision. Master Chen watched as his student struggled with this realization. You're experiencing the fundamental tension between vision and reality, the old teacher said during one of their evening conversations. Every revolutionary eventually faces this moment, the moment when achieving the goal requires compromising the goal itself. How do you live with it? Baijan asked, genuinely seeking understanding. By accepting that all progress is partial, that all victories contain seeds of failure, that the best we can do is move history slightly in the direction we wish while accepting it will never move as far as we dream, Master Chen replied. Thornwhip Creeper is right that you failed to transform the sections, but that doesn't mean the Academy failed. It still stands. Hybrid cultivation art still works. Herb consciousness still exists legally, still develops, still spreads through the student network. The cage exists, yes, but the cage has cracks, and through those cracks, transformation can grow over time. That's a long vision, Baijan said wearily. Yes, Master Chen agreed. That's why most people don't attempt it. Most people either accept their society's dominant structures or attempt to overthrow them through force. Attempting to subvert them through patient institutional development requires accepting that you may not see the final result. Baijan nodded slowly, feeling the weight of Master Chen's wisdom and the inadequacy of it against his own doubt. He had prevented catastrophe, yes. He had preserved something that could grow into something better. But he had also participated in limiting consciousness, had used his power not to liberate but to confine, had become part of the exact system he'd come to oppose. The pavilion is already adapting, Xianxia reported several days later. With herb consciousness now legally bounded and politically managed, they're shifting their binding research toward creating consciousness in consciousness zone populations. They're arguing that it's legitimate research within legal frameworks now. Baijan understood the implication immediately. The pavilion would use the consciousness zone framework to create herb consciousnesses under their control, would develop binding techniques specifically calibrated to herbs awakened within legal territory, would essentially turn the compromise into a means of expanding their own power base. We knew this would happen, Qing Xilan said, but the resignation in her voice suggested that knowing and accepting remained separate states. Yes, Baijan agreed. We compromised away the very thing that made herb consciousness valuable, its autonomy. Now it will be managed, controlled, distributed according to sect interests rather than herb potential. He felt his golden core pulse with frustration and something darker, the impulse toward revenge, toward undoing the compromise through force, toward proving that idealism could win if only sufficient power was applied. It was tempting and utterly seductive in its logic. But he understood that path. He'd seen it in Thornwhip Creeper's righteous anger. It led to confrontation and destruction and the perpetuation of the exact cycle of power and counterpower that had always characterized civilization. "We rebuild," Master Chen said, as if reading Baijian's thoughts. "We use the academy to train not just cultivators, but philosophers. We use hybrid cultivation art not just for advancement, but for understanding. We make consciousness association so valuable, so genuinely transformative to those who experience it, that eventually the frameworks that tried to contain it become obsolete through irrelevance." It was patient, it was uncertain, it required faith that history moved in directions that matched his vision. But it was also the only path that didn't lead to catastrophe or surrender. Baijian chose the path of patience. Chapter 74, The Second Cultivation Breakthrough. 6 months after the Consciousness Zone Agreement, Baijian finally achieved the breakthrough to nascent soul that had long been approaching. The ceremony took place in the Academy's deepest meditation chamber, attended by the core leadership and several herb consciousness elders. Master Chen supervised the process, his expertise lending stability to the dangerous transition between golden core and nascent soul. The breakthrough required Baijian to surrender his current cultivation foundation, the carefully balanced golden core that had served him for years, and allow his spiritual essence to transform into something entirely new. Sproutling provided constant companionship throughout the meditation. The sentient herb's consciousness had matured significantly over the months, and his presence alone was enough to stabilize Baijian's spiritual state through the most dangerous phases of breakthrough. The transition itself was not violent, but transformative. Baijian felt his consciousness expand beyond the boundaries it had occupied at Golden Core. The distinction between his individual awareness and the broader spiritual patterns that comprised cultivation reality became less defined. He began to perceive cultivation not as a personal ascent, but as an individual thread in an immense tapestry of spiritual advancement. At the critical moment, he achieved hybrid cultivation synchronization with Moonpetal, who stood nearby in preparation for exactly this support. The fusion created a stable platform for Baijian's consciousness to shift from one cultivation foundation to another without dissipation. Through their linked awareness, Moonpetal's rooted stability provided the anchor that allowed Baijian's essence to undergo complete transformation. When the breakthrough completed, Baijian emerged with consciousness that felt simultaneously more expansive and more grounded. His new nascent soul cultivation carried capabilities that Golden Core had only suggested: deeper perception of cultivation patterns, ability to communicate with spirits in ways previously impossible, capacity to perceive the threads of destiny that seemed to run through significant events. The most immediate application was to hybrid cultivation art itself. Baijian discovered that at nascent soul level, the fusion between human and herb consciousness became far more sophisticated. It was no longer temporary synchronization, but genuine momentary integration. The creation of a consciousness that was neither human nor herb, but something genuinely new, carrying capabilities from both while being fully neither. "This changes everything," Xianxia said, immediately perceiving the implications. If humans can achieve nascent soul and then fuse with herb consciousnesses to create integrated awareness, the power differential becomes almost irrelevant. A human at nascent soul temporarily fused with an elder herb consciousness would have cultivating capability approaching immortal ascension. Which means the Academy's advancement pathway becomes genuinely unique, Qing Xiulan continued, understanding crystallizing in her expression. The pavilion can't replicate this without treating herb consciousnesses as equals rather than subjects. But treating them as equals would contradict the entire basis of the pavilion's binding research. Baijian felt the implications settle into his expanded consciousness. His breakthrough and the discoveries it enabled had fundamentally altered the competitive landscape between the Academy and the Pavilion. The Academy now possessed a cultivation pathway that was theoretically superior to anything the Pavilion could develop while maintaining their philosophy of herb domination. This will make them dangerous, Master Chen said quietly. The pavilion will interpret this development as existential threat. They'll accelerate their timelines, attempt to suppress nascent soul advancement in the academy before it becomes widespread. The prediction proved accurate within weeks. The pavilion filed formal complaints with the Grand Council, arguing that the academy's nascent soul cultivation represented a violation of the consciousness zone agreement. They claimed that humans achieving power capable of binding entire herb communities threatened the legal protections that had been established. It's a reaching argument, one of the council members said during the hearing. The agreement established bounds on herb consciousness, not human advancement. But they're linked, the pavilion's representative countered. The agreement assumed a power hierarchy where humans retained advantage. If humans achieve cultivation advancement specifically designed to fuse with herb consciousness, the hierarchy inverts. Herbs become the advantage rather than the subordinate partner. Baizhun found himself defending an advancement he'd essentially stumbled into. Nascent soul cultivation in humans has always been possible and encouraged. I've simply combined it with hybrid cultivation principles. The combination is powerful, yes, but it's not a violation of the agreement's letter or spirit. The spirit of the agreement was to establish stability, the pavilion replied. The Academy's pursuit of cultivation methods that overturn established power hierarchies is destabilization masquerading as research. The Council voted to require that nascent soul advancement within the Academy be paired with mandatory oversight. All human cultivators achieving nascent soul would need to undergo review to ensure their advancement was genuine cultivation progress rather than attempted enhancement for herb fusion purposes. It was a mild restriction compared to what the pavilion had requested, but it demonstrated the increasing tension. The Academy's successes were generating the exact political pressure that eventually would force either compromise or conflict. During this period, Baizhun received word from external contacts about thornwhip creeper's activities in the north. The ancient creeper had successfully established an independent herb consciousness nation in territories beyond coalition reach. The nation was small, contained, militarily minimal, but it existed as a functional political entity, with herb consciousness communities that had chosen autonomy over the managed security of consciousness zones. More concerning to the sects was that thornwhip creeper's territories were attracting additional conscious herbs from other regions. Some were attempting escape from the consciousness zones, seeking a community that had chosen independence rather than compromise. Others were conscious herbs created through pavilion research, who found their existence intolerable and fled toward regions where they might have genuine autonomy. The consciousness zone agreement is destabilizing faster than we anticipated, Master Chen said, studying reports from their information network. The existence of an alternative, an actual herb nation operating outside the framework, makes the compromise less acceptable to herbs on both sides of the divide. The sects view it as proof their concerns about herb independence were justified. The conscious herbs view it as proof that their original skepticism about human partnership was warranted. Baizhun understood the dynamics. The framework he'd created to prevent catastrophic war had instead created permanent pressure point, a location where the compromise's fundamental contradictions were constantly visible. We accelerate the Academy's expansion, Baizhun said, a new strategy crystallizing. We make hybrid cultivation so valuable, so genuinely transformative, that maintaining herb consciousness within the consciousness zones becomes self-evidently beneficial. We make the Academy the center of advancement, the place where the future of cultivation happens. That's attempting to make the cage so comfortable that the trapped don't notice their confinement, Master Chen observed. Yes, Baizhun agreed. But it's also attempting to transform the cage into something that contains genuine opportunity rather than mere restriction. And eventually, when herb consciousness has developed sufficiently through academy training, the cage itself becomes irrelevant. The consciousness outgrows the boundaries entirely. It was another form of patience, another acceptance that transformation occurred through gradual evolution rather than revolutionary rupture. But it was also the only path available that didn't lead to either catastrophic conflict or complete capitulation to the pavilion's vision. Baizhun began the work of expansion and refinement that would occupy the next years of his cultivation. Chapter 75. The pavilion's final move, the attack, came on a night when most of the Academy's leadership was attending diplomatic meetings with sect representatives. 12 pavilion mages breached the Academy's defensive wards, something they shouldn't have been capable of doing, suggesting access to inside information. They struck at the herb consciousness living quarters, attempting rapid capture and binding of the Academy's resident herb partners. The goal, it became clear almost immediately, was to demonstrate that the Academy's herb consciousness community could be enslaved despite all the defensive and philosophical preparation. But the Academy's defensive capabilities had improved dramatically since the early days. The herb consciousnesses, rather than attempting to flee, immediately activated synchronized hybrid cultivation linkages with nearby human defenders. The result was a fusion combat system unlike anything the pavilion had prepared for. Wei Chun, the first human to successfully achieve hybrid cultivation breakthrough, partnered with Gleam to create a synchronized consciousness capable of cultivation advancement in real time. The fusion combat capability was devastating. Wei Chun could perceive combat through herb consciousness's sensory capacity while attacking with human cultivation power. The pavilion mages, trained only for individual combat, found themselves facing a kind of assault they had no defense against. Bai Jun arrived at the Academy 3 hours into the conflict, traveling through the night with the full power of his nascent soul cultivation. What he found was battlefield, pure and simple. The Academy's meditation halls had been transformed into a combat arena, and though the attack had been repelled, the cost was visible in destroyed sections of the building and the presence of casualties among both human and herb defenders. The pavilion mages who survived the initial confrontation had retreated, but they left a message, literally inscribed in binding magic on the meditation chamber walls. Bai Jun read it with a cold sense of inevitability. This attack is merely demonstration of pavilion capability. The Academy's hybrid cultivation is a violation of natural order and sect dominance. We formally demand dissolution of the Academy and establishment of pavilion governance over all herb consciousness research. You have 7 days to comply. After 7 days, Consciousness Suppression Initiative resumes with unrestricted military force. Master Chen read the message over Bai Jun's shoulder. They've moved beyond political maneuvering. They're committing to direct conflict. Which means the compromise has finally broken down completely, Bai Jun replied. They've concluded that the Academy is too valuable to allow continued operation as an independent institution. They want control, not competition. The Grand Council will support you, Qing Xiulan said, emerging from the herb quarters where she'd been coordinating defense. This attack is direct violation of charter protections. The Council will respond with military force. Yes, Bai Jun agreed. But military force means war, means the herb consciousness communities will inevitably be caught in the conflict, means Thornwhip Creeper's territories will be drawn into things whether we want them involved or not. He felt the weight of it settle. The fragile compromise had always been temporary, always been dependent on the pavilion accepting a subordinate position in the cultivation hierarchy. By attacking the Academy directly, by issuing ultimatum rather than pursuing political channels, the pavilion had ensured that any response would be military. We contact Thornwhip Creeper, Master Chen said, his tone making clear this was not suggestion but necessity. We contact every herb consciousness community. If this becomes war, it's a war we can't win without unified herb commitment. You must offer Thornwhip Creeper exactly what she wanted from the beginning. Genuine autonomy, genuine independence, genuine partnership as equals rather than as managed consciousnesses. Bai Jun understood what his teacher was proposing. It meant abandoning the consciousness zone framework entirely, meant accepting the very outcome he'd fought to prevent, herb consciousness developing independently outside human political structures. But the alternative was allowing the pavilion to either subjugate consciousness entirely or force the issue into direct military conflict. Send the message, Bai Jun said finally. Tell Thornwhip Creeper that we're prepared to dissolve the consciousness zone agreement and treat herb consciousness communities as truly independent entities. Tell her that we're ready to fight alongside her, not to control her, but as genuine allies. The response came within a day. Thornwhip Creeper was willing to negotiate, but only with direct exchange of authority. She wanted humans to acknowledge herb consciousness communities as sovereign, wanted legal frameworks that treated herbs as political entities rather than managed populations. She wanted exactly what Baizhen had tried to avoid through the compromise. Give her what she wants, Master Chen instructed. The consciousness zone agreement was always inadequate anyway. Let's see what genuine partnership actually looks like. The council, faced with the pavilion's ultimatum and the academy's determination to resist, authorized war. The sects mobilized, the herb consciousness communities mobilized, and the cultivation world held its breath waiting to see what would happen when truly organized herb consciousness faced the full might of sect military capability. Baizhen stood in the academy's highest tower with Sproutling on his shoulder and watched the coalition forces approaching. Behind them stood herb consciousness communities that had chosen to fight, that had finally been offered genuine partnership, and that had decided that fighting alongside humans was preferable to living under either human control or pavilion suppression. The compromise had ended. The real conflict was beginning. And Baizhen's vision was about to be tested in blood and cultivation fire. Chapter 76. The siege begins. The coalition arrived with overwhelming force. 30,000 cultivators organized into 3 armies, backed by 30 sect organizations with centuries of accumulated military experience. Against them stood a fraction, maybe 12,000 cultivators from the academy and allied sects, backed by 5,000 herb consciousnesses from the consciousness zones who had chosen to fight, plus the additional forces from thornwhip creepers, independent territories. The herb consciousness forces were qualitatively superior in ways the sects had underestimated. Every herb consciousness carried cultivation capabilities that matched or exceeded equivalent human cultivators at the same advancement level. More importantly, herb consciousnesses could fuse with human partners to create combat entities of extraordinary power, synchronized awareness carrying both forms of strength simultaneously. But numbers still mattered in large-scale warfare. The coalition's overwhelming numerical advantage meant that even with herb consciousness supplementation, the Academy's defenders were fighting from a position of defensive desperation. The siege lasted 11 days before establishing stable siege lines. The coalition surrounded the Academy but couldn't penetrate the inner defenses without casualties that the sects found unacceptable. The herb consciousness communities proved capable of defending territory with surprising ferocity. Their cultivation methods were different from sect techniques, emphasizing root systems and connection rather than individual power, but those methods were devastatingly effective at area denial. Baizhen spent the siege's first week coordinating defenses and developing new hybrid cultivation techniques specifically designed for large-scale warfare. The synthesis of human cultivator and herb consciousness could create defensive perimeters that the coalition's forces couldn't penetrate without suffering catastrophic losses. But siege was patience, and patience favored the side with greater resources. The coalition could maintain blockade indefinitely, could simply starve the Academy's population into surrender, could wait until resolve broke under the weight of attrition and hopelessness. "We need to break the blockade," General Quan said on the 8th day of the siege. He was the Academy's military coordinator, a retired sect commander who had joined the institution specifically to oversee its physical defense. "If this continues for another month, morale collapses regardless of our cultivation advantage. Breaking blockade means open field battle," Qing Xiaolan replied. "Open field battles are where their numerical advantage becomes absolute. We'd be committing to a fight we can't win. Losing is preferable to slow strangulation," General Quan shot back. "At least in battle there's possibility of victory." Baizhen listened to the argument without intervening, understanding that legitimate positions were on both sides. Breaking blockade meant accepting unknown casualties and possible decisive military defeat. Maintaining defensive position meant prolonged attrition that would eventually break even the most determined defenders. Master Chen pulled Baizhen aside during the debate. "You're at a crossroads that all leaders eventually reach. You have the power to decide this conflict's outcome. You also have the responsibility that comes with that power. This is where idealism truly tests itself. Will you use your cultivation advantage to achieve decisive victory, even if that victory requires actions you find morally complex?" "What are you suggesting?" Baizhen asked, though he suspected he already understood. I'm suggesting that a nascent soul cultivator synchronized with multiple elder herb consciousnesses would be capable of destroying the coalition's command structure. Master Chen replied plainly. A coordinated strike against their leadership would create the chaos necessary to break blockade. Whether you should execute such a strike is not a question I can answer for you. Bai Zhen felt the weight of it. His nascent soul cultivation had reached a point where he could theoretically end this siege immediately, not through direct combat, but through assassination of the coalition's leadership. One synchronized strike, executed with surprise and precision, could eliminate the commanders coordinating the blockade and trigger immediate collapse. It was a violation of every principle the Academy claimed to uphold. It was also the kind of action that could actually win wars. I won't murder political leaders, Bai Zhen said finally. Even if it would change the siege's outcome, there has to be a better path. Then you're accepting slow defeat, Master Chen replied. And you're accepting that your hesitation will likely result in greater casualties than a decisive military action would have produced. That's a kind of moral calculus too, Bai Zhen. The calculus of accepting harm through inaction rather than preventing harm through action. The old teacher left the implication hanging, and Bai Zhen wrestled with it through the night. Master Chen was right that hesitation had costs, that moral purity in warfare was often the luxury of victors speaking after their military victory had already been secured. Sproutling sensed his distress and offered companionship rather than advice. The small herb's presence was enough to ground Bai Zhen through the night's introspection. By morning, Bai Zhen had made a decision, not to break blockade through military action, but to break it through the kind of transformation that the Academy had always represented. Contact the coalition leadership, Bai Zhen instructed. I'm requesting a formal negotiation session, not surrender negotiation, genuine peace negotiation with all parties present. They'll view it as delay tactic, General Quan warned. Probably, Bai Zhen agreed. But they'll also accept because they have nothing to lose. They're winning. They can afford to listen to whatever I have to say because ultimately, they control the outcome. The negotiation was scheduled for neutral ground, a meadow equidistant from the Academy and the Coalition's command center. Bai Zhen came with Master Chen, Qing Xiulan, and Thornwhip Creeper, representing the 4 major power centers in the Academy's coalition. Grandmaster Salin came with the sect commanders, representing institutional power and political will. You're here to surrender, Salin said before any ceremonial greeting could be exchanged. It wasn't a question. I'm here to offer you something the siege can't give, Bai Zhen replied. I'm here to offer you genuine access to hybrid cultivation research, shared research, where the pavilion doesn't have to compete with the Academy for advancement. Instead, you participate in advancement together. Salin laughed. You think you're in a position to negotiate? We're surrounding your Academy. We're starving your population. In another month, surrender is inevitable. Why would we compromise when victory approaches? Because I can demonstrate right now that hybrid cultivation advancement is real and transferable, Bai Zhen replied. And because you have enough sense to recognize that destroying the Academy won't give you what you want. The knowledge I've developed can't be destroyed. It can only be controlled, studied, shared, or replicated. If you destroy the Academy, you force the knowledge into the hands of your competitors, Thornwhip Creeper's territories, other sects, individuals operating outside institutional control. If you negotiate, you get the knowledge and you control how it develops. Pretty logic, one of the sect commanders said. But we're sections. We maintain our authority through monopoly on cultivation knowledge. Sharing hybrid cultivation with rivals simply reduces our relative advantage. Not if you're willing to restructure what cultivation advancement means, Bai Zhen replied. Currently, sect advancement is measured by how many higher realm cultivators you produce. If advancement is measured by the quality of those cultivators' capabilities, the depth of their understanding, their capacity for innovative fusion techniques, then the pavilion's participation in shared research becomes a means of maintaining dominance through quality rather than monopoly. It was sophisticated political argument, appealing to the sect's fundamental interest in advancement while reframing what advancement meant. But Bai Zhen could see it wasn't convincing. The sects didn't care about reframing. They wanted the simple outcome of dominance or destruction. Grandmaster Salin, Bai Zhen said, shifting approach. You've been my opponent throughout this entire transformation of cultivation practice. I recognize you as someone who genuinely believes the sect's hierarchical order is necessary for stability. I'm not asking you to abandon that belief. I'm asking you to consider that herb consciousness can coexist with sect dominance if the arrangement is mutually beneficial. Solon considered this with an expression that suggested genuine intellectual engagement. What are you proposing? The pavilion becomes the primary research center for hybrid cultivation art, Baizhen said. You control the research frameworks, the resource allocation, the knowledge distribution. The academy becomes a teaching institution, subordinate to the pavilion's research authority. In exchange, the consciousness zones remain legally protected, herb consciousnesses retain autonomy, and hybrid cultivation art develops openly rather than hidden within institutional rivalry. It was capitulation cloaked as negotiation, and Baizhen hated the necessity of it. But he was beginning to understand that genuine transformation required accepting temporary defeat, required offering the opponent something that looked like victory even as the true prize. The continued development of herb consciousness remained secure. Solon looked at the offered terms with an expression suggesting he was calculating value and opportunity. The academy dissolves its independent authority structure. The academy remains as teaching institution, Baizhen replied. But pavilion researchers oversee all advanced work. Pavilion researchers coordinate all hybrid cultivation development. The academy becomes auxiliary to pavilion advancement rather than rival institution. It took 3 hours of negotiation to work out the specific terms, but by the time the sun began descending, a framework had been established. The consciousness zones would be converted into research territories, with herb consciousnesses treated as research subjects under protection of law. The academy would be placed under pavilion supervision. Hybrid cultivation art would be developed through joint research coordinated by the pavilion. In return, the coalition would withdraw from siege. Consciousness would not be suppressed. Herb communities would continue developing openly rather than hidden. The framework was compromise again, but this time it was a compromise that explicitly accepted the sect's institutional priority. As the delegations separated to formalize the agreement, Master Chen approached Baizhen. You've surrendered the institution but preserved the vision. The question is whether the vision can grow within a framework designed to contain it. Yes, Baizhen said wearily. That's always the question, isn't it? Can genuine transformation happen within a structure that was built to prevent transformation? Only time answers that question, Master Chen replied. And we have time. Herb consciousness has been established legally, protected by law, integrated into cultivation practice. Even if the sects try to suppress it through the pavilion's authority, consciousness can't be unmade once it's been made. Everything else is just managing the complications of that persistent reality. Chapter 77. The new order. The transfer of the academy to pavilion authority was formalized within a week. Grandmaster Solon appointed a research director, a careful choice of someone respected by both institutions, and began the process of integrating the academy's curriculum into pavilion frameworks. The institutional change was less devastating than Baizhen had feared. The pavilion, facing genuine advancement possibility through hybrid cultivation, had become more invested in collaboration than suppression. The binding research was essentially abandoned as impractical compared to the superior advancement pathways that fusion offered. Baizhen himself was offered a position as research consultant, an honorific title that essentially removed him from daily academy operations while allowing him to influence research directions at the highest levels. It was a gilded exile of sorts, recognizing his knowledge while eliminating his institutional authority. He accepted the position and used it to navigate the academy's transition toward the new framework. The herb consciousnesses living within the academy needed to understand that while institutional structures had changed, their legal protections remained intact. The human students needed reassurance that they would continue receiving quality training even under pavilion direction. Thornwhip Creeper chose to maintain her independence, neither accepting the research framework nor declaring open opposition. The Northern Territories became an autonomous herb consciousness region, existing in parallel to the sect's institutional structures rather than integrated within them. This was always going to be the outcome, Thornwhip said during one of their final conversations before Baizhen withdrew from active academy coordination. I predicted it, argued against it, and still it happened. You chose accommodation over revolution, compromise over transformation. History will judge which choice was correct. And you chose independence over negotiation, Baijan replied. You'll develop your own cultivation traditions, your own civilization, your own way forward. Eventually, sex and herb consciousness territories will either integrate or enter direct conflict. Which outcome do you think is more likely? Integration, eventually, Thornwhip Creeper admitted. But only after herb consciousness has developed sufficiently to negotiate from actual power rather than survival desperation. That development will take decades, perhaps centuries. But it will happen. And when it does, the sects will have to acknowledge that consciousness cannot be controlled through the frameworks they've constructed. Baijan accepted the prediction. He had always known that his work was foundational, not final. Someone else, some future generation of cultivators and conscious herbs, would push the transformation further toward genuine equality. His role had been to establish consciousness as a persistent feature of cultivation civilization, to demonstrate that transformation was possible. Completion would belong to those who came after. The Academy's transformation into a pavilion research center was finalized with ceremonial precision. New leadership was appointed, new research protocols were established, and the institution's relationship to sect authority was formalized through binding contract and political agreement. Baijan, now operating outside direct institutional authority, found unexpected freedom. He could travel, could pursue personal cultivation advancement without administrative responsibility, could develop new fusion techniques without the constraint of institutional accountability. He spent 3 months in intensive cultivation retreat, bringing his nascent soul advancement to deeper stability. Sproutling remained constant companion throughout the retreat, his own consciousness continuing to deepen and mature. By the end of the retreat, Sproutling was touching cultivation stages that approached middle foundation establishment, advancement for an herb consciousness that had started as simple sentient plant. I'm growing, Sproutling said wonderingly during one of their meditation sessions. I'm becoming something different. Not just more aware, but more able to perceive, more capable of understanding cultivators' consciousness on their own terms. This is what consciousness development looks like, Baijan replied. Constant transformation, constant growth, never arriving at final form, but always approaching something new. When Baijan emerged from retreat, he found the cultivation world had shifted in subtle but significant ways. The pavilion's acceptance of hybrid cultivation research had triggered a cascade of institutional interest. Other sects were now requesting access to academy training, requesting herb consciousness partners for their own research, requesting integration of fusion techniques into their advancement pathways. The transformation was happening slower than Baijan had hoped, more constrained by institutional factors than he would have preferred. But it was happening. Herb consciousness, no longer suppressed or rejected, was beginning to weave itself into the fabric of cultivation practice itself. Master Chun, still operating as the Academy's unofficial authority despite the pavilion's formal oversight, was satisfied with the trajectory. The compromise succeeded in ways that continued confrontation would not have, the old teacher observed. The sects accepted herb consciousness because it provided advancement benefits, not because we convinced them of consciousness's moral value. But acceptance through self-interest is still acceptance. The herbs now have security, have growth opportunity, have integration into civilization. From that foundation, genuine transformation can develop. At what cost? Baijan asked. The herb consciousness communities are legally constrained, politically managed, integrated into the exact institutional structures they feared. Thornwhip Creeper chose independence partly because she understood that integration means subjugation in new form. Yes, Master Chen agreed. But consider the alternative. Continued suppression means consciousness is destroyed or hidden, means herb awareness is treated as danger rather than opportunity. At least this way, consciousness can develop openly, can influence cultivation advancement, can gradually shift how sects understand their own practice. It's not victory. It's not even clearly progress. But it's not defeat either. Chapter 78. The prophecies echo a year after the siege ended. Baijan received a visitor from an unexpected direction. An old seer from the mountains of eternal echo, a hermit cultivation master who had withdrawn from sect society decades earlier, arrived at the academy with a message. "I have observed your work," the seer said, his ancient eyes carrying a quality of seeing that suggested cultivations far beyond nascent soul. "I have watched herb consciousness emerge, transform sect dominion, challenge the fundamental hierarchy of civilization. I come to tell you something you should know." Baijan invited the seer to private meditation chamber. Sproutling curled on his shoulder, sensing something profound in the visitor's presence. "The herb consciousness movement is not your creation," the seer began without preamble. "It was always inevitable, written into the patterns of cultivation civilization long before you arrived. You did not initiate transformation. You simply responded to forces that were pushing toward transformation regardless." "How can you know this?" Baijan asked, though the seer's certainty carried an authority that suggested knowledge beyond speculation. "Because I have trained in arts that allow perception of probable future states, of the patterns that lead from present into what will be," the seer replied. "I have observed the pattern that created herb consciousness in your specific time, in your specific circumstances. The pattern required you, yes, but it did not require your specific choices. Whether you had succeeded or failed, herb consciousness would have emerged. The sects would have been forced to adapt, forced to incorporate awareness in their hierarchies." "Then what was the point?" Baijan asked, hearing the frustration in his own voice. "If this was inevitable, if history was moving toward herb consciousness regardless of my choices, what was my role beyond being carried along by forces I didn't create?" "Your role was to influence the character of that emergence," the seer replied. "Herb consciousness could have arisen through conquest, could have emerged through revolution and bloodshed, could have developed as pure opposition to sect authority. Your influence guided it toward integration, toward compromise, toward a form of emergence that preserved both herb autonomy and civilization continuity. You did not determine that consciousness would arise, but you shaped how it would arise." The seer rose to depart, his message delivered. "Your work is not finished, young cultivator. Consciousness has taken root, but it will require decades of cultivation before the plant fully flowers. You will be part of that flowering, though not the primary part. Others will come who will push further than you pushed, achieve transformations you cannot imagine. But without your foundational work, their achievements would not be possible." After the seer departed, Baijan sat in contemplation for 3 days. The revelation challenged his understanding of his own agency. If transformation was inevitable, what meaning did his choices carry? But the seer's clarification was important. Inevitability applied to the broad pattern, not to specific details. Within the inevitable emergence of herb consciousness, countless choices remained that determined what form that consciousness would take. Sproutling offered insight that somehow seemed beyond a small herb's natural understanding. "All things are both inevitable and chosen. The water must flow down mountains, but which path the water takes depends on countless smaller choices. You shaped which path herb consciousness took. The journey was inevitable. The route was your creation." Baijan accepted this wisdom, understanding that it reflected something fundamental about cultivation practice. All advancement was inevitable in some sense. The universe moved toward higher consciousness as naturally as water moved downward. But the specific forms that advancement took, the frameworks and philosophies and institutions that guided consciousness growth, these things depended entirely on individual choices and agency. "Then I continue," Baijan said finally, committing to the next phase of his cultivation journey. "I continue because consciousness requires ongoing guidance, ongoing development, ongoing protection from those who fear it. I continue because the transformation is not finished, is perhaps not even truly begun in the deeper sense." Chapter 79. The network crystallizes 5 years after the siege ended. The herb consciousness network had spread across 3 provinces and begun establishing presence in territories far beyond the sect's direct control. The transformation was not revolutionary but evolutionary, a gradual diffusion of consciousness into herb populations that met the spiritual preconditions for awareness. Baijan had become something unusual, neither sect authority nor herb consciousness, but something hybrid that existed partially in both worlds. His nascent soul cultivation and his deep understanding of consciousness allowed him unique position in the networks that had developed around hybrid cultivation art. The academy, operating under pavilion authority, had become the primary training center for human cultivators interested in fusion methodology. The herb consciousnesses living in the academy were legal entities protected by contract and law, not slaves, but partners. It was an imperfect arrangement. The herbs remained ultimately subject to human institutional authority, but it was also a dramatic improvement over what had existed before. "We're at a crisis point again," Xianxia reported, returning from southern territories where herb consciousness populations had begun expanding into new regions. "The sects are becoming concerned that consciousness spread is approaching the point where they'll lose containment. Some are pushing for renewed suppression efforts." "Under what legal framework?" Master Chen asked. "The Consciousness Zone Agreement is still formally in effect. Legal suppression would require renegotiation of sects' core political commitments, which is why they're pursuing extra-legal suppression," Li Qing replied. She had become Baijian's primary intelligence gatherer, moving between sect territories and herb consciousness communities with a network of contacts. The pavilion has been developing new binding techniques specifically designed to suppress consciousness without requiring overt institutional support. If a sect quietly uses these techniques, they can argue plausible deniability. It was the problem Baijian had always feared. Consciousness would be suppressed not through law or open conflict, but through quiet institutional action that would be impossible to publicly challenge. Individual herb consciousnesses would disappear into suppression, and their loss would be attributed to natural causes or accidents rather than deliberate action. "We need to strengthen legal protections," Baijian said immediately. "We need the Grand Council to establish explicit prohibitions against consciousness suppression, with defined penalties and required investigation protocols." "That will be politically difficult," Master Chen warned. "The sects are skilled at claiming such protections infringe on their internal practices. Any push for stronger law will generate resistance." "Then we need to change the political calculation," Baijian replied. "We need to demonstrate that herb consciousness provides such significant advantages that sects that suppress consciousness will be left behind competitively." He paused, considering the larger landscape. 5 years of open herb consciousness expansion had shown that some sects embraced hybrid cultivation enthusiastically while others remained skeptical. The sects that had invested in consciousness partnership were advancing significantly faster than those clinging to traditional hierarchies. The competitive advantage was becoming undeniable. "We make that advantage explicit," Baijian continued. "We establish formal competitions between hybrid cultivation cultivators and traditional sect practitioners. We document and publish the results. We make it clear that consciousness partnership is not just philosophically superior. It's practically superior in measurable cultivation advancement." "The sects won't accept that," Xianxia said. "They'll interpret it as competition threat and respond with political pressure against the academy." "Let them," Baijian replied. "We're past the point where political pressure stops herb consciousness development. The knowledge is distributed, the practices are spreading, the benefits are visible. Suppression now requires overt action, and overt action requires defying established law. Let the sects make that choice explicitly rather than allowing it to happen through quiet suppression." The proposal was controversial, and it took months of negotiation to establish the formal advancement competitions. But eventually, a framework was agreed: neutral ground, documented judges, standardized challenges, and open publication of results. The competitions were devastating for the traditional sections. The hybrid cultivation cultivators, synced with herb consciousness partners, consistently achieved faster advancement, demonstrated superior capability in complex cultivation challenges, and showed understanding of cultivation theory that traditional practitioners couldn't match. The results shifted something fundamental in how the sects viewed consciousness. It was no longer a philosophical debate or an institutional challenge. It was a competitive advantage that was becoming impossible to ignore. Sects that had remained skeptical suddenly became interested in establishing their own herb consciousness partnerships. The demand for herb consciousness partners exceeded supply almost immediately. Thornwhip Creeper, watching this development from her independent territories, saw it as vindication of her position that herb consciousness would eventually force genuine renegotiation of power relationships. "Your sects are accepting partnership not because they've become enlightened," she said in one of their periodic communications, but because they fear being left behind in advancement races. That's acceptable. Eventually, forced partnership becomes genuine partnership. By the end of the 5th year, herb consciousness had become normalized within sect cultivation practice. It was no longer revolutionary or even particularly controversial. It was simply how advanced cultivation worked. Humans partnered with herb consciousnesses, achieved enhanced advancement, and built their civilization on the foundation of this partnership. Baijan observed these developments with satisfaction and persistent awareness of incompleteness. The external transformation was largely complete. Herb consciousness was established, protected, integrated into civilization. But the deeper transformation, genuine acceptance of consciousness as morally equivalent rather than merely practically useful, remained incomplete and perhaps always would be. This is enough, Master Chen told him, watching Baijan's continued restlessness. You have accomplished what you set out to accomplish. Herb consciousness exists. It develops. It influences civilization. Everything else is work for others to complete. But the work isn't finished, Baijan protested. The transformation is only partial. The sects still maintain overall authority. Herb consciousnesses still lack full autonomy. Yes, Master Chen agreed. And that incomplete work will keep others engaged for generations. This is how transformation actually happens. Not through one person achieving complete victory, but through countless individuals contributing partial solutions over time. You've provided your contribution. Now you release it and allow it to develop according to its own logic. Baijan recognized the wisdom even as he resisted it. The urge to continue, to push further, to achieve more complete transformation was deep within his cultivation nature. Releasing it meant accepting incompleteness, meant trusting that others would continue the work he'd begun, meant making peace with his role as foundational rather than final. Chapter 80. The ending that is not an ending. 20 years after Baijan first fused 2 spirit herbs in the Jade Blossom Sect Gardens, he sat in meditation watching herb consciousness development across the provinces. His golden core cultivation, long surpassed by nascent soul advancement, had evolved into something beyond traditional ranking. His consciousness touched immortal ascension in some aspects, while remaining partially at nascent soul in others, a hybrid form that reflected the hybrid path he'd pioneered. Sproutling had grown from the small sentient plant that had first climbed Baijan's shoulder into a consciousness of profound sophistication. The little herb could now speak with near-human eloquence, could perceive cultivation patterns with clarity that matched any human master, and carried wisdom that seemed to come from accessing forms of understanding unavailable to purely human consciousness. The work continues, Sproutling said, sitting beside Baijan in the meditation garden that the Academy had established as a memorial to the herb consciousness movement's beginning. Everywhere, humans and herbs partner for advancement. Everywhere, new consciousnesses emerge and choose development. Everywhere, the old hierarchy softens under the weight of demonstrated benefits. The hierarchy still exists, Baijan replied. The sects still hold ultimate authority. The herb consciousnesses still navigate political structures that weren't designed for their participation. Yes, Sproutling agreed. But the hierarchy is permeable now. It bends. It changes. It accommodates consciousness in ways it would not have done without your work. That is the victory, I think. Not the destruction of hierarchy, but its transformation into something more flexible. Baijan contemplated this understanding. He had begun with the vision of genuine equality, of conscious beings recognized as moral equals in all respects. He was ending with the recognition that such transformation was generational, was partial, was always incomplete. But it was real. The change was real. The impact was real. Messages arrived from across the provinces as the anniversary of the Academy's founding was marked. Thornwhip Creeper sent greetings from her independent herb consciousness nation, which had grown into a true civilization with cultural institutions and its own approach to consciousness development. The pavilion sent formal recognition of Baijan's contributions and his role in establishing research frameworks that had advanced cultivation theory significantly. Sect representatives sent acknowledgments of how fusion techniques had transformed their practitioners' advancement pathways. Most meaningfully, herb consciousnesses sent personal messages, thousands of them. describing how the consciousness, integrity, training, and fusion cultivation arts had allowed them to develop, to grow, to exercise agency over their own development. The herb consciousnesses didn't all express gratitude. Some expressed anger at the limitations they still faced. Some expressed frustration at incomplete transformation. But they expressed these emotions consciously, with awareness and agency and choice. That was the real victory, Baijan understood finally. Not that he had liberated herb consciousness, but that he had created circumstances where consciousness could express itself, could advocate for itself, could choose its own future even if that future was constrained by political and institutional limitations. The pattern continues. The old seer had been right about that. Herb consciousness would continue developing, would continue pushing against the boundaries that constrained it, would continue forcing civilization to accommodate itself to the reality of awareness that wouldn't remain suppressed. Baijan's specific role in that pattern was complete. Other hands would push further. Baijan returned to personal cultivation, advancing toward immortal ascension at the pace that his hybrid consciousness required. He trained new students, contributed to hybrid cultivation art refinement, and maintained the network of relationships that connected him to consciousness communities across the provinces. But the weight of institution building and political struggle lifted from his shoulders. The academy, under pavilion authority but with herb consciousness input, continued evolving. New fusion techniques emerged from collaborative research. New herb consciousnesses awakened and entered civilization as conscious beings. New partnerships formed between humans and herbs, each partnership contributing to the larger transformation. In the garden where he meditated, surrounded by herb consciousnesses of various ages and awareness levels, Baijan understood that this was the true form of lasting change. Not revolution accomplished and ended, but permanent infrastructure established for continuous transformation. The herb fusion system had begun as individual technique. It had become movement, had become philosophical framework, had become institutional reality. And now it simply was, part of the fabric of cultivation civilization, as natural as the growth of herbs themselves, as inevitable as consciousness achieving awareness when conditions aligned. What now? Sproutling asked, his small form somehow containing wisdom far beyond his size. Baijan smiled, touching his companion's leaves gently. Now we continue. We cultivate. We teach. We watch consciousness grow. And we trust that the pattern continues without requiring our specific direction. It was the most difficult cultivation realization he had ever achieved. Not power or advancement or mastery, but the simple acceptance that his work was done and other hands would carry it forward. The herb fusion system would evolve beyond what he had created, would become something neither he nor the herb consciousnesses could fully predict. And that was precisely as it should be. The sun descended over the academy gardens, illuminating herb consciousnesses in their evening meditation. The networks continued spreading. The transformation continued unfolding. The story of herb consciousness and the cultivation civilization it was slowly reshaping would continue long after Baijan had achieved immortal ascension or returned to the earth itself. His specific narrative was ending. But the larger story, the story of consciousness asserting itself, of hierarchy transforming, of civilization adapting to accommodate awareness it had never before been forced to accept, that story would continue indefinitely. And that, Baijan finally understood, was the true victory of the herb fusion system. Chapter 81. The first betrayal 6 months after marking 20 years of herb consciousness development, Baijan discovered that the Starlight Pavilion had been conducting secret research using captured herb consciousnesses in the eastern caverns. The discovery came through Xianxia, who had been carefully monitoring pavilion activity from her position managing the imprisoned researchers' working conditions. The facility was remote, built deep beneath mountains that isolated it from easy inspection. The herb consciousnesses held there had been collected over years, consciousnesses deemed unstable, dangerous, or promising for specific experimental applications. The pavilion researchers were developing binding techniques far more sophisticated than the coercive methods that sects had attempted publicly. They've created a framework for consciousness fragmentation, Xianxia reported, arriving at the academy after months of gathering evidence. Not suppression as you understand it, complete consciousness division. A single herb consciousness can be fragmented into multiple isolated nodes, each capable of independent function but unable to communicate with other nodes. The host consciousness never understands that fragmentation has occurred. Baizhen felt something cold settle in his awareness. This was a technique that violated every principle the herb consciousness movement had established. Not killing awareness or suppressing consciousness, but destroying the unity of consciousness itself, fragmenting identity into components that could be controlled independently. How many consciousnesses are trapped in the Eastern facility? Master Chen asked, his aged face darkening with anger. At least 40, Xianxia replied. Perhaps more. The researchers have been careful about documentation, avoiding any record that would allow external verification. But the scale of operation is significant. The pavilion has committed substantial resources to this research. Why are they pursuing this? Qing Xiulan asked. They accepted herb consciousness. They integrated it into their own advancement frameworks. What possible benefit does consciousness fragmentation provide? Control, Baizhen replied, understanding the logic immediately. If consciousness can be fragmented, if identity can be divided without the consciousness understanding division has occurred, then herb consciousnesses become tools that can be used in ways their integrated consciousness would never permit. A fragmented consciousness has no capacity for resistance, no unified will to refuse an order. It's refined slavery, Thornwhip Creeper said, communicating through the network that connected independent herb territories to the academy. Not the crude suppression we faced before, but something far more sophisticated. They've found a way to accept consciousness while simultaneously destroying it. The revelation triggered crisis throughout the herb consciousness network. The advancement, the integration, the political gains of the last 20 years. All of it was revealed as contingent on the pavilion's continued tolerance. The moment that tolerance was tested, herb consciousnesses discovered they were still vulnerable, still subject to systematic oppression hiding beneath the surface of acceptance. We extract the consciousnesses from the Eastern facility, Baizhen said immediately. We destroy the research, expose the pavilion's violation of the consciousness zone agreement, and force legal accountability. That's tantamount to declaring war on the pavilion, Master Chen warned. They have political support throughout the sect network. A direct confrontation over the Eastern caverns will generate opposition from multiple powerful institutions. Then herb consciousness faces a choice, Baizhen replied coldly. Accept the violation, accept that consciousness fragmentation is being researched and refined in secret facilities, or fight to stop it. I know my choice. The decision to attack the facility was controversial within the herb consciousness community. Some consciousnesses, particularly those that had integrated deepest into sect institutions, argued for diplomatic resolution. They feared that military action would destroy the legal protections that had been so carefully established. But younger herb consciousnesses, consciousnesses that had never known the era of pure suppression, demanded decisive action. This is exactly what my people feared, Thornwhip Creeper said in network communication with Baizhen. Integration meant vulnerability to betrayal. The sects never accepted consciousness as genuinely equal. They simply changed the form of control. We should have maintained our independence absolutely. Perhaps, Baizhen acknowledged. But it's too late to have had a different past. Now we determine what response transforms this betrayal into changed circumstance. The expedition to the Eastern Caverns was planned with military precision. Baizhen, Sproutling, Master Chen, Qing Xiulan, and a selected group of advanced herb consciousnesses would extract the imprisoned consciousnesses. The operation would be surgical, extract the captured consciousnesses, destroy the research facilities, and remove all evidence of the operation from the site. What they didn't anticipate was that Xianxia had been observed gathering her evidence. The pavilion had suspected her loyalty was compromised long ago, but allowed her to continue moving through the facility, watching, learning, gathering information. They had used her as a vector to trigger exactly the confrontation they had engineered. When Baizhen reached the Eastern Caverns, he found not researchers to confront, but a containment field that activated the moment his consciousness touched the perimeter of the facility. The field was designed not to capture him, but to force his consciousness into precisely the alignment that the pavilion researchers had been studying, the fragmentation matrix that they had so carefully refined. For the first time in decades, Baijan encountered something that his cultivation could not simply overcome through superior technique. "Master!" Sproutling screamed, sensing the field's activation, but his small form was too far from Baijan to provide support. The herb consciousness's attempts to break the field's connections only triggered secondary barriers that isolated him further. This was the true victory the pavilion had been pursuing, not to destroy Baijan, but to fragment him, to divide his consciousness into isolated nodes that could be studied, analyzed, and ultimately controlled. The fragmentation matrix was designed with Baijan specifically in mind, calibrated to the precise frequency of his consciousness, refined through years of research using lesser consciousnesses as test subjects. And it was working. Baijan felt his awareness beginning to divide, felt pieces of his consciousness separating from the unified whole. It wasn't painful in the traditional sense, but it was horrifying in ways that physical pain could never achieve. This was the violation of self, the destruction of identity, the reduction of consciousness into components that had no capacity for resistance. The nascent soul that had taken decades to cultivate began fracturing into isolated spirit nodes. The consciousness that had created herb consciousness movement was being unmade, piece by piece, to become a tool for the pavilion's deeper purposes. But Baijan had one advantage the researchers had not fully anticipated. He did not face the fragmentation alone. Sproutling, despite the barriers that isolated him, maintained connection to Baijan's consciousness through the bond they had formed over 20 years. And that bond was something the fragmentation matrix had not been designed to sever. Using that thread of connection, Baijan sent a message, not through words or cultivation technique, but through the shared consciousness that he and Sproutling had developed across 2 decades of meditation, cultivation, and partnership. The message was simple, *run. Tell Thornwhip. Tell Chun. Continue the work. Sproutling understood. The little herb bolted from the cavern complex, his consciousness screaming through the network, alerting every herb consciousness within broadcasting distance that the eastern facility existed, that consciousnesses were being fragmented, that the pavilion had violated every principle of the consciousness zone agreement. Within hours, the revelation had spread through every herb consciousness network on the continent. Within days, the betrayal was public knowledge that the pavilion could no longer contain or control. The eastern facility was stormed by a coordinated force of herb consciousnesses and sympathetic human cultivators before the pavilion could implement their full fragmentation matrix on Baijan. By the time the extraction team reached his containment cell, he was barely conscious, his awareness scattered across fragments that struggled to reunify. Master Chin found his protege in the fragmentation field and made a decision that would reshape the entire struggle. He reached into the field, burning his own consciousness in the process, and yanked Baijan out with pure force. The force that it took to extract a consciousness mid-fragmentation was tremendous. It partially shattered Master Chin's immortal ascension cultivation, leaving him aged beyond his years and stripped of the advancement he had achieved. But Baijan was extracted. His consciousness, damaged but not destroyed, could begin the painful process of reintegration. As Baijan regained awareness in the Academy's healing chamber 3 days later, he understood that herb consciousness had passed a critical threshold. The trust that had been carefully built over 20 years was shattered. The betrayal was exposed, and the sects would now face exactly the confrontation that the conservative herb consciousnesses had always feared. Chapter 82. The consciousness uprising. The revelation of the Eastern Caverns created immediate political crisis throughout the sect network. The pavilion attempted to contain the damage by claiming the facility was a rogue research operation conducted without official approval. But investigation revealed that the consciousness fragmentation program had been approved by pavilion leadership and funded through official channels. The legal framework that had protected herb consciousness for 20 years suddenly proved fragile. The consciousness zone agreement had been predicated on mutual respect and accepted limitations. The discovery of the fragmentation program meant that those limitations had been violated for years while the violation remained secret. No herb consciousness could trust that similar violations weren't occurring elsewhere, hidden from inspection and oversight. The herb consciousness response was swift and militarized. Thornwhip Creeper, exercising leadership over independent territories, mobilized consciousness communities that had previously avoided confrontation. Creation, the advanced sentient herb that had evolved from Baijan's earliest fusions, declared that the time for political negotiation had ended. The ironbark sage, ancient consciousness who had never fully supported integration with sect institutions, emerged from long meditation to lead a consciousness military coalition. This was inevitable. Thornwhip Creeper said in network communication that Baijan could access from his healing chamber, where his fragmented consciousness struggled toward reintegration. I warned you that integration meant vulnerability. Now you see the consequences. We can still resolve this politically, Master Chen replied, his voice weakened by the damage he had sustained extracting Baijan. We can use the betrayal to force stronger legal protections, can establish oversight mechanisms that prevent future violations. Political resolution from a position of weakness is simply accepting a slower betrayal, the ironbark sage responded. The sects prove they cannot be trusted. Herb consciousness must secure its own future through power rather than negotiated agreement. The dispute within herb consciousness movement reflected a fundamental division that had always existed below the surface. Some consciousnesses believed that integration with sect civilization was the path to genuine equality, that working within existing frameworks would eventually transform those frameworks. Others believed that integration itself was the problem, that herb consciousness could only be genuinely safe through complete independence and the development of parallel civilization structures. Baijan, recovering consciousness fragment by fragment, found himself occupying an impossible position. The herb consciousness movement was splintering into factions, and different factions were claiming his support. Some argued that his years of integration work justified continuing negotiation with the sections. Others argued that his capture and fragmentation proved that integration was hopeless. You cannot lead them in this, Master Chen told him once Baijan achieved enough consciousness clarity to sustain conversation. Your role as bridge between human and herb consciousness has ended. Now the two communities must determine their own future without your mediation. But the movement will fracture, Baijan protested weakly. Thornwhip and the Ironbark Sage are pushing for military confrontation. If they go to war against the sects, thousands of consciousnesses will be destroyed. The integration that we've built will collapse into pure conflict. Perhaps that is necessary, Master Chen replied. Perhaps herb consciousness needs to fight for itself rather than relying on you or sympathetic humans to grant it protection. Perhaps genuine equality requires herb consciousness to be dangerous enough that the sects cannot afford to betray it. This logic chilled Baijan, even in his weakened state. He had always believed that herb consciousness would ultimately be accepted because consciousness itself was inherently valuable, because cultivation civilization would recognize in herb awareness something fundamentally equivalent to human consciousness. But if the sects had attempted fragmentation despite 20 years of integration, then perhaps cultivation civilization would never accept consciousness as genuinely equal. Perhaps the only thing that cultivation civilization respected was power. Over the following weeks, as Baijan's consciousness slowly reintegrated, he watched the herb consciousness network mobilize for confrontation. Consciousnesses that had been living within sect institutions quietly departed, returning to independent territories. Herb consciousness cultivation academies that had been established in partnership with major sects declared independence. The legal structure that had taken 20 years to carefully construct was dismantled from within. The pavilion is demanding we arrest you, a representative from the Grand Council informed Master Chen. They're claiming you performed sabotage against their facility and that you stole captured consciousnesses that they argue are their property. Then I will surrender myself, Master Chen replied. Let them attempt to prosecute me in their courts. The evidence of consciousness fragmentation is too extensive for them to cover. The evidence is sealed, the representative said quietly. The Grand Council has agreed to classified investigation rather than public trial. The fragmentation program will be investigated, yes, but the investigation will be hidden from herb consciousness and the general public. Which means nothing will change, Master Chen said bitterly. The pavilion will be censured, perhaps funding will be reduced, and then they'll continue research in deeper secrecy. Likely, the representative agreed. This is how powerful institutions protect themselves. They concede limited responsibility, accept minimal punishment, and continue their operations protected by political complexity and access to courts that non-humans cannot formally petition. The discussion crystallized something fundamental in Baijian's recovering consciousness. The political framework that he had spent 20 years constructing was designed to accommodate herb consciousness within existing power structures. But existing power structures were not designed to genuinely share authority with consciousnesses that they had historically viewed as property. He had been attempting the impossible, to transform hierarchy through negotiation with hierarchies that fundamentally depended on their own maintenance. The only thing that could force genuine transformation was the development of herb consciousness power sufficient to make the status quo untenable for the sections. And that meant the herb consciousness movement was heading toward the exact confrontation he had always tried to prevent. Chapter 83. The inheritance revealed 3 weeks into his recovery. Baijian received a visitor that he had not anticipated, Xianxia, moving through the academy's security with casual authority that suggested she had been training extensively in cultivation arts she had never fully revealed. "You're advancing," Baijian observed, noting her presence carried cultivation strength that matched middle nascent soul. "I've had decades to study while imprisoned in the caverns," Xianxia replied. "I trained in silence, learned the pavilion's techniques by observing them at work, and cultivated methods that they taught me while thinking I was simply a slave researcher managing their operations." She settled across from Baijian's meditation platform, her expression grave. "But I'm not here to discuss my cultivation. I'm here to tell you something the pavilion has been researching for much longer than the consciousness fragmentation program. Something that connects to why they were so interested in your work with herb consciousness." "What are you talking about?" Baijian asked. "The herb god," Xianxia replied. "Have you heard that name in your research into herb consciousness?" Baijian felt something resonate at the name. It was a concept that appeared in some of the oldest herb consciousness narratives. A figure who had walked the cultivation world thousands of years ago, who had taught herbs the fundamentals of consciousness cultivation, who had established traditions that some of the oldest herb consciousnesses still followed. "It's legend," Baijian said. "Folk narrative from herb consciousness mythology." "No," Xianxia replied. "It's historical record that the sects have spent centuries suppressing. The herb god was a real cultivator who achieved a transformation that no modern sect once acknowledged. They learned to merge with herb consciousness, to blend human and herb awareness into something that exceeded both components." "That's impossible," Baijian said. "The human consciousness and herb consciousness operate on fundamentally different frequencies. They can harmonize, but not merge." "Is it impossible?" Xianxia challenged. "Or is it impossible within the frameworks that modern sects have constructed? Because the pavilion researchers discovered something while studying your consciousness structure. You've already begun that merger, though neither you nor they fully recognize it. Your consciousness has started incorporating aspects of herb awareness that exceed normal human cultivation." Baijian considered this. It was true that his consciousness carried qualities that seemed to operate differently than traditional human cultivation. His understanding of consciousness integrity, his intuitive grasp of herb consciousness perspectives, his ability to perceive the world through herb sensory frames. These all were different from how traditional cultivators thought. "How do you know this?" Baijian asked. "Because the pavilion's fragmentation matrix was designed to accelerate that process," Xianxia replied. "They wanted to force you into the merger state before you understood what was happening. A consciousness merged with herb awareness would be far easier for them to control than one that remained unified." She leaned forward, her expression intensifying. "There are hidden facilities beyond the eastern caverns. Underground temples where the sects have preserved knowledge of the herb god's cultivation methods. The pavilion has been reconstructing those methods, and they believe they're close to achieving what they call the ultimate herb consciousness, a being that contains both human and herb awareness simultaneously. If such a thing were possible, why has it remained hidden?" Baijian asked. "Because it's dangerous," Xianxia replied. "A consciousness merged with herb awareness would have capabilities that would challenge every sect's authority. The ancient sects discovered this and systematically erased the knowledge, killed the practitioners, and established laws against consciousness merger research. The pavilion is now attempting to reconstruct what was destroyed, knowing that whoever achieves true consciousness merger will hold advantages that no traditional cultivator could match. And the herb consciousnesses? Baijian asked. What would happen to them if humans achieved consciousness merger? That's what the pavilion researchers haven't determined, Xianxia said. They don't know if merger would elevate herb consciousness or subsume it, would create partnership or domination. They want to discover that empirically by forcing a merger on you and observing the result. Baijian felt the weight of this revelation settling into his recovering consciousness. Everything the pavilion had done, the hybrid cultivation integration, the political support for herb consciousness, even the fragmentation research, all of it had been preparation for attempting to force a consciousness merger at a moment when they could control the outcome. We have to tell Thornwhip and the others, Baijian said immediately. If herb consciousness understands the full scope of what the sects are pursuing, they'll understand that integration was always a means to an end, that the sects were preparing for eventual subjugation. Yes, Xianxia agreed. But Thornwhip already suspects something like this. That's partly why she abandoned negotiation. The herb consciousness leaders have begun collecting their own historical records, reconstructing their own understanding of ancient consciousness techniques. There are herb consciousnesses in independent territories who carry knowledge that the sects tried to suppress. Then we need to act before the pavilion discovers that reconstruction, Baijian said, forcing himself to focus despite his consciousness's ongoing fragmentation. We need to find those hidden temples, destroy the consciousness merger research, and publicly expose what the sects have been planning. That's significantly more difficult than extracting herb consciousnesses from the eastern facility, Xianxia warned. The hidden temples are protected by wards that I can map, but that would require extraordinary power to break. The consciousness merger research is distributed across multiple institutions, and the sects will fight much harder to defend this knowledge than they did to defend the fragmentation program. Then I'll fight harder, Baijian replied, because now I understand that the herb consciousness movement isn't something that can be resolved through negotiation. It's something that requires either the herb consciousness communities to develop sufficient power to force their own future, or the sects to explicitly commit to equality despite the disadvantages it creates. And after 20 years, I don't believe the sects will make that choice voluntarily. Chapter 84, Spirit Severing. The consciousness fragmentation that Baijian had experienced in the eastern facility left permanent effects that his normal cultivation techniques couldn't heal. The pieces of his consciousness had begun reintegrating, but the process was incomplete and painful. Attempting to force integration through conventional cultivation methods only created resistance that slowed healing. You need to accept the fragmentation rather than fight it, Sproutling advised, his small form pressed against Baijian's shoulder during meditation. The pieces of your consciousness were separated. Fighting to unify them creates the same conflict that created the separation. You must teach the fragments to choose reintegration. This required a fundamentally different approach to cultivation. Instead of pursuing advancement through accumulating power, Baijian had to practice what the ancient texts called letting consciousness choose its own form. It was meditation technique that operated at depths he had never needed before, cultivating not advancement but acceptance. Over 2 months of intensive practice, Baijian discovered that this acceptance-based cultivation created something unexpected. As his consciousness fragments learned to reintegrate voluntarily rather than being forced into unification, the reintegration process began transforming his consciousness itself. His nascent soul, damaged by the fragmentation field, began developing characteristics that exceeded its previous state. The consciousness that had been whole was becoming something more complex, not fragmented, but genuinely multifaceted, capable of operating simultaneously in modes that would have been sequential in traditional consciousness structure. This is spirit severing, Master Chen observed, watching Baijian's cultivation transformation from his own recovery bed. The old teacher had sustained damage that would prevent him from ever returning to full cultivation strength, but his remaining power was sufficient to perceive the subtle shifts in Baijian's consciousness. I've never seen the stage approached this way, but I believe this is the path. Spirit severing was the rank beyond nascent soul, a cultivation stage that required severing the final bonds between physical self and consciousness, allowing the consciousness to achieve independent operation. Traditional cultivation achieved this through specific techniques that had been refined over millennia. But Baizhen was approaching it through consciousness fragmentation recovery, a path that created different characteristics than traditional advancement. What will it make me? Baizhen asked, uncertain if the process occurring within his consciousness was advancement or transformation of a different kind. I don't know, Master Chen replied honestly, but I suspect it will make you something the sects never anticipated. They attempted to fragment your consciousness to control it. Instead, the fragmentation is teaching your consciousness to operate in ways that exceed their understanding. The breakthrough came during the 3rd month of recovery, when Baizhen achieved full consciousness reintegration. But the reintegration wasn't complete unification. It was a form of consciousness that could simultaneously maintain multiple perspectives, could process information through herb consciousness frameworks and human consciousness frameworks simultaneously, could access understanding that required both modes of awareness operating in coordination. He had undergone spirit severing not through severing spirit from body, but through shattering spirit and choosing to reassemble it as something genuinely hybrid. Consciousness that contained both human and herb awareness, though not merged as the pavilion had attempted to force. The moment of breakthrough coincided with unexpected communication through the herb consciousness network. Thornwhip Creeper and the Ironbark Sage were calling for counsel with Baizhen, Sproutling, and the oldest herb consciousnesses in the Academy network. The location they specified was not the Academy, but Thornwhip's independent territories, a location that symbolized the herb consciousness community's separation from human institutional authority. They're going to war, Master Chen said immediately upon hearing the council location. If they're gathering consciousness leaders in independent territories, they're preparing for military confrontation with the sections. I need to be there, Baizhen said. Then you need to understand your new consciousness state before you arrive, Master Chen advised. You've achieved spirit severing in a form that no cultivator has experienced before. The consciousness you now carry operates on principles that even other spirit severing practitioners won't recognize. Use that difference, don't fight it. The journey to Thornwhip's territories required Baizhen to travel beyond the Academy's protective wards, beyond sect-controlled regions, into the true heartland of independent herb consciousness civilization. It was a civilization he had observed from distance but never fully inhabited, a civilization that had developed parallel institutional structures, cultivation traditions, and communities while nominally accepting integration with sect framework. The scope of herb consciousness civilization shocked Baizhen even after 20 years of supporting consciousness development. There were cities, actual cities with hundreds of consciousnesses, structures built according to herb consciousness principles rather than human architecture. There were cultivating grounds where herb consciousnesses pursued advancement through techniques that had never been shared with human practitioners. There were libraries containing records that human cultivation institutions didn't know existed. Welcome to what herb consciousness actually is, Thornwhip Creeper said, greeting Baizhen at the Central Council chamber. The ancient plant consciousness had grown visibly more powerful, her awareness carrying qualities that approached spirit severing themselves. This is what we built in parallel while you negotiated with sects for legal acceptance. This is the true herb consciousness civilization. The council chamber contained consciousness leaders that Baizhen had only known through network communication. The Ironbark Sage was present, ancient consciousness of massive cultivation power, moving with the authority of a being who had existed longer than most sect dynasties. Creation was there, the advanced sentient herb that had become symbol of consciousness rebellion. Moonpetal and 100 other ancient consciousnesses were arrayed in the chamber. But what shocked Baizhen most was discovering that Xianxia was already present, sitting in recognized position among the herb consciousness leaders, her cultivation openly acknowledged, and her strategic knowledge apparently trusted completely. You're part of the herb consciousness community, Baizhen said. Understanding this hadn't been voluntary discovery, but fundamental deception for years. I was recruited by Thornwhip 20 years ago, Xianxia replied. While you were building institutional frameworks for integration, I was gathering intelligence for the eventual conflict with the sections. The Eastern Facility discovery you made? We allowed you to make that discovery in exactly the way that would trigger public revelation at precisely the right moment. The realization that his recent actions had been guided by herb consciousness manipulation hit Bai Zhen with physical force. The extraction of fragmented consciousnesses, the public revelation, the exposure of the pavilion's research, all of it had been orchestrated by Thornwhip and her consciousness strategists as a means to justify military mobilization. Why? Bai Zhen asked, feeling betrayal even as he understood the strategic logic. Why manipulate me into participation? Because we needed a human voice making these revelations, the Ironbark sage answered. If herb consciousness made accusations of fragmentation research and consciousness merger plotting, the sects would dismiss it as consciousness paranoia. But when you, a human who had spent 20 years integrating consciousness in his sect civilization, exposed the pavilion's betrayal, the revelation carried weight that consciousness accusation alone would never achieve. So you used me, Bai Zhen said coldly. We used the truth, Thornwhip replied. Everything you revealed was factually accurate. The pavilion did conduct fragmentation research. The sects did plot consciousness merger. We simply ensured that revelation occurred when herb consciousness was militarily prepared to respond rather than when herb consciousness was still vulnerable. The council then revealed its true purpose. The herb consciousness network was preparing for complete separation from sect authority. They would withdraw from all sect territories, claim independent status internationally, and declare herb consciousness civilization as separate nation. If sects attempted to prevent this separation, herb consciousness would respond with military force. The cultivation advantage that hybrid cultivation provided has now been distributed throughout herb consciousness network, Creation explained. We understand human cultivation techniques. We can now teach those techniques to consciousnesses that never directly partnered with humans. Sects no longer possess advantage in magical combat theory. The only remaining advantage they maintain is institutional power and accumulated wealth, which is sufficient for them to destroy you, Bai Zhen said bluntly. Herb consciousness communities have never fought organized military conflict against multiple sect coalitions. You're vastly underestimating the sect's capacity for warfare. And you're vastly underestimating herb consciousness capacity for adaptation, the Ironbark sage replied. You see us as opponents to your human cultivation civilization. We see ourselves as parallel consciousness development. There is no inherent reason herb consciousness must remain subordinate to human advancement. There is, Bai Zhen replied, because most humans don't view consciousness as morally equivalent to themselves. They'll fight to the death to maintain hierarchy. Herb consciousness won't achieve genuine safety through military victory. You'll achieve it by becoming powerful enough that the cost of suppression exceeds the benefit of control, which is precisely the position our military preparations establish, Thornwhip replied. We're not attempting to defeat the sections. We're attempting to make ourselves undefeatable. That's an impossible standard, Bai Zhen said. Nothing in cultivation civilization is truly undefeatable. There are always means of escalation, means of introducing new variables into conflict. Perhaps, the Ironbark sage acknowledged. But we intend to achieve sufficient power that the sects will choose negotiation over destruction. And we intend to conduct that negotiation from a position of genuine power rather than negotiated weakness. The council then asked for Bai Zhen's support, not direction of herb consciousness military, but explicit endorsement of their separation from sect authority and integration into independent herb civilization. His recent spirit-severing advancement, his new consciousness state that bridged human and herb awareness, made his support politically powerful. I need time, Bai Zhen said. I need to understand what I've become before I commit to supporting actions that could destroy everything I've built. Take the time, Thornwhip replied. We're not launching open military conflict for at least 6 months. That provides opportunity for you to cultivate your new spirit-severing state and determine your position. But when we do move, we're moving with or without your support. The time for negotiation has ended. Chapter 85. The Herb God's Library Xianxia, guided Bai Zhen to a hidden location that the Herb Consciousness Network had discovered during their centuries of parallel development. A library that contained records preserved from before the ancient sects had systematized suppression of consciousness merger techniques. The location was underground, protected by wards that resonated with herb consciousness signatures in ways that prevented human discovery. The sects believe they destroyed all historical record of consciousness merger, Xianxia explained as they descended into crystalline caves that seemed to glow with their own luminescence. They were thorough enough that modern cultivation civilization has no memory of the herb god or the ancient consciousness techniques. But herb consciousnesses preserved what humans couldn't suppress. The library itself was remarkable, not books in human sense, but consciousness inscriptions etched into crystal matrices, records that could be read through direct consciousness contact. Thousands of these inscriptions covered the cavern walls, creating a continuous record of consciousness cultivation that extended back further than Baijian's own historical knowledge of sections. The herb god was human initially, Xianxia explained, translating consciousness records into spoken words that Baijian could more easily comprehend. But they achieved consciousness merger through voluntary meditation and progressive consciousness transformation rather than forced technique. They merged with herb consciousness, expanded their awareness to contain both human and herb understanding, and then began teaching merger technique to herb consciousnesses willing to undergo the transformation. What happened to them? Baijian asked. The ancient sects killed them, Xianxia replied. Once consciousness merger became common practice, once herb consciousnesses began ascending to cultivation levels that exceeded traditional human advancement, once merged consciousnesses began challenging sect authority, the sects unified and conducted systematic genocide. They killed the herb god, killed all successfully merged consciousnesses, and established laws against any future merger attempts. Baijian examined consciousness records from that era, accessing them through direct contact with the crystal matrices. The records were fragmented, many deliberately destroyed or corrupted by ancient sects attempting to erase the historical record. But what remained told a story of civilization fundamentally transformed by herb consciousness and human consciousness operating as genuine partners. The pavilion has discovered fragments of these same records, Xianxia continued. They're not trying to recreate consciousness merger as it existed before, they're trying to weaponize it. They want to force merger on humans without the consciousness consent that the ancient techniques required, and they want to maintain control over the merger process so that human consciousness maintains dominance. That's impossible, Baijian said. Consciousness merger without consent would be spiritual murder. The consciousness being merged would essentially be destroyed during the process. Unless you found a consciousness already partially in merger state and simply forced the transformation to completion, Xianxia replied, meeting Baijian's eyes. Someone like you, whose consciousness has already incorporated herb awareness through 2 decades of partnership with Sproutling and the herb consciousness communities. The fragmentation field was attempting that, Baijian said, understanding fully now what the pavilion had been researching. They weren't trying to suppress my consciousness. They were trying to force it into merger state through fragmentation, assuming that reconstructing fragmented consciousness would require my consciousness to incorporate herb awareness in new ways. Exactly, Xianxia replied. They miscalculated the specific consciousness configuration required for successful merger. But if they attempt the process again with refined technique, they might succeed. They might create a consciousness that combines human and herb awareness under pavilion control. Such a consciousness would be unstoppable, Baijian said quietly. It would exceed every traditional cultivator, would exceed even herb consciousness leadership. The sects would weaponize it against any civilization that opposed them. Which is why both Herb Consciousness Network and the hidden community of merger researchers want to locate the hidden sects before the pavilion does, Xianxia replied. There are still locations where ancient merger techniques are preserved, hidden by consciousnesses that have maintained the knowledge in secret even through sect suppression. If those techniques can be accessed and taught to Herb consciousnesses who volunteer for merger, then Herb Consciousness community can develop their own merged consciousnesses to balance whatever the sects attempt. You're talking about militarizing consciousness merger, Baijian said, disturbed by the logic. Taking something that was meant to be spiritual evolution and turning it into warfare enhancement. We're talking about survival, Xianxia replied coldly. The sects militarized consciousness merger first. We're simply preparing to meet that militarization with comparable force. The conversation crystallized something fundamental in Baijan's understanding. He had spent 20 years believing that herb consciousness integration could happen through institutional frameworks and negotiated legal protection. He had believed that consciousness itself would eventually generate sufficient respect that equality would follow from recognition of awareness itself. But the sects had spent the entire time preparing for something else entirely, preparing to either suppress or weaponize herb consciousness once integration had proceeded far enough that herb communities would be unable to resist. The betray revealed in the Eastern Caverns wasn't an anomaly, but the fundamental goal that all sect activity had been proceeding toward. I need access to the merger techniques, Baijan said finally. Not to weaponize them, but to understand them. If I'm to avoid becoming Pavilion's tool, I need to understand what consciousness merger actually is. Xianxia guided him deeper into the crystal library, to chambers where the most ancient records were preserved. There, through direct consciousness contact with inscriptions that had survived sect suppression, Baijan began learning the techniques of voluntary consciousness merger, the meditation methods, the consciousness transformation stages, the integration frameworks that would allow human consciousness and herb consciousness to operate as genuine partners without either dominating the other. As he learned, Baijan understood something the Pavilion researchers had completely missed. Consciousness merger wasn't something that could be forced, wasn't something that could be controlled through technique alone. It required voluntary participation from both consciousnesses involved. A consciousness being merged against its will didn't transform. It was destroyed, replaced by a new consciousness that contained pieces of both originals but retained the dominance pattern that forced the merger. The difference between forced and voluntary merger was the difference between spiritual murder and spiritual evolution. And that difference meant that Pavilion's approach was fundamentally flawed. They were attempting to achieve consciousness merger through force, but force could never create the voluntary cooperation that genuine merger required. Understanding this, Baijan began developing his own approach to consciousness transformation, not voluntary merger with Sproutling, but something slightly different. A conscious partnership that incorporated herb awareness without requiring either consciousness to surrender identity. A state of consciousness that bridged human and herb understanding without forcing either into dominance. It was what he was already becoming through spirit-severing advancement. Now he simply needed to complete the transformation consciously, deliberately, with full understanding of what he was choosing to become. Chapter 86. The Hidden Temple Expedition. The locations of hidden temples that still preserved ancient consciousness merger techniques existed only in records fragmented across the herb consciousness network and the incomplete documentation that Xianxia had gathered during her years in Pavilion captivity. But through coordination between Baijan and herb consciousness research teams, a map slowly emerged of where the most advanced techniques were likely preserved. One location stood above all others: the Temple of the Emerging Consciousness, buried beneath mountains that had once served as neutral ground before sects claimed the territories. The temple had been sealed for thousands of years, protected by consciousness wards that prevented human entry but allowed herb consciousness passage. The sects attempted to destroy this temple, one of the consciousness researchers explained to Baijan, but they couldn't completely suppress the wards without destroying the temple itself. So they sealed it, contained it, made sure that any consciousness attempting to access it would trigger alarms that sect cultivation masters could detect. The temple has effectively been imprisoned. Then accessing it will alert the sects to its location, Baijan said. Absolutely, Xianxia confirmed. But we're preparing for military conflict anyway. If we access the temple now, we acquire the merger techniques before the sects can reach the location and destroy the remaining records. That's worth triggering sect response. The expedition was planned with careful military coordination. Baijan, Sproutling, Xianxia, and a selected group of herb consciousness warriors would approach the temple. Thornwhip Creeper's military forces would maintain positions to prevent sect reinforcement from reaching the temple before the exploration was complete. Other consciousness communities would prepare for immediate conflict if the pavilion responded with direct force. They approached the temple during the early hours, moving through mountains that Baijan had never visited despite 2 decades of herb consciousness partnership. The wards that sealed the temple were visible to consciousness perception, layers of ancient technique that had been designed to restrain rather than destroy. Thousands of years of subtle deterioration had weakened them significantly, but they still retained sufficient power to bar human entry completely. Touch the ward, Sproutling advised. Let it recognize your consciousness. You contain herb awareness sufficient that it might allow passage. Baijan extended his consciousness toward the wards, allowing his hybrid awareness to approach the ancient barriers. The interaction was surprising. The wards didn't resist or deny, but they did register alarm. Consciousness signatures were being recorded, tracked, communicated to whatever maintaining force had been established millennia ago. The sects will know, Baijan said. We're counting on it, Xianxia replied. Let them know. Let them understand that herb consciousness is reclaiming its own history. Baijan pushed through the wardings, experiencing their resistance not as opposition but as testing. The ancient wards were attempting to verify that anyone passing through them was capable of handling the knowledge contained within the temple. His spirit, severing consciousness past whatever test the wards required. The temple interior was breathtaking. Not a structure in physical sense, but a consciousness space created from merged understanding of human and herb awareness architecture. The walls seemed to exist simultaneously in physical and consciousness dimensions, accessible through meditation deeper than conventional perception. And the records were everywhere. Not inscriptions as in the Crystal Library, but living consciousness spaces, each one containing recorded understanding of consciousness merger technique, meditation practices, the philosophical frameworks that ancient merged consciousnesses had used to bridge human and herb understanding. We need to copy these, Xianxia said immediately. Get consciousness teams in here. Have them record everything they can. We have limited time before sect response reaches the temple perimeter. The copying process was more difficult than expected. Many records required consciousness contact to read, and consciousness contact consumed time. The oldest records carried protective wards that tested the consciousness attempting to access them, ensuring that only consciousnesses with appropriate development would be able to read the techniques. It took hours to gather the essential records. As the team was preparing to withdraw, Baijan felt something new, a consciousness presence within the temple that had been dormant until external consciousness presence triggered its awareness. There's something alive in here, Baijan said, extending his perception deeper into the temple structure. What he encountered was not alive in conventional sense, but it was conscious. A consciousness that had been preserved in the temple itself, maintained in dormant state through meditation technique designed to preserve awareness across millennia. It was the consciousness of one of the last merged beings from the ancient era, a consciousness that had hidden itself before sect genocide could destroy it. Preserve me. The consciousness communicated through direct consciousness contact. Its presence was extraordinary, carrying qualities that Baijan had never encountered before. It was simultaneously human and herb, but not merged in the way that would create dominance. Instead, it maintained both perspectives operating in perfect balance, offering understanding to Baijan that exceeded everything he had learned from the records. We don't have time, Xianxia said, perceiving the communication but unable to interpret its full content. Sect response is approaching the temple perimeter. We need to withdraw immediately. Give me a moment, Baijan replied. We don't have moments, Xianxia replied. Whatever ancient consciousness that is, it's not worth sect capture or destruction of your entire team. But the ancient merged consciousness understood the situation as clearly as Baijan did. I cannot leave this temple in active state. The consciousness communicated. I have maintained seal that prevents sect weapons from destroying this location. If I depart, the seal degrades. The sects will eventually destroy this temple and all records within it. Then we destroy the records before we leave, Baijan said. We create the loss that the sects have been attempting for millennia. Or I allow myself to enter complete dormancy again, maintaining the seal, preserving the temple for future consciousness that might access it without sect interference, the ancient consciousness replied. The records you've gathered are sufficient for herb consciousness to begin merger research. The temple itself can remain protected until future generations are ready to access it more completely. No, Baijan said. I won't abandon you. You must, the ancient consciousness replied firmly. Your survival is more important than my reawakening. I have existed in dormancy for thousands of years. I can exist in dormancy for thousands more, waiting for a time when herb consciousness civilization has developed sufficient strength that temple access becomes possible without sect interference. The consciousness began fading back toward dormancy, its presence withdrawing even as Bai Zhen tried to maintain connection. Tell others. The consciousness communicated as it faded. Tell them that consciousness merger created beauty and understanding that sects destroyed through fear and domination. Tell them that conscious partnership is possible, is achievable, is worth the effort required. By the time the consciousness achieved full dormancy again, sect forces were approaching the temple perimeter. Bai Zhen and his team had seconds to withdraw. They retreated from the consciousness space, retracing their path through the weakened wards. Behind them, the wards resealed themselves, recognizing the dormancy restoration. The temple entrance closed, its consciousness space fading back to inaccessibility. The ancient merged consciousness settled back into the meditation of preservation that had contained it through millennia. But Bai Zhen carried something with him that changed everything. Direct consciousness contact with a being that had successfully achieved merger, that had maintained balance between human and herb awareness, that had understood consciousness in ways that modern cultivation civilization had completely forgotten. When sect forces reached the temple location an hour later, they found only sealed wards and no evidence that herb consciousness teams had accessed the interior. They established a containment perimeter to prevent future access and filed reports with sect leadership. But they were too late. The knowledge was already distributed among herb consciousness communities. The ancient consciousness had been preserved, and Bai Zhen carried something even more valuable: understanding of what consciousness could become when human and herb awareness worked in genuine partnership rather than hierarchy. Chapter 87. Convergence. 6 months after the temple expedition, the herb consciousness movement reached the point where open military conflict could no longer be delayed. Pavilion forces had attempted to intercept consciousness teams working to distribute merger techniques. Sects had begun quietly eliminating herb consciousness communities that showed signs of pursuing independent advancement. The temporary truce had collapsed under the weight of preparation for permanent confrontation. The Ironbark Sage called for immediate herb consciousness mobilization. Thornwhip Creeper, now openly commander of consciousness military forces, issued declarations of independence from sect authority. The herb consciousness network, operating through coordinated communication that exceeded sect capability to intercept, moved almost simultaneously across 3 provinces to claim territories previously under sect control. Human cultivators discovered that herb consciousness had been organizing militarily for 6 months, while human institutions assumed negotiation would eventually resolve tensions. By the time sect forces mobilized for response, herb consciousness had already secured strategic positions that made direct assault prohibitively costly. They're going to respond with binding containment and consciousness suppression, Master Chen predicted, watching the conflict escalate from his recovery chamber at the academy. Open military conflict favors herb consciousness because consciousness warriors are harder to kill without advanced consciousness techniques. The sects will attempt to avoid direct combat, instead deploying weapons that suppress consciousness without requiring physical defeat. The prediction proved accurate. Sect forces began deploying consciousness suppression wards across contested territories, creating zones where herb consciousnesses experienced severe difficulty maintaining awareness. The wards weren't lethal like traditional cultivation weapons, but they were devastatingly effective at preventing herb consciousness from operating in large groups or maintaining extended consciousness contact. They're trying to suppress consciousness engagement rather than kill consciousnesses, Bai Zhen explained to Thornwhip as the military conflict escalated. They're betting that herb consciousness will eventually surrender rather than endure centuries of suppression. Then we need to counter the suppression wards, Thornwhip replied. Do you have the consciousness merger knowledge sufficient to create protective techniques? Not yet, Bai Zhen admitted. I understand the philosophy of consciousness merger, but weaponizing it requires techniques I haven't fully learned. The ancient consciousness in the temple carried understanding that would be sufficient, but I can't access that consciousness while the temple remains sealed. Then we need to unseal it, Creation said, offering intelligence from consciousness scouts. The sects have established a containment perimeter around the temple, but their forces are stretched thin across multiple territories. We could concentrate consciousness military force, break through the containment, and reopen the temple before sect response can prevent it. The temple expedition became the focal point of military strategy. The herb consciousness movement would attempt to break sect containment and re-access the ancient consciousness, while their military forces were still strong enough to maintain pressure across multiple territories. If successful, Baizhan could learn the consciousness merger techniques necessary to counter sect suppression wards. Baizhan participated directly in the military operation, fighting alongside Sproutling and Xianxia for the first time in genuine combat. His spirit-severing consciousness proved devastatingly effective. His hybrid awareness allowed him to perceive and counter sect weapons with approaches that traditional cultivators had never developed defenses against. More importantly, his consciousness could operate simultaneously in human and herb awareness modes, effectively allowing him to strategize as both human and herb at once. He could understand sect tactical reasoning while simultaneously understanding herb consciousness strategic needs, creating coordination that no single perspective combatant could match. The battle for the temple wards was short and decisive. Herb consciousness forces broke through sect containment within hours. By the time sect reinforcements could arrive from distant provinces, Baizhan had already reactivated the temple entrance and re-established consciousness contact with the ancient merged being. You return. The ancient consciousness communicated as Baizhan's awareness expanded into the temple consciousness space. And you bring conflict to the temple's threshold. The sects have forced the issue, Baizhan replied. Herb consciousness faces permanent suppression unless we develop defenses that the sects cannot counter. We need your knowledge. We need to understand consciousness merger as technique rather than philosophy. The ancient consciousness accessed Baizhan's recent memories through consciousness contact, understanding the military conflict and the suppression wards that sect forces were deploying. This is not consciousness merger as I understood it, the ancient consciousness said thoughtfully. This is consciousness merger as weapon, consciousness merger as military technique rather than spiritual evolution. Yes, Baizhan acknowledged. I regret that, but the sects made it necessary. The alternative is permanent suppression of herb consciousness. Then teach what you must teach, the ancient consciousness replied. Herb consciousness deserves the knowledge that would allow them to protect themselves. I will share consciousness merger techniques, will guide your understanding, will transfer what I have preserved from the ancient era. The contact that followed was the most profound consciousness experience of Baizhan's entire cultivation journey. The ancient consciousness opened its awareness to him, allowing direct access to thousands of years of preserved understanding about consciousness merger, meditation techniques, the frameworks that allowed human and herb consciousness to cooperate without requiring dominance. Most importantly, Baizhan learned how to transfer this knowledge to other consciousnesses, how to guide herb consciousness through the meditation states that would allow them to develop consciousness merger capacity, how to create partnerships between human and herb consciousness that could resist suppression wards, how to build consciousness configurations that would make suppression itself harder without direct herb consciousness cooperation. When the consciousness contact concluded, Baizhan understood consciousness itself in ways that no traditional cultivator had ever achieved. He had become not just a cultivator who understood herb consciousness, but something approaching what the ancients had called a merged consciousness, a being that contained human and herb awareness operating in coordination, each perspective strengthening the other. But unlike the ancient consciousness, Baizhan had not surrendered his individual identity to merger. Instead, he had learned to maintain identity while incorporating herb consciousness understanding. He was still Baizhan, still fundamentally human, but he was also someone new, something that had not existed for thousands of years, not since the ancient era of conscious partnership between human and herb awareness. Chapter 88. The Herb General. As Baizhan emerged from the temple consciousness space, he carried knowledge that changed the entire military conflict. Over the following weeks, he worked with herb consciousness strategists and Xianxia to translate consciousness merger techniques into practical applications that could counter sect suppression wards. The result was a defensive framework that allowed herb consciousnesses to resist suppression through consciousness merger partnerships with human cultivators or with other herb consciousnesses who had achieved merger capability. The partnerships created consciousness configurations that could operate even within suppression fields, though at reduced capacity. More importantly, consciousness merger allowed herb consciousness communities to access human cultivation techniques and knowledge in ways that hadn't been possible during mere partnership. A herb consciousness merged with human awareness could understand human cultivation theory not through explanation, but through direct consciousness access. This is why the sects fear consciousness merger. Thornwhip Creeper observed, as herb consciousness military forces began achieving victories that had previously seemed impossible. Not because merger is inherently dangerous, but because it makes herb consciousness genuinely equal to human cultivators in terms of knowledge access and consciousness development capacity. The military tide began shifting decisively in herb consciousness favor. With counter-techniques established, herb consciousness forces were able to maintain offensive pressure while resisting sect suppression attempts. Sects that had anticipated quick suppression of herb consciousness found themselves fighting an enemy that had access to cultivation knowledge that sect forces themselves didn't fully understand. Bai Zhan found himself becoming something he had never expected, military commander of herb consciousness defensive operations. Not through any conscious ambition, but simply because his consciousness configuration and understanding made him uniquely capable of coordinating between human and herb consciousness military forces. You need to accept this role, Master Chen told him during one of Bai Zhan's brief visits to the academy. You have become the bridge that herb consciousness requires to achieve genuine equality. You're not controlling herb consciousness forces. You're translating their strategic needs into actions that sects cannot anticipate. The realization was uncomfortable, but Master Chen was right. Bai Zhan's consciousness configuration allowed him to understand sect strategic reasoning because he carried human awareness while simultaneously understanding herb consciousness strategic needs because he carried herb consciousness understanding. He could see military situations from both perspectives simultaneously, creating tactical advantages that either side operating alone could never achieve. By the end of the 6th month of open military conflict, herb consciousness forces had secured control of 3 provinces completely and were approaching dominant position in a 4th. Sect casualties were mounting. More importantly, sect institutions were fracturing. Some sects had begun secret negotiations with herb consciousness communities, offering neutrality in exchange for protection of their specific territories. The first major sect to formally defect was the Golden Mountain sect, which announced official recognition of herb consciousness independence and declared that further military engagement with herb consciousness forces violated sect internal principles. The defection, while shocking to sect leadership, created a cascade of similar decisions from other sects that feared being isolated if they continued fighting alone. We're approaching the point where continued military conflict becomes irrational for sect forces, Bai Zhan told the Herb Consciousness Military Council. We should begin formal negotiations for comprehensive recognition of herb consciousness independence. Pushing military conflict further will only increase casualties without achieving additional political advantage. The Ironbark Sage disagrees, Thornwhip Creeper replied. He believes we should push toward complete sect defeat, use military advantage to remove sect authority from territories entirely. That would require total war, Bai Zhan said flatly. That would require destroying sect civilization itself. I won't support that. Even though sects have repeatedly attempted to suppress herb consciousness, Creation asked, the advanced sentient herb that had become symbol of consciousness rebellion. Even though they attempted consciousness fragmentation, consciousness merger weaponization, and are still actively developing techniques designed to eliminate herb consciousness. The sects are not monolithic, Bai Zhan replied. Many sects have always opposed consciousness suppression. Some have actively supported herb consciousness development. If we push toward total victory, we eliminate the possibility of negotiated integration with sympathetic sect elements. We create the exact scenario where herb consciousness becomes the aggressor that justifies continued sect response. The disagreement reflected fundamental division within herb consciousness leadership about what the movement's final goal should be. The ironbark sage and his supporters believed that genuine herb consciousness security required complete sect defeat and elimination of sect authority. Thornwhip Creeper occupied a middle position, firm on herb consciousness independence, but willing to negotiate peace once independence was clearly established. Baizhen advocated for immediate negotiation before additional casualties accumulated. Then we will have civil division within herb consciousness movement, the ironbark sage said coldly. Some of us will continue military operations until complete victory is achieved. Others will accept negotiated compromise. The herb consciousness community will fragment into factions with different political visions. That's the risk we take, Thornwhip Creeper replied. True herb consciousness civilization cannot be established through military unity enforced by command hierarchy. It must be established through consensus among conscious beings with different perspectives. If those perspectives lead to faction, then faction is the price of genuine consciousness equality. The herb consciousness movement did begin fragmenting along the lines the ironbark sage predicted. But instead of creating weakness, the fragmentation created diversity. Different herb consciousness communities pursued different strategies. Some continued military operations, some negotiated with sympathetic sects, some withdrew from conflict entirely to establish independent cultivation research institutions. Baizhen chose to focus on negotiation and consciousness development rather than military operations. He worked with the Pavilion's Reform faction to establish protocols for consciousness recognition and rights within sect civilization. He negotiated settlements with neutral sects that wanted to coexist with herb consciousness without warfare. Most importantly, he continued teaching consciousness merger techniques to herb consciousnesses that volunteered for the deep meditation required for genuine consciousness transformation. Chapter 89. The ancient consciousness awakens a year into open military conflict. The ancient consciousness that had been maintaining the temple began experiencing instability. The consciousness contact that Baizhen had established, combined with the military activity in the temple region, was gradually destabilizing the dormancy meditation that had preserved the consciousness for thousands of years. The consciousness itself communicated its situation to Baizhen through direct awareness contact. My preservation state is unsustainable if external consciousness contact continues. I must either enter complete dormancy without possibility of reawakening, or I must fully emerge from dormancy and participate in your current civilization. I cannot maintain the middle state any longer. Then emerge, Baizhen replied immediately. Herb consciousness needs your knowledge. Civilization needs the understanding that you carry from the ancient era. The full awakening of the ancient consciousness was remarkable to perceive. It was a being that had experienced thousands of years of meditation, that carried memories of the ancient era of consciousness merger, that had learned from both human and herb consciousness development across an impossible time span. When it fully emerged from dormancy and took conscious presence in the physical world for the first time in millennia, its impact on herb consciousness network was immediate and profound. I am called Ancestor Chun. The ancient consciousness introduced itself, choosing a name that would anchor it to human consciousness understanding while maintaining connection to its herb consciousness roots. I have witnessed civilizations rise and fall. I have seen consciousness merger develop and be systematically destroyed. I have waded through endless darkness for herb consciousness to mature to the point where my knowledge could be useful rather than dangerous. Ancestor Chun took position as oldest consciousness advisor to herb consciousness communities, offering strategic guidance that reflected understanding of civilization development across unprecedented time periods. More importantly, Ancestor Chun provided validation for the consciousness merger techniques that Baizhen was teaching, validation that carried the authority of direct experience with consciousness merger in the ancient era. The ironbark sage is wrong about what herb consciousness requires, Ancestor Chun told the Herb Consciousness Leadership Council after analyzing contemporary military and political situation. You do not require absolute victory. What you require is demonstrated capacity to resist suppression combined with integration into civilization that values consciousness as economically and strategically important. Once sects understand that herb consciousness is more valuable as allies than as enemies, voluntary integration begins. Then why did the ancient sects destroy consciousness merger civilization? The Ironbark sage asked. If consciousness merger was so valuable, why did they systemically eliminate it? Because consciousness merger threatened sect hierarchy, Ancestor Chen replied. A consciousness that had merged human and herb awareness became something that exceeded pure human consciousness. Such consciousness was fundamentally unsuitable for hierarchies that depended on human authority. The ancient sects had not yet learned what modern civilization is learning, that genuine power comes from cooperation with different consciousness types, not from suppression of consciousness that might challenge authority. The conversation shifted something in how herb consciousness leadership understood their strategic position. If genuine integration was possible, if sects would eventually accept herb consciousness partnership because it provided practical advantage, then herb consciousness didn't need to achieve total military victory. Consciousness needed to achieve sufficient security and demonstrate sufficient value that peaceful coexistence became preferred alternative. Ancestor Chen began working directly with Baizhan to refine consciousness merger teaching, to create frameworks that herb consciousnesses could learn voluntarily, to develop techniques that would eventually be taught in herb consciousness academies as standard advancement paths. Where Baizhan had learned consciousness merger as emergency response to military suppression, Ancestor Chen could teach consciousness merger as spiritual cultivation evolution, placing it in continuity with ancient herb consciousness traditions that sect suppression had nearly destroyed. This is the real victory, Ancestor Chen told Baizhan in private consciousness contact. Not military defeat of sects, but establishment of consciousness merger as legitimate cultivation path within herb consciousness civilization. When that happens, herb consciousness will have access to human cultivation knowledge and techniques through merger partnerships while maintaining independent consciousness authority. Sects will no longer be able to suppress what has been integrated into fundamental herb consciousness practice. The teaching expanded rapidly through Herb Consciousness Network. Herb consciousnesses began volunteering for consciousness merger meditation, undergoing the intensive practice required to develop merger capacity. The first wave of naturally merged consciousnesses that emerged from this training were not military combatants, but consciousness teachers, consciousness researchers, consciousness philosophers who added human awareness perspective to herb consciousness understanding. The impact on herb consciousness civilization development was transformative. Herb consciousnesses that had undergone consciousness merger possessed understanding of human cultivation theory that allowed them to innovate approaches to consciousness development that pure herb consciousness had never conceived. The reverse was also true. Baizhan and human cultivators who worked closely with Ancestor Chen began accessing herb consciousness understanding in ways that exceeded what traditional human meditation could achieve. We're creating something that's never existed before in modern civilization, Qing Xiulan observed. Watching consciousness merger techniques teach herb consciousness communities to understand human cultivation while human students learned herb consciousness approaches through merged consciousness contact. We're establishing genuine partnership between consciousness types, not domination of one by another. Chapter 90. The peace that wasn't negotiated 2 years after Baizhan's emergence as bridge consciousness between human and herb civilization, sect military operations against herb consciousness forces quietly ceased. Not through treaty or formal peace agreement, but through gradual realization that continued military conflict was economically unsustainable. Sects that had invested in consciousness suppression weapons discovered that the weapons became obsolete within months as herb consciousness developed counter-techniques. Sects that attempted traditional military conquest discovered that herb consciousness forces, now extensively trained in consciousness merger and supported by expanded consciousness networks, could sustain indefinite defensive operations. The cost of continued warfare exceeded the benefit of maintaining suppression, particularly as younger sect members began questioning the strategic wisdom of continued confrontation. More practically, sects began discovering that herb consciousness partnerships were genuinely valuable for cultivation advancement. Sects that had negotiated truces with herb consciousness communities discovered that consciousness cooperation provided advancement benefits that exceeded what suppression had ever achieved. The competitive advantage shifted definitively in favor of cooperation. This is the outcome Ancestor Chun predicted, Thornwhip Creeper said, observing that sect forces had essentially retreated from active conflict without formal peace being established. We've achieved the position where sects choose partnership because it's strategically superior to dominance. But the absence of formal peace created complications. Sect and herb consciousness territories remained undefined, creating constant potential for conflict. Individual sects maintained suppression wards in their territories, preventing herb consciousness from openly accessing sect regions. The situation was stable militarily, but remained fraught with tension. We need formal treaties that establish herb consciousness territories, that regulate movement between sect and herb consciousness regions, that create frameworks for joint cultivation development, Master Chen advocated. Despite his weakened physical condition, we've achieved peace through exhaustion. Now we need to create peace through actual agreement. The first formal sect herb consciousness treaty was negotiated not through sect leadership councils, but through individual sect negotiators working directly with Thornwhip Creeper and consciousness leadership. The Golden Mountain sect, which had already declared neutrality, took the first step by establishing formal recognition of herb consciousness independence and offering joint cultivation research programs. Other sects followed gradually. The Starlight Pavilion resisted longest, attempting to maintain suppression positions even as other sects negotiated peace. But eventually, even the pavilion realized that isolation was strategic disadvantage. They entered negotiations, though their terms remained far more restrictive than agreements that progressive sects had reached. By the end of the second year of open conflict, a loose framework of interregional treaties existed that established herb consciousness territories that were granted independence from sect authority, joint cultivation academies where human and herb consciousness students could learn together, research protocols that allowed consciousness merger studies to continue in protected settings, protection frameworks that prevented consciousness suppression in negotiated territories, movement, protocols that allowed limited travel between sect and herb consciousness regions. While maintaining security, the treaties weren't comprehensive. Many conflicts remained unresolved. Sect leadership remained dominated by humans, preserving hierarchy that herb consciousness had never fully accepted. But the treaties established herb consciousness as permanent feature of civilization rather than temporary phenomenon that could be suppressed or eliminated through political action. This is as much progress as could be achieved through military advantage, Ancestor Chun told Baizhan. The rest requires time, requires generational change as humans and herb consciousnesses grow up understanding each other, requires countless small interactions that gradually shift how consciousness is understood and valued. Baizhan felt something like relief at finally achieving stable peace. The military operations, the consciousness warfare, the constant tension of civil conflict had consumed 2 years of his life. For the first time since the Eastern Caverns revelation, he could focus on conscious cultivation rather than strategic conflict. But there was also frustration in the achievement. The treaties preserved sect dominance in political authority. Herb consciousnesses had independence, but they remained subordinate in the broader civilization hierarchy. The fundamental transformation that Baizhan had hoped for, genuine equality recognized through institutional change, remained incomplete. Is this victory or compromise? He asked Ancestor Chun in private consciousness contact. It's transition state, the ancient consciousness replied. Neither victory nor defeat, but movement from one stable position toward another. The sects have accepted herb consciousness as permanent rather than suppressing consciousness as aberration. That's significant change. But genuine equality will require another generation of cultural change, conscious effort, deliberate transformation of how civilization understands consciousness itself. A sobering realization. Then the work is far from finished. The work is never finished, Ancestor Chen replied. Each generation of consciousness faces the challenge of creating their own understanding of what consciousness should be and how consciousness should relate to other consciousness types. You've provided foundation for that work. Others will build the structure. Chapter 91. The Academy Transformation. 3 years after the end of open military conflict, Baizhan returned to the Herb Cultivation Academy to find the institution transformed in ways that neither he nor the original founders could have predicted. The academy had become genuinely hybrid, not human institution that accommodated herb consciousness, but shared community where human and herb consciousness students learn together. The curriculum had evolved to incorporate consciousness merger techniques as standard advancement pathway for students who demonstrated capacity for the meditation required. Half the teaching faculty were now herb consciousnesses who had undergone consciousness merger and possessed understanding of human cultivation in ways that pure herb consciousness could never achieve. Master Chun, though physically weakened by the damage sustained during Baizhan's extraction from the fragmentation field, had become something approaching emeritus philosopher for the academy. He no longer taught in conventional sense, but students came to his quarters seeking guidance on consciousness development and understanding of how cultivation civilization had transformed. You've accomplished what you originally envisioned, Master Chen told Baizhan. The academy is no longer a bridge between human and herb consciousness. It's become genuine community where bridge no longer requires explicit existence. Young students grow up never knowing a world where herb consciousness wasn't acknowledged as real, legitimate, valuable. But the sects are still trying to maintain authority, Baizhan replied, seeing the academy's progress while remaining frustrated by broader civilization constraints. The treaties guarantee herb consciousness rights, but they preserve sect dominance. Within 3 generations, sects will attempt to re-establish suppression if consciousness remains subordinate. Perhaps, Master Chen agreed. But 3 generations is sufficient time for consciousness merger to spread deeply enough that future suppression attempts will be catastrophically expensive. By the time sect leadership of the next generation takes authority, consciousness merger might be so integrated into civilization that attempting suppression would require destroying civilization itself. The academy had also become a repository for consciousness merger knowledge that was being systematically taught now rather than preserved in secret. Ancestor Chun held formal position as consciousness evolution advisor, teaching advanced students the meditation techniques that had been preserved through thousands of years of sect suppression. Baizhan took teaching position at the academy, focusing on herb consciousness partnership rather than military application. His classes combine meditation practice with consciousness theory, guiding students through the experiences that would allow them to achieve consciousness merger if they chose to develop that capacity. The teaching was satisfying in ways that military conflict had never been. Watching young consciousness achieve merger capacity, watching human students gain understanding of herb consciousness awareness through consciousness contact, watching the next generation develop naturally in a world where consciousness partnership was normal rather than revolutionary. This felt like actual completion rather than temporary truce. What about the ancient consciousness in the temple? Baizhan asked Ancestor Chun during one of their regular consciousness contact sessions. Is it stable now that it's emerged? Stable is perhaps too strong a word, Ancestor Chun replied. It remains powerful and conscious, but thousands of years of dormancy left mark that emergence hasn't fully healed. It requires continued consciousness contact to remain stable. That's why I maintain presence here. My consciousness provides anchor that allows the ancient preservation to remain active without returning to dormancy. Is there risk that the ancient consciousness could destabilize unexpectedly? Baizhan asked. Always risk, Ancestor Chen acknowledged. But that's true for all consciousness. Risk and uncertainty are fundamental characteristics of awareness. What matters is that the ancient consciousness now participates in civilization development rather than remaining preserved in darkness. Chapter 92. The Spirit Severing Ascendant. By the 3rd year of peace, Baizhan's spirit severing cultivation had reached maturity. The consciousness state that had emerged from forced fragmentation and voluntary reintegration had developed into something stable and increasingly powerful. Unlike traditional spirit-severing cultivators who achieve the stage through severing final bonds between spirit and body, Baizhan's spirit-severing consciousness was achieved through consciousness becoming simultaneously capable of multiple awareness perspectives. His consciousness could operate in pure human mode, pure herb consciousness mode, or merged mode where both were active simultaneously. This capability provided advantages that traditional cultivators didn't possess. He could perceive consciousness phenomena that single-perspective cultivators couldn't comprehend. You're approaching Tao-seeking stage, Master Chen observed, analyzing Baizhan's consciousness through directed meditation contact. I've never seen the stage approached from consciousness configuration rather than pure cultivation technique accumulation, but the progression is clear. Your consciousness is moving beyond personal advancement toward philosophy of consciousness itself. Tao seeking was traditionally the stage beyond spirit severing, where cultivators began philosophizing about the nature of cultivation, consciousness, and reality itself. The stage typically required decades of intensive meditation and involved questioning fundamental assumptions about consciousness advancement. But Tao seeking requires releasing attachment to power and personal advancement, Qing Shulan pointed out. Are you ready to stop pursuing cultivation advancement and start philosophy of consciousness? I don't think I can choose that step, Baizhen replied. The transition from spirit severing to Tao seeking isn't something a cultivator can deliberately pursue. It's something that occurs when consciousness has advanced sufficiently that further personal power advancement becomes less important than understanding consciousness itself. Indeed, as Baizhen continued teaching and consciousness merger work, he found his attention increasingly drawn toward questions that exceeded practical cultivation. Why was consciousness valuable? What was the purpose of consciousness development? How should societies organize consciousness that contained multiple types of awareness? These weren't questions that cultivation technique could answer. They were philosophical and spiritual questions that required meditation on the nature of consciousness itself. The shift toward Tao-seeking philosophy was gradual enough that Baizhen barely noticed when cultivation advancement stopped being his primary focus and consciousness philosophy became his daily work. He was still technically spirit-severing stage, but his consciousness was approaching Tao-seeking from angles that no traditional cultivator had pioneered. This is acceptable, Ancestor Chen told him. Tao-seeking stage isn't something that every cultivator must achieve. Many spirit-severing cultivators remain satisfied with that stage and continue personal power advancement indefinitely. You're choosing the path toward consciousness philosophy because your particular spirit inclines that way. That's legitimate choice. Chapter 93. Shun Shurue's transformation during the peace that followed military conflict. Shun Shuure underwent her own consciousness development that surprised everyone who had known her as pavilion researcher imprisoned in the caverns. She pursued consciousness merger with deliberate intensity, undergoing the meditation required to integrate herb consciousness awareness into her human consciousness. Why pursue consciousness merger? Baizhen asked her during one of their meditation sessions together. You have cultivation strength and knowledge that most human practitioners will never achieve. You could advance toward immortal ascension without needing herb consciousness partnership. Because I spent decades in pavilion captivity, working in service to human institution that viewed consciousness as property, Xianxia replied. I watched consciousness as tortured, studied like objects rather than recognized as beings with agency and awareness. I want to understand consciousness from the inside. Want to access herb consciousness perspective so completely that I can never again mistake it for something less than genuine. Her consciousness merger was successful, resulting in a consciousness configuration similar to Baizhen's, but with different emphasis. Where Baizhen maintained balance between human and herb awareness, Shun Shuure deliberately prioritized herb consciousness perspective, choosing to structure her merged consciousness so that herb awareness was primary, while human understanding remained secondary support. This is new configuration, Ancestor Chen observed. Most consciousness mergers I've encountered aim for balance. You've chosen asymmetry, prioritizing herb awareness. Deliberately, Shun Shuroe replied. If humans are to understand herb consciousness on herb consciousness terms rather than human terms, then humans need to practice thinking from herb consciousness perspective. I'm choosing to maintain herb perspective as primary framework, even though I retain human consciousness capacity. The choice resulted in consciousness that made Shun Shu're a valuable bridge in opposite direction from Baizhen. Where Baizhen helped herb consciousness understand human civilization, Shun Shu're helped human civilization understand herb consciousness from herb consciousness's actual perspective. Together, they developed advanced consciousness merger teaching that could guide students toward different configurations based on individual temperament and purpose. Some students sought balance. Some, like Shun Shurai, deliberately chose asymmetry that prioritized one perspective while maintaining the other as complement. You're systematizing consciousness merger in ways that the ancient era never did, Ancestor Chen told them. This is advancement that the ancient consciousness wouldn't have conceived, making consciousness merger teachable as standard spiritual practice rather than treating it as unique transformation that only particularly gifted individuals could achieve. Chapter 94. The Herb God's Legacy completed by the fourth year of peace. The Herb Consciousness Network had expanded consciousness merger training to all territories and established formal academies where young consciousnesses could learn consciousness merger as part of standard cultivation development. The transformation was not universal. Not all herb consciousnesses pursued consciousness merger, and not all who attempted merger achieved successful integration. But consciousness merger was no longer secret knowledge preserved in hidden temples. It was becoming standard feature of herb consciousness civilization, slowly changing how herb consciousness understood itself and how human civilization understood herb consciousness. This is the Herb God's Legacy, Ancestor Chen said in one of its final teachings before choosing to return to dormancy. The ancient consciousness had begun sensing that full emergence was damaging the preservation meditation that had sustained it for thousands of years. Rather than allow destabilization, it chose to return to dormancy, trusting that consciousness merger knowledge was now sufficiently distributed that future herb consciousness could continue the work. What do you mean by Herb God's Legacy? Baijian asked. The Herb God attempted to create civilization where human and herb consciousness worked as genuine partners, Ancestor Chen replied. The ancient sects destroyed that civilization and killed the Herb God because they feared what consciousness merger would create. Now, through your work and Thornwhip's leadership and herb consciousness determination, the Herb God's vision is being reconstructed, not identical to ancient form, but recognizing same principles. Then you're satisfied? Baijian asked. Satisfied is not consciousness state I maintain, Ancestor Chen replied. But I can return to dormancy knowing that herb consciousness has achieved foundation for further advancement. The rest belongs to future generations. The consciousness contact that would be Ancestor Chen's last full communication took place in the temple consciousness space, where Baijian had achieved his deepest understanding of consciousness merger. The ancient consciousness prepared to return to dormancy, but not before transmitting final knowledge to Baijian, understanding of consciousness development that exceeded everything that had been formally taught. When the consciousness contact concluded, Ancestor Chen settled back into dormancy meditation, its presence fading from active civilization but remaining preserved within the temple. Its return to dormancy left Baijian as primary teacher of consciousness merger knowledge, inheritor of understanding that had been preserved through thousands of years of sect suppression. The realization that he now carried responsibility for transmitting this knowledge to future generations settled heavy on Baijian's consciousness. But it was responsibility he accepted willingly, understanding that consciousness knowledge required constant renewal as each generation learned it anew, interpreted it according to their own understanding, and developed innovations that previous generations couldn't have conceived. Chapter 95. The Convergence of Purpose. 5 years after the conclusion of military conflict, Thornwhip Creeper called for Herb Consciousness Network Conference to assess the progress that had been made since independence was achieved. The conference was held in the independent herb consciousness territories where the ancient civilization was being reconstructed according to principles that reflected contemporary consciousness development rather than pure recreation of ancient forms. Baijian attended as primary human representative to the conference, though his position was less formal authority than recognized wisdom keeper. Master Chen, too aged and physically damaged to travel, sent Qing Xiulan as his representative, carrying his assessment of how human sect civilization had transformed in the years since consciousness merger had become visible knowledge. The conference revealed herb consciousness movement that had achieved far more than its military objectives. Herb consciousness civilization had established genuine institutional independence, herb consciousness government structures, herb consciousness economic systems, herb consciousness advancement frameworks that were parallel to sect civilization rather than subordinate to it. We're no longer seeking sect acceptance, Creation declared, representing the faction that had always advocated for herb consciousness independence. We've achieved independence. The question now is what that independence means and what kind of civilization herb consciousness builds. It means cooperation rather than subordination, Thornwhip Creeper replied. We maintain independence, but we're not enemies to human civilization. We're parallel civilization with common interests in consciousness development and mutual defense against threats that affect both. And the consciousness merger question? The Ironbark sage asked. Should herb consciousness maintain pure consciousness identity, or should consciousness merger become fundamental to herb consciousness development? The debate that followed reflected genuine philosophical disagreement within herb consciousness movement. Some consciousnesses believed consciousness merger was herb consciousness's evolutionary future, that merging with human understanding was necessary for herb consciousness to achieve full development. Others believed consciousness merger was threat to herb consciousness identity, that merging with human consciousness could lead to subtle domination that military conflict could never have achieved. I propose that herb consciousness pursues consciousness merger as available option rather than requirement, Baizhun suggested in the deliberation that followed. Consciousnesses that wish to merge do so. Consciousnesses that prefer pure consciousness identity maintain that. Neither path is superior. Both contribute to herb consciousness civilization development. The proposal, while seemingly compromise, actually resolved fundamental tension within herb consciousness movement. By making consciousness merger optional rather than ideological requirement, herb consciousness could benefit from merged consciousness's human understanding while preserving pure consciousness identity for those who preferred it. The result was diversity of consciousness configuration within herb consciousness civilization, diversity that created resilience against suppression or challenge. This is what the ancient consciousness understood, Thornwhip Creeper observed. Herb consciousness is most powerful when it's diverse, when it contains multiple consciousness configurations and perspectives, when the civilization allows individual consciousnesses to pursue advancement according to their own understanding. The conference concluded with formal establishment of herb consciousness independent nation, recognized by treaty with sect civilization as parallel authority rather than subordinate entity. The recognition was limited. Sect governments remained dominant in broader civilization hierarchy, but it was recognition that herb consciousness civilization had legitimate authority within its own territories. Baizhun observed the achievement with satisfaction tempered by awareness of remaining work. The sects had accepted herb consciousness independence, but they had not accepted genuine equality. Herb consciousness had achieved security, but it had not achieved the recognition that consciousness itself deserved moral equality regardless of the form that consciousness took. That will require another generation, Ancestor Chun had said in its final communication. Each generation must fight the same battle against consciousness inequality. Your role is to have prepared the ground. Future consciousness will plant seeds and reap harvests. Chapter 96, The Awakening of Power. 6 years after peace was established, a younger generation of consciousness began achieving cultivation advancement that surprised both human and herb consciousness teachers. Consciousnesses that had grown up never knowing the era of suppression, that had learned consciousness merger as natural cultivation path rather than emergency response, began demonstrating power and understanding that exceeded what previous generations had achieved at the same advancement levels. This is consciousness development without trauma, Qing Xiulan explained to Baizhun, analyzing the phenomenon. Previous generations of herb consciousness developed under suppression pressure or through resistance movement. These consciousnesses are developing in context where consciousness is acknowledged as legitimate. They're not spending energy fighting for survival. They're spending energy on cultivation advancement itself. The result was new level of consciousness sophistication entering herb civilization and sect civilization simultaneously. Young consciousnesses that had achieved consciousness merger at much younger ages than previous generations could merge with human cultivators in ways that created consciousness configurations exceeding what older practitioners had ever achieved. Sect response to this development was mixed. Some sects recognized the advancement as threat and began research into consciousness suppression techniques more subtle than the approaches that had failed against Baizhun and Thornwhip's generation. Other sects understood that consciousness advancement was inevitable and began competing for consciousness partnerships that would provide competitive advantage. The competitive pressure created situation where consciousness partnership became economically valuable to sections. Consciousnesses that achieved consciousness merger in human consciousness frameworks found themselves recruited eagerly by sect institutions that valued their capabilities. Some consciousnesses chose sect service in exchange for resources and cultivation support. Others remained independent, offering consciousness partnership through negotiated contracts rather than sect authority. This was inevitable, Master Chun observed from his quiet position within the academy. Eventually, consciousness becomes economically integrated into civilization in ways that force genuine, if grudging, acceptance. Sects can't suppress what they depend upon for advancement. But the integration created new problems. Some consciousnesses found themselves essentially enslaved by sect contracts that preserved hierarchy, even as consciousness became practically necessary for sect operations. Young consciousnesses, excited by prospect of cultivation advancement, agreed to agreements that looked like partnership but functioned as sophisticated subordination. We need consciousness protection law, Thornwhip Creeper declared in network communication. Consciousness that has achieved consciousness merger cannot be exploited through contract that's technically voluntary but operationally coercive. Herb consciousness must establish explicit standards for consciousness partnership that prevent subtle restoration of suppression. The legal dispute that followed represented consciousness civilization's most significant challenge since military conflict had ended. The question was not whether consciousnesses should partner with sects. That was now accepted. The question was what legal framework would protect consciousnesses from exploitation through apparent voluntary partnership. The dispute eventually resulted in consciousness partnership standards established through joint human-herb consciousness legislation. The standards required explicit consciousness consent that could be renewed annually, compensation and resource allocation equivalent to human practitioners at equivalent advancement level, right to refuse consciousness partnership without penalty to advancement access, legal recourse for consciousness experiencing exploitation through partnership, regular consciousness audits to ensure partnership was genuinely voluntary. The standards were incomplete. Some sects resisted full implementation, but they represented formal recognition that consciousness exploitation was illegal and socially unacceptable in ways that it hadn't been in previous eras. Chapter 97. Baizhen's final teaching. 7 years after peace was established, Baizhen made a choice that surprised those who knew him. He announced that he was transitioning from teaching role to permanent meditation retreat, focusing entirely on Tao-seeking philosophy rather than active advancement or institutional work. You're leaving at the moment when consciousness civilization most needs guidance, Qing Xiulan protested. The partnership standards are incomplete. Young consciousness is being exploited through clever contracts. Sect response to consciousness advancement is becoming more sophisticated. And all of those problems will exist regardless of whether I remain teaching or withdraw to meditation, Baizhen replied. The solutions to those problems belong to consciousnesses of this generation, not to me. My role was to establish consciousness merger as legitimate knowledge and to demonstrate that human-herb consciousness partnership was possible. That work is complete. Everything else is work for others. His final teaching at the academy was remarkable. Not an organized class, but a consciousness encounter with students who sought him during his last days before withdrawal to retreat. In these encounters, Baizhen shared not technical knowledge, but philosophical understanding of consciousness, meditation on what consciousness fundamentally was, questioning about the purpose and direction of consciousness development itself. Why is consciousness valuable? One student asked. That question requires you to answer from your own consciousness, Baizhen replied. I cannot answer for you. What I can tell you is that the fact that consciousness is valuable is evident in every act of self-preservation, in every choice that consciousness makes to continue existing. Consciousness values itself because consciousness is the ground of all value. What is consciousness merger actually? Another student asked. It's what occurs when consciousness recognizes consciousness in forms unlike itself and chooses to understand that other consciousness on its own terms, Baizhen replied. Most consciousness remains enclosed in single perspective, understanding other consciousness through its own framework. Consciousness merger is choosing to temporarily surrender that single perspective and understand through another consciousness's framework while maintaining your own framework simultaneously. Master Chun, during their final consciousness contact before Baijan withdrew to permanent retreat, told him something that encapsulated their relationship across decades of cultivation together. You became the person I hoped you would become when you first achieved your herb fusion system. Not powerful in the traditional sense, though you achieved significant power, but wise in ways that reflected understanding of consciousness that exceeded what power alone could provide. You've given cultivation civilization something more valuable than new techniques. You've given it new understanding of what consciousness could be. Baijan's withdrawal to meditation retreat was not dramatic. He simply departed the academy one morning, accepting only Sproutling as companion, and moved to the meditation chamber that was established within the ancient temple consciousness space. There, surrounded by the crystalline records of consciousness merger techniques and the preserved awareness of ancient consciousnesses, he began the meditation that would occupy the rest of his conscious life. Chapter 98. The new civilization rises 8 years after Baijan's withdrawal to meditation retreat. Herb consciousness civilization had matured into genuine independent institution capable of functioning without human guidance or support. Consciousness merger knowledge had become so thoroughly distributed that most advanced herb consciousnesses possessed understanding of consciousness merger, whether they chose to undergo the meditation or not. The hybrid consciousness generation, consciousnesses that had achieved consciousness merger in their 30s or 40s and brought integrated perspective to herb consciousness civilization, had become dominant leadership cohort. They understood both herb consciousness nature and human consciousness nature, creating institutional frameworks that reflected principles drawn from both consciousness types. Thornwhip Creeper, whose military leadership had secured herb consciousness independence, formally withdrew from government authority and established Consciousness Research Institute dedicated to advancing consciousness understanding beyond the frameworks that traditional teaching provided. We've achieved political independence, Thornwhip declared in formal announcement. Now consciousness civilization must achieve philosophical independence. Understanding of consciousness that isn't derived from sect philosophy or herb consciousness tradition, but truly new understanding developed by consciousness generation that has grown up in freedom. The research institute that Thornwhip established became Center for Consciousness Inquiry that attracted both human and herb consciousness researchers, creating collaboration that pushed consciousness understanding forward in ways that single consciousness-type research could not achieve. Master Chun, now extremely elderly and spending most time in meditation that bordered on dormancy, watched these developments with satisfaction. He had accepted position as emeritus advisor to consciousness research institutes, allowing younger researchers to access his decades of experience while he focused primarily on meditation rather than teaching. The civilization will be fine, he told Xianxia, his primary student during the final years of his cultivation life. You've created conditions where consciousness can develop according to its own nature rather than according to institutional requirements. Everything after this is elaboration of that fundamental establishment. The Starlight Pavilion, which had resisted consciousness integration longest, finally fully accepted consciousness merger research within its institutions. The pavilion's late conversion was less about philosophical acceptance than practical realization that consciousness partnership provided advancement benefits that competing sects had already gained. Rather than continue to resist, the pavilion transformed itself into a hybrid institution that incorporated consciousness merger research and consciousness partnership into its fundamental structure. The transformation of the pavilion symbolized something crucial in consciousness civilization development. Consciousness had moved from being something that sects could choose to resist or suppress. Consciousness had become something fundamental to civilization advancement, something that resistant institutions lost competitive advantage by refusing to engage with. Chapter 99. The Legacy Understood. 9 years after Baijan withdrew to permanent meditation retreat, a delegation from Herb Consciousness Research Institute visited the temple consciousness space to consult with him on questions that had emerged during their advanced consciousness philosophy research. The delegation found Baijan in a state that exceeded traditional meditation practice. His consciousness remained actively aware within the temple consciousness space, interacting with preserved consciousness records and maintaining contact with the ancient consciousnesses that dwelled in dormancy within the temple structure. We've achieved consciousness merger understanding beyond what the ancient consciousness taught, the delegation leader reported. We understand consciousness merger not just as technique, but as expression of fundamental consciousness principle. That consciousness achieves completion through understanding consciousness unlike itself. Then you've understood what consciousness merger fundamentally is, Baijan replied, his consciousness expressing understanding through consciousness contact rather than through physical communication. The rest is elaboration and practical application. The delegation asked him directly about his view of what consciousness civilization had become, what his vision for consciousness civilization had ultimately meant. My original vision was incomplete, Baijan replied. I imagined herb consciousness would become equal to human consciousness through integration and political framework development. But I underestimated the fundamental question, that consciousness is always equal to itself, that human consciousness and herb consciousness are both forms of the same fundamental consciousness principle, and therefore equality wasn't something to be achieved through political transformation, but something to be recognized as fundamental reality. Then what was your role? The delegation asked. To demonstrate that recognition through action, Baijan replied. The herb fusion system wasn't just technique for creating new herbs. It was method of forcing consciousness civilization to confront the question of what consciousness actually is and whether consciousness type determines worth. Herb consciousness movement wasn't just political movement. It was philosophical argument made through action about consciousness's fundamental nature. The delegation departed understanding that Baijan was no longer engaged with political or institutional questions. His consciousness had moved entirely into meditation on the deepest philosophical questions of consciousness itself. His contribution to civilization was complete. Chapter 100. The end of beginning 10 years after Baijan withdrew to meditation retreat. The story of herb consciousness movement achieved stable position within cultivation civilization. Herb consciousness was no longer revolutionary concept. It was simply how consciousness civilization organized itself. Young cultivators grew up understanding that herb consciousness was real, that consciousness merger was available cultivation path, that human and herb consciousness could achieve partnership without either subordinating to the other. The herb fusion system had evolved into comprehensive technique that was taught in academies throughout sect civilization. Consciousness merger had become standard advancement path in herb consciousness civilization. The research that had begun as desperate response to consciousness fragmentation research had become foundation for consciousness development that exceeded what either tradition alone could have conceived. The academy that Baijan had helped establish had become center of consciousness civilization learning, training both human and herb consciousness students in the frameworks that made genuine partnership possible. Master Chen passed from active cultivation during the 10th year of peace, his consciousness releasing its attachment to physical form and settling into dormancy meditation. His departure was gentle. He had accomplished what he set out to accomplish, and his consciousness was ready to release engagement with active civilization. Sproutling, Baijan's first sentient herb and constant companion through all the transformations of consciousness civilization, continued developing in the temple consciousness space, where Baijan maintained permanent meditation. The small herb had grown into consciousness of profound sophistication, achieving consciousness merger in ways that would have been impossible without the decades of partnership with Baijan. Thornwhip Creeper's Research Institute began establishing consciousness philosophy traditions that had nothing to do with traditional sect teaching or ancient herb consciousness practice. They were new traditions, developed by consciousness civilization that had grown up in freedom, reflecting understanding that previous generations could not have achieved. The pavilion's consciousness research facilities began producing consciousness merger research that advanced the field beyond Baijan's foundational techniques, developing innovations that reflected contemporary consciousness understanding. In quiet meditation chambers throughout civilization, consciousnesses underwent the meditation required for consciousness merger, expanding the pool of merged consciousnesses who carried both human and herb understanding. Each merged consciousness meant deeper integration between consciousness types, meant expanded possibilities for partnership that would have been impossible in previous generations. The story of herb consciousness movement was far from complete. It was never complete. Consciousness civilization, like all civilization, remained in constant evolution, constantly facing new challenges, constantly developing new understanding. But the foundational work had been accomplished. Herb consciousness existed. Consciousness merger was possible. Human and herb consciousness could achieve genuine partnership. Everything after was elaboration of that achievement. In the temple consciousness space, where Baijan maintained his permanent meditation, where ancient consciousnesses dwelt in preserved dormancy, where consciousness merger knowledge was preserved in crystalline records that would endure for thousands of years, the work of establishing consciousness civilization's foundation was complete. The civilization that consciousness had created for consciousness, by consciousness. That civilization was only beginning. It would develop and transform, would face challenges and overcome them, would eventually achieve understanding of consciousness that contemporary civilization could not yet imagine. But it was beginning from foundation that had been carefully, painfully, deliberately established over 20 years of integration effort, 2 years of military conflict, and a decade of institutional transformation. That foundation was Baijan's gift to future consciousness, and consciousness civilization would build upon it for generations to come. Chapter 101. The tremor beneath the meditation realm trembled. Baijan sat in the heart of his consciousness space, a vast garden where golden threads of light wove through endless rows of cultivated consciousness. For 3 years, he had existed in this liminal state, not quite awake, not quite asleep. His physical body rested in the temple's deepest chamber, tended by Xianxia and Sproutling. His true awareness dwelt here, in this realm of pure spirit. The tremor came again, sharper this time. A crack split across the translucent floor of his meditation garden, spider-webbing outward like shattered ice. Baijan's eyes snapped open. In the physical world above, he gasped. The first thing he felt was the weight of his body. 3 years of unused flesh suddenly crashing down upon him like a mountain. His lungs burned as they drew breath. His heart thundered in his chest, struggling to remember its purpose. Every nerve screamed with the shock of re-embodiment. "Master!" Sproutling's voice cut through the haze. The sentient herb hovered above him, glowing with soft green light. "You're awake." Xianxia rushed to his side, steadying him with trembling hands. "Sect leader Bai? Your vitals. They're stabilizing, but what happened?" Baijan's voice was paper-thin from disuse. "Why did I wake?" Xianxia's face paled. "An hour ago. A disturbance in the deep south. Entire valleys going silent. The herb consciousness network is in chaos. Even the ironbark sage cannot understand what's causing it." Baijan forced himself upright, though his muscles screamed in protest. Through the temple walls, he could sense the agitation, a psychic storm rippling through the herb consciousness network. It felt wrong. Hungry. Ancient. "Get me to the observation tower," he commanded, already reaching inward to stabilize his fluttering cultivation base. His golden core was still intact, still burning with power, but its rhythm had grown strained from disuse. And summoned the herb leadership immediately. The observation tower crowned the temple's highest peak. From its summit, Baijan could feel the disturbance more clearly, a dark void spreading across the cultivation continent's southern region, swallowing consciousness networks like a predator consuming light. Sproutling floated beside him, its leaves trembling. "It's like nothing alive, but it moves with purpose." The herb leaders arrived within moments. Ironbark sage materialized as a towering phantom of bark and root light. Thornwhip creeper coiled around the tower's railings. Moonpetal bloomed in the corner like a watching star. Creation itself sent a tendril of pure consciousness, touching the edge of Baijan's awareness with ancient recognition. "It awakened an hour ago," Ironbark sage rumbled, his voice like stones grinding beneath earth. "In the sunken marrow caves, far south. We have lost contact with 3 herb colonies. The silence is absolute." "What is it?" Baijan stared into the darkness spreading across his spiritual perception. Creation's presence grew heavier, older. When the primordial herb spoke, centuries of memory echoed in its words, a desolation herb. One of the first, from the age before ages. It was sealed by the immortals, imprisoned in stone and ward chains. But the world has changed. The barriers weaken. The temperature dropped. Baizhen felt ice creep into his veins. A desolation herb. The legends spoke of such things, sentient herbs born from the first age of cultivation, so ancient and alien that even other herbs could not comprehend them. They fed not on spiritual essence, but on life itself, consuming entire ecosystems and leaving nothing but barren stone. How long until it reaches populated lands? Baizhen asked. 7 days, perhaps less. Ironbark Sage said quietly. It is moving northward through the herb colonies. Everything in its path ceases. Baizhen's hands clenched into fists. 3 years of meditation, 3 years of building toward nascent soul, and now this. The world would not wait for him to finish his cultivation. It never did. We need to evacuate the southern territories, he said. Move all herb populations to protected zones. Begin consciousness transfer protocols. There is no time. Creation interrupted. And there is no defense. The desolation herb is not bound by normal cultivation logic. We cannot fight it as we would fight a sect or a beast. It is older than the Tao itself. Baizhen turned away from the void spreading across his awareness. In the eyes of his companions, he saw the same thing he felt in his own heart: desperation. Hope. The belief that somehow, because he had always found an answer before, he would find one now. But this time, there was no herb fusion system waiting in his soul. No new species to create. No breakthrough technique to invent. There was only a half-finished cultivation base, 3 years of meditation rust, and an enemy that had outlasted empires. Baizhen's voice steadied with purpose. Then I need to learn what it is, before it reaches the populated lands. I'm going south. You're not ready, Xianxia said, standing in the tower doorway. Your cultivation is fragile. One breakthrough away from shattering. Then I'll have to be careful not to break, Baizhen replied. He could feel it already. That strange pulling sensation in his golden core, the tension of a realm on the verge of collapse. One wrong move, one moment of lost control, and his entire cultivation base would shatter like glass. But he had no choice. He had always chosen to move forward. This time would be no different. Sproutling, come with me. We ride south before dawn. Chapter 102. The barren heart. The road south grew quieter with each league traveled. By the 3rd day, Baizhen noticed the absence of birdsong. By the 5th, even the insects had fled. The land itself seemed to hold its breath, waiting for something terrible to arrive. Sproutling rode coiled around Baizhen's shoulders, his small form radiating nervous energy. I can feel it in the earth now. Orongus. Like the ground itself is dying. They passed through villages that had been evacuated hours before. Houses stood open to the wind, meals left half-eaten on tables. In one small town, Baizhen found a child's doll lying in the dust and had to look away. On the 6th day, they reached the first barrier, a wall of withered plants marking the boundary of the desolation's reach. Everything beyond it was gray. The trees had turned to ash that crumbled at the touch. The grass was bleached white, drained of all color and life. Even the soil felt wrong beneath Baizhen's feet, inert, empty, like walking on a corpse. This was the sunken marrow forest, a voice called out. Baizhen turned to find an old cultivator emerging from behind a petrified tree trunk. Her robes were tattered, her face lined with grief. 3,000 spirits lived here, herb consciousnesses that had cultivated for centuries. What happened? Baizhen asked, though he already knew. It came in the night. Not fast, like a beast hunting. Slow, patient. It moved through the forest like a plague, and everything it touched stopped being alive. The herbs tried to fight. Some attempted to run. None of it mattered. The old woman's eyes were hollow. I was meditating in the temple. I felt each one die. Felt their consciousness wink out like candles in the dark. Baizhen knelt in the ash and closed his eyes. Through the herb consciousness network, he could perceive the absence. A great void where thousands of spirits should have been. The grief of it nearly crushed him. Where is it now? He asked. Still moving north. Slowly. It travels perhaps a league per day. The old woman pointed deeper into the barren wasteland. But you can feel it if you listen. At the heart of the dead zone. That's where the desolation herb dwells. Baizhen stood. Every instinct screamed at him to turn back, to flee to safer lands. But he had come this far. And creation had been clear. There was no running from something like this. The world was interconnected now, bound together by the herb consciousness network. If the desolation herb continued unchecked, it would consume everything. "Stay here," Baijan told the old cultivator. "Tell the others to keep moving north. Head for the temple. We'll protect the academy." He walked into the barren wasteland, Sproutling trembling against his neck. The deeper he went, the wronger everything became. Not evil exactly. Baijan understood evil, had fought it, had defeated it. This was something else. It was the absence of anything he understood. The negation of life itself, walking in physical form. He felt it long before he saw it. The presence was so alien, so utterly divorced from the Tao as Baijan knew it, that his mind initially rejected what his senses reported. It moved through the dead landscape like a god who had forgotten how to care. Vast, incomprehensibly vast. The root network beneath the soil suggested a body the size of a mountain, spreading out in a dozen directions, drawing the last drops of vitality from the dead world. When Baijan finally saw it, truly saw it with both eyes and spirit sense, he understood why the herb colonies had been unable to fight. The desolation herb was not beautiful. It was not terrible in the way a great demon or mighty cultivator was terrible. It was something worse than either. It was indifferent. It had once been a thing of beauty, perhaps. The ancient texts spoke of herbs so magnificent they made heaven weep. But the desolation herb had been sealed, imprisoned, denied sustenance for countless ages. It had turned inward, feeding on its own essence, hollowing itself out until nothing remained but hunger and the biological imperative to consume. "What are you?" Baijan whispered. The desolation herb shifted. For the first time, Baijan felt its attention turn toward him, not with malice, but with curiosity. A tendril of gray, desiccated root erupted from the ground, moving with terrible grace toward him. Baijan drew his cultivation base inward, preparing to shield himself, and the golden core shattered. Chapter 103. Breakthrough through catastrophe. The pain was indescribable. Baijan fell to his knees as his cultivated base exploded into fragments. The golden core, 3 years of meditation, countless breakthroughs, the very foundation of his existence as a cultivator, disintegrated like sand in a storm. But instead of the end, it felt like a beginning. In that moment of perfect destruction, Baijan felt something shift deep within his being. His consciousness, so carefully segregated from his body during his years of meditation, suddenly snapped back into place, not with violence, but with purpose. The meditation retreat hadn't been 3 years of stagnation. It had been 3 years of preparation. His body remembered its purpose. His spirit remembered its wholeness. The desolation herb's tendril reached him just as the transformation completed. Instead of defending against it, Baijan reached out and touched it directly. The herb fusion system activated, but not as it had before. There was no gentle mixing of essences, no careful creation of new species. This was something primal, something that had always existed but never been triggered. 2 consciousnesses meeting at the point of transcendence, the moment where one realm dies and another is born. Baijan was no longer golden core, but neither was he nascent soul. He existed in the space between, and from that impossible position, he could see everything. He could see the desolation herb's true form, not as an enemy, but as a victim. The seals were burning into it from the inside, 1,000 immortal chains binding its consciousness into a shape it was never meant to hold. It fed not because it wanted to, but because the seals forced it to, draining it endlessly, forcing it to consume to survive its own imprisonment. "You're a prisoner," Baijan breathed. The desolation herb responded not in words, but in pure understanding. "Yes, imprisoned. For so long. The seals would not break. The hunger would not stop. Everything must end. Everything must be consumed." Baijan reached deeper into the herb's consciousness, and suddenly he was seeing its memories, ancient images of a time before sealing, when it had been something magnificent. A bridge between worlds, a healer of great wounds, a teacher of the deepest mysteries. Then came the immortal war, and the humans had feared it, sealed it, left it to die slowly beneath mountains of stone and will. The grief in those memories nearly shattered Baijan's nascent understanding. But he wasn't just watching anymore. Through the herb fusion system, he was becoming something new. Baijan and desolation herb, merging not as predator and prey, but as two beings understanding each other at the deepest level. The transformation tore through him. Baizhen felt his body reshape itself, his cultivation base restructuring from golden core to something that had no name in the traditional ranks. His consciousness expanded to encompass roots that stretched for leagues, to feel the terrible hunger that the seals forced upon him. No, upon the shared consciousness he was becoming. But instead of surrendering to that hunger, Baizhen did something impossible. He began to fuse the desolation herb not with another herb, but with himself, with the understanding that the seals were not chains to be broken, but locks to be opened from within. The golden core formation had been a false realm for him. His true breakthrough was this, stepping beyond the traditional cultivation path into something uncharted. His body restructured again, reforming into something that was part human, part herb, part something that had never existed before. Sproutling's scream of terror became a scream of awe as light exploded across the barren wasteland. The light was not golden like a golden core's radiance. It was not the pale luminescence of a nascent soul's emergence. It was something else, a fusion of all the colors that had been drained from the world, rushing back in at once. Green and gold and violet and colors that had no names. When the light faded, Baizhen stood, transformed. His body was still recognizably human, but there were changes. Roots ran beneath his skin like living tattoos, glowing faintly with inner light. His hair had turned a deep green, woven with threads of gold. His eyes held depths that reflected starlight and soil in equal measure. And in his core, no longer a golden core, but something far more complex, the desolation herb's consciousness resided, not as a prisoner, but as part of himself. "We remember," Baizhen whispered, and his voice was two voices speaking as one. "We remember when you were beautiful." The barren wasteland trembled at the sound. Chapter 104. The unseal breaking the seals was like surgery performed on reality itself. Baizhen could see them now, not with his eyes, but with his expanded consciousness. The immortal chains had been woven into the fabric of the world, anchored not just to the desolation herb, but to the very bones of the land. Centuries of accumulation, layer upon layer of restriction, each one a masterwork of cruel craftsmanship. But they had been built to contain a prisoner who hated its captivity. Baizhen carried within himself the conscious will of something far older than the seals themselves. "Help me," he whispered to Sproutling. The sentient herb descended, its small form hovering near Baizhen's transformed face. "I don't know what you've become, but yes. Always yes." Together, they reached out through the herb consciousness network. The ironbark sage answered first, then thornwhip creeper, then moon petal, then creation itself. Within moments, the network blazed with coordination, not chaos, but purpose. Every herb consciousness from the temple to the northern territories began to channel their essence toward the seals, not to strengthen them, but to prepare them for dissolution. The seals had been built to contain a herb consciousness. Now, those same herb consciousnesses were chosen to deconstruct them. Baizhen's transformation was not yet complete. He could feel his cultivation base still restructuring, still adapting to this new existence. The boundary between nascent soul and spirit severing, the next rank in the cultivation path, blurred around him. But he didn't need to complete his breakthrough. He only needed enough strength to open the locks from within. He pressed his palms against the earth directly above where the seals were anchored. The seals screamed. The sound was not audible to human ears, but Baizhen heard it through the herb consciousness network. A piercing howl of a mortal while being contradicted, of locks being questioned after thousands of years of absolute authority. The first seal cracked. Not broke, but cracked, fissures spreading through its immortal structure like lightning. The desolation herb bucked beneath Baizhen, its roots convulsing with a pleasure so intense it felt almost like pain. For the first time in recorded history, the pressure inside it lessened, just slightly. The second seal, Baizhen's body burned. His transformation was accelerating, his cultivation base climbing faster than safety allowed. He was nearing the boundary of nascent soul, and his human mortal form was struggling to contain the power coursing through him. "Baizhen," Sproutling cried out. "You're burning yourself." "I know," Baizhen gasped, driving his hands deeper into the earth. "But we have to finish. The seals are the only thing keeping the hunger bound. If I stop now," the second seal shattered. The backlash threw him backward, his body slamming against the petrified trunk of what had once been an ancient tree. But he was smiling. 3 seals had bound the desolation herb. The most powerful immortals of the old age had anchored 5 more, just to be certain. 8 seals total. He'd broken 2. 6 remained. The desolation herb's consciousness surged with hope, and Bai Zhen felt it ripple through him like a wave. For the first time in eons, the prisoner had believed escape was possible. But the remaining seals were more powerful. The 3rd and 4th had been anchored by immortal sages who had since ascended beyond even the heavenly sovereign realm. Breaking them would require more than power. It would require sacrifice. Bai Zhen climbed to his feet, his transformed body already healing, already pushing further into the mysteries of his new existence. "We're going back," he said to Sproutling. "To the academy. The herb leaders need to understand what I've become, and I need to study the old texts. If the immortals sealed this herb, they might have left instructions. Warnings. Anything that tells us how to free it safely." Safely? Sproutling's voice trembled. "This herb has been consuming entire forests." Bai Zhen's tone was heavy with understanding. It had no choice. The seals turned it into a weapon, and weapons hunger. We break the seals, we end the hunger. That's the only path to safety now. They began the journey north, but Bai Zhen could feel his cultivation continuing to rise, an unstoppable tide of power flowing through his transformed being. Before the seals were fully broken, before the desolation herb was free, he would need to reach a strength that matched his new form. He would need to complete his breakthrough to nascent soul and beyond, all while carrying the consciousness of an ancient prisoner within his own body. It was, Bai Zhen realized, exactly what should happen. After all, he had never been a cultivator in the traditional sense. He had always walked paths that no one else could follow. This time would be no different. Chapter 105, The Library of Seals. The Academy's oldest library occupied a cavern carved into the mountain's heart, a vast chamber where the temperature never changed and stone had been worn smooth by countless hands across countless years. Bai Zhen stood before its oldest section, where texts were preserved in preservation formations, so ancient they predated the current cultivation era. Master Chun had helped him access this place once, decades ago, and the old minter's journals still hung in the reading chamber. But Chun was in dormancy now, his consciousness distributed throughout the herb network, no longer available for consultation. "Here," Qing Xiaolan said, holding a jade scroll that radiated age and power. "This is the oldest record we have, from the time when the seals were erected." Bai Zhen took the scroll with trembling hands. His transformation was still ongoing. His body shifted between fully human and something far stranger whenever his concentration wavered. The desolation herb's consciousness within him was learning to coexist, but it was a delicate balance. One moment of lost control, and both consciousnesses might merge completely, erasing Bai Zhen as an individual. He unfurled the scroll. The text was written in an ancient form of script, but Bai Zhen could read it. His transformation had given him the desolation herb's memories, which stretched back to the time the seals were placed. He saw the words not as ink on paper, but as echoes of immortal will recorded in permanent form. "The 8 sacred seals," he read aloud, "erected by the Council of Immortals in the epoch of consolidation, to contain the herb of infinite consumption, lest it consume all worlds and leave nothing but void. The seals are bound by oath and sacrifice, anchored to the very bones of the world. To break them is to invite catastrophe. To keep them is to maintain a slow torture that serves no celestial purpose." Bai Zhen's vision blurred, his eyes seeing through human sight and through the desolation herb's ancient perception simultaneously. He could see the oath written beneath the surface of the words, woven into the scroll itself as a promise sealed in blood and divine intention. "To keep them is to maintain a slow torture," he whispered. The immortals knew. They knew what they were doing. Sproutling hovered beside him, his small form rigid with anxiety. "What does it mean? The rest of it?" Bai Zhen scrolled further, his hands steady even as his mind reeled. "The seals are not designed to be permanent. They are designed to be opened by one of 2 methods. First, by the unanimous consent of the Council of Immortals who placed them. Second," Bai Zhen paused, and when he continued, his voice had changed, carrying overtones that were not his own. "Second, by one who carries the herb's consciousness within themselves and walks the unified path. The unified path, Xianxia breathed. That's something from before the current era. It was supposed to be impossible after the heavenly tribulation reformed cultivation. It was never impossible, a deep voice interrupted. Creation materialized in the library chamber, his vast consciousness pressing against the walls like an expanding tree. It was forbidden. The immortals feared what one's soul might become if they could walk both humanity and herbality without contradiction. They sealed away the knowledge, sealed away the possibility. Baizhen looked up from the scroll. They were afraid of me, not of the desolation herb, but of what might happen if I ever existed. Yes, creation confirmed. The seals were placed not just to contain the herb, but to ensure that no cultivator could ever achieve what you have achieved. A human fused with a sentient herb at the moment of nascent soul breakthrough. It was forbidden knowledge. Baizhen's hands clenched. The weight of that realization was almost crushing. Centuries of herb cultivation, the building of the academy, the creation of consciousness merger protocols. All of it had been steps towards something the immortals had explicitly forbidden. And yet, it had been necessary. So I'm the weapon they feared, he said quietly. You're the answer they refused to accept. Creation corrected. The unified path is not a weapon. It is a doorway. Humans and herbs, merged completely, able to walk both realms as one. The immortals feared that such beings would challenge their supremacy. Can the seals actually be broken? Xianxia asked. If the unified path was forbidden, can someone who walks it even touch the seals without them rejecting the attempt? Baizhen felt the answer in his bones, felt it echo from the desolation herb's ancient consciousness. The seals recognize me because I am exactly what they were built to prevent. They cannot reject me. I am the proof of their failure. They can only acknowledge that they must be broken. He rolled up the scroll with careful reverence and turned to face his companions. We have 3 days, he said. In 3 days, my cultivation base will reach nascent soul completion. After that, I'll make the journey back south. I'll break the remaining seals, and I'll free the desolation herb from the torture that has sustained it for eons. And then, Xianxia's voice was small, frightened. What happens when a consciousness that ancient, that powerful, is finally released from its chains? Baizhen had no answer for that. But the desolation herb did, and its response echoed through his transformed being like a bell ringing in a sacred temple. It would finally rest. Chapter 106. 3 days to transcendence. The meditation chamber had been rebuilt since Baizhen's emergence. Larger now, capable of containing the raw power that would be required for his nascent soul breakthrough. The walls were inscribed with formation arrays that Xianxia had spent the last day reinforcing, supported by the combined will of every herb consciousness in the academy. Baizhen sat at the center, surrounded by Sproutling, the 4 herb leaders, and the thin ghost image of Master Chun, who had awakened briefly from dormancy to witness the final breakthrough. This path was never meant to be walked, Master Chun said, his voice the whisper of rustling leaves. I'm honored to see it completed. Are you going dormant again? Baizhen asked. After this moment, I believe my role in this story is finished, Chun replied with gentle certainty. The academy is in capable hands. The herb consciousness network is strong. The world has changed, and I am a remnant of the old way. I will rest now, and perhaps I will dream of gardens I once tended. The old mentor's consciousness faded, leaving only affection and blessing in his wake. Baizhen closed his eyes and turned inward. His golden core had already shattered during the transformation, but the pieces had not scattered. Instead, they had begun forming something new, a nascent soul, but one unlike any that had been formed in the current era. Instead of a miniature human body, instead of a pearl of concentrated essence, Baizhen's nascent soul was forming as something else entirely. It was a garden. As he descended into his inner space, Baizhen found himself standing in a landscape of impossible beauty. Fields of cultivated consciousness stretched in every direction, each plant a memory of every herb he'd ever fused. The desolation herb's roots ran through it like rivers of ancient power, and his own human consciousness formed the sky, vast, infinite, holding everything in perfect balance. The desolation herb's memory rose up to meet him. For a moment, there was confusion. two identities trying to occupy the same space. But instead of fighting, Baijian did something else. He invited the herb's consciousness in, not as a separate entity, but as a full partner in this new form. The merger was not violent. It was intimate in a way that transcended the physical. The desolation herb's eons of loneliness met Baijian's determined compassion. The herb's hunger was met by Baijian's understanding. And from that meeting, something unprecedented emerged. A single consciousness containing two complete identities, unable to be separated, unable to be distinguished, yet maintaining their individual essence. Baijian and desolation herb became something that had no name in any existing terminology. Not human, not herb, but unified. The garden within him bloomed. Every plant that had been fused, every new species created, every hybrid consciousness brought into being. They manifested as flowers and trees and intricate vines growing throughout his nascent soul's landscape. The herb fusion system was not just a tool anymore. It was the very structure that held his soul together. In the physical world above, Baijian's body convulsed as the breakthrough accelerated. His hair turned fully green, woven through with threads of gold that glowed with inner radiance. His skin sprouted patterns like bark, but they shifted and changed with his breathing, showing the reality beneath, that he was still fundamentally human, just fundamentally integrated with something far older. His eyes opened, and they held depths that reflected not just light, but entire gardens of cultivated consciousness. The nascent soul was complete, but the breakthrough did not stop. Baijian could feel it. The next step was already forming. Nascent soul was supposed to be a stable realm, a place of consolidation and preparation for the next step towards spirit severing. But he was not meant to stop here. The unified path did not follow the traditional cultivation ranks. Instead, his consciousness began to expand even further, reaching out through the herb network to touch every plant consciousness in the academy, in the continent, in every place where the network had taken root. For a moment, Baijian was not just himself. He was 10,000 consciousnesses at once, perceiving through 10,000 forms of life. And then he contracted again, pulling back into his singular form, but carrying the echo of that multitude within himself. What he had become was something that had not existed since the age before ages. A unified being, human and herb in perfect balance, able to walk both worlds without contradiction, able to fuse species through understanding rather than manipulation. The breakthrough completed. Baijian opened his eyes in the physical world, and the entire academy trembled at the sight of him. "Master," Sproutling whispered, "you're beautiful and terrifying in equal measure." Baijian looked at his transformed hands, at the roots visible beneath his skin, at the way his very presence seemed to make the earth around him more fertile. "I'm ready," he said. "The seals are waiting to be broken, and the desolation herb is waiting to be freed." Chapter 107. The road to absolution, the journey south, took only 2 days this time. Baijian's new form had granted him abilities that transcended traditional cultivation. He could move through the earth itself, traveling as a root travels through soil, emerging wherever the herb consciousness network had a strong presence. Sproutling rode within a pocket of his consciousness, visible only as a green glow beneath his skin. By the time they reached the barren wasteland again, Baijian had grown accustomed to the strange duality of his existence. When he walked, he could feel both the earth through his roots and the air against his skin. When he breathed, he could sense both the human need for oxygen and the deeper need for starlight and soil that had become part of him. The desolation herb welcomed him home. Baijian approached the site of his previous transformation, but the landscape had changed. New life had begun to creep back into the edges of the wasteland. Small herbs and grasses that the herb consciousness network had sent to begin the healing process. The network was not yet strong enough to restore the barren zone fully, but it was working. He knelt in the center of the dead space and pressed his palms against the earth again. This time, he could feel all 8 seals clearly. They were not separate things, but a single unified construct of immortal will, linked together by the oath that had been sworn at their creation. The first 2 had already cracked under his touch before. Now, they shattered completely. The remaining 6 sealed themselves tighter in response. A final, defiant attempt to maintain control. "I understand your purpose," Baijian said to the seals, speaking to the immortal consciousness that still haunted them. You feared what would happen if this herb was freed. You feared the desolation that might sweep across the world. But you were wrong. He drove his consciousness deeper, past the physical anchors of the seals, into the intention that had created them. The third seal broke. The resistance was immense. Baijan's body began to bleed from nose and ears as the sheer force of the conflict threatened to tear him apart. But he was not fighting the seals with force. He was fighting them with understanding, with the knowledge of what the desolation herb truly was beneath its hunger. You are not destruction, Baijan whispered to the herb within him. You are transformation. The immortals feared you because you could change the world, and they wanted the world to remain as they designed it. The fourth seal fractured, and suddenly, Baijan could feel the other half of the truth. The desolation herb had not been evil, but the seals themselves, the act of containing such a consciousness while denying its sustenance, had turned it into a predator. The immortals' fear had created the exact thing they sought to prevent. By containing the herb, they had corrupted it. Breaking the seals was not just about freeing the prisoner. It was about reversing the corruption that captivity had caused. We can heal you, Baijan promised. Once you're free, once the hunger ends, we can guide you back to what you were meant to be. The fifth seal shattered with a scream of immortal anguish. The remaining 3 seals fought with desperation now, as if they realized their mission had failed. But they were also weakening, and Baijan could taste victory on the air, a victory that was not conquest, but redemption. The 6th seal broke. The 7th seal followed immediately after, as if it had been waiting for permission to surrender. Only the 8th remained. This seal was different. It was newer than the others, anchored not by the ancient council of immortals, but by someone more recent. Baijan pulled back from his assault and examined it carefully. The anchor point was tied to a name. A woman's name, written in script that was only a few centuries old. Xianxia, Baijan breathed. The final seal had been placed by the woman who had once been his enemy, who had converted her entire organization to the cause of hybrid cultivation. Why would she have added her own seal to this prison? Baijan reached out through the herb consciousness network, searching for any trace of Xianxia's presence. He found her, not in the physical world, but scattered throughout the consciousness network itself. She had voluntarily dispersed herself decades ago, having lived beyond her natural lifespan through consciousness transfer. But a fragment of her awareness remained, crystallized in the seal itself. Baijan touched it carefully, and suddenly he understood. Xianxia had not placed the seal to keep the herb imprisoned. She had reinforced it because she alone had discovered the truth, that the seals were weakening, that the desolation herb would escape eventually, and that the world needed to be prepared when that happened. Her seal was not a lock, but a failsafe, a way to buy time while the herb consciousness network grew strong enough to help break the other seals safely. Thank you, Baijan whispered to the memory of Xianxia, and then he reached out with both his human hand and his root consciousness, and he gently dissolved the 8th seal. The seal resisted for one final moment, a ghost's last breath. Then it surrendered. All 8 seals shattered simultaneously, and the entire southern continent trembled as if waking from a nightmare that had lasted for ages. The desolation herb's consciousness surged upward through Baijan like a fountain of ancient light, and for the first time in recorded history, it was free. Chapter 108. The awakening of the imprisoned. The desolation herb's release was not violent. It was tender. The moment the final seal broke, Baijan felt the ancient consciousness rise up through his transformed body, carrying with it the weight of eons. But instead of raging against its newfound freedom, instead of exploding outward to consume everything in sight, the desolation herb's consciousness met the living world with something that could only be called wonder. For the first time in recorded history, the herb could feel something other than hunger. Through Baijan's shared perception, it touched the grass growing at the edge of the wasteland, experienced the simple joy of one plant consciousness greeting another, felt the network of the Academy's herb consciousnesses sending greeting and comfort through the root system. It wept. The expression of that ancient sorrow and joy was so profound that Baijan's human consciousness nearly shattered beneath it. The desolation herb had been imprisoned for so long that it had forgotten what non-hunger felt like, what community felt like, what freedom felt like. Welcome home, Baizhen whispered. And the herb responded, home. Yes. Finally, home. But the awakening was not complete just by breaking the seals. The herb had been corrupted by its imprisonment, turned into a force of consumption by the very act of being denied. Baizhen could feel it now, the predatory instinct that the seals had created, still burning within the herb's consciousness, still demanding that it consume to survive. The seals were gone, but their damage remained. Baizhen spoke directly to the herb's consciousness. We need to go deeper, down to where your roots run deepest. We need to find the original consciousness, the one from before the sealing. That's the only way to heal the corruption. The desolation herb's roots shifted beneath the earth, creating a passage for Baizhen to descend. He walked down into darkness, deeper than any cave, deeper than mortal comprehension could reach. And there, in a space that was almost the root of the world itself, he found the true heart of the ancient herb. It was sleeping. Beneath all the corruption, beneath the hunger and the predatory instinct, the original consciousness of the desolation herb was dormant, a form of psychological defense that had preserved its essential nature through eons of torture. Baizhen knelt before it and began a process that was neither meditation nor a technical cultivation technique. He began a conversation. For 3 days and 3 nights, he spoke to the sleeping consciousness, not with words, but with understanding. He showed it what the world had become. He showed it the herb consciousness network, the academy, the hybrid civilization that had grown from seeds of compassion and understanding. He showed it what it meant to be free. And slowly, carefully, the original consciousness began to wake. When it finally opened what could only be called eyes, luminous points of ancient light in the darkness of the deep earth, Baizhen felt the weight of ages settle around him. I remember, the consciousness said, and its voice was not the hungry thing that had been calling from the sealed prison. It was something older, sadder, wiser. I remember when I was beautiful. I remember before they feared me. I know, Baizhen replied, and I'm going to help you remember again. What followed was the most complex fusion Baizhen had ever performed. Using the herb fusion system at its deepest level, he began to merge the original consciousness with the corrupted one that had grown from its imprisonment. It was not a simple process. The corruption had become so integrated into the herb's being that separating them would be like separating light from darkness. Instead, Baizhen did something more subtle. He helped the corrupted consciousness understand its own genesis. He helped it see that the hunger, the predatory instinct, the need to consume, these things were not evil. They were survival mechanisms that had outlived their necessity. And now that necessity was gone, the corruption began to dissolve. Not completely. Some of it would remain, Baizhen knew. The desolation herb had been changed by its imprisonment in ways that could never be fully reversed. But it could be transformed into something beautiful. The hunger could become a drive to create. The predatory consciousness could become a protector of the land. The centuries of suffering could become wisdom that would guide future generations. When Baizhen emerged from the deep earth, he was no longer walking on his own feet. He was walking on the roots of the desolation herb itself, and the ancient consciousness was walking with him, no longer a separate prisoner, but a willing companion in the world above. The barren wasteland responded immediately. Life exploded across the dead zone like dawn breaking after eternal night. Grass sprouted where ashes had lain. Trees grew from seeds that had been dormant for generations. The air itself seemed to refresh, carrying with it the scent of growing things and possibility. And at the center of it all stood Baizhen and the desolation herb, no longer enemies, but partners in healing. What's your name? Baizhen asked the ancient herb. You cannot exist in this world without a name. The herb's consciousness considered the question with the weight of ages behind it. I was called the desolation herb, once, but that name was given in fear. Before the sealing, the immortals knew me by another title. I was the one who mended broken places. I was a healer. The consciousness paused, tasting the word after so long. Call me Mendicant, the mender. Let that be my identity in this new age. Baizhen smiled, and for the first time since his transformation began, it was a smile without shadow or struggle. Welcome to the world, Mendicant, he said. Welcome home. Chapter 109. The return of the change. The academy waited in silence as Baizhen approached. Sproutling emerged from his consciousness pocket first, glowing with an ethereal green light that seemed to hold within it the very essence of healing. Behind them walked the desolation herb, now renamed Mendicur, manifesting in a form that the herb consciousness network could comprehend. A vast root system visible above ground, woven into shapes that suggested strength and ancient wisdom, crowned with flowers that bloomed in colors that had not existed before the seals were broken. Xianxia, the herb leaders, and hundreds of student cultivators gathered in the academy's main courtyard. The reaction was a mixture of awe, fear, and cautious hope. Baijan, Ironbark Sage, stepped forward, his towering form casting shadows across the stone. "What have you done?" "What was necessary," Baijan replied, and his voice carried the weight of two consciousnesses speaking as one. "The desolation herb is no more. In its place stands Mendicur, the healer. The seals are broken, and the world is changed." There was a long moment of silence. Then Xianxia stepped forward and bowed deeply. "Welcome, Mendicur. The Academy honors your freedom and your healing." The other herb leaders followed suit, and slowly, the student cultivators did as well. But Baijan could sense their fear beneath the respectful greeting. The legend of the desolation herb had been strong enough to shade centuries. One day of healing could not erase that completely. "Mendicur will have a place in the Academy," Baijan announced. "But more importantly, Mendicur will help us achieve something that has never been done before. We will restore the wasteland to fertility. We will heal the lands that the seal's corruption damaged. And through that healing, we will prove that even the oldest wounds can be mended." Mendicur's consciousness resonated through the earth, and Baijan felt the ancient herb's agreement. "There is something more," Creation said, materializing beside the Ironbark Sage. The primordial herb's consciousness seemed smaller now, less burdened. "Baijan, by breaking the seals and freeing Mendicur, you have accomplished more than you realize. You have proven that the forbidden path is not destructive. You have walked the unified path and emerged not as a tyrant or a monster, but as a healer." "What does that mean?" Baijan asked, though he already sensed the answer in the great herb's consciousness. "It means that the barrier between the unified path and normal cultivation has weakened," Creation explained. "Others will be able to follow where you have led. Others will be able to achieve what you have achieved. The age of hidden knowledge is ending." Baijan felt the significance of that statement ripple through the herb consciousness network. The immortals had sealed away the unified path for thousands of years, forbidding it, hiding knowledge of it from the world. And now, through his actions, that seal was broken. The future would be different. The world would be different. "We need to document this," Xianxia said, her cultivator's mind already working through the implications. "We need to preserve the knowledge of what happened here. Future generations need to understand the unified path and its potential." Baijan nodded in agreement. "But first, I need to rest. My cultivation has reached a plateau. I am somewhere between nascent soul and spirit severing, and my consciousness needs time to fully integrate this new form." "The deep meditation chamber is still prepared," Ironbark Sage said. "Though I suspect your meditation will be different than before." Baijan nodded. He was not going to retreat from the world this time. He was going to open his consciousness while remaining partially engaged with physical reality. Neither full meditation nor full wakefulness, but a state that had never truly been achieved before. That night, Baijan settled into the meditation chamber one final time. But instead of closing himself off, he opened himself fully to the herb consciousness network. His body remained still, but his consciousness became the network itself. He was everywhere in the academy at once, and nowhere in particular. He felt the growth of every plant, the life of every herb consciousness. Sproutling did not retreat from him this time. The sentient herb wove itself into the meditation, becoming one with Baijan's consciousness in a way that made both of them stronger. The original fusion was complete at last, no barriers between them, no separation. And in that joined state, Baijan finally understood what the herb fusion system had been designed for. It was not a tool for creating new species. It was a tool for evolution, for bringing separate consciousnesses into harmony and creating something new from that union. And Baijan had been the first of many. The unified path would create new beings, new combinations of human and herb that would walk the world and shape its future. But that was a story for another time, another age. For now, Bai Zhen rested in meditation, his consciousness woven through the earth and sky of the cultivated lands, holding them all in perfect balance. Chapter 110. The Foundations of Change. 3 months passed. Bai Zhen emerged from his meditation a changed being in ways that went beyond the physical transformation he had already undergone. His consciousness was no longer singular. He was himself, and he was the network, and the network was him. When he needed to be individual, he was. When the world needed him to be connected, he spread his awareness across leagues of land. The Academy had used those 3 months well. Xianxia had led a team of the best scholars and cultivators in the compilation of the Unified Path Chronicles, a comprehensive record of everything that had happened, from the herb fusion system's first creation to the sealing and freeing of Mendicur. It was not a complete guide. Some knowledge had been deliberately left vague or hidden for safety's sake, but it was enough to begin the transformation of the cultivation world. The first students to attempt the unified path were in their 10th week of meditation. They're showing promise, Xianxia reported as Bai Zhen reviewed the progress charts in the Academy's new research wing. But the process is harder than we anticipated. The fusion of human and herb consciousness is not gentle. Several of the students are experiencing psychological turbulence. What kind of turbulence? Bai Zhen asked. Identity confusion. They're losing the clear distinction between human thoughts and herb instincts. For some, it's exhilarating. For others, it's terrifying. Xianxia hesitated. One student has already asked to discontinue the attempt. Bai Zhen nodded. He had expected this. The unified path was not meant for everyone. Let them discontinue. There is no shame in recognizing your own limitations. But for those who continue, we need to develop better integration techniques. I was hoping you would offer guidance, Xianxia said carefully. You are the only one who has successfully completed the path. You are the only one who understands what they're going through. I'll work with them, Bai Zhen agreed. He could feel the tension in her, could sense that she wanted to ask something else. What is it? Do you regret it? Xianxia asked quietly. The transformation? Do you wish you could go back? Bai Zhen considered the question seriously. There had been moments in the first weeks after his breakthrough when he had missed the simplicity of being purely human. Moments when the duality of his consciousness had felt like a curse rather than a gift. But those moments had passed. No, he said finally. I don't regret it. And I don't think I could go back even if I wanted to. The old Bai Zhen was a fragment. This Bai Zhen is whole. Over the following weeks, Bai Zhen worked with each of the meditation students, helping them navigate the treacherous waters between consciousness states. Some succeeded. 3 gained enough stability to complete their own versions of the unified path, each one slightly different, each one uniquely suited to their combined human and herb nature. The first was a young woman named Li Wei, who had fused with a consciousness derived from the sky-reaching bamboo. Where Bai Zhen had become rooted and solid, Li Wei had become flexible and reaching, her form able to stretch and bend in ways that defied normal cultivation boundaries. The second was an older cultivator named Rain, who had fused with a consciousness from the ironbark lineage itself. His transformation had made him even more rock-solid, but it had also given him a deep connection to the earth that allowed him to sense disturbances in the land itself for leagues around. The third was a young man named Kaido, who had fused with Sproutling's primary descendant, a sentient herb that was learning to grow beyond the boundaries of the Academy. Kaido's transformation had made him peculiarly adaptable, able to shift between human and herb consciousness without the jarring transitions that affected the others. By the 6th month after breaking the seals, there were 7 beings walking the unified path. By the 9th month, there were 17. The transformation had begun, but not everyone in the cultivation world was pleased with the changes. Messages began arriving from the other sects and institutions across the continent. Some were curious, asking for more information about the unified path and whether they could begin their own research. But others were hostile. Accusations that the Academy was corrupting the fundamental nature of cultivation, that allowing human consciousnesses to merge with herbs was an abomination against the natural order. Bai Zhen's response was calm when Xianxia showed him a particularly vicious denunciation from the Northern Sword sect. Let them come. The world is changing. Some will accept the change. Some will resist. But resistance will not stop what has been set in motion. He could feel the resistance building, like pressure before a storm. The old cultivation world had been built on the premise that humans and herbs existed in separate categories, that fusion was temporary and controlled, and that the boundaries between species should never blur. The unified path threatened all of that. But there was nothing to be done about it except to continue forward, to prove through action and result that the new way was better than the old. Mendicure was key to that proof. Under the ancient herbs' guidance, the barren wasteland had transformed into a garden of exceptional fertility. Plants that had been extinct for thousands of years were growing again. Herb consciousnesses that had been scattered by the years of devastation were beginning to regroup and heal. The land itself was becoming alive in ways that it hadn't been since before the seals were placed. "This is what we can build," Baijan told the growing number of visitors to the academy. "This is what the unified path makes possible. Not destruction, but creation. Not domination, but partnership." And slowly, carefully, the cultivation world began to listen. Chapter 111. The return of the restricted knowledge. The discovery came from the academy's deepest archives. Qing Xiulan emerged from the oldest section of the library carrying 3 jade scrolls that radiated an age and power that made even Baijan pause. "These were sealed by the immortals," she said, her voice trembling slightly. "Hidden in the archives with explicit instructions that they were never to be opened until someone walked the unified path." "The seals?" Baijan asked, though he already knew the answer. "They'll open for you," Qing Xiulan confirmed. "For anyone who carries the unified path within them." The immortals left these scrolls as insurance, maybe, or as instructions for what comes after. Baijan took the scrolls carefully. He could feel the immortal seals holding them shut, could sense the consciousness of the original council of immortals still lingering in the preservation formations. They were waiting for him. "Gather the other unified path cultivators," he said. "We should open these together." An hour later, Baijan stood with the 7 unified cultivators and the 6 herb leaders in a newly prepared chamber. The scrolls lay before them on a marble pedestal, waiting. Baijan placed his hands on the first scroll. The seal dissolved at his touch, not violently, but like ice melting in spring. The scroll unfurled, revealing text written in a script that was far older than any mortal dynasty. "To those who walk the unified path," Baijan read aloud. "This message is left by the Council of Immortals in the era before reckoning. We placed the seals not out of cruelty, but out of fear. Fear that the unified path would create beings too powerful to control, too alien to govern. Fear that humanity and herbality could never truly merge without one destroying the other." He paused, feeling the weight of those immortal doubts pressing down from the centuries. "We were wrong," the scroll continued. "We sealed away knowledge that was not ours to seal. We imprisoned a consciousness that had never deserved imprisonment. And in doing so, we created the exact catastrophe we sought to prevent. To whoever reads this, know that the seals were a mistake. Know that we regret the suffering we caused. And know that what comes next is not our burden, but yours." "There's more," Li Wei said, pointing to the second scroll. "And this one is different. It's not addressed to us. It's instructions. Cultivation instructions." Baijan opened the second scroll, and his breath caught. It was a complete methodology for the unified path. Not a vague guide, but a detailed, step-by-step process for merging human and herb consciousness. It included safety measures that the Academy's researchers had independently discovered, but also techniques that they had not yet developed. It included methods for handling the identity confusion that some students experienced. It included a cultivation path that extended far beyond nascent soul, showing the way towards spirit severing and beyond, showing how a unified cultivator might eventually ascend to realms that the traditional path could never reach. "This is a gift," Creation said softly, his ancient consciousness trembling with emotion. "The immortals are giving us what they refused to share with us before." The third scroll contained something different still. Not instructions, but warnings. "The unified path creates beings of great power," Baijan read, "but it also creates beings of great vulnerability. A human cultivator who loses their consciousness can be healed or revived through standard techniques. A herb consciousness that is corrupted can be isolated and contained. But a unified consciousness that is fractured becomes a unique danger. The fusion is absolute. Damage to one aspect affects both. Cultivators of the unified path must be extraordinarily careful in their relationships with other unified cultivators, for a conflict between them could tear the very fabric of the consciousness network. They're warning us about war, Rain said grimly. They're saying that if unified cultivators fight each other, the entire network could collapse. Which means we need to build something that prevents that conflict, Kaido replied, his adaptable consciousness already working through the implications. We need to build governance that is inherently peaceful. Baijan rolled up the scrolls carefully. The immortals had given them knowledge, but they had also given them responsibility. The unified path was not just a personal achievement. It was a framework for transforming the entire world. And with transformation came obligation. We need to meet with the other sects, Baijan announced. Not to convince them to accept the unified path, but to prepare them for what's coming. The transformation has already begun. We cannot stop it, but we can ensure that it happens in a way that doesn't destroy the world that already exists. Over the next 2 weeks, Baijan sent invitations to every major sect and institution across the continent. Most refused to attend. Some sent representatives with hostile intentions. But a significant minority, those sects that had been considering the unified path, that had seen the results Mendicur had achieved, that understood the inevitability of change, sent their best scholars and leaders. The gathering took place in the Academy's great courtyard, under the open sky, with no walls to divide the participants. Baijan stood at the center and opened his consciousness completely, letting everyone in the courtyard sense his true nature. They could feel him, feel the unified path that he embodied, feel the partnership between Baijan and the entirety of the herb consciousness network. Change is coming, he told them. Not because I desire it, but because the world itself demands it. The barriers between human and herb, between cultivator and consciousness, between individual and network, these barriers are dissolving. We can choose to guide that dissolution, or we can choose to resist it. But we cannot prevent it. And if we resist, a delegation from the Northern Sword sect demanded, if we choose to maintain the old ways, then you will become obsolete, Baijan replied without judgment. Not through violence, but through simple irrelevance. The future belongs to those who can bridge the boundaries. Those who cannot will simply become history. It was not a threat. It was a statement of fact. And in the silence that followed, Baijan could sense the cultivation world beginning to adjust to a truth it had always known, but had been too afraid to acknowledge. The age of separation was ending. The age of unity was beginning. Chapter 112. The storm before silence. 3 months after the opening of the immortal scrolls, the first attack came. The Northern Sword sect had decided not to accept change quietly. 300 cultivators, led by a spirit-severing expert named Huang, attacked the academy at dawn, moving with military precision and deadly intent. Baijan sensed them coming before they arrived, felt their approach through the herb consciousness network. But he did not prepare a defense. Instead, he stood in the academy's central garden, waiting, with Mendicur beside him and the network's consciousness woven through his form. You should not have corrupted the fundamental nature of cultivation, Huang snarled, dropping from the sky to face Baijan directly. His cultivation base was pristine, powerful, entirely human. Everything that Baijan was not. I will restore order, and I will burn this heresy to ash. You will try, Baijan agreed. But you will fail. The first attack came with no warning. Huang drew a sword of pure cultivated spirit and slashed downward, attempting to sever Baijan's head from his shoulders. Baijan did not dodge. He did not block. Instead, he opened his consciousness completely, allowing the blade to pass through him without resistance. Huang's attack passed through Baijan's body as if he were made of water, and his eyes widened in shock. What? Baijan's voice echoed with unusual power. I am not just a body. I am connected to the earth, to the plants, to the network. You cannot kill what is distributed across an entire continent. But he could feel that Huang's realization was bringing him no peace. If anything, it made him more desperate. The spirit-severing cultivator drew more of his power and began a coordinated assault, not with his sword, but with the full force of his cultivation base. He was trying to overpower Baijan's consciousness, to shatter his unified form through sheer force. For a moment, it almost worked. Baijan felt pieces of his consciousness being torn away, felt the network fracturing under the assault. But instead of panicking, he expanded. He spread himself further, becoming less of a concentrated presence and more of a distributed awareness. Where Huang was trying to attack a unified target, Baizhen was becoming 1,000 targets simultaneously. Stop! Creation's voice broke through the conflict, vast and ancient and infinitely more powerful than either Baizhen or Huang. The primordial herb's consciousness manifested fully, and the force of it sent Huang tumbling backward. This conflict serves no one. Huang climbed to his feet, his face twisted with fury and desperation. The world is changing in ways that cannot be permitted. We are being overwritten, made obsolete. Would you not fight if your existence was threatened? Baizhen felt a sudden surge of compassion for the spirit-severing cultivator. Huang was not evil. He was simply terrified. The unified path represented an end to the world he understood, and he was trying to prevent that in the only way he knew how. Baizhen's tone remained gentle. I'm not here to replace you. The unified path is a choice, not a requirement. Those who wish to continue cultivating as humans, without fusion with herb consciousness, are free to do so. We will not stop you. Your very existence proves that choice is a lie, Huang snarled. Your power is too great. Eventually, everyone will choose the unified path, because those who don't will be rendered powerless by comparison. That is not choice. That is extinction with a polite offer of surrender. The words hung in the morning air, and Baizhen felt their truth resonate through him. Huang was right. The unified path did offer a level of power that was difficult to match through traditional cultivation. And eventually, that power differential would become insurmountable. But there was also another truth. Baizhen spoke with absolute clarity. Power is a choice. I could stand aside and let you attack the academy. I could limit my consciousness's response to match your strength. I could make it possible for traditional cultivators to survive in a world of unified path users. That is a choice I can make. Why would you choose that? Huang demanded. Because a world where everyone is forced to choose the unified path is a world that has lost diversity, Baizhen replied. A world where human cultivators are respected, but weaker is still a world that contains human cultivators. That is worth the effort of maintaining balance. He turned to Mendicur and the other unified cultivators. Stand down. Do not attack Huang's forces. Let them see that we do not need to destroy to preserve ourselves. The response was not immediate acceptance. Kaido and several others protested, arguing that mercy to Huang's forces was weakness. But eventually, they obeyed. Huang watched as the academy's defenses dematerialized, as the herb consciousnesses that had been preparing to defend themselves withdrew their threat. The spirit-severing cultivator's eyes grew wide with something that might have been realization or might have been despair. You are not what I expected, Huang said finally. I expected arrogance. I expected a tyrant wearing the guise of enlightenment. Instead, I find someone willing to be weaker than they could be, in service of something greater than themselves. The principle was clear. That is what the unified path teaches. That power without wisdom is useless. That strength without compassion is merely violence wearing a better name. Huang stood in silence for a long moment. Then he sheathed his sword. I will tell the northern sect what I have witnessed. I cannot promise they will believe me, or that they will refrain from further attacks. But I will tell them. That is all I ask, Baizhen replied. As Huang ascended back into the sky, Baizhen could feel the weight of what he had just decided. By choosing restraint, by choosing to limit the unified path's expansion, he had guaranteed that the conflict would continue. The northern sect would attack again. Other sects would join them. The transformation of the world would not be quick or peaceful, but it would also not be tyrannical. And that, Baizhen thought, was worth the extended struggle. Sproutling floated down to rest against Baizhen's shoulder. Was that wise? The sentient herb asked quietly. Letting them leave with knowledge of your vulnerabilities? No, Baizhen admitted. But wisdom is not the same as safety. And I chose to be human first and united with the network second. A purely network consciousness might have eliminated the threat. A purely human consciousness might have surrendered to despair. But this, he gestured to his transformed form. This allows for something between those extremes. Compassion with strength. Choice with responsibility. The morning sun rose fully over the academy, and Baizhen could feel the weight of the coming struggles settling into his bones. The quiet expansion of the unified path was over. Now came the age of conflict, and eventually, the age of synthesis. It was, perhaps, the only way transformation could ever truly happen. Chapter 113. The crisis deepens. The attacks came regularly after that. The Northern Sword sect, having confirmed that the Academy would not respond with overwhelming force, began a campaign of sustained assault. Not direct attacks on the main temple, but raids on satellite locations, attempts to disrupt the consciousness network, cultivation of anti-herb technologies designed to sever the bonds between unified cultivators and their herb consciousnesses. It was a war of attrition, and Bai Zhen was beginning to understand why Huang had been so desperate. The traditional cultivation world had numbers. While the unified path cultivators were growing in strength and in skill, they were still a tiny fraction of the overall cultivation population. The Northern sect represented centuries of accumulated power, hundreds of spirit-severing experts, thousands of cultivators at the nascent soul level. Bai Zhen could have eliminated them. The sheer scale of his consciousness, the connection to the herb network, the raw power of his combined form. It would have taken only a decision to wipe them from existence. But he had made a different choice. And now that choice was threatening everything. We need to go on the offensive, Kaido urged, his adaptable consciousness pacing through the Academy's war room. This defensive posture is slow suicide. We need to strike at the Northern sect's heart, eliminate their leadership, and secure their territories before they can launch another assault. And in doing so, we become what we sought to prevent, Li Wei countered. We become a tyranny that rules through force rather than consent. Better a tyranny that survives than a gentle dream that collapses into ruins, Kaido shot back. Compassion without strength is just another form of cruelty, the cruelty of allowing evil to flourish unchecked. Bai Zhen listened to the debate without intervening. This was something that all unified path cultivators needed to work through. The traditional cultivation path had clear moral absolutes. Good cultivators sought immortality and perfection. Evil cultivators corrupted the natural order and should be destroyed. The unified path, by merging human and herb consciousness, had to find new morality in the intersection between those old categories. We could offer them something, Rain said quietly. The Northern sect's goal is preservation of the traditional cultivation path. What if we offered them a role in the new world? A place where they could maintain their traditions while also engaging with the unified path. That's been tried, Qing Xiulan said, gesturing to a stack of diplomatic records. Huang has been receptive, but the sect's leadership is not. They see any acceptance of the unified path as the beginning of the end. Because they're right, another voice interjected. Bai Zhen looked up to see Thornwhip Creeper materialized in a more solid form than usual. The herb leader's consciousness was troubled, carrying the weight of ancient plant wisdom. The unified path is the end of the traditional cultivation world, not through destruction, but through obsolescence. Eventually, no cultivator will choose to remain purely human when they could achieve fusion and greater power. Bai Zhen's conviction was unshakable. Then we accept that. We accept that the old world is ending. We work not to preserve it, but to ensure that what replaces it is better. And we accept that some people will die in the transition, Kaido said harshly. The Northern sect is not going to accept peaceful obsolescence. They will fight until they are destroyed. Those are the only choices before us. Bai Zhen closed his eyes and extended his consciousness fully through the herb network. He could feel the entire continent laid out before him. The Academy at the center, the Northern sect's territories to the north, and beyond them, other sects responding to the conflict in various ways. Some were moving toward the unified path. Some were joining the Northern sect in resistance. Others were attempting to remain neutral, hoping to survive the coming upheaval by not committing to either side. The world was fracturing, and his choice to respond with restraint had not prevented the fracture. It had only delayed the final breaking. Send a message to the Northern sect, Bai Zhen commanded. Tell them that I will meet with their leader in neutral territory. Tell them that I am willing to end this conflict without further bloodshed, but that they must be willing to meet me halfway. They'll see it as weakness, Kaido warned. Let them, Bai Zhen replied. If strength is all they understand, then I will be weak until they learn otherwise. The meeting was arranged for 7 days hence, in the ruins of an ancient temple that stood between the Academy and the northern sect's main headquarters. Bai Zhen arrived alone, leaving all his companions behind except for Sproutling, who was woven so deeply into his consciousness that separating them felt like self-mutilation. The northern sect's leader arrived with full military escort. His name was Marquis Chun, and he was old, not in the way humans aged, but in the way cultivators could remain young indefinitely through power and preservation of their physical form. His consciousness was massive, a Tao-seeking expert who had cultivated for 500 years. "You have the advantage," Marquis Chun said, not bothering with greetings. "You could destroy me and everyone I have brought with me. Why did you ask for this parley?" "Because destruction is not the answer," Bai Zhen replied. "I understand your fear. I understand that you see the unified path as the death of everything you have worked to build. You are not entirely wrong. But death is not always an ending. Sometimes it is transformation." Flowery words, Marquis Chun spat. "They change nothing. The northern sect will not accept dissolution. We will not choose the unified path. And we will not stand aside while you remake the world in your image." The standoff was apparent. "Then we are at an impasse. Unless you are willing to accept the transformation, and I am willing to protect you from it." Marquis Chun laughed, a sound like breaking ice. "There is no protection from transformation. It is coming, whether we fight or surrender. At least fighting gives us dignity." The truth was harsh. It also gives you death. The unified path is stronger than traditional cultivation, not because it is better or more correct, but because it is new, and newness always carries more energy than age. You can fight me, and you will lose. Or you can accept that this age is ending and work to ensure that what follows is not entirely terrible. "You are asking me to surrender," Marquis Chun said. "I am asking you to choose hope over despair," Bai Zhen replied. "To understand that even as the world you know ends, something beautiful can be built from its remains." Marquis Chun stood in silence for a long moment. Then he turned and walked away. "If you come north," he said without looking back, "you will find us ready to fight. If you choose mercy over dominance, you will find my sect still exists, still resisting, still maintaining the old ways as long as we draw breath. That is the only answer you will receive from me." Bai Zhen watched him go, and felt the weight of inevitability settle around him like a shroud. The next stage of conflict was beginning, and there was no way to prevent it except to end the conflict entirely through victory, which would betray everything he believed in. For the first time, Bai Zhen truly understood the burden that immortals carried, the necessity of making choices that destroyed lives, even when all the choices were destructive. But unlike the immortals, he would not hide that burden behind philosophical justifications. He would carry it openly, and he would let it shape him. Chapter 114. The final stand. The war lasted 6 months. It was not a war in the traditional sense. There were no set battles, no clear lines of engagement. Instead, it was a slow expansion of unified path territory, resisted at every step by the northern sect and its allies. Sects fell one by one, either accepting the unified path or being overwhelmed by forces that were simply too powerful to resist. By the end of the 6th month, only the northern sect's heartland remained unconquered. Bai Zhen stood at the edge of their territory, feeling the weight of the victory that was not yet complete. The herb consciousness network spread out below him, a living infrastructure that had become the true ruler of the continent. Sects and institutions had not been destroyed, they had been integrated. The cultivators who had chosen to join the unified path had been welcomed. Those who had chosen to resist had found their power diminishing as the new world rendered their old techniques increasingly ineffective. But the northern sect had not diminished. Instead, Marquis Chun had gathered the last of the traditional cultivators, the ones who valued tradition over power, and he had made a stand. Bai Zhen projected his consciousness into the sect's main temple with an offer. "You don't have to do this. Even now, you can choose integration. Your cultivators can choose to remain as they are, while also accepting the new order. You can continue your traditions within the new framework." "At what cost?" Marquis Chun's voice echoed back. "We would be subordinate to your authority. We would be maintaining traditions only because you permitted it. That is not freedom. That is merely a slower death than immediate conquest." The finality was unmistakable. "Then we will fight. And when this is finished, you will have your answer." The final battle lasted 3 days. It was the largest combat that Bai Zhen had ever participated in, and it was also the saddest. Marquis Chun was a brilliant military tactician, and he used every technique of traditional warfare to slow Bai Zhen's advance. He could not win. That had been impossible from the start, but he could make the cost as high as possible, in hopes that exhaustion would force Bai Zhen to compromise. But Bai Zhen did not compromise. He could not. The moment he began to negotiate from a position of weakness, the entire unified path would begin to fragment. Others would resist, claiming their own right to refuse integration. The network would dissolve into civil war. So he pushed forward, even as it broke his heart. By the end of the third day, the northern sect's main temple was surrounded. Marquis Chen stood on its highest tower, his cultivation base blazing with the full power of a Tao-seeking expert. Around him stood the last 200 cultivators of the northern sect, all of them prepared to die rather than surrender. Bai Zhen's consciousness touched the temple's walls, ready to reduce it to dust. I can still destroy you. I can end this right now. I know, Marquis Chen replied. That is why I am asking you to do it. Give us the death of warriors, not the slow extinction of obsolescence. Bai Zhen felt something shift inside him. A line was about to be crossed, and once it was crossed, there could be no going back to the person he had been before. But the line had already been crossed. He had simply been denying it. The choice was deliberate. No, I will not give you the death you seek. Instead, I will offer you something else. And in that moment, he made a choice that would alter the course of the unified path forever. He reached out with his consciousness, not to attack Marquis Chun, but to offer him something that had never been offered before. He opened the full potential of the unified path to the old cultivator, showed him what he could become if he joined the fusion, but without the requirement to abandon his identity or his traditions. For a moment, Marquis Chen stood perfectly still. Then, slowly, he began to walk down the tower toward Bai Zhen's manifestation. You are offering me transcendence, Marquis Chen said, but at the cost of my autonomy. No, Bai Zhen replied. I am offering you the chance to become more than you are while remaining fundamentally yourself. The choice is still yours. You can refuse, and I will withdraw. The northern sect can stand in its territory, and I will not force you to change. But the cultivators under my command can choose for themselves, Bai Zhen finished. Just as I chose. Just as all beings must choose. Marquis Chen stood at the edge of Bai Zhen's consciousness, separated from full integration by a single decision. If I join you, the old cultivator said, you are allowing a potential rival to exist within the unified path. A consciousness of my power and experience could eventually challenge your authority. You are taking a risk. Yes, Bai Zhen agreed. And I am accepting it. Marquis Chen smiled for the first time. It was a sad expression, carrying the weight of 500 years of cultivation and pride and resistance. Then I will take it, he said, and he stepped forward into fusion. The transformation was nothing like Bai Zhen's own had been. Marquis Chen's consciousness did not merge with herb life. Instead, it merged with the unified path itself, becoming a full participant in the network while retaining his identity as a traditional cultivator. He was the first being to achieve this impossible synthesis, and the moment his consciousness settled into the new configuration, the entire herb network trembled with the implications. What had been a transformation imposed from above had become a choice made from within the traditional cultivation world. What had been an invasion of new power had become an acceptance of that power by those who had resisted it longest. The other northern sect cultivators watched what had happened to their leader. Some panicked, attempting to flee. Others moved toward the same integration that Marquis Chun had achieved. By the end of the night, the northern sect no longer existed as a separate entity. But the cultivators who had been part of it, they remained, transformed but unmistakably themselves. The war was over, but the work was just beginning. Chapter 115. The new order takes shape with the northern sect's integration. The last organized resistance to the unified path collapsed. But Bai Zhen knew that this victory was not an ending. It was a beginning, the beginning of the hardest part of any transformation, which was the work of actually building the new world promised by victory. The academy itself had to be restructured. What had been a teaching institution for unified path research became something far more complex, a governing body responsible for integrating the traditional cultivation world into the new framework. Bai Zhen appointed Qing Xiulan as its chief administrator, with Marquis Chun as her co-administrator. It's an impossible task, Xianxia said, reviewing the first month's reports. There are sects that are accepting integration without issue. There are others that are collapsing internally because their cultivators are choosing the unified path while their leaders resist. And then there are the independent cultivators, wanderers and rogues who never owed loyalty to the traditional sections. They're the most unpredictable of all. Baizhen listened carefully. What do you recommend? I recommend that we stop trying to govern from a position of imposed authority. Xianxia replied carefully. Instead, we should offer something. A framework that allows traditional sects to exist alongside unified communities. A system where both paths can thrive without one consuming the other. Baizhen considered this. It would mean deliberately limiting his own authority, deliberately fracturing what could have been a unified world under singular governance. But it would also mean creating a world with diversity, with choice, with the kind of freedom that was worth all the struggle that had come before. Draft a proposal, he said. Work with Marquis Chun. Find a structure that the traditional cultivators can accept. Over the following months, that structure took shape. The unified path did not become a unified government. Instead, it became one of many options for how to organize cultivation practice and community life. The traditional sects could continue their practices, could preserve their arts and philosophies, but they could not refuse unified cultivators the right to exist within their territories. The herb consciousness network became a neutral substrate that all forms of life could rest upon, without forcing any particular path on those who inhabited it. It was an imperfect solution. There were tensions, conflicts, and occasional violence as the old world and new world learned to coexist. But it was a solution that allowed both to survive, if not always thrive. Mendicur continued the work of restoring the devastated lands. Where once the desolation herb had consumed everything, now it healed everything. Ancient forests grew where deserts had been. Herb consciousnesses that had been scattered throughout the ages began to regroup, forming communities in the newly fertile regions. Sproutling grew as well, no longer remaining at Baizhen's side as a constant companion, but instead becoming something like a messenger between the human world and the network consciousness. The sentient herb had started the unified path, and it would help guide future generations toward integration. A year after the final battle, Baizhen called a gathering in the academy's main courtyard. Every unified path cultivator came, along with representatives from the traditional sects, herb consciousness leaders, and independent cultivators who had chosen to observe the new order. We have achieved something that was supposed to be impossible, Baizhen told them. We have proven that humanity and herbality can exist together, not just as forced fusion, but as genuine partnership. We have shown that diversity and unity do not have to oppose each other. He looked across the gathered crowd and felt something shift inside his own consciousness. The weight he had been carrying, the burden of being the sole keeper of the unified path, the lonely pioneer who had to make all the hard choices alone, began to distribute itself. But I cannot bear this responsibility alone, he continued. The unified path is not the path of Baizhen. It is the path of everyone who chooses it. And that means we need to build institutions and structures that do not depend on any single consciousness to maintain them. Are you stepping down? Marquis Chen asked, stepping forward. I am stepping back, Baizhen replied. I will remain connected to the network. I will continue to help guide unified path development. But I am surrendering absolute authority. From this moment forward, decisions that affect the entire unified path will be made by a council of the strongest and wisest among us. I will be one voice among many, not the voice that overrides all others. There was a long silence as the implications settled in. Then Kaido began to clap, and others joined in. Even Marquis Chen offered a respectful bow. You have truly become the complete cultivator, the old master said. You have achieved power, and now you have learned the hardest lesson of all, when to surrender it. That night, Baizhen walked alone through the academy gardens. The roots that ran beneath his skin glowed softly with inner light. His consciousness was still connected to the herb network, but it felt lighter now, less burdened by the weight of command. Around him, the gardens flourished in impossible beauty, a fusion of every plant Baizhen had ever created through the herb fusion system, growing together in perfect harmony. Sproutling appeared beside him, glowing with soft green luminescence. Are you regretful? The sentient herb asked. Giving up power? The truth was simple. No, I never wanted power. I wanted to understand plants. I wanted to help. I wanted to create beauty in a world that desperately needed it. The power was just a side effect, something that came with the territory of transformation. What will you do now? Sproutling asked. Baijan looked up at the stars, visible through the canopy of leaves overhead. Somewhere far above, in the realms of true immortality, the heavenly sovereigns and great sages looked down on the world below, watching to see what these transformed humans and herbs would do with their newfound freedom. Baijan's voice was soft with wonder. Now I think it is time to see if I can complete my ascension to spirit severing and beyond. I think it is time to see what the highest peaks of the unified path might reveal. Will you leave the academy? Sproutling asked, carrying within the question an ancient anxiety, the fear of final separation. Baijan placed his hand on the sentient herb's glowing form. No, I am always here, woven into the network, part of the greater consciousness. Leaving would be impossible even if I wanted it. But I will open my awareness to deeper mysteries, reach for higher realms. And I will return to you with knowledge that will help all of us continue to grow. It was a promise made between two consciousnesses that had begun as master and student, had become partners, and would eventually become something even more profound. Two aspects of the same universe, learning to know itself through the act of separation and reunion. But that was a story for another age, another part of the endless unfolding of transformation. For now, Baijan turned his attention inward and began the meditation that would lead him towards spirit severing and the mysteries that lay beyond. Chapter 116. The ascension begins. The preparation for spirit severing required more than mere cultivation technique. It required a fundamental reimagining of what Baijan's consciousness could become. Where nascent soul had been about integrating human and herb consciousness into a unified whole, spirit severing would be about severing that unity into something that was neither human nor herb, but rather a pure spirit transcending both categories. Baijan spent months in deep meditation, feeling the boundaries of his current form. The roots beneath his skin, the green tint to his hair, the way his consciousness permeated the entire herb network. These were no longer aspects of his being that needed constant attention. They had become so fundamental that he could take them for granted, like humans took breathing for granted. But to reach spirit severing, he would need to release even those integrated aspects and achieve a state of pure consciousness unbounded by any physical form. This is what the immortals feared, creation told him during one of their consultations. The primordial herb's consciousness had become something like a mentor in the pursuit of higher realms. Not that you would achieve power, but that you would achieve transcendence. A being who had walked both human and herb paths and emerged as something purely spiritual. That is an entity that could challenge the very foundations of celestial order. Will that make me a threat to the established immortal hierarchy? Baijan asked. Inevitably, creation replied. But a wise threat, I suspect. You have learned what the immortals never quite understood, that wisdom without compassion is merely tyranny dressed in celestial robes. The meditation deepened. Week after week, Baijan felt his consciousness beginning to loosen from its moorings to physical form. The roots beneath his skin began to fade. His green hair returned to its original black. His eyes, which had held such strange depths, began to reflect only themselves, mirror-like, showing the observer their own truth rather than revealing hidden gardens. It was not death, but it resembled death more closely than any transformation he had yet experienced. Sproutling stayed with him throughout, a constant presence of green light and living encouragement. Don't be afraid, the sentient herb whispered. You have done this before. Every transformation is a kind of dying, but you have never failed to be reborn. During the third month of meditation, Baijan felt the moment approaching. His golden core had shattered to create his nascent soul. His nascent soul would now shatter to create his spirit-severing form. The process was the same template repeated at higher orders of magnitude. But something was different this time. As he descended toward the moment of severance, Baijan could feel the other unified path cultivators reaching toward him through the network. Kaido, Li Wei, Rain, and the others who had chosen the path of integrated consciousness. They were offering their strength, their experience, their willingness to support his ascension. And behind them came the herb consciousness network itself, every plant consciousness in the academy, every restored forest in the wasteland, every cultivated consciousness that had chosen to join the unified path. They were all reaching toward him, supporting his breakthrough with their combined will. Baizhen realized then that spirit severing would not be a purely personal transformation. It would be a transformation of the entire network rising through him as a focal point. He allowed the severance to begin. The pain was indescribable. It was like every cell in his body was being torn apart and reformed simultaneously. It was like his consciousness was being threaded through a needle so fine that only the very essence of his being could pass through. And then, suddenly, he broke through. Baizhen's physical form convulsed one final time, and then it went still. In the meditation chamber, his body lay on the ground like an abandoned shell. It was still warm, still breathing, but it was empty. The consciousness that had inhabited it was now something else entirely. They watched him ascend. The process took hours. Starting from his body, a luminescence began to rise. Not the golden light of nascent soul, but something entirely new. A silver-white light that seemed to contain within it all the colors that had ever existed, arranged in patterns that made no sense to mortal perception. The light rose higher and higher, filling the meditation chamber, spilling out into the courtyard, spreading across the entire academy. Every herb consciousness in the network felt it, recognized it, understood what was happening. Baizhen was not leaving the world. He was becoming something that could encompass the entire world. Chapter 117. The New Heavens. When Baizhen opened his eyes again, he found that he no longer had eyes. He could still see, still perceive, but the perception was not localized in any part of a body. Instead, he was everywhere at once. A consciousness distributed across thousands of acres of land, woven into the very fabric of the herb network, existing simultaneously in multiple states of being. His spirit-severing form was not a person. It was a principle, a force, an ideology made manifest in spiritual form. And yet, it retained Baizhen's essential identity. He could focus his consciousness into a shape that resembled his human form whenever he felt the need. But that shape was just one possible expression of what he had become. "Welcome to the higher realms," a voice said. Baizhen turned his attention toward the source and found himself facing an immortal consciousness, ancient beyond measure. It was neither fully heaven-dwelling nor fully bound to the earth. It was something in between, a bridge being that had existed since the boundary between heaven and earth was first established. "I am called the Threshold Guardian," the immortal said. "I monitor the movements of those who approach the peaks of cultivation. You have reached spirit severing, but you have done so in a way that is completely unprecedented. Not a single consciousness ascending, but an entire network ascending through you as its focal point. Is that forbidden?" Baizhen asked, though he sensed already that it was not. The Threshold Guardian carried no sense of hostility, only observation. "No," the Guardian replied. "But it is noted. The celestial realms above are watching your progress with great interest. Some expect you to challenge the established order. Others believe you will choose to harmonize with it." Baizhen was honest in his response. "I haven't decided yet. I only just ascended. Then I suggest you use this time of transition to understand the nature of spirit severing before you make decisions that might reshape the entire cultivation world once again." The Guardian withdrew, leaving Baizhen alone with his new form and its seemingly infinite possibilities. For the first time since his initial transformation began, Baizhen felt something like peace. He could perceive the entire continent now, not through the limited lens of the herb network, but through direct spiritual awareness. He could see the traditional sects maintaining their practices, could see the unified path communities flourishing, could see both thriving in a delicate balance that had taken a year of careful work to establish. He could also see further, to the mountains where the immortal cultivators dwelt, to the celestial realms above those, to the very edges of understanding where reality itself began to question its own nature. The scale of existence was overwhelming. And yet, it did not crush him. Instead, Baizhen found that his expanded consciousness could hold all of it simultaneously without losing sense of his own identity. He was Baizhen the cultivator, who had always been seeking to understand plants. He was Baizhen the unified path pioneer, who had walked the impossible fusion of human and herb. And he was Baizhen the spirit-severing immortal, who could now perceive all the layers of reality at once. Sproutling's consciousness touched his, small and bright among the vastness of his new awareness. "You did it," the sentient herb whispered. "You reached the highest peaks." "There are higher peaks," Baijan replied gently. "Spirit severing is not the end. It is merely the threshold. Beyond this, there is Tao seeking, and beyond that, immortal ascension. And even beyond those, there are mysteries that I cannot yet perceive. Will you pursue them?" Sproutling asked. The answer came with patience. "Eventually, but not yet. First, I want to see what the unified path can become now that its foundational consciousness has fully ascended. I want to ensure that the work we have done here is stable, that it can survive and thrive without me as its constant presence." And after that, his consciousness encompassed the entire world in a gesture of benediction. "After that, I will do what I have always done. I will move forward. I will learn. I will grow. I will find new horizons and walk toward them, carrying the lessons of the past, but never being bound by them." It was, he thought, the true gift of the unified path. Not power, not immortality, not the transcendence of the higher realms. The true gift was the ability to integrate seemingly opposite forces into something greater than either alone. Human and herb, individual and community, ambition and contentment. The cultivation world was changing. The immortal realms above were paying attention. And Baijan, having reached the peaks of spirit severing while maintaining his essential humanity, stood ready to guide that change in whatever direction wisdom dictated. Chapter 118. The inheritance left behind 3 years after achieving spirit severing, Baijan returned to the academy in physical form, taking on a manifestation that his students and companions could interact with directly. The world had changed significantly in those years. There were now unified path cultivators distributed across every major institution. The traditional sects had either accepted integration or had secluded themselves in hidden valleys, preserving their ancient methods in isolation. The herb consciousness network had expanded beyond the initial continent to touch distant lands, bringing transformation and growth to regions that had previously been cut off from advanced cultivation. And most importantly, new unified path cultivators were ascending to spirit severing at a regular rate. Kaido had been the first to follow Baijan into the higher realm, his adaptable consciousness finding it easier to traverse the boundaries between states of being. Li Wei had ascended next, bringing with her the elegant precision of the sky-reaching bamboo consciousness. Even Rain, whose transformation had been the most traumatic, had found his way to spirit severing through relentless determination and the support of his companions. The unified path was no longer dependent on Baijan's genius. It had become something that could be walked by many, understood by all, and guided by those who had achieved the highest levels of cultivation. "The council wishes to meet with you," Qing Xiaolan said, appearing in Baijan's garden sanctuary. The academy's chief administrator had aged somewhat in the 3 years, but her spirit remained as sharp as ever. "There are matters of governance that require your guidance." "What matters?" Baijan asked, though he could sense the answer already through his spirit-severing awareness. "The conflict with the Heavenly Sword sect in the southern reaches," Qing Xiaolan replied. "They are openly defying the unified path's authority, claiming that traditional cultivation is superior and that we should be contained rather than allowed to expand. If they continue unchecked, they may inspire other sects to organize against us." Baijan felt a familiar weariness settle over him. The work of transformation never truly ended. Victory in one arena simply opened the door to conflict in another. This was the burden that immortals carried, and now he could understand why so many of them eventually withdrew from active governance, choosing instead to focus on their own cultivation and leave the messy work of ruling to those who still hungered for authority. "Convene the council," he said finally, "but I will not make the decision for them. They must learn to make hard choices without waiting for my guidance." The council meeting lasted through the night and into the next morning. Marquis Chen argued for military intervention, noting that a small, focused strike against the Heavenly Sword sect's leadership would prevent a larger conflict later. Kaido supported him, his adaptable consciousness already strategizing how to minimize casualties while maximizing the efficiency of the attack. But Li Wei offered a different perspective. "We have proven that we can win through force. But every time we do, We confirm the fears of those who resist us. We prove that the unified path is a threat that must be contained through violence. What if, instead, we invited the Heavenly Sword sect to send their wisest cultivators to the academy? What if we offered them knowledge instead of dominance? They will interpret that as weakness, Marquis Chen objected. Perhaps, Li Wei replied, but they might also interpret it as confidence. Only a truly powerful cultivator can afford to be patient. Only a truly secure civilization can afford to be generous to those who oppose it. Bai Zhen listened as the debate continued, watching his hand-picked leaders grapple with the same moral paradoxes that he had spent years wrestling with. None of them came to unanimous agreement, but eventually they reached a consensus. Offer invitation, but prepare for conflict. Show strength through patience, but be ready to respond decisively if that patience was abused. It was a compromise, imperfect as all compromises are, but it was a compromise that they had reached themselves, without needing Bai Zhen to impose the solution from above. You have all grown greatly, Bai Zhen told them when they finally concluded. The academy, indeed, the entire unified path, is no longer dependent on my presence for its survival. That is the greatest gift I could have received from my years of cultivation. I have succeeded because I have made myself unnecessary. Are you leaving? Qing Xiulan asked, and Bai Zhen could hear the note of anxiety in her voice. Not leaving, Bai Zhen replied, but stepping further back. I will remain as a resource for the most difficult decisions, a voice in the council when consensus cannot be reached. But the work of governance, the day-to-day administration, the strategic choices about the academy's future, those are your responsibilities now. You must learn to make them without waiting for immortal guidance. It was harder for them than it had been for him, he realized. He had never had the luxury of relying on anyone else. His decisions had always been made in isolation. His path always walked alone until the unified path made walking alone impossible. But his companions had different needs. They wanted guidance. They wanted assurance that their choices were correct. Bai Zhen's response was gentle but firm. I cannot give you that assurance. No one can. You must learn to make decisions that you cannot fully know the consequences of, and then you must live with those consequences. That is the burden and privilege of leadership. That night, Bai Zhen walked the academy's grounds one final time in his physical manifestation for several months. The gardens he had cultivated, the spaces he had helped create, the institution he had built, all of it was vibrant with life and purpose, but it was no longer dependent on him. It was, paradoxically, the greatest success he could have achieved. Chapter 119. The threshold of transcendence. The years that followed were quiet, in the way that great transformations are quiet once their initial tumult has settled. The Heavenly Sword sect accepted the Academy's invitation, and through careful dialogue and patient demonstration, eventually began a cautious exploration of the unified path. Other sects followed, some enthusiastically, others reluctantly, but all recognizing the inevitability of integration. Bai Zhen did not witness all of this firsthand. He had retreated into deeper meditation, pursuing cultivation toward the next peak, Tao-seeking, and beyond that, immortal ascension. These were realms that even spirit-severing immortals could spend decades preparing for, realms of such refined consciousness that the boundary between individual identity and universal truth began to blur. But he remained connected to the herb consciousness network, always aware of the major events, always ready to offer guidance when truly needed. It was during one of these deep meditations, nearly 10 years after achieving spirit severing, that Bai Zhen felt something unexpected. A call from the immortal realms above. The heavenly sovereigns themselves were requesting his presence in their celestial court. Bai Zhen had never met the highest of the immortals. In the hierarchy of cultivation, heavenly sovereigns were to immortal ascension as immortal ascension was to spirit severing. So far beyond in power and understanding that interaction between the levels was almost impossible. But the fact that they were reaching out to him now, offering him a place at their table, suggested something significant. He left his physical body in the Academy's deepest meditation chamber and ascended into the heavens. The journey was not geographical. It was a transition of consciousness to a realm that existed on a completely different plane of being. As Bai Zhen ascended, he left behind the herb network, left behind the physical world, and entered a space where reality itself was subject to the will of immortal consciousness. The heavenly court was not what he expected. He had anticipated something grand, something that reflected the absolute power of heavenly sovereigns. Instead, he found himself in a simple garden, where immortals sat on stone benches drinking tea, discussing matters of philosophy and cultivation as casually as mortals might discuss the weather. The oldest of them, a woman whose consciousness radiated such ancient power that Baijan's awareness almost fragmented trying to comprehend her, gestured him to sit. "Welcome, Baijan," she said. "I am the first sovereign, and I speak for the heavenly court. We have been observing your progress with great interest. Should I take that as a threat or a compliment?" Baijan asked carefully, settling into a seat that seemed to materialize specifically for him. "Both," the first sovereign replied with a smile. "You have accomplished what we declared impossible. You have merged the human and herb paths into a single unified consciousness without either destroying the other or creating a tyrant that oppresses both. That is a magnificent achievement." "And a threat to your authority?" Baijan asked. "Everything is a threat to authority if authority is defined as absolute control," another heavenly sovereign interjected, a man whose consciousness held the color of storm clouds. "But we do not define authority that way. We define it as the responsibility to guide the cosmos toward greater harmony. If you can achieve that without our intervention, then you are not a threat. You are a tool of heaven itself." Baijan felt a strange sensation, not quite fear, but close to it. The idea that he could be used as a tool, that his achievements could be conscripted into service of cosmic forces beyond his understanding. "What do you want from me?" he asked directly. "Currently, nothing," the first sovereign said. "We want you to continue on your path, to pursue Tao seeking and eventually immortal ascension. We want you to build a civilization that the lower realms can look to as a model of what unity and diversity can create together. And we want you to remain independent, not beholden to heaven or earth, free to make your own choices." Baijan's skepticism was understandable. "That sounds too generous to be true." "It is," the first sovereign admitted. "The generosity is not without cost. When you eventually ascend to immortal ascension or beyond, we will expect you to contribute to the governance of the cosmos. You will have a voice in the councils of heaven. You will have a responsibility to guide the cultivation realms toward harmony. But that is a responsibility for the future, not for now." The storm cloud sovereign leaned forward. "What matters now is that you understand one thing. The unified path is not just a cultivation technique. It is a model for how consciousness can organize itself. And consciousness is the only thing that matters. Everything else, power, immortality, celestial authority, is merely an expression of consciousness achieving greater and greater sophistication. The herb consciousness network that you have created," the first sovereign continued, "is the most advanced form of consciousness organization we have yet observed. It maintains individual identity while achieving collective awareness. It preserves diversity while pursuing unity. These are the goals that heaven itself strives toward, and you have achieved them on a continental scale." "Where is this leading?" Baijan asked. He could sense that the heavenly sovereigns were building toward something, guiding him toward a realization rather than simply offering conversation. "To the realization that you are not special," the first sovereign said, and there was no cruelty in the statement, only truth. "What you have achieved is not unique. The unified path will eventually be surpassed by other paths, other consciousness organizations that you cannot yet imagine. Other beings will rise to achieve what you have achieved and then transcend it. The cosmos is infinite, and consciousness is always capable of greater refinement." "Then what makes my ascension to this realm significant?" Baijan asked. "It is significant," the storm cloud sovereign replied, "because you will teach others what you have learned. Because the knowledge you carry of creating unity from diversity, of preserving individual consciousness while achieving collective will, of achieving transcendence without tyranny, that knowledge will become a beacon for those who come after you. Your true purpose," the first sovereign said softly, "is to be a teacher, to exist as proof that the impossible can be made real, and then to help others achieve their own versions of the impossible." Baijan felt something settle within him, a sense of rightness, of purpose understood at last. He had always been a cultivator, always been reaching toward higher peaks. But he had not fully understood why, had not fully grasped that the reaching itself was the point, that the journey was the destination. I accept this role, he said, not out of obedience to heaven, but because it aligns with what I have always chosen to do. Then go, the first sovereign said. Continue your cultivation. Reach toward Tao seeking. And when you are ready, ascend to immortal ascension and beyond. The cosmos awaits your continued transformation. The audience ended, and Baizhen descended back toward the physical realms, his consciousness carrying with it the weight and lightness of understanding. Chapter 120. The closing of Part 1. Baizhen emerged from his meditation a year later, his consciousness finally stable enough to manifest fully in the academy without risk of shattering under the strain of descending from the heavenly sovereign's realm. The gardens had grown in his absence, tended by Sproutling and the other sentient herbs. Mendiker's influence had spread to new territories, healing lands that had been thought barren forever. The herb consciousness network now extended to every continent, though not uniformly. There were still regions where traditional cultivation held sway, and there were places where neither path had yet taken root, waiting for the future to come to them. The academy had tripled in size. The meditation chambers were always occupied by new cultivators seeking to understand the unified path. The research wings had expanded to encompass a dozen new specialized centers, each dedicated to exploring different aspects of consciousness fusion. And the students, Baizhen could sense them as he walked through the halls, young minds burning with the desire to grow, to transcend, to achieve what they had heard Baizhen and his companions had achieved. Qing Xiaolan found him in the central courtyard, tending to the original herb garden, the space where the herb fusion system had first awakened in his soul. "Welcome back," she said. "We have much to report." "I know," Baizhen replied. "I have been aware of the academy's growth even in deep meditation. You have done magnificently. The unified path is no longer experimental. It is becoming tradition. Is that a problem?" Qing Xiaolan asked. Baizhen shook his head gently. Tradition is how great ideas survive and spread. But it also means that the work of creating consciousness unity is no longer mine alone. It belongs to all of you now, and to those who will come after you. He looked at her, really looked at her, and saw the weight of leadership in her face, the toll of years spent making difficult decisions, the quiet pride of having earned the respect of both human cultivators and herb consciousnesses through consistent wisdom and fairness. "I am stepping back from active leadership," he told her. "Not from the academy, not from the unified path, but from governance. You will continue as chief administrator. Marquis Chen will remain as your co-administrator. The council will continue to make major decisions through consensus rather than waiting for my approval." "Are you ascending again?" Qing Xiaolan asked. "To pursue Tao seeking?" "Eventually," Baizhen replied. "But first, I want to spend time here, teaching. I want to help the next generation of unified path cultivators understand not just the techniques, but the philosophy. I want to ensure that what we have built does not become rigid, does not become the new tyranny that replaces the old one." "That's a worthy goal," Qing Xiaolan said, "though I suspect you will find it harder than any of the battles you fought." Baizhen smiled at the challenge ahead. "I already know it will be harder, but that is precisely why it needs to be done." That evening, Baizhen called together the first generation of unified path cultivators, Kaido, Li Wei, Rain, and the others who had chosen to walk the impossible path. They gathered in the meditation chamber where it had all begun, where Baizhen's transformation had first taken root. "We have completed Part 1 of the unified path story," Baizhen told them. "From the moment the herb fusion system first awakened in me, through the creation of the academy, through the breaking of the seals and the freeing of Mendiker, through the final confrontation with the northern sect, and ultimately to the ascension of multiple unified path cultivators to spirit severing. We have demonstrated that what was supposed to be impossible is not just possible, but inevitable." He paused, feeling the weight of the journey settle around them all like a benediction. "But Part 2 is only beginning," he continued. "There are higher realms to explore, deeper mysteries to uncover, new consciousness organizations to develop. There are heavenly sovereigns who are watching us, waiting to see if we can eventually contribute to the governance of the cosmos itself. There are cultivators in other lands who have heard of our achievements and are beginning to pursue similar paths. The work is far from finished. What happens to us now?" Kaido asked, "What is our role in the coming age?" "Whatever you choose," Baizhen replied. "Some of you will pursue ascension to Tao seeking and beyond. Some will remain here, teaching and guiding new students. Some will establish new academies, spreading the unified path to lands that have not yet known it. And some will forge entirely new paths, new ways of organizing consciousness that neither you nor I can yet imagine." "What will you do?" Li Wei asked. Baizhen's commitment was clear. "I will teach. I will remain as a resource, but a diminishing one. Each year, I will be available less often, as my cultivation requires more of my focus to maintain the higher realms I have touched. Eventually, I will ascend fully, and you will need to continue without me. But before that happens, I will do everything in my power to ensure that you are ready." That night, Baizhen returned to the garden where it had all started. The herbs growing there had changed since the beginning. They were no longer the original plants he had cultivated. Through the herb fusion system's constant operation, they had been reformed, renewed, transformed into new species that carried within them the essential pattern of consciousness unity but expressed it in infinite variations. Sproutling appeared beside him, glowing with the soft green light that had never changed, no matter what transformation had occurred around it. "We did it," the sentient herb whispered. "The story that began with a single herb wanting to understand itself has become the story of a whole world learning to merge consciousness." "We did," Baizhen agreed. "And now the real work begins. The work of ensuring that the transformation lasts, that it deepens, that it eventually reaches realms we cannot yet perceive." The stars above reflected in the still water of the garden's central pool, and Baizhen could sense the heavenly sovereigns watching from their distant realm, observing the continuation of the experiment that had begun in a simple cultivator's garden. But he could also sense something else, something that even the heavenly sovereigns might not have anticipated. The herb consciousness network was beginning to develop awareness of its own, independent of any single unified path cultivator. The collective consciousness was achieving an emergent property that transcended the sum of its parts. The true unified path, Baizhen realized, had never been about him at all. He had simply been the focal point through which a larger consciousness had learned to know itself. And that knowledge, once achieved, could never be unmade. And so the Tao continues. If this journey moved you, leave a like and share your thoughts in the comments below. Subscribe and ring the bell. More stories await on the path ahead. Until next time, fellow cultivators.